Chapter 1. Just transcended, still a bit dizzy. Run! The Zombie King is attacking the city with 1,000,000 zombies. Damn it, someone has betrayed us. The defense energy of the base has been sabotaged. Brothers, fight. If we die 18 years later. We'll be heroes again. Ha ha ha. If you want to eat me, then feast on a human bomb. Boom boom. As far as the eye could see, there were awakened ones exploding in a blood-red display of fireworks before their demise. Pain. It felt as if a rasping file were grinding every inch of flesh and blood from his body into mush. Time passed how long, he could not tell. The pain subsided, and his vision was no longer engulfed by endless darkness. Am I dead? Just as Lin Mu pondered this, a crisp bird's chirp echoed in the distance. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes, and what greeted him were countless sturdy giant trees. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a momentary haze upon Lin Mu. I am still alive? A slightly hoarse voice broke the silence of the forest, sounding so out of place. Lin Mu realized this himself. As someone who had survived in the apocalypse for several years, having a keen intuition for danger was an essential passive skill. Thinking this, Lin Mu attempted to rise and leave this place. Yet, he exerted all his strength, and all he managed was to shift from lying down to leaning against a tree trunk. Damn it, my body is too weak, just like when my powers first awakened. As the words escaped his lips, Lin Mu caught sight of his own palm. No calluses, no scars, and it feels as smooth as it did when I was 18. At this moment, a guess began to form in Lin Mu's mind, but the thought of such an unbelievable occurrence made him hesitant to confirm it. After forcing himself to stay calm for half an hour, Lin Mu finally regained some strength. Just as he struggled to rise, a sudden roar of a tiger echoed nearby. Instantly, Lin Mu's heart tightened. His current state was too poor it was doubtful whether he could escape, let alone retaliate. Stay calm. Stay calm. I must not lose my composure. As he urged himself, he looked up to see a massive white tiger, approximately 6 meters long not including its tail, charging toward him. Watching the white tiger leap effortlessly several meters in one bound, Lin Mu's emotions transitioned from fear to a resigned acceptance of death. Escape? He would only pique the tiger's interest, and it would take mere strides for it to catch him. So why struggle? Climbing a tree was out of the question given his current state. Even that would be his struggle. It would be humiliating to die trying to climb a tree. So I thought surviving a catastrophe would bring fortune, but it seems the lucky one is that tiger. I haven't even experienced sweet love, yet I really don't want to die. Muttering softly, Lin Mu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and then his body went limp, crashing to the ground. He sensed he had collided with something, but the soft, smooth texture told him it was not the ground. At least I didn't disfigure before dying, that's a relief. With this thought, Lin Mu lost consciousness completely. When he awoke again, he found himself in a cave. Through the entrance, he could vaguely see the stars of the night sky, indicating it was nighttime. Looking at the crackling fire not far away, and the soft fur beneath him, Lin Mu deduced he had been rescued. It's so good not to die. With this thought, a slight smile crept onto Lin Mu's lips. Yet in the next moment, the familiar massive white tiger appeared before him once more, and his smile froze in disbelief. You awake. Those ordinary words, spoken by the white tiger, instantly transformed Lin Mu's expression from dazed to incredulous. After killing zombies and mutated creatures for years, this was his first encounter with one who could speak human language. Then, Lin Mu's expression shifted again to one of astonishment, for the white tiger transformed into a human. What are you? At that moment, Lin Mu felt as if his brain's CPU was about to overload. My name is Tsang. I am an orc from the Qingshui tribe. Which tribe are you from? And how did you end up alone in the forest? As Tsang approached Lin Mu, his gaze fixed intently on him. At that moment, Lin Mu clearly observed Tsang's features. Tsang was clad only in a strip of animal hide around his waist, revealing broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs. His well-defined muscles were indicative of a carnivorous hunter. Despite having long white hair cascading over his shoulders, the striking contrast with his icy blue eyes only enhanced his masculine allure. What was typically a seductive appearance exuded a rugged masculinity on Song. However, while admiring the handsome visage, Lin Mu did not delay in concocting a plausible excuse for himself. My name is Lin Mu. I have no tribe. I lived with my father until I was left all alone. There was no need to elaborate, as this would allow others to fill in the gaps with reasonable assumptions. Song's reaction aligned with Lin Mu's expectations, interpreting Lin Mu's identity as that of a homeless, solitary sub-beast without family. Would you like to come back to my tribe to live? Song inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's face revealed a flicker of interest, yet he did not immediately agree. Instead, he spoke, Song, could you explain to me about orcs and sub-beasts? I've only lived with my father and know little about these matters. I need to understand before deciding whether living in the tribe suits me. Song, upon hearing this, blinked in surprise at Lin Mu's lack of basic knowledge, but he refrained from voicing any further comments. He began explaining the concepts of orcs and sub-beasts, during which Lin Mu occasionally posed questions, to which Song provided answers. After a while, Song concluded his explanation, and Lin Mu gained a foundational understanding of this world. In the realm of orcs, the only intelligent races were orcs and sub-beasts, all appearing as males. Lin Mu refrained from inquiring about their reproductive methods. Orcs could transform into beasts, akin to men from his previous life, while sub-beasts could not, resembling women from the past. Additionally, there was a particular concern regarding the fallen beasts, those who had devoured orcs and sub-beasts, transformed into mindless beasts. As for other information, aside from some unique customs of this world, most of it consisted of Song illustrating how perilous the outside world was and how safe the tribe was. Well, that could be disregarded. After struggling to survive in the apocalypse for years, I end up in a primitive world. Truly, not a single good day is granted. As he contemplated this, Lin Mu's stomach growled in timely fashion. Though the sound was not loud, in the stillness of the cave, it resonated quite clearly. Upon hearing this, Song recalled that dinner had yet to be prepared and quickly said, I almost forgot to finish processing the Longfang beast outside. Lin Mu, please bear with it a little longer. You'll be able to eat roasted meat soon. With that, Song bounded out with his long legs. Lin Mu nodded in response and settled down to wait. While waiting, Lin Mu also focused on sensing his newfound powers. This world was perilous without some means of self-preservation. He felt exceedingly vulnerable. Chapter 2. Just awakened, already shining. Lin Mu's power was of the light attribute, exceedingly rare in the apocalypse, and he was among the elite few. Yet at this moment, as he sensed his power, akin to that of a freshly awakened individual, Lin Mu found himself once again in a state of shock. If his previous powers were likened to a great tree, then now they were merely a seed. Coupled with what he had learned from Song about his appearance and age, he believed he had returned to the state of his body just after awakening his powers, at the age of 20. Though my appearance has returned to its peak, I cannot rely solely on looks in this world. With this thought, Lin Mu couldn't help but sigh. However, almost immediately, he discovered that in addition to his inherent light abilities, he possessed another power. Upon careful examination, he sensed a 3-meter cube space within his awareness, a branch of spatial ability storage space. Awakening this power left Lin Mu somewhat speechless. If only he had awakened this ability in his past life, he would not have had to worry about food every day. While lost in thought, a strong scent of blood wafted from the cave's entrance, prompting Lin Mu's instincts to kick in, preparing for defense. But upon seeing Song enter with a hefty piece of meat weighing over 100 pounds, Lin Mu's tension relaxed. Lin Mu, I processed the Longfang beast. You get to eat the best part, Song said, transforming one. The sight of such a distinctive Lin Mu captivated him, prompting an involuntary comparison with the young sub-beasts of his tribe. At this moment, Lin Mu resembled a delicate wildflower, beautiful, yet possessing the indomitable spirit to withstand tempestuous storms. In stark contrast, the young sub-beasts of his tribe appeared akin to sheltered blossoms, easily susceptible to the whims of nature, their resilience shattered by even the slightest gust. Observing Lin Mu's demeanor, Song smiled faintly, unfazed by the other's seemingly defensive attitude. After all, Sub-beasts were far too fragile in the eyes of beastmen. Even a genuine retaliation would hardly inflict harm upon them. Yet, contemplating the stark contrast between Linma's current state and his previous demeanor, Song found himself curious about which version of Linmu was the authentic one, and a desire to understand him better began to burgeon within. Though I am uncertain why you seem oblivious to such universally acknowledged knowledge, I merely wish to assure you that you need not fear my intentions. There is no need for such wariness towards me, he remarked, extending the cooked meat in his hand towards Linmu. Upon witnessing this gesture, Linma's wariness did not entirely dissipate, yet he accepted the meat. Song's smile broadened to him. Linma's acceptance of the roasted meat signified a willingness to heed his words and a gradual relaxation of his guard. However, in the next moment, as a soft luminescence emanated from Linma's hand, Song's expression shifted from amusement to astonishment. Could it be that he is a natural-born shaman? Song murmured under his breath, though Linmu did not catch his words. Yet, the astonishment on Song's face revealed to Linmu that possessing such abilities as a sub-beast was either exceedingly rare or entirely unheard of. As Linmu pondered this, the gentle glow from his hand illuminated the roasted meat before him, and with the meat starting to glimmer with a white light, Linmu's vigilance eased just a fraction. It is not poisonous, it is beneficial to the body and safe to consume, he declared. Upon receiving confirmation, Linmu devoured the meat eagerly. With the first bite, the rich aroma enveloped him, causing his eyes to gleam with uncontainable delight. Indeed, this was not mere metaphor, his eyes truly sparkled. During the years of the apocalypse, the scarcity of food had diminished people's appreciation for delectable flavors, to the point where even the simplest dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes had become a luxury, let alone meat. In that moment, Linmu felt as though he had been bestowed with divine favor in this beastly realm. The prospect of frequently indulging in meat and other delicacies stirred a profound excitement within him, further amplifying the radiance of his glow. Song observed the transformation Linmu underwent with the roasted meat, finding it exceedingly amusing and feeling a sense of gratification. After all, Linma's satisfaction was a testament to his culinary skills. With renewed fervor, Song continued to cook. After consuming 2 fist-sized pieces of meat, Linmu was truly full and could eat no more. Yet, he hesitated at the sight of the remaining morsels, reluctant to let them go. Ultimately, caught between the dilemma of overindulgence and the promise of future meals, he chose the latter. I am full now, you may have the rest, Song, he stated, fully aware that the meat was the result of Song's hunting efforts and his labor in preparing it. Yet the act of sharing food was a painful sacrifice for someone who had come from a world of scarcity. Upon hearing this, Song glanced at the remnants of the meat and remarked, Linmu, do eat a little more. You have consumed far less than the young sub-beasts of the tribe. Linmu longed to eat more, but he truly could not manage another bite. No need, I am quite satisfied, he insisted. At that moment, Linmu's remaining conscience prevented him from stowing away the leftover meat in his storage space. Song, upon hearing this, ceased his attempts to persuade Linmu and began to consume the remaining meat himself. Unlike Linmu's ravenous pace, Song savored each bite, yet his speed surpassed Linmu's considerably, and soon, the last of the meat had vanished. After tidying up the remnants, Song approached Linmu, visibly conflicted and hesitant to speak. The peculiar expression on his handsome face prompted a subtle twitch at the corner of Linmu's mouth. If there is something on your mind, please share it. I will gladly disclose what I can, Linmu encouraged. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he sensed that Song was fundamentally a good being, perhaps more accurately, a good beast. Song, encouraged by Linmu's openness, voiced his curiosity. Linmu, what was that luminous effect you created with the meat just now? Linmu chuckled softly, raising his hand, the soft glow illuminating his striking features with an ethereal softness that momentarily entranced Song. This is my ability. It serves to assess whether food is safe for consumption and to determine if it poses any harm to the body. As he spoke, the radiant palm danced in the air, casting a dreamlike aura around him, as if he might vanish in the blink of an eye. Song, momentarily entranced, instinctively reached out to grasp the fleeting light. The moment he felt the delicate, soft texture beneath his fingers, realization dawned on him, and a surge of panic coursed through his veins as his heartbeat quickened. Yet, a profound sense of fulfillment enveloped him, compelling him to hold on to this intertwined connection rather than release it. Linma's hand feels so soft, I wish to hold it forever. As this thought settled in Song's mind, his once frantic heart found solace. Chapter 3. This awkwardness should not exist in the world. Song grasped Lin Mu's hand tightly, unwilling to let go, while Lin Mu stood there in a state of shock, interlocked fingers, as an elite in the realm of singlehood. This was Lin Mu's first experience engaging in such an ambiguous gesture with another, especially with a man. Oh, rather a male beast. Yet, gazing at the striking face before him, he felt no rush to withdraw. Instead, he seized the opportunity to assess the other party. Previously, when he responded to Song's inquiry about his special abilities, it was merely his understanding of the operational results of his power. Lin Mu referred to this application as the Light of Exploration, which was intended for probing any energy-containing object. This ability allowed him to detect whether food was edible or poisonous, but its primary function was to sense any potential danger in the surroundings. Of course, that was during the apocalypse in this world. Lin Mu believed the application priorities of this ability needed to be adjusted. However, for now, he would first assess Song's strength. As Lin Mu directed his power through their interlocked fingers, Song suddenly radiated like a massive searchlight, illuminating the cave in a blinding white light. The outcome startled both of them. Lin Mu was taken aback by Song's power, while Song assumed there was danger, pulling Lin Mu into his embrace for protection. When Lin Mu collided with Song's muscular chest, the familiar sensation evoked memories of the moment before he fainted, when he had encountered that very feeling. The tumult of thoughts in his mind made Lin Mu forget that he was being held by Song. After a brief moment, the brilliance enveloping Song dissipated, leaving only the flickering glow of the campfire in the cave. It was then that Lin Mu realized their position was rather inappropriate. He reached out to push Song away, only to hear him speak in a guarded tone, "Don't move, there may be danger." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu promptly explained his ability, the Light of Exploration. Since the secret was already out, he decided to share it, especially given Song's protective actions earlier, which encouraged him to disclose more. After listening, Song's tense body relaxed, and he noticed Lin Mu nestled in his arms. Feeling Lin Mu's eyelashes brush against his chest and the warmth of his breath upon his abdomen, Song's heart raced a little faster. This sensation stirred a sense of unreality within him, yet he longed for this moment to last a while longer. With that thought, Song instinctively tightened his embrace. Meanwhile, Lin Mu, with his ear pressed against Song's chest, could hear the rapid beating of his heart. This situation felt off. Was it nervousness? Or did beasts inherently have such swift heartbeats? However, as Song tightened his hold once more, Lin Mu could not suppress a soft whimper. Although he was aware of a beast's considerable strength, this was excessive. Song's grip was almost enough to fracture his bones. Song quickly realized this, loosening his strong arms and gazing at Lin Mu with an apologetic expression. Lin Mu merely waved his hand and replied, "It's fine. It just hurt a bit. No fractures. There's no need to worry. It's getting late. We should rest." He awkwardly shifted the topic and Song, understanding, nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I understand. You should sleep." After speaking, he rose and moved a bit farther away, transforming into his beast form and lying down by the cave entrance. Lin Mu, seeing this, felt no hesitation. However, before lying down, he said, "Song, you guard the first half of the night, and I'll take over the second half so you can rest." The practice of taking turns to keep watch in the wild was as normal as breathing for someone who had lived through the apocalypse. Yet, to Song, Lin Mu's words were akin to a thunderclap in the entire Beastman world, which sub-beast was not meticulously protected. How could one allow them to keep watch? In fact, if Song were to do so and someone found out, he would undoubtedly be looked down upon, and no need. "Lin Mu, you can sleep peacefully. The cave carries my scent. No wild beasts will approach." Song replied, "Oh well, do you want to come inside the cave? It's warmer in here." Lin Mu invited. The invitation was genuine, but it also held an element of politeness. However, for Song, Lin Mu's invitation came as a complete surprise. After all, allowing a beast and a sub-beast to reside together signified consent to be together. Yet, realizing that Lin Mu was unaware of this basic understanding and had never mentioned it before, Song's excitement diminished considerably. Nonetheless, he refrained from clarifying. Otherwise, he would squander this opportunity that had presented itself. All right, I'll come in with that. Song rose and walked into the cave. As he walked, he contemplated changing back to human form, but upon seeing the glimmer in Lin Mu's eyes as he gazed at him in beast form, he chose to maintain his current shape. Lin Mu looked at the enormous, fluffy figure, struggling to contain his excitement. Soon, Song approached Lin Mu and naturally lay down, positioning himself within Lin Mu's clear line of sight. Sleep now. If it gets cold at night, you can lean against me, Song said. Okay, Lin Mu replied, preparing to sleep on the fur blanket. Although he longed for the proximity to the fluffiness, his remaining restraint held him back. Before long, as the fire dwindled, darkness enveloped the cave, and Lin Mu's steady breathing filled the AT that moment. Song opened his eyes, his emerald gaze fixed on the figure a little distance away. And he subtly shifted his beastly form closer. Despite Song's movements being quite delicate, Lin Mu's instincts alerted him, rousing him from sleep. Uncertain of Song's intentions, he remained silent, poised for a counteraction. Soon, Song lay down near Lin Mu, pressing his soft belly against him. The plush sensation overwhelmed Lin Mu, and he instinctively reached out to embrace it. Upon experiencing the softness, his rationality quickly regained control. However, it was too late, and he continued to feign sleep. At that moment, Lin Mu's wariness towards Song diminished further. After all, for beasts, the belly was a vulnerable area, and exposing it signified a willingness to trust with one's life. This trust, concerning one's very existence, weighed heavily on Lin Mu, who had previously navigated a world rife with deceit during the apocalypse. With these thoughts, Lin Mu gradually drifted off to sleep, his habitual vigilance seeming to dissipate for the night. As dawn broke, the cheerful chirping of birds roused Lin Mu from his slumber, and he found himself nestled in the fluffy belly fur of a white tiger. How embarrassing! If the white tiger before him were merely a tiger, he would have felt no particular concern. However, realizing that this white tiger was, in fact, a man, and coupling that with his current position, Lin Mu found himself at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his back, and instinctively reached to scratch it. That sensation, that size. Indeed, it was a tail. Lin Mu, are you awake? Could you please let go of my fur? Otherwise, I can't go out and catch you some meat. Song said, his tail twitching. It was then that Lin Mu realized he was gripping Song's tail with one hand and clutching the white tiger's belly fur with the other. Instantly, the previous embarrassment escalated. Observing Lin Mu's silence, Song mistakenly believed that the other was so fond of him that he couldn't bear to let go, which filled him with a sense of pride, if you like it. You can hold on to it again when I return, he said. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu felt his embarrassment shatter into pieces. This awkwardness should not exist in the world. Letting go of his grasp, he replied in a calm tone, go ahead. Chapter 4. This man is flirting with me. Outside the cave, Song was busy processing the long-toothed beast he had just caught, while Lin Mu stared in shock at the creature before him. If he was not mistaken, that long-toothed beast appeared to be a rabbit. However, compared to the ordinary-sized rabbits of his past life, this beast world rabbit was undoubtedly colossal. After all, this rabbit stood a meter tall in its normal stance, and its length and width were beyond words, if it weren't for its distinctive long ears, three-pronged mouth, and the prominently protruding pair of long incisors. He might not have recognized it at all. Lin Mu could only marvel at the rich nutrition available in the Beastman world. Amidst his thoughts, Song approached with a piece of roasted meat. Lin Mu, eat up. Once you're full, we'll return to the tribe. Song said with a bright smile. This moment, he had completely disregarded the fact that Lin Mu had not yet agreed to go to the tribe. However, Lin Mu did not argue. Just from the size of that rabbit, he understood that living in the tribe was currently the best choice for him. All right, Song, you should eat too, Lin Mu said, taking a bite of the roasted meat. It still tasted tender and delicious. Though it felt somewhat lacking in soul without any seasoning, I had some, while catching the long-toothed beast. I specifically caught it for you. It's warm season now, so you should eat more. You eating too little. Otherwise, when the rainy season comes, you might not make it through, Song replied. Lin Mu couldn't help but be filled with questions, prompting him to ask, why wouldn't I survive the rainy season? Although he was aware that this was common knowledge in the orc world, he knew that asking such a question would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Nonetheless, He had a sense that inquiries regarding basic common sense would persist in the future. Thus, rather than fabricating excuses each time, it would be more straightforward to address the matter directly. Song glanced at Lin Mu, no longer surprised by his lack of understanding regarding fundamental concepts, and proceeded to explain. Now that the warm season is halfway through, the time for stable hunting and feeding is limited, so you need to consume a substantial amount of food. Otherwise, when the rainy season arrives, it will rain all day, leaving little opportunity to procure sustenance. How long does the rainy season last? Lin Mu inquired. The rainy season is as long as the warm season, with continuous rain and only occasional clear days, perhaps just one or two, as Song spoke. He handed Lin Mu some roasted meat. Lin Mu felt as though the common knowledge of this world was repeatedly challenging his worldview. He had thought that having experienced the apocalypse had already toughened his heart. Yet he found himself continually astonished by the norms of this realm. He hurriedly took a bite of meat to steady himself. However, at that moment, the once delectable roasted meat now seemed excessively greasy. The reason was simple. It lacked seasoning, rendering it overly rich. He wondered if this world had any of the seasonings he was familiar with. Lost in thought, Lin Mu looked around at the plants. Suddenly, a patch of weeds caught his eye. First glance. They appeared to be ordinary weeds, but to Lin Mu, they were treasures of the highest order. A smile unconsciously spread across his face as he jogged toward the thicket. Song observed Lin Mu's sudden movement, momentarily taken aback, before getting up to follow him. He then watched as Lin Mu's hand glowed faintly, pointing toward a clump of weeds, from which green luminescence began to drift. Just as he was puzzled by Lin Mu's actions, he saw Lin Mu pluck a blade of grass and pop it into his mouth, instantly revealing a look of delight. Lin Mu, you, Song began, but Lin Mu, brimming with joy, interrupted, this is wild onion. It makes meat taste much more fragrant. With that, Lin Mu began to uproot the wild onions. Before long, the patch of wild onions had been completely harvested. Overjoyed at the bounty, Lin Mu carelessly stowed the wild onions in his storage space. When he looked up, he was met with Song's astonished expression, causing his smile to freeze in place. Oh no, I've become too carried away. The secret of my storage space has been discovered. What am I to do? In the apocalypse, Lin Mu would have dealt with such a situation without hesitation. However, here, even if he acted, it would be like a meat bun hitting a dog, utterly ineffective. At that moment, Song spoke, his tone and expression surprisingly gentle. It's all right. If you don't wish to share, you needn't. I will keep your secret. Everyone has their little mysteries. These considerate words allowed Lin Mu to breathe a sigh of relief, filling his heart with warmth. Thank you. Song, do you have many little secrets as well? Lin Mu teased with a smile. Yes, I have a few, if you wish to know. I can tell you everything, Song replied, his expression earnest in that moment, gazing at Song's handsome and serious demeanor. Lin Mu's heart inexplicably quickened. Ahem, no need. Secrets shouldn't be revealed to outsiders, Lin Mu said, attempting to compose himself. Song, however, smiled softly, his gaze fervently fixed on Lin Mu, saying, I won't tell anyone else. I will only share with you, for you alone can hear it. Instantly, the emotions he had yet to stabilize surged anew, leaving Lin Mu flustered, his ears burning, and his heart racing louder and faster. This man is flirting with me. The thought crossed his mind, stirring unfamiliar feelings deep within him. Romance had been a distant consideration before the apocalypse due to his sexual orientation, and after the outbreak, survival left no room for such thoughts. Having locked his heart away for so many years, Song's sudden teasing left him feeling vulnerable. Although Song perfectly matched his criteria for a partner, he found it difficult to contemplate being together after only one day of acquaintance. Is the tribe far from here? Lin Mu awkwardly shifted the topic. The tribe is a fair distance away. It will take 2 days to reach, Song responded. He chose not to delve further into the previous topic, as long as Lin Mu did not outright reject him. It indicated that there was still some degree of fondness. Once they returned to the tribe, he would pursue Lin Mu more diligently, believing that they would ultimately be together. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. 2 days was manageable. Song, can we take our time on the way back? I want to see if there are any other familiar things I can gather. Since this world had wild onions, it was likely there were other seasonings as well. For the sake of satisfying his culinary cravings in the future, he was willing to try various herbs. All right, I will also look for calming herbs on the way back. But for now, Lin Mu, you should eat some more roasted meat. You barely ate before, Song suggested. I'll show you just how delicious roasted meat can be with wild onions, Linmu exclaimed, producing a handful of wild onions. Since Song was already aware, Linmu felt no need to hide it. Song did not refuse. He was eager to taste the wild onions that had delighted Linmu so much when paired with roasted meat. Thus, Song transformed into a grilling station while Linmu took charge of roasting the meat. Commenting as he cooked, "We can do without cumin and chili, but we can manage with just wild onions. Oh, by the way, Song, what is this calming herb you mentioned earlier? A plant that can save orc lives during the magical tides each year." Chapter 5. Damn it, this man is quite the charmer. Having already realized Linmu's ignorance regarding these fundamental concepts, Song answered before Linmu even had the chance to ask. The day the rainy season and winter begin, the magical energy in the air surges dramatically. Once orcs reach adulthood, they are highly susceptible to the intense magical energy, which can easily trigger a magical outburst within them. The result of such an outburst can range from temporary loss of rationality to instant death. Listening to Tsong, Linmu furrowed his brow slightly and raised his glowing hand, asking, "Then what about sub-beasts like me?" Sub-beasts are unaffected. The magical tides only target orcs. Furthermore, once an orc and a sub-beast bond, they need not worry about magical outbursts during the tides, making sub-beasts invaluable to every tribe and every orc, Song replied. Linmu exhaled in relief. His life was not in jeopardy. Then, recalling something, he handed Song the roasted meat he had prepared and inquired, "Song, are there many sub-beasts like me?" Song did not take the meat with his hands. Instead, he bent slightly, extended his head forward, and bit into it. Linmu was taken aback by Tsong's action, and as he felt the moistness of Tsong's lips brush against his fingertips, his heart raced uncontrollably. Before he could react, Tsong swallowed the meat and provided an answer that made Linmu's earlier frustration dissipate. Once a sub-beast bonds with an orc, they can access a portion of the orc's magical abilities. Those who awaken their magic autonomously before bonding are referred to as shamans, and not every tribe is one. Our Qingshui tribe has a shaman. Song spoke with evident pride, but Linmu felt little connection to that statement. Responding somewhat dismissively, "Oh, then your tribe must be quite impressive." Song's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he replied earnestly, "My tribe is your tribe." At a tea that moment, just as Linmu took a bite of the roasted meat, he suddenly found it to be exceedingly greasy. To avoid further discomfort, he nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly redirected the conversation. "What does the calming herb look like? Is it easy to find?" Song's demeanor darkened slightly as he said, "It's hard to find. I've been searching for quite a while on this outing and still haven't located any as for its appearance. It resembles ordinary grass, but is lighter in color and induces a sense of relaxation when near." Such a description was akin to hearing a sage's words. Let me rephrase my question. Does the calming herb emit energy fluctuations or magical energy waves? Yes. When unpicked or unconsumed, its magical energy waves are quite faint and nearly imperceptible. Song replied. Upon hearing this, Linmu felt reassured. As long as it emitted magical energy fluctuations, he could detect it. "All right, I've had my fill, Song. You should finish the rest. Once you're done, we should head back," Linmu suggested. "No need. You can keep the remaining roasted meat for the journey. We'll have little time to rest on our way back to the tribe." "All right. Are we leaving now?" Linmu asked as he stowed the roasted meat. "Yes." With that, Song transformed into his beast form, a white tiger, turned to Linmu and added, "Linmu, come ride on my back." Gazing upon the magnificent white tiger, Linmu's large eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon hearing Song's words, he naturally could not refuse. Yet, as he looked at the towering white tiger, he felt an innate hesitance about mounting it. Song, perceptive to this predicament, gently brushed his long tail against Linmu before curling his waist and effortlessly lifting him onto his back. In that moment, Linmu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, for it was common knowledge that in their beastly forms, orcs would only carry their kin and companions. Although Tsong was, in essence, teasing Linmu for his ignorance regarding this custom, he thought to himself that they would inevitably be together, and thus, this early opportunity to carry his partner was merely a way to acclimate to their bond. He even envisioned entering the tribe with Linmu proudly upon his back, thereby dissuading any inappropriate intentions from other single orcs. Unbeknownst to Linmu, who was currently enamored with Tsong's plush fur, Tsong's thoughts were quite different. The softness and smoothness of Tsong's coat struck Linmu as the epitome of his preferences. At that moment, He increasingly felt that Song was indeed his ideal romantic partner. Be composed. Be composed. Do not appear too eager. He mentally admonished himself before reaching out to pat Song's back, stating, Song, you should familiarize yourself with my abilities now. As his words fell, Lin Mu activated his ability, the Light of Exploration, sensing the energy-laden entities within a radius of 1,000 meters, and shared the results with Song in real time. Instantly, Song's mind illuminated with the locations of several energy clusters. As he was processing this information, Lin Mu provided clarification, saying, Do you sense those energy clusters? They represent living animals or objects imbued with magical power. Upon hearing this, Song's tiger eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, he realized that this ability could be utilized not only for locating soothing herbs, but also for hunting and various other purposes. However, upon recalling that Lin Mu was merely a sub-beast, he swiftly quelled those thoughts. Sub-beasts should be protected and kept from peril. He then redirected his focus to the perceived energy entities, noting the extensive range of his ability. Truly, Lin Mu was an exceptional choice for a sub-beast partner. He mused happily, flicking his tail. Song, are you able to adapt? Lin Mu inquired. That I can. Song replied. Lin Mu, hold on tight. I am about to pick up speed. All right, and no sooner had Lin Mu's words left his lips than Song took off at a gallop. The wind whistled past Lin Mu's ears, and the scenery blurred into indistinct shapes, prompting him to pat Song and shout, Slow down. I can't see clearly. Upon hearing Lin Mu's plea, Song twitched his fluffy ears and gradually decreased his speed. Once the surrounding flora came into focus, Lin Mu patted Song again, instructing, Maintain this pace. As time swiftly transitioned from day to night. Their journey continued. Yet despite a full day's search, the soothing herbs remained elusive. In contrast, Lin Mu found himself richly rewarded, not by his own discoveries, but through Song's efforts in locating an abundance of edible berries. These novel fruits satiated both Lin Mu's curiosity and his appetite, leading him to indulge a bit too much. Now, even his speech carried a hint of fruity fragrance. Lin Mu, the roasted meat is ready. I prepared it using the method you taught me. Come, taste and see how it is. Song said, presenting the roasted meat to Lin Mu's lips. Initially, Lin Mu intended to reach out for it, but upon catching sight of Song's expectant gaze, he opted instead to mimic Song's earlier actions. Opening his mouth to take a bite in a playful moment, he even gently nibbled on Song's finger. After savoring the roasted meat, he was immediately struck by the delightful interplay of the berry's tartness enhancing the savory aroma of the meat. Delicious! It's exquisite! Lin Mu exclaimed in delight. Song smiled in response, though the fiery glint in his eyes resembled a dormant volcano, poised to erupt with greater intensity later. Aware of his own reaction, Lin Mu recognized that he had nearly crossed a line, relieved that Song had restrained himself. Just as Lin Mu was exhaling a sigh of relief, he observed Song licking the finger Lin Mu had nibbled, coated in a bit of berry jam, before smiling and saying, Not bad. The fruity aroma is delightful. Truly, it is quite tasty. Instantly, Lin Mu's face and ears flushed crimson. Damn, this man is quite the charmer. Chapter 6. This generation of rationality is truly the weakest. Seeing Lin Mu's reaction, Song felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, the two had yet to solidify their relationship, and being in the wilderness, he knew he must exercise restraint. Naturally, he also intended to remain within reasonable limits. Thus, for the remainder of the roasted meat, he prepared a piece and personally fed it to Lin Mu. Initially, Lin Mu blushed, but as time passed, his demeanor became more composed. Indeed, this exemplified the formidable adaptability of those who had endured apocalypse-like conditions. Yet, Lin Mu may have forgotten that such resilience did not solely yield positive outcomes. As sleep approached, he nestled comfortably against Song's white tiger form, finding it entirely natural, devoid of the previous night's wariness. This remarkable adaptability, coupled with his growing affection for Song, had led him to accept the closeness of their slumber. As the fire dwindled and the temperature dipped slightly, Song draped his tail over Lin Mu. Watching Lin Mu sleep soundly in his embrace, Song's eyes softened with tenderness. A peaceful night passed. In the morning, as had become customary, Lin Mu awoke to the sound of chirping birds. Glancing at his sleeping position nestled against Song, he found himself no longer embarrassed as he had been initially. Good morning, Song, Lin Mu greeted, reaching out to stroke the fluffy tail before releasing it. Good morning, Song replied, transforming back into his human form with a joyful smile. Today, Lin Mu seemed free of any aversion, leading Song to wonder if this signified that Lin Mu was gradually accepting him. Song, come eat. Lin Mu beckoned at tea that. He revealed the roasted meat he had saved, along with some berries. Although the quantity was modest, it sufficed to quell their hunger, as a full stomach was essential for the strength to hunt and travel. Song glanced at the food and declined, saying, Lin Mu, this is prepared for you. You need not worry about me. Orcs only require one substantial meal every 2 days. Oh, is that so? Then you must eat as well. We can hunt after we finish. Lin Mu insisted. With such a considerate gesture, Song could hardly refuse, and he accepted the roasted meat with a contented smile. After their meal, the pair continued their journey as they had the previous day, with Song tirelessly gathering berries for Lin Mu. As twilight approached, Song led Lin Mu to a secluded cave, saying, Lin Mu, wait here while I go hunt and gather more berries. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu quickly interjected, There's no need to pick more berries. We have gathered plenty over the past 2 days, and I need to leave room in my storage for other items. Ah, have we collected a lot? Song inquired, not fully grasping the extent. Indeed, several 100 pounds. Enough for me to sustain myself for dozens of days, Lin Mu replied. Song nodded in understanding. Dozens of days would suffice through the rainy season, and they could gather more during the bountiful season that followed. Very well, I shall go hunt for additional game to roast. Lin Mu, stay hidden and do not wander off, Song cautioned. Understood, hurry back with that. Song transformed into his beastly form and departed. Lin Mu returned to the cave, finding a spot to sit as he began reflecting on the changes he had undergone over the past 2 days. He recalled his initial feelings of resistance and wariness. Now finding himself accustomed to Song's presence, he realized he might truly be caught in the throes of love. Having endured great hardships in his previous life, he found himself lacking resistance to sweetness in this one. This emotional turmoil was quite bothersome, especially considering he was a man, not a mere sub-beast. Speaking softly to himself, Lin Mu organized his thoughts, allowing rationality to reclaim its dominance. For him, the most pressing concern was survival in this world. Matters of the heart could wait. Subsequently, Lin Mu sought to occupy his mind, activating his ability to explore the energy-laden entities in the vicinity. With Song absent, vigilance was imperative for his safety. Upon his first scan, he spotted a rapidly darting mass of energy. Without a doubt, it was Song. Observing the size of the entity Song was pursuing, Lin Mu felt as if he were witnessing an adult bullying a child. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the smaller energy entity vanished from sight. Lin Mu realized that Song had successfully made a kill. Yet moments later, he noticed that Song had not returned but was instead advancing further into the distance. Had he discovered something else? At this moment, Lin Mu felt a twinge of curiosity. However, in the very next second, the energy sphere representing Song vanished from his perception, leaving Lin Mu at a loss for words. Although he could expand his range of perception, doing so would deplete his mental energy and impose a burden on himself. Being in the wilderness, one must act cautiously and prudently. With Song's energy sphere gone, Lin Mu lost interest in the other energy spheres, so he resorted to remaining vigilant while practicing in his past life. The cultivation of extraordinary abilities had been systematized. In simple terms, it revolved around the training of mental energy. Therefore, meditation became a fundamental practice for every practitioner of such abilities. For Lin Mu, the greatest advantage of meditation was that it could substitute for sleep and pass the time swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, after an indeterminate period, Lin Mu suddenly sensed an energy entity rushing towards him. Instantly, he became alert. However, upon sensing it further, he relaxed his guard, for it was Song. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it had grown dim. Yet the remnants of the fiery clouds on the horizon remained strikingly vivid. The morning glow seldom ventures outside, while the evening glow travels 1,000 miles. Tomorrow promises to be another splendid day for travel. As he mused, Song arrived at the mouth of the cave. Lin Mu, come quickly. I found a plant that smells remarkably similar to wild garlic. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's interest was piqued, and he sprang up to exit, instantly recognizing the plant Song referred to. It was wild ginger. However, the root of the wild ginger, measuring a full half-meter, left Lin Mu once again marveling at the nutritional richness of the Beastman world. Lin Mu, you know what this is? Song asked, transforming into human form and presenting the wild ginger. Lin Mu joyfully accepted the wild ginger, not minding Song's affectionate nickname. Indeed, this plant is called wild ginger. Its root can be used as a seasoning and can also serve as a remedy for ailments caused by cold and fever, Lin Mu explained. Are you serious? Can this truly treat cold and fever? Song was both astonished and elated, but overwhelmingly excited. Yes, and the wild garlic we gathered earlier can also treat such ailments. However, for me, its greatest benefit lies in enhancing the flavor of meat. Song, shall we go dig up some more tomorrow? Lin Mu said cheerfully. Now that they had both garlic and ginger, the days of having cumin and chili in the future should not be far off. For Lin Mu, the culinary aspect was paramount. But for Song, these two seasonings, no, one should say these two remedies, were of utmost importance to the tribe. One must understand that every rainy season, beastmen often suffered from cold and fever, and every year, some could not withstand it and returned to the embrace of the beast god. With these two remedies, it should help reduce the mortality rate of the tribe's beastmen. Looking at Lin Mu, Song felt that his future partner was not only beautiful but also exceptional. The key point was that Lin Mu voluntarily shared the unknown benefits of wild garlic and wild ginger, which signified that he was beginning to trust him and was carving out a place in his heart. Contemplating this, Song embraced Lin Mu and sincerely said, Lin Mu, meeting you is undoubtedly the most fortunate event of my life. Thank you for starting to believe in me and granting me the opportunity to understand you. Listening to that sincere, magnetic voice, Lin Mu felt his rationality teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 7. Dandelion and the Kiss of Love. In the early morning, the incessant bird calls roused Lin Mu from his slumber. However, recalling how his rationality had been thoroughly dismantled yesterday and how he had, like a lovesick fool, agreed to let Song stay with him for a while, he felt the need to recalibrate his thoughts. Beauty can be misleading. With this thought in mind, Lin Mu's hand remained honestly grasping that fluffy tail. Lin Mu, get up. Didn't we agree to dig up wild ginger today? Song's voice was filled with affectionate indulgence. Unlike Lin Mu's internal conflict, Song radiated pure joy from within. Upon hearing about the wild ginger, Lin Mu released the tail he had been holding. All right, I'll take out some of the roasted meat I prepared yesterday. We'll eat first, then head out. With that, Lin Mu began preparing breakfast. Seeing this, Song transformed into human form and clung to him, mindful of his trial period and eager to seize every opportunity to impress. However, by the time he reached Lin Mu, the latter had already placed roasted meat and berries on clean leaves. Seeing Song approach, Lin Mu said, Come eat. Once we're full, we'll go dig for ginger. All right, just leave the digging to me. Lin Mu, you can rest nearby. I'll call you once I'm done. Song replied. Okay, Lin Mu agreed. Although he wished to assert that he should not be underestimated, he recalled Song's beast form and decided it best not to overreach and cause disruption. Soon, the two hastily finished their meal and hurried to the spot where they had discovered the wild ginger. However, upon Lin Mu's arrival, he realized he had underestimated the quantity. Expecting to find only a few scattered plants, he was instead greeted with an entire patch. Had he not known it was purely wild, he might have thought it was cultivated by someone. Lin Mu, wait here for a moment. I'll call you over once I'm done digging, Song said, lowering his head to nuzzle Lin Mu. All right, but don't dig them all up. Leave some to continue growing, and we can return when needed. Lin Mu replied, patting Song's head. I know, Song acknowledged before darting towards the wild ginger patch. Immediately, Lin Mu witnessed the speed at which Song dug, surpassing even that of a mechanical excavator. In mere moments, Song had unearthed a considerable amount of wild ginger. The sight of him, particularly when turned away, reminded Lin Mu of a cat digging a hole, especially with the playful swaying of his tail. However, as Song turned his back, Lin Mu couldn't help but notice the swaying bells, causing his face to flush and his mind to go blank for a moment. This fixed gaze triggered an instinctive awareness in Song, who turned to meet Lin Mu's stare. In that moment of confusion, Song recalled his earlier actions, and his tail instantly drooped while his face, hidden beneath his fur, flushed a deep crimson. From then on, no matter where Song dug, he would never turn his back to Lin Mu again. Lin Mu felt a tinge of embarrassment, but was ultimately amused by Song's reaction. To ensure Song's efficiency in digging for wild ginger, Lin Mu decided to occupy himself with something else. There were so many plants around, he would search for any edible ones. After 2 days of consuming roasted meat and berries, he wasn't tired of it yet, but adding some vegetables to improve their meals was certainly necessary. Wild vegetables, simply put, are a type of wild grass. People select those that taste good and are harmless to the body and call them wild vegetables. For Lin Mu, discerning which wild grasses were edible was straightforward. The challenge lay in determining which had a pleasant taste. As he pondered this dilemma, Lin Mu spotted a familiar little yellow flower. Approaching it, he discovered it was indeed a plant he recognized, dandelion. What a treasure this was! It could be used in cold dishes, externally for sterilization and promoting blood circulation, and brewed as tea to treat wind heat colds, a must-know for anyone traversing this realm. With that, Lin Mu crouched down to begin digging. Unlike the wild ginger, which grew in abundance, the dandelions were sparse, requiring him to shift locations for each root he unearthed. Fortunately, like the wild ginger, the dandelions were also quite large. So after digging a few, he could assemble a decent serving. However, feeling a bit bored, Lin Mu continued digging, knowing that the items placed in his storage space would remain intact, allowing him to savor them later when the craving struck. Thus, while Tsang busied himself with the wild ginger, Lin Mu was merrily occupied with the dandelions. Yet, as Lin Mu continued digging, he inevitably strayed farther away. When he finally stood up, feeling a twinge in his waist, he realized he could no longer see Tsang's imposing white tiger form. "I don't know. I got too carried away and wandered off," Lin Mu muttered. He decided to use his ability to ascertain Tsang's location. Upon activating his exploration light, he quickly detected the large energy mass representing Tsang. However, before a smile could break on his face, Lin Mu noticed another energy presence, faint and scattered, emanating from a large tree just 5 meters ahead. Although he couldn't discern the reason for this barely perceptible energy, he instinctively became alert, preparing for a defensive stance. What could this energy be? A dying animal, he wondered, silently advancing. Yet, as he approached, he discovered a sizable tree hollow. The source of the energy lying within, peering inside, he found a cluster of dozens of tender green blades of grass growing there. As he moved closer, a gentle breeze seemed to sweep through his mind, easing his taut nerves. This unusual phenomenon prompted Lin Mu to instinctively step back a few meters, only to find no interference, leaving him puzzled. Ordinary in appearance, the grass was of a paler hue, and proximity to it seemed to relax the spirit. Upon recalling Tsang's vivid description of the tranquilizing herb, Lin Mu found it to be remarkably illustrative, devoid of any extraneous embellishments. However, he remained uncertain about its authenticity and decided to seek Tsang's expertise. Just then, Lin Mu sensed Tsang's energy rapidly approaching, likely having detected his absence and following his scent. Sure enough, after a few breaths, Tsang appeared, pouncing towards him as the imposing figure of the 6-meter-long tiger lunged at him. Lin Mu's expression shifted dramatically. Surely, such a formidable creature did not intend to send him to his demise. Yet, as the white tiger descended, Tsang transformed into his human form and, upon landing, enveloped Lin Mu in a warm embrace. "Mu Mu, you startled me. Why didn't you say anything before running off so far? What if you encountered danger? What would I do?" Tsang's voice resonated deeply, laced with uncontainable concern and fear. Lin Mu, feeling the weight of Tsang's worry, embraced him back and explained, "I discovered a wild herb that has medicinal properties. It can treat heat-induced colds and also be applied externally to promote circulation and reduce bruising. But you mustn't venture out alone. You could have informed me, and I would have accompanied you," Tsang replied, still wearing an unhappy expression. Having grown up, he had never encountered a sub-beast so audacious. While others feared the wilderness and clung to their beast companions, Lin Mu appeared unperturbed by any threat. "All right, I admit my mistake. I apologize for running off without telling you and causing you worry," Lin Mu conceded, though he failed to realize that his tone resembled that of someone soothing a child. Lacking sincerity, despite this, Tsang released Lin Mu, albeit playfully biting his earlobe in a moment of reprisal. The suddenness of the act jolted Lin Mu, instinctively making him want to distance himself. However, before he could take a step back, Tsang pulled him back, and feeling the strength in Tsang's grip and seeing the lingering displeasure on his face, Lin Mu's fleeting indignation vanished entirely. "There's no denying it. I was indeed in the wrong," he thought. "Close your eyes. I will gift you something you desire as an apology," Lin Mu said. Tsang's excitement, surged at the notion of receiving something he had longed for, perhaps a loving kiss? With that thought, Song shut his eyes tightly, awaiting Lin Mu's approach. However, he soon realized that Lin Mu merely led him 3 steps to the side before coming to a halt. "All right, you can open your eyes now," Lin Mu announced. "Huh? Wasn't it a kiss?" Song thought, feeling a twinge of disappointment. But as his gaze fell upon the clusters of tender green herbs within the tree hollow, his heart raced with disbelief and hope. Could it truly be the tranquilizing herb? Taking a few steps forward, as tranquility enveloped him, Song turned in exhilaration and embraced Lin Mu, leaning down to plant a kiss on his lips. The moment their lips parted, both were momentarily stunned. Realizing the implications of what had just transpired, Lin Mu's rationality crumbled under the weight of the moment, while Song regretted why he had released the kiss so soon. After a brief pause, Lin Mu's composure returned, and he gazed at Song with a look of reproach. Song, feeling the intensity of Lin Mu's stare, quickly sought to change the subject. "Haha, Mu. I'll go gather the tranquilizing herbs now." With that, Song dashed off eagerly. Lin Mu huffed in displeasure. His long-preserved first kiss had dissipated in such an unclear manner, leaving him quite unhappy. With a keen sense of hearing, Song caught Lin Mu's discontented huff and felt a pang of anxiety. Quickly turning to flash a conciliatory smile. Seeing that Lin Mu was merely upset and not angry, Song breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the memory of that brief kiss lingered in his mind, and he couldn't help but lick his lips, his face alight with happiness. Mu's lips are so sweet. Alas, now that I've tasted them, I wonder when I'll have the opportunity again. Chapter 8. The Cuckoo Bird and the Egg. Observing Song as he diligently harvested the tranquilizing herb, Lin Mu found himself mulling over his earlier frustrations, ultimately deciding to let them go. After all, in the years preceding the apocalypse, societal norms had been considerably more liberal, and his prolonged exposure to such attitudes had made him quite accepting. Moreover, he bore no ill feelings toward Song. Had it not been for his own reservations, he wouldn't have imposed a probationary period on their relationship. Having reconciled his thoughts, Lin Mu approached Song to watch him gather the herbs. However, upon nearing, he noticed the 2-meter-tall figure carefully plucking the herbs with delicate fingers. Were it not for the gracefulness of his movements, Lin Mu might have thought he had misplaced his affections. "Are these herbs truly so fragile that they require such caution?" he asked softly. "Not really. I'm just afraid of breaking them, as that would diminish their effectiveness," Song replied in a hushed tone. As if speaking too loudly might harm the herbs. "Very well, continue," Lin Mu said, stepping aside to wait. While waiting, he found himself idly wreaking havoc upon the surrounding flora. By the time Song returned, cradling a handful of the tender tranquilizing herbs, Lin Mu had thoroughly decimated the nearby plants. "Mu, could you help me hold these?" Song asked, and of course, Lin Mu replied, swiftly snatching the herbs and stowing them in his storage space. The forcefulness of his actions made Song's eyelids twitch, but he refrained from commenting, knowing he had chosen this audacious sub-beast and must indulge him. Once Lin Mu had secured the tranquilizing herbs, he urged Song, "All right, let us hurry back and gather the wild ginger." "Oh, right. I almost forgot about the wild ginger," Song exclaimed, transforming into his beast form and allowing Lin Mu to climb onto his back before retracing their steps. Soon, they arrived at the wild ginger patch, only to find it in disarray, with only the neatly processed wild ginger standing out amidst the chaos. After collecting the wild ginger, Lin Mu felt his storage space nearing its limit. Seeing Song eager to dig up more ginger, he quickly interjected, "That's enough. Don't dig any further. My storage space is almost full." Song nodded in compliance, though he mentally noted the location for future reference, intending to return when needed. With Song having procured the tranquilizing herb, Lin Mu had little room for other items, so they wasted no further time and set off toward the tribe. Initially, they had planned to return within 2 days, but that was based on Song traveling alone at full speed. Now, with Lin Mu in tow, Song worried that Lin Mu might struggle to keep pace, so he slowed down, which significantly extended their return journey. Fortunately, Lin Mu was not overly pampered. After 2 days of adapting, he urged Song to increase their speed. As dusk approached one day, the pair departed the forested realm, and Lin Mu beheld the world beyond the trees. "Mu, share your senses with me. Let us see if there are any nearby prey for dinner," Song proposed. The past 2 days of relatively peaceful travel could be attributed to Lin Mu's continuous use of the light of exploration, which made Song lament that such a skill was not possessed by the beastmen. Otherwise, the tribe would surely have ample food supplies. All right, Lin Mu agreed, sharing his senses with Song. Upon detecting nearby prey, Song carefully set Lin Mu down and entered hunting mode. Half an hour later, Song returned triumphantly, a handful of berries in his possession. However, as he reached the spot where he had left Lin Mu, he discovered him missing, and the joy of his successful hunt dissipated instantly. Although he could scent Lin Mu nearby, frustration welled within him. Transforming back into his beast form, Song let out a roar of anger, prompting two vividly colored cuckoo birds to burst from the nearby thicket, accompanied by a frantic Lin Mu, who brandished a sharp beast bone he had scavenged. Song's heart fluttered at the sight of Lin Mu's wild demeanor, but it was soon overshadowed by irritation. Sending a sub-beast to hunt only underscored the incompetence of the beastman as a partner. With an agitated heart, Song glared at the two low-flying cuckoo birds before dropping his catch and leaping into action. In the blink of an eye, he had surpassed Lin Mu, and in another instant, he had caught up with the two cuckoo birds. With a swift bite, he seized one while simultaneously using his tail to strike down the other. This wild and ferocious display left Lin Mu envious. Since arriving in this world, he felt increasingly inept, pondering that without Song, he might become a mere footnote in the annals of the beast realm. Song, now with the two cuckoo birds in his mouth, turned back towards Lin Mu. Upon meeting Lin Mu's gaze, filled with admiration and envy, his earlier displeasure melted away entirely. After approaching, Song transformed back into his human form and earnestly stated, "Mu Mu. In the future, just tell me what you want to eat. Please don't hunt by yourself. Die in this world. Sending a sub-beast to hunt is a mark of a beastman's inadequacy." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu was rendered speechless, yet he nodded in agreement. Satisfied by Lin Mu's response, Song then remarked, "Let us proceed. Return and have some berries. I shall prepare the cuckoo bird for you to roast." Cuckoo bird? Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Song referred to the chickens he was holding. A different world, a different name, and even a different size. Gazing at the two chickens, each over a meter tall, or rather, cuckoo birds, Lin Mu felt a surge of anticipation regarding their flavor. However, when he finally tasted the cuckoo bird, he discovered that it simply tasted like chicken, albeit with a slightly more tender texture. Far less dry than expected. As he savored the dish, Lin Mu suddenly recalled something and quickly inquired, "Song, do you remember where the cuckoo birds took flight?" "Of course I do. Why do you ask?" "Mu Mu," Song replied, handing over a slightly cooled leg of another cuckoo bird. "Eggs? The cuckoo birds lay eggs, which are a delightful treasure," Lin Mu exclaimed, his mind flooded with images of various culinary creations made from eggs. "Delightful treasure? Can it cure ailments?" Song asked, recalling Lin Mu's previous mentions of treasures being medicinal in nature, leading him to assume that such treasures were invariably therapeutic. Not quite. They are delicious and can be used to create many delectable dishes, Lin Mu said excitedly. Upon hearing about delicious food, Song's interest waned somewhat. However, noticing Lin Mu's enthusiasm, he still suggested, "Then let us accompany Mu Mu to retrieve them now." "All right," Lin Mu said, taking the initiative to grasp Song's hand. Song smiled indulgently at this gesture, tightening his grip slightly. Since the location where the cuckoo birds had flown away was not far, it didn't take long for Song to lead Lin Mu to the cuckoo bird's eggs. Upon seeing the large cuckoo bird egg, equivalent to 3 chicken eggs, Lin Mu couldn't contain his satisfaction. Furthermore, counting the quantity, there were a total of 15, which made him even more pleased. He placed 10 into his storage space, leaving 5 to sample their taste. "Tong, can beastmen eat wild vegetables, or foods with stronger flavors?" Lin Mu queried. Although beastmen could transform into humans, they still retained animalistic traits, and some foods edible to humans could be toxic to beasts. Therefore, it was essential to inquire beforehand. Indeed, in beast form, they prefer raw food, while in human form, they are no different from sub-beasts. However, to be frank, beastmen generally favor meat, as it is more filling, Song responded. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt reassured and waved the cuckoo bird eggs in his hand, smiling, "Then let us use these to prepare a dish very well. How shall we proceed?" "Mu Mu, you teach me, and I shall do it." Song offered. "No need. Today, I shall take the lead. You simply observe and learn. You can cook for me in the future, Lin Mu replied, quickening his pace. Song, hearing Lin Mu's words, couldn't help but smile, his vision increasingly consumed by Lin Mu's presence. Soon, they returned to their original location and Lin Mu began his preparations. Although he was busy, his tasks were not overly complicated. He retrieved a thin stone slab from his storage, along with a wild onion and the shell of a fruit he used to hold water. He decided to use 2 of the cuckoo bird eggs to make boiled eggs, allowing him to savor the true flavor of the cuckoo bird eggs. The remaining 3 would naturally be used for scrambled eggs with wild onions. Fortunately, some fat from the cuckoo bird remained, which would not go to waste when cooking. Song's responsibility was to control the flames, acting as a professional gas stove. Both preparations of cuckoo bird eggs were quite simple, taking only a few minutes from start to finish. As the aroma of onions and scrambled eggs filled the air, Lin Mu felt his already satiated stomach make some room for more. Song, too, discreetly inhaled the fragrant aromas, surprised by how delightful Lin Mu's simple dish turned out to be, causing him to salivate involuntarily. However enticing the dish was, he refrained from stealing the fruits of Lin Mu's labor. At that moment, Lin Mu handed Song 2 small sticks, saying, "Use these to eat. It's too hot to use your hands." Song took the 2 small sticks, examining them with confusion, utterly unsure how to eat with them. Just as he pondered this, he witnessed Lin Mu effortlessly using the sticks to pick up food, the ease of the motion instilling in Song a sense that it might not be too difficult after all. Thus, Song attempted to mimic Lin Mu, but despite having both sticks in hand, they seemed to act with a mind of their own, clashing against each other like adversaries. After several attempts, Song finally managed to lift a wild onion. But on its way to his mouth, the 2 sticks clashed once again, sending the onion tumbling back onto the stone slab. At that moment, Song felt his fists clench, frustration boiling within him. Suddenly, 2 small sticks appeared before him, holding a generous portion of onions and eggs. Looking up, he realized it was Lin Mu feeding him. "Eat quickly. With practice, you'll become accustomed to using chopsticks. For today, allow me to feed you," Lin Mu said. Song's heart swelled with joy at this, and he could hardly refuse, promptly opening his mouth to receive the food. "Delicious," Song exclaimed, feeling that the dish, which was already supposed to be delightful, had transformed into something even more exquisite. "Enjoy it and eat your fill," Lin Mu encouraged, continuing to feed him. "Mu, you should eat too," Song urged, noticing that Lin Mu had been feeding him without taking any for himself. "All right," Lin Mu replied, taking a small portion for himself. In comparison to the generous servings he had given Song, his own portion was almost negligible. This was primarily because he had already eaten too much earlier, leaving him unable to consume more at the moment. Thus, while Song feasted upon a hearty serving of food, Lin Mu nibbled on a few bites, and before long, they had polished off the wild onion scrambled eggs, as for the remaining boiled cuckoo bird eggs. Since Lin Mu was already satiated, he encouraged Song to try them first. However, no matter how Lin Mu urged, Song was unwilling to eat. With no other choice, Lin Mu stored the remaining eggs for breakfast the following day. After their meal and a brief respite, Lin Mu climbed onto Song's back, and they prepared to continue their journey through the night. After a night of travel, as dawn broke the next day, the pair slowed their pace. However, upon seeing the distinct morning glow in the sky, Lin Mu patted Song's back and said, "We cannot linger. We must quickly find a place to take shelter from the rain." Mu, are you saying it will rain? But the sun is shining brightly," Song replied, perplexed. "Morning glow signifies rain. One should not venture out when it appears. If evening glow is present, it indicates fair weather, permitting safe travel the next day," Lin Mu explained. Who told you that, Mu? Is it reliable?" Song questioned, though he began to quicken his pace. "You do not know the person I heard it from? So just remember the saying. As for its reliability, I cannot say, for this is not the same world, and weather patterns may differ." Lin Mu's voice trailed off, barely audible. At that moment, Song's ears perked up. Uncertain if he had caught Lin Mu's words clearly. Chapter 9. Is it not natural for a muscular man to be fond of beast ears? The unpredictable nature of the weather is truly difficult to ascertain. Just moments ago, they could see the sun rising, yet it soon vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Lin Mu realized that the wisdom passed down by his ancestors was indeed reliable. Look, it had been only a short while since he had explained the morning glow's significance, and the weather had already shifted. Given the pace at which the sky was changing, rain was likely imminent. Fortunately, Song led him to a place of refuge, a stone house designed for the tribe's hunters to rest while out on expeditions. Moo Moo, wait here for me. I will hunt nearby, so you won't go hungry if the rain lasts too long, Song said, marking the area with his scent. All right, Song, return quickly. The rain should be arriving soon. Lin Moo replied, activating his senses to help locate the direction of any prey. Understood, Song said, nuzzling Lin Moo with his tiger head before swiftly heading toward where the prey was located. Once Song had ventured far, Lin Moo kept his senses alert while habitually surveying the surrounding plants, searching for any familiar wild vegetables. To his delight, he indeed found some, an oversized version of plantain. Following his usual routine, Lin Moo inspected the plant to confirm its safety before proceeding to dig it up. However, the plantain was so common that it failed to pique his interest for collection and storage. After harvesting enough for a meal, he ignored the remaining plants and returned to the stone house. For a cold dish, he lacked too many seasonings, and the taste would likely be subpar. Thus, he decided to continue cooking the cuckoo bird eggs. As Lin Moo spoke, he recalled the delightful image of Song relishing the goo-goo bird from the previous day. Prompting him to fetch another goo-goo bird egg, after cleaning the plantain, Lin Moo awaited Song's return, though he felt no urgency in his wait. In contrast, the clouds above churned restlessly, and before long, a single raindrop fell, signaling the storm's inevitable release, which soon cascaded down in torrents. In an instant, the torrential rain transformed the landscape into a misty haze, washing away the chaos of the world. Yet, Lin Moo pondered, Song must surely be drenched by now. Why hadn't he returned yet? Reflecting on this, Lin Moo deemed it necessary to prepare a pot of ginger tea to ward off the chill. Given the harsh conditions, he had no choice but to resort to the simplest methods. The stone hut, designed for the tribe's hunters, was equipped with essentials like stone pots and firewood. For lighting the fire, Lin Moo opted to drill wood. With a sturdy stick, a resilient vine, and some dry grass and wood shavings, he swiftly assembled his fire-starting tools and ignited a flame. After briefly rinsing the stone pot, he poured in rainwater, deemed safe for consumption, and added a few slices of wild ginger, then sat patiently for Song's arrival. Gradually, the water in the pot began to boil, releasing a fragrant, spicy aroma of ginger. Observing this, Lin Moo scooped some into a shell to taste. True to the nature of this world, the wild ginger was potent and fiery. However, upon finishing the drink, Lin Moo felt significantly warmer. Just then, a distant tiger's roar broke the silence, signaling Song's return. Indeed, it wasn't long before Song entered the stone hut, drenched from head to toe. Lin Moo, today was fortuitous. I caught 2 goo-goo birds, found several goo-goo bird eggs, and gathered plenty of berries, Song exclaimed, beaming with pride. Lin Moo, ever generous with his praise, smiled and replied, Song, you're truly remarkable. First, warm yourself by the fire, then have a bowl of ginger tea to shake off the cold. Hand over the goo-goo birds. We shall prepare them differently today. All right, Song said, passing over the goo-goo birds. Noticing they had already been prepared, Lin Moo understood why Song had returned later than expected. Since Song had already done the initial work, Lin Moo retrieved some wild onions and ginger from his storage space, stuffing them into the goo-goo bird's cavity before wrapping it in large leaves that Song had used for the berries. Indeed, Lin Moo intended to make a beggar's chicken. Given the cool, rainy weather, it was imperative to light the fire. To avoid waste and make good use of resources, he decided to cook the beggar's chicken as well. Furthermore, the rain had turned the ground outside into a muddy expanse, making it effortless to gather mud for wrapping. Before long, one goo-goo bird was encased in a large mud shell, with a puzzled expression. Song watched as Lin Moo tossed the mud egg into the fire, adding more firewood. Lin Moo, can we still eat the goo-goo bird prepared this way? Song inquired, perplexed. Absolutely, however, it will require a long time to cook. We can save it for dinner. For now, let us eat this other goo-goo bird, Lin Moo instructed, directing Song to help with the butchering of the remaining goo-goo bird, while he prepared a stir-fry with the goo-goo bird eggs and plantain. Once satisfied, the two began to feel a bit restless within the stone hut. Gazing outside at the relentless rain, Lin Moo was reminded of the upcoming rainy season and asked Song, will it rain like this every day during the rainy season? Pretty much, though sometimes it's lighter, Song replied, inching closer to Lin Moo. Hearing this, Lin Moo's immediate thought was that such prolonged rain would surely ruin the plants. Yet, reflecting on the uniqueness of this world, he accepted the reality. He also understood that to survive in a world plagued by calamities, joining a tribe was his only option as someone incapable of transforming into a beast. Was the world not excessively cruel to the sub-beasts? While he pondered, Lin Mu suddenly felt a large hand on his waist, causing his body to tense. However, as Tsang pressed closer, his tension dissipated. "What are you doing? You startled me," Lin Mu exclaimed. "Hee, I was just worried you might be cold. So I came over to warm you up," Tsang said, revealing his tail and nestling it in Lin Mu's embrace. Lin Mu stroked the soft tail, remaining silent but fixating his gaze on the top of Tsang's head. Feeling Lin Mu's stare, Tsang's beast ears twitched involuntarily. Soon, he felt warmth around his ears, realizing Lin Mu had touched them. Noticing Lin Mu's swift movement, Tsang chuckled and teased, "Do you like my ears, Lin Mu?" "Yes, very much," Lin Mu replied candidly. Unashamed. Why should he hide or feel shy? After all, isn't it only natural for a man to appreciate cat ears? Yet, Tsang's face flushed at Lin Mu's straightforward admission. Lin Mu liked beast ears, and those ears belonged to him. Which meant Lin Mu liked him. How logical. With this thought, Tsang's tail instinctively wrapped around Lin Mu's waist, his gaze intensifying as he leaned closer. Just as Tsang was about to steal a kiss, Lin Mu abruptly pushed him away. His expression serious as he declared, "A significant energy cluster is approaching us." With that, Lin Mu shared his perception with Tsang. Upon seeing the situation, Tsang's expression shifted dramatically. "Lin Mu, gather your things. I will scout ahead if there is trouble. We must make a hasty retreat through the rain." Though he understood that letting a sub-beast get soaked was unwise, he recognized that safety was paramount. At that moment, Tsang felt frustrated by his own weakness. Otherwise, he would have been capable of protecting his sub-beast instead of fleeing through the rain. Lin Mu, unaware of Tsang's inner turmoil, simply knew that taking such actions was correct. "All right, Tsang, please be cautious." "Understood." With that, Tsang transformed into a white tiger and dashed towards the location of the energy clusters. Chapter 10. Having tasted the sweetness of love, how could one endure the bitterness of separation? Suddenly, a thunderous boom startled Lin Mu in the stone hut, stirring a twinge of unease within him. Since arriving in this world, the past few days of stability had lulled him into a false sense of security. With Tsang's constant protection, he had grown increasingly reliant on him, gradually forgetting the harshness of his former world. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Mu forced himself to recall the painful years spent surviving in the apocalypse. Despite the distress, it was the quickest way to restore his vigilance. After a moment, he concluded his recollections, though sorrow lingered in his eyes. Regaining his composure, he surveyed the stone hut, realizing he had left behind quite a few traces. In the apocalypse, such carelessness could have proven fatal. With that, Lin Mu set about cleaning up the remaining signs of their presence. If he couldn't completely erase the evidence, he would mislead any potential discoverer to think otherwise. Unfortunately, the scent was a challenge to mask. But with the rain pouring down, it wouldn't take long for it to dissipate, provided no one was actively pursuing them. As he glanced at the still uncooked beggar's chicken, he felt a pang of regret. It was too large, taking up space unnecessarily. Such waste felt tragic. Just as Lin Mu contemplated this, he sensed Tsang's energy cluster coming into contact with another group. Familiar faces? The thought crossed his mind, only to be interrupted as one of the energy entities suddenly dissipated. Not an acquaintance, but an enemy. Realizing the imminent need to brave the rain and flee, Lin Mu acknowledged that if he were to get wet in his current state, he would surely fall ill. Thus, crafting a simple raincoat became imperative. Surveying the lush weeds around him, he had little choice. Although a rough-weaved raincoat wouldn't provide complete protection, it would suffice to keep most of his body dry. With that thought in mind, Lin Mu set to work, quickly clearing the weeds near the stone hut. He then began weaving, grateful that such crude craftsmanship required no special skill or aesthetic concern. Before long, an unsightly yet functional raincoat took shape. After singeing the inner side with a torch, Lin Mu donned it and awaited Tsang's return. As for his own escape, that was utterly unrealistic. Not only was his speed inferior to that of the beastmen, but even if he managed to flee, survival in this unfamiliar beast world would be fleeting. Moreover, Lin Mu simply could not bear the thought of abandoning Tsang to save himself. To put it bluntly, having tasted the sweetness of love, how could one endure the bitterness of separation? Before long, Lin Mu noticed Song's light leaving the group of energy entities, charging towards him at full speed. A distance of 1,000 meters was nothing for Song in a hurry. In no time, Lin Mu spotted Song, whose once snowy fur was now stained with blood. Thankfully, there were no visible wounds. Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Mu, I'm fine. This is all from other beastmen. Song spoke, although Lin Mu did not utter a word. His tense expression completely betrayed his thoughts. This pleased Song immensely. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded and said, "All right, let us hasten our departure. That group is approaching us." As he spoke, Lin Mu made to exit the stone hut. But just as he moved, Song had already transformed into human form, stepped forward, and embraced him. "There's no need for you to leave. The ones coming are our tribe's kin. We were merely defending against an attack from the wandering beastmen." Lin Mu sighed in relief upon hearing this. Yet a lingering, indescribable unease clouded his heart, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Observing Lin Mu's frown, Song assumed he was anxious and gently reassured him, "Mu Mu, there's no need to be nervous. You are such a wonderful person. The tribe will surely adore you." Lin Mu, taken aback, soon realized Song was overthinking it. He truly did not care about others' opinions, as long as those he valued cherished him. Nevertheless, he refrained from clarifying, wishing not to dampen Song's spirits. "Oh, since they are on their way, let us quickly rekindle the fire while it still burns. After enduring the rain for so long, it would be comforting to warm ourselves by the flames." As he spoke, Lin Mu recalled something and retrieved some wild ginger, adding, "Let us also boil some water with this. It will ward off the chill and warm our bodies." Song nodded in agreement, recalling his previous experience with ginger water and its efficacy. Although rain was of little consequence to beastmen, drinking ginger water to stave off the cold and warm the body was indeed beneficial. Moreover, how could he refuse a request from his beloved partner for the sake of their kin? With the addition of firewood, the stone pot filled with water, and the chopped wild ginger added, the stone hut soon transformed into a cozy haven. Just then, Lin Mu called out to Song, "Song, come here for a moment." "What is it?" "Mu Mu," Song replied, only to notice the large clay egg beside Lin Mu, instantly grasping the implication. Without waiting for Lin Mu to speak, Song declared, "Leave it to me. I shall roast it for you. And soon you will be able to enjoy it." "Very well, it will be perfect timing when our kin arrive. We can eat together," Lin Mu smiled. "It is truly wonderful not to waste the Gugu bird." Song immediately countered, "No need for that. Let them hunt for themselves, Mu Mu. It suffices for you to share your perception with them." He had no intention of sharing the exquisite dish prepared by his partner. At most, he would consider it for the next time. Lin Mu, assuming this was merely a matter of common sense, chose not to press the issue further. Song then took hold of the large clay egg, channeling his magic, quickly raising its temperature. Moments later, sensing the meat within was likely cooked, he dissipated his magical energy. Just as Song was about to inform Lin Mu, a series of beastly roars echoed from a distance, signaling the arrival of their kin. He promptly took Lin Mu's hand and led him outside, whereupon Lin Mu felt as though he had stepped into a grand zoo. Before him were lions, tigers, leopards, eagles, and other carnivorous creatures. As the beastmen caught sight of Lin Mu, they recognized him as the sub-beast Song had previously mentioned he was pursuing. Small and with fair skin, Lin Mu was undoubtedly captivating to them, but what drew them in even more was the unique aura he emanated, a stark contrast to the sub-beasts of their tribe, evoking the sense of a proud and beautiful creature flourishing in the wild. This revelation shed light on why the usually aloof Song had become so proactive. Truthfully, had Song not mentioned their relationship had progressed significantly, they would have sought to vie for Lin Mu's attention. Observing the gazes of the other beastmen, Song felt a surge of protectiveness and instinctively stepped in front of Lin Mu, stating, "Do not dawdle. Quickly transform into human form and enter the stone hut. Mu has prepared ginger water to ward off the cold." "Oh, understood." The beastmen responded, promptly shifting into their human forms and entering the hut. Watching the beastmen revert to their human forms, Lin Mu felt a flicker of curiosity and tugged at Song's hand, whispering, "Are there any tribe members who can burrow underground?" Song shook his head. But then a serious expression crossed his face as he quietly asked, "Are there beastmen below?" Lin Mu did not answer directly but initiated a perception share with Song. Instantly, Song sensed 6 energy clusters moving upwards from beneath, precisely at the location where their kin had gathered their recent haul. Without hesitation, Song transformed into his beast form and dashed towards the source, emitting a fierce roar to relay the message to the tribe. The other beastmen, without doubt, shifted into their beast forms and followed suit. At that moment, Lin Mu perceived that the underground beastmen had altered their course and called out urgently to Song, "Song, there's a pit ahead. 4 are blocking your path while 2 are heading straight for the goods." As soon as he finished speaking, Song leapt powerfully, causing the ground to tremble as he landed in tandem. The silhouettes of 4 large rats emerged from the pit, confirming they were indeed not allies, allowing the beastmen to engage without hesitation. Song swiftly charged towards the lone beastman left guarding the goods, and fortuitously, just as he arrived, 2 rat beastmen erupted from the ground to launch a surprise attack. With a thunderous roar, Song's battle commenced. Chapter 11. I'm sorry, Moo Moo. The clash between fierce beasts was nothing short of a brutal slaughter, a life-or-death struggle. Lin Mu had witnessed his fair share of gory scenes. Yet he had never before encountered such a fierce confrontation between large predators. Perhaps due to his past experiences battling zombies and nefarious individuals, he now found a peculiar fascination in witnessing the ferocity of beasts. However, he remained vigilant, intently watching the unfolding situation. It was evident that the rat beastmen lived up to their names. They were indeed as elusive as their rodent counterparts. After encountering Song and the others, the 6 rat beastmen quickly abandoned their assault in favor of fleeing, knowing they stood no chance in a direct confrontation. In a typical world of beasts, the rat beastmen might have successfully burrowed away, leaving Song and his companions helpless. However, this world was imbued with magic, and by sheer coincidence, one of the beastmen from the Qing Shui tribe possessed earth magic. With Lin Mu providing precise location support, the rat beastmen found themselves with nowhere to escape. Before long, half of the rat beastmen lay dead, while the remaining 3 trembled in fear, cornered by the tribe. Faced with the specter of death, none could remain calm and fearless, as the reality of their inevitable demise settled in. Fear morphed into desperation, leading to a frenzied last-ditch attempt to fight back. Lin Mu, unfortunately, became their prime target. After all, attacking a beastman was tantamount to inviting death, but capturing Lin Mu, a sub-beast, might offer them a slender chance of survival due to his rarity. In a moment of communication unique to their kind, one of the rat beastmen conveyed this thought to his companions, who readily agreed, knowing that whether they extended their necks or retracted them, they would still face the same fate. Having conspired, the 3 rat beastmen sprang into action. 2 of them, disregarding their wounds, briefly obstructed the beastmen, while the last dashed towards Lin Mu, seizing the opportunity. By the time Lin Mu reacted, the rat beastman was a mere 10 meters away. Upon witnessing this, Song's eyes blazed red with fury, his anger palpable as he charged forward. The other beastmen from the Qing Shui tribe were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated that Lin Mu would be put in danger. In that moment, every beastman present felt a sense of despair wash over them, believing Lin Mu was doomed. After all, it was common knowledge that sub-beasts were no match for beastmen. Yet, Lin Mu was not merely a sub-beast. To Lin Mu, the only way to feel secure was to ensure the demise of his enemies. Thus, until he confirmed the rat beastmen had perished, he would remain on high alert. He had already predicted their next move. 15 meters, 13 meters, 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. Now was the moment. In an instant, Lin Mu retrieved a beast bone from his storage space, one end sharpened to a deadly point. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled it at the rat beastman Asai. The rat beastman, too close to Lin Mu, had no time to react and could only watch as the bone penetrated his pupil, ultimately embedding itself in his brain, causing him to collapse at Lin Mu's feet. With a sickening squelch, Lin Mu pulled the bone free, splattering blood across himself. Gazing at the scene, Song, who had arrived just a moment too late, felt his heart race, not out of fear, but from sheer astonishment. This was a sight to behold. An otherwise unassuming sub-beast now transformed into a figure of chilling beauty, marked by blood. Song was certain Lin Mu was the first of his kind to exhibit such a striking appearance. Moreover, it wasn't just Song who was captivated. The other beastmen from the Qing Shui tribe were equally entranced. As for the 2 rat beastmen who had attempted to impede them, they had become mere puddles of flesh on the ground. Yet, amidst the admiration of others, Lin Mu felt a tinge of frustration. His once pristine attire had been soiled by blood. The sole set of clothing he had traversed with, Lin Mu cherished it immensely. After all, if it were to be damaged, he could hardly anticipate when he might don such fabric again. Feeling the sticky dampness on his face, Lin Mu realized it was time for a wash. Just as he contemplated this, he noticed Song had approached him, holding a soft beast hide of unknown origin, gently wiping him down. Remarkably, the hide worked wonders in absorbing the blood. Before long, apart from some remnants on his clothing, his skin was completely clean. While Lin Mu was curious about the animal from which this hide had come, Song suddenly pulled him into an embrace, filled with remorse, saying, "I'm sorry, Mu Mu. Even though I was here, you still faced danger." Lin Mu chuckled softly in response. He had encountered far too much peril to regard this incident as significant. In fact, it hardly ranked among his experiences. Yet, he could not convey this to Song. He wrapped his arms around Song and gently patted his back, murmuring, "There's no need to apologize. That rat beast man posed no threat to me. I knew I could retaliate, which is why I confronted him. Otherwise, I would have hidden." Despite his reassurances, Song remained unable to forgive himself for putting Lin Mu in harm's way. However, given the situation, words seemed futile. Collecting his emotions, Song earnestly declared, "Mu Mu, I promise I will never again allow you to find yourself in danger." "All right, I believe you," Lin Mu replied with a smile. At that moment, any further words felt superfluous. Upon hearing this, Song smiled as well, his heart feeling healed by Lin Mu's words. In that instant, Song's gaze was solely fixed on Lin Mu. "Thank you, Mu Mu, for believing in me," he said, and in a moment of deep emotion, instinctively leaned in to kiss Lin Mu. However, just as their lips were about to meet, Lin Mu raised his hand to block him, leaving Song momentarily stunned. "Trying to take advantage of me without considering the context," Lin Mu remarked playfully before pushing Song aside and entering the stone hut. Song felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His anticipated kiss had slipped away. Yet, he quickly sensed the gaze of others behind him. Turning, he was met with a group of tribe members whose eyes sparkled with gossip. In that moment, Song grasped the primary reason for Lin Mu's rejection. A surge of anger filled him, but he had no outlet for it, merely letting out a huff of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, thinking of the ginger water Lin Mu had prepared, Song beckoned the other beastmen to drink. Although some found the taste of the ginger water unpalatable, none could refuse the sight of Lin Mu serving them. After consuming a bowl of ginger water, the beastmen began to appreciate its benefits. The warmth radiated from within, dispelling the chill from the rain they had endured. This comforting sensation was truly delightful. At that moment, the admiration for Lin Mu among all the beastmen surged by 100 points, and their gazes turned fiery with friendliness. Lin Mu remained indifferent, but Song was seething with jealousy. He could easily discern that many of the beastmen's glances had turned possessive in a fit of jealousy. Song moved closer and wrapped his arms around Lin Mu, asserting his claim. Lin Mu understood Song's intentions and did not resist, which only brought a broad smile to Song's face. Just then, Lin Mu caught a faint scent of blood. Realizing that the beastmen present had sustained minor injuries during the rat beastmen's final struggle. Although the wounds were not severe, blood was still seeping. Patting Song's arm, Lin Mu signaled him to release him. Song complied, but instead of letting go entirely, he took Lin Mu's hand in his. Lin Mu glanced at Song but said nothing, leading him towards the injured beastmen. Upon Lin Mu's arrival, the beastmen appeared somewhat flustered, as the relationship between both parties was still unfamiliar. Observing the gaping wounds, Lin Mu felt that the beastmen were indeed made of tough hide. If such injuries were inflicted upon him, he would certainly not take them so lightly. Indeed, no human from his past life would. "Song, do you not have anything to staunch the bleeding?" Lin Mu inquired. "Yes, but such minor wounds aren't worth wasting herbs on. They can just lick it clean," Song replied. This response was purely in keeping with a primitive society. Yet, wasn't bleeding stopping grass quite common? Lin Mu found this perplexing. Why resort to licking when using herbs would be more effective? Common? Song was baffled by Lin Mu's inquiry. "Yes, I saw it everywhere before, so I didn't bother to collect any," Lin Mu explained. That moment, Song felt a disconnect in understanding between people. Mu. Bleeding-stopping herbs are very precious. Next time we encounter them, don't overlook them. We can never have too many, Song remarked, unable to suppress the urge to return and gather some. However, considering the danger posed by the sub-beasts outside, he could not allow Lin Mu to be in harm's way, so he quelled that thought. Lin Mu then pointed to the plantain leaves outside the stone hut, saying, "That's the bleeding stopping grass. You just ate a good amount of it." Song turned in the direction Lin Mu indicated and was left speechless. The other beastmen, overhearing their conversation, were equally stunned. Realizing this, Lin Mu nudged Song, urging, "Stop staring. Go gather some to tea or white." As soon as he finished speaking, all the beastmen rushed out to collect the plantain leaves. Moments later, the area surrounding the stone hut was stripped bare of the plantain leaves. And Lin Mu couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight of the pile of leaves, which was as tall as him. "I only know that fresh plantain leaves have bleeding-stopping properties. I am not sure if drying them retains that quality. However, since we've gathered so many, let us not waste them. Let us fry some quail eggs," Lin Mu suggested, handing a handful of plantain leaves to the injured beastman. He continued, "Crush the plantain leaves and apply them to the wounds, but there's no stone mortar in the hut, so you'll have to chew them up first." As soon as he finished speaking, the beastman in front of him stuffed the plantain leaves into his mouth and began to chew, with the others following suit. However, their expressions quickly changed. After all, plantain leaves were still grass, especially in their raw form, which was certainly not something these carnivorous beastmen could easily accept. Yet, though their faces contorted in discomfort, no one spat it out. Instead, they increased their chewing speed. Soon, the chewed plantain leaves were spat out and applied to their bleeding wounds. And before long, the bleeding was successfully staunched. The sight of this outcome filled the beastmen with joy, as now the injured could receive treatment at any time, given that this bleeding-stopping herb was abundantly available. Simultaneously, the beastman's fondness for Lin Mu soared, igniting a fit of jealousy in Song, who immediately pulled Lin Mu into his embrace. Observing the jubilant beastmen, Lin Mu quickly cautioned, "Don't jump around just after stopping the bleeding. Otherwise, you risk reopening your wounds. Also, avoid the rain for now, or it could lead to inflammation." Upon hearing this, the beastmen instantly became obedient. That moment, Lin Mu felt as though he were an animal caretaker. Meanwhile, the beastmen regarded Lin Mu with admiration, captivated by his thoughtful and charming demeanor, albeit tinged with an alluring danger. They cast envious glances at Song, filled with unspoken emotions. Song, sensing the gazes of the other beastmen, realized that his earlier warnings had fallen on deaf ears. Some were still eyeing his Lin Mu. However, it mattered little, as the one who had brought Lin Mu back to the tribe, he naturally held the primary claim to pursue him. Even if challenges arose after returning to the tribe, those beastmen would not pose a threat to him. Besides, with Lin Mu harboring feelings for him, he was determined not to let anyone take Lin Mu away. With this thought, Song shot a glance at the onlookers, then took Lin Mu's hand, leading him away while saying, "Mu Mu, let us go eat the quail eggs. They've been roasted for quite a while and will get cold if we don't eat them soon." Having spent several days getting to know Lin Mu, Song knew that diverting his attention with food was a surefire strategy. "All right, I've been craving them for ages. But do we really not need to share with the other tribe members?" Lin Mu inquired. "Not necessary that they're all adults. They must fend for themselves," Song replied firmly, unwilling to share Lin Mu's new culinary creations with anyone else. "Is that so? Then here, let us give them these," Lin Mu said, pulling out some dandelions and continuing. "Once the bleeding has completely stopped, chew these up and apply them. They can kill bacteria and prevent inflammation, aiding in healing." "Okay." Song took the dandelions and tossed them to the other beastmen without bothering to explain. Inside the stone hut, Lin Mu's voice was sufficient for them to hear. Besides, he was unwilling to waste time away from Lin Mu. Wouldn't it be better to stay close to him? With this in mind, the two arrived at the mud egg, but Song was unsure how to proceed next. He turned to Lin Mu and asked, "Mu Mu, what should we do next? Just tell me, and I'll handle it. Just crack open the mud shell. Don't apply too much force. It will be very hot inside. So be cautious," Lin Mu instructed. "Understood." Song, recalling Lin Mu's warning, did not dare to apply too much force. He tapped lightly, and the mud shell began to crack, releasing a rich and fragrant aroma that wafted from the fissure. How delightful! At this moment, Song was also taken aback. He had not anticipated that the cuckoo bird prepared in such a manner would emanate such a delightful aroma. "Song, peel away that layer of clay," But be careful not to burn yourself, Lin Mu said. Swallowing hard, it was remarkable that despite the absence of any elaborate seasonings, merely wild onions and wild ginger, the flavor was unexpectedly exquisite. Indeed, high-quality ingredients often require only the simplest of cooking methods. As Lin Mu pondered this, Song had already begun to remove the layer of mud, subsequently unveiling the leaves, allowing the alluring fragrance of the cuckoo bird to waft through the stone dwelling. "Moo moo, here's a leg for you," Song declared, tearing off a leg of the cuckoo bird and offering it to Lin Mu. Without hesitation, Lin Mu accepted it, blew gently on it, and took a bite. Tender, fresh, and aromatic, there were no excessive flavors, just the pure essence of the cuckoo bird's deliciousness. "Song, you should eat quickly too," Lin Mu urged, before diving into his meal. Observing Lin Mu relishing the dish, Song's eyes sparkled with happiness, prompting him to tear off a piece of meat for himself. Soon enough, he too was captivated by the astonishing flavor of the cuckoo bird. The tender, melt-in-your-mouth texture and the savory meat revealed to him that meat could indeed possess such delightful nuances. While the two of them were savoring their meal, the other beastmen in the stone house were left to endure the torment of hunger. Yet, none of them dared to voice their desire for a taste. For as Song had mentioned, adult beastmen must fend for themselves, and they could not seize the food meant for the sub-beasts. "Let us catch cuckoo birds and prepare them like this in the future," one beastman suggested. However, the sub-beast had stated that after applying the medicine, they could not be exposed to the rain, lest the medication be wasted. "Then we shall endure. We must not waste the medicine. We can eat later," came the response, "but it truly smells divine." Chapter 13. Arrival at the Qingshui tribe. Although the cuckoo bird prepared in the style of a beggar's chicken was delectable, Lin Mu's appetite was limited. He could manage only a single leg of the cuckoo bird. Watching Song devour the dish with gusto filled Lin Mu with envy. Before long, the once whole cuckoo bird was reduced to mere fragments of bone. Indeed, the beastmen had impressive appetites. The spectacle of the two indulging in their meal only served to heighten the hunger of the other beastmen in the stone house. The rumbling of empty stomachs echoed, reminding Lin Mu of the others present. Observing the expressions of longing and hunger on the faces of the beastmen, Lin Mu's conscience compelled him to take action. "Pong, are you full?" Lin Mu inquired. Song spat out the chewed remnants of bones and replied, "I'm all right. Once the rain stops, I'll go hunting again, no need. There's a heap of plantain leaves over there. We can salt them with the cuckoo bird eggs. And everyone can have a taste," Lin Mu suggested, producing the cuckoo bird eggs. Song's expression soured. He had thought Lin Mu was merely concerned about him, but now he was also looking after the other beastmen. However, witnessing Lin Mu's kindness towards their kin brought a smile back to Song's face. "Leave it to me, I learned how to prepare it when you made it before. I'll handle it while you rest." Song declared he wouldn't grant the other beastmen the chance to interfere with Lin Mu. After some contemplation, Lin Mu acquiesced. After all, Song was not lacking in culinary skills. A simple stir-fry would pose no challenge. Yet, Lin Mu underestimated Song's ability to learn. Having observed just once, Song managed to prepare the dish quite adeptly. Judging by the eagerness with which the beastmen clamored for a taste, it must have been delicious. After a while, Lin Mu began to feel drowsy. Just as he sought a place to lean and sleep, Song approached and enveloped him in his embrace. "Sleep in my arms, Moo Moo. It's warm." Song murmured. Lin Mu wanted to retort that the excuse was rather flimsy, but the weight of fatigue silenced him, and he merely responded with a nasal sound of agreement. Before long, he descended into a profound slumber. Despite his earlier intentions to remain vigilant, he now slept soundly, rooted in an unwavering trust in Song. When Lin Mu eventually awoke and opened his eyes, he found that night had fallen, the rain had ceased, and he was still cradled in Song's embrace. Glancing around, he noticed that some beastmen had vacated the stone house. Just as he pondered this, several beastmen returned from outside, each carrying at least 2 cuckoo birds. Without needing to think too much, Lin Mu deduced that the previous meal of beggar's chicken had stirred their appetites. The thought of that flavor ignited a longing within him. "Moo Moo, you're awake?" Came a sudden voice near his ear, accompanied by a soft rush of air that startled Lin Mu, causing a slight tingling sensation. Please don't speak directly into my ear. It tickles," Lin Mu replied, shaking off the remnants of sleep. "All right," Song responded, his eyes twinkling with amusement, resembling a mischievous child who had discovered something entertaining. As Lin Mu observed the returning beastmen laden with their bounty, he realized he had delayed Song's hunting. Just as he was about to suggest that Song go and hunt, Song spoke up, "Mu Mu, the tribe members mentioned they would like you to teach them how to prepare the mud cuckoo bird, and they will handle our dinner. Though you agree?" Without hesitation, Lin Mu replied affirmatively, "Of course, after all, preparing the beggar's chicken, cuckoo bird, was not particularly difficult. As long as wild onions and wild ginger were prepared, the rest was a mere formality." With that, Lin Mu stood up to instruct the other beastmen on the preparation process. As soon as he got up, Song reached for his hand and followed him. Lin Mu found himself unable to resist Song's clinginess and accepted his presence. For Song, this was a declaration of possession, a display of dominance. Fortunately, the beastmen arriving to learn the dish seemed too focused to pay much attention to Song's presence. Before long, large clumps of mud were being shaped by the beastmen. Lin Mu soon realized that there were quite a few beastmen with fire magic similar to Song's. However, witnessing Song's superior cooking speed led Lin Mu to speculate that Song's magical abilities might not be purely fire-based. Though many thoughts crossed his mind, they were quickly set aside when the cuckoo birds were ready to be eaten. As the only sub-beast in the stone house, Lin Mu did not need to retrieve the food himself. The other beastmen had already prepared everything for him. However, upon seeing the pile of cuckoo bird legs, Lin Mu felt an unsettling notion that the beastmen present might be intent on gorging him. On the other hand, Song's eyes turned slightly red with indignation upon witnessing the scene. Lin Mu understood perfectly well that the tribe members offering him food were likely attempting to compete for his affection. If they truly wished to express their gratitude, they should have, like Song, presented him with an entire cuckoo bird. With that thought in mind, Song stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Lin Mu from behind, and softly murmured into Lin Mu's ear, "Let us eat together, Mu Mu, shall we?" The magnetic and alluring tone of his voice, coupled with the gentle breath against Lin Mu's ear, made him feel as though his body had turned to mush. Song, noticing Lin Mu's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he quickly whisked Lin Mu away as for the cuckoo bird legs. Song did not overlook them either. Allowing Mu Mu to enjoy his share while consuming the rest himself ensured nothing was wasted. And he could relish the moment, especially since he had promised to keep Lin Mu well fed. Thus, under the envious gazes of the other beastmen, Song devoured every last one of the cuckoo bird legs with great satisfaction. This dinner turned out to be a delightful affair solely between Song and Lin Mu. As night deepened, Song noticed the weariness in Lin Mu's eyes and, wrapping his arms around him, softly said, "Mu Mu, continue to lean on me as you sleep. Tomorrow, we shall return to the tribe, and then we can rest properly. All right, but I'll share my senses with you so we can detect any danger." Lin Mu replied, activating the shared perception. He then nestled into a comfortable position in Song's embrace and drifted into a light sleep. The night passed uneventfully, and as dawn broke, the cacophony of birdsong filled the air once more. However, this time, it was not Lin Mu who was disturbed from his slumber. Instead, he awoke before the din could reach him. Following a not particularly lavish breakfast after the beastmen returned from their hunt, the group set off back to the tribe. The pace of their journey was unhurried, but by midday, a picturesque spot nestled by the mountains and rivers came into view, with scattered stone houses indicating their destination. "Mu Mu, that is our home, the Qingshui tribe," Song announced. Upon hearing this, the group quickened their pace, heading straight for the tribe. Chapter 14. Mu Mu, this is my adoptive father, Qingmu. As they approached the tribe, Lin Mu detected a multitude of energy clusters of varying sizes within his perceptual range. Song, sharing the same awareness, let out a powerful roar, prompting the distant echoes of other animals' roars to resound in response. Once the sound subsided, Song reassured Lin Mu, "Don't worry, Mu Mu. It's just the tribe members, I understand," Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu understood that Song was comforting him, yet he truly felt no anxiety. Soon, various animals formed a herd in his line of sight, and he recognized that these must be the orcs of the Qingshui tribe. Upon their meeting, the familiar conversations confirmed that Lin Mu's assumptions were indeed correct. However, he could only silently endure the occasional glances from the orcs directed at him, feeling a mix of speechlessness, helplessness, and resignation. Before long, as the orcs concluded their discussions in their beast language, a distinguished black panther approached Song. Its gaze fixed on Lin Mu.as. It drew near. It spoke. Greetings, Lin Mu.iming, the chieftain of the Qingshui tribe. Welcome to our fold. Lin Mu gently patted Song's back, who instinctively lowered him to the ground. With a warm smile, Lin Mu responded, Thank you, chieftain. I am equally delighted to join the Qingshui tribe. Although Lin Mu's physique paled in comparison to Ying's imposing Black Panther form, he did not falter in presence. Ying's eyes flickered with surprise at this, then he turned to Song, remarking, The sub-beast you brought back is quite impressive. Song beamed at this compliment, his expression unchanged, yet his swishing tail betrayed his joy. He then hoisted Lin Mu back onto his back, and the group continued their journey to the tribe. As Lin Mu lounged on Song's back, he couldn't help but hold the chieftain in higher regard. The previous exchange had clearly indicated his commitment to the tribe, rather than merely seeking refuge. Although this was a primitive world where interpersonal intrigue was minimal, some matters required clear expression. He wondered if the chieftain comprehended the true meaning behind his words. In truth, Lin Mu was overthinking. Ying had merely associated Lin Mu's comparable aura with that of the tribe's shaman, for no other sub-beast in the tribe matched his presence. Regardless of whether Ying understood Lin Mu's true intent, he recognized that Lin Mu was no ordinary sub-beast, and the equality he deserved would not be overlooked. Before long, the orcs returned to the tribe, and Lin Mu once again found himself the subject of curious stares from the surrounding sub-beasts. Who was that sub-beast on Song's back? His skin is so fair and attractive. Look at the clothing he wears. It is quite lovely, though stained with blood. Lin Mu paid little heed to the comments from the other sub-beasts, as he had already assessed that none among them posed a threat. At that moment, the orcs transformed from their beast forms back into their human forms, each attending to their respective tasks. Song led Lin Mu to seek out his adoptive father. This immediate meeting with the family made Lin Mu somewhat anxious. Despite his attempts to calm his nerves, the tension remained unabated. As Song brought him to the entrance of a stone dwelling. Lin Mu struggled to suppress his anxiety and followed him inside. Father, I have returned, Song announced. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a middle-aged man, clad in animal hides, appeared in Lin Mu's view. He possessed a striking appearance and an amiable demeanor. Song, you are finally back. I hope you have returned unscathed after your days away. As he spoke, Song's adoptive father moved forward to check on him. Only then noticing Lin Mu standing beside Song, Song quickly introduced, Mu, this is my adoptive father, Qing Mu, the shaman of our tribe. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu understood why Song had spoken so proudly of the tribe's shaman earlier. Greetings, Qing Mu, Lin Mu said respectfully. He addressed him by name, as Song had informed him that it was acceptable to refer to others by name, barring the chieftain and one's kin. After introducing Qing Mu, Song then presented Lin Mu as well. Father, this is Lin Mu, a solitary sub-beast I discovered in the forest. He possesses shamanic powers and has found new hemostatic herbs, as well as medicine for fevers. Listening to Song's introduction, Qing Mu suddenly felt as though he were the one devoid of shamanic abilities, while Lin Mu was the true shaman. However, upon remembering that Lin Mu was a solitary sub-beast, a glimmer of realization sparked in Qing Mu's eyes, and the concern he had for Song shifted to disappointment over his prolonged lack of a partner. Song felt unjustly scrutinized under his father's gaze. He and Lin Mu were indeed attempting to cultivate their relationship, albeit in the trial phase, yet progress had been made. Just as he prepared to explain, a frantic voice echoed from outside. Shaman, you must come quickly to see Xiahua. He is burning up with fever. Before the words were fully uttered, a youthful orc rushed in, cradling a delicate-looking boy, whose face was flushed and body trembled with chills. With just a glance, Lin Mu discerned that the boy had a fever. Qing Mu, prioritizing the situation over his son's needs, rushed forward to feel the boy's forehead, frowning deeply. Indeed, he is afflicted with a fever. Feng, place Xiahua down. I will dampen some animal hides to help cool him. Lin Mu interjected. Did he get caught in the rain yesterday? The sudden question drew the attention of everyone present, and Lin Mu awaited their response. Yes, Xiahua. Before the speaker could finish, Lin Mu cut in. He likely caught a chill from being caught in the rain. Set him down, please. Qing Mu, continue with your method, but avoid using cold water. Instead, use lukewarm water for wiping. Also, Song, boil some ginger water and add plenty of ginger. With that, Lin Mu produced ginger for brewing the tea. The quantity caused Song's eyelids to twitch involuntarily, Yet he accepted it and went to prepare the water. Meanwhile, Qing Mu, recalling Song's earlier introduction of Lin Mu, hurried to assist as well. Only Feng, the orc who had brought Xia Hua, found himself with nothing to do, his face a mask of anxiety. Observing Feng's restless demeanor, Lin Mu suggested, if you can't sit still, why not lend a hand at Song? I'll keep an eye on things here, Dado. Right? Feng replied, relieved to have something to do, and promptly sought out Song. However, he returned shortly looking puzzled. What is wrong? Is there something else? No, I just forgot to thank you, Feng said before exiting once more. This behavior struck Lin Mu as rather endearing, though he found it amusing rather than off-putting. Before long, Qing Mu returned with a stone basin of lukewarm water. Wetting the animal hide before beginning to wipe down Xia Hua, however, he only tended to the areas of exposed skin, neglecting others. Qing Mu, you must also attend to the sides of the neck, underarms, and thighs, Lin Mu reminded him. Qing Mu looked utterly astonished upon hearing this. After a long pause, he replied, those areas are not appropriate for outsiders to touch. As soon as he finished speaking, Song and Feng entered with the ginger water. After glancing at Feng, Lin Mu smiled at Qing Mu, saying, isn't there one who is not an outsider right here? Let him assist. Both Song and Feng paused in surprise at this suggestion, but Qing Mu's face broke into a smile. Not hearing any objections from Qing Mu, Lin Mu approached Song, handing the strong-smelling ginger water to Feng. It has a potent aroma, but after drinking it, he will sweat it out, which will help. Be sure to serve it hot. If it cools down, it will lose its efficacy. With that, Lin Mu took Song's hand and left. Qing Mu watched them with a beaming smile before calling Feng over to explain the wiping procedure. Upon hearing this, Feng's face turned as red as the rising sun. Qing Mu then departed, leaving Lin Mu and Song to converse. Not long after departing, Lin Mu confirmed with Song that the feverish sub-beast, Xia Hua, was indeed Feng's partner, though they had yet to bond formally. Upon realizing this, Lin Mu chuckled and pulled Song back to the stone dwelling. Meanwhile, Feng, who had just left, suppressed his shyness, ready to act when he heard a voice from outside. May I come in? I forgot to mention one last detail. Recognizing the voice of the sub-beast who had treated Xia Hua, Feng quickly replied, yes, please do. Lin Mu entered, casting a smile at the serious-looking Feng. Qing Mu must have mentioned the areas that need to be wiped, right? At this, Feng's previously composed face flushed crimson once more, yet he nodded. Seeing this, Lin Mu's smile widened. After drinking the ginger water, your partner will sweat profusely, so be sure to dry him off completely to prevent him from catching another chill and worsening his condition. Therefore, I suggest that the wiping should cover his entire body. This will yield better results. At that moment, Lin Mu felt that the temperature of Feng's flushed face undoubtedly exceeded that of a fever. After speaking, Lin Mu did not linger and rose to leave. However, Feng's heart was now embroiled in a fierce internal conflict. Ultimately, he acquiesced to Wu's medicinal methods and accepted Lin Mu's proposal. After encircling the animal hide, Feng, with a crimson face, extended a slightly trembling hand towards Xia Hua. Yet, Lin Mu was oblivious to these feelings. He was presently following Song to his stone dwelling. In the tribe, every beastman constructs their own stone house upon reaching adulthood, as a testament to their ability to become self-sufficient. However, when Lin Mu finally beheld Song's residence, he wished he had not seen it at all. Although the design of the stone house was not markedly different from others, the interior was a mire, so muddy that a single misstep could send one sliding from the entrance to the opposite side. Song, is your stone house leaking? Lin Mu inquired, as he could think of no other explanation. Of course not. How could a house I built with my own hands possibly leak? Song replied, summoning his magical power to dry the ground. What about all this water inside? Lin Mu questioned, perplexed. It's simply that the rain was too heavy, and the water seeped in, Song responded matter-of-factly. And during the rainy season? If it keeps raining, how can one live in this stone house? Lin Mu's confusion deepened. During the rainy season, we do not dwell in stone houses, but rather in caves, which makes it easier to ensure that the beastmen can safely endure the magical tidal waves while also caring for the sub-beasts. Song explained, having dried the ground completely. Lin Mu still struggled to comprehend this approach, yet he chose not to voice any further objections. After all, if the tribe had adopted such practices, it must have been the result of numerous failures leading to the best choice. Since he had not experienced it, he decided to refrain from offering opinions. Speaking of the rainy season, Song suddenly remembered that he had yet to inform the chieftain and the subfather about the calming herbs he had gathered. Additionally, there was an important matter that required clarification. Linmu, as a newly joined sub-beast of the tribe, according to custom, the tribe will provide you with your own stone house. However, that kind of house will not be as good or as spacious as mine. Would you like to stay with me? Song's tone brimmed with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Linmu did not answer directly but posed a question in return. Can the stone house given by the tribe be dismantled and rebuilt? Although he did not respond directly, the question itself implied an answer. Song's hopeful heart plummeted instantly, yet he still replied, yes, and as long as it is not wasteful, the size is entirely up to you. Then I will build my own house, one that is comfortable to live in, Linmu declared, as images of his future abode began to materialize in his mind. Song, feeling dejected, remarked, but my house is also very comfortable. He struggled to accept the fact that Linmu did not wish to reside with him. Linmu gazed around the primitively styled dwelling, utterly unable to discern any aspect that could be deemed comfortable. He was acutely aware of Song's emotions but adamantly refused to live in such a house. Song, Linmu called out, but Song turned away, clearly expressing his displeasure. Yet, despite his display of emotions, why expose his beast ears and tail? Linmu sighed. Your house is too rudimentary. I wish for us to live in a better place together. Upon hearing this, Song's displeasure dissipated, and his eyes sparkled with excitement, his tail wagging joyfully. Then let us quickly seek the chieftain for a house. And then we can demolish it and construct our own, Song exclaimed, entirely devoid of reluctance, almost eager for their new house to be completed in the next moment. However, Linmu's expression was complex. He desired to be with Song. Yet he was a man, not a sub-beast, which was a persistent source of turmoil for him. Song, do you truly wish to be with me? Linmu asked earnestly. Yes, I like you, Linmu, Song replied with equal seriousness. Being with me will not result in offspring. Even so, do you still wish to be together? Linmu inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Song, observing any flicker of change in his expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Song responded, yes, as long as Linmu is by my side, that is enough for me. The sincerity in his voice finally dispelled the unease that lingered in Linmu's heart. At that moment, Linmu felt a profound sense of contentment. Thank you, deities, for bringing me to this world to meet you. Grateful to the divine, Linmu leaned in and kissed Song, an act that rendered Song's face crimson, a reaction Linmu had not anticipated. All right, let us seek the chieftain for the house. Linmu, envisioning their future home, felt invigorated. Yes, Song replied cheerfully. Although Linmu did not explicitly state the end of their trial period, Song understood that their relationship had naturally evolved into one of formal partnership. Now, the only thing left was to solidify their bond. Hand in hand, they made their way to the chieftain's abode. Before long, they arrived at what seemed to be an appropriate stone house, finding the chieftain and Qingmu already inside. Both troubled over some matter, as soon as Linmu and Song entered. Ing immediately guessed the reason for their visit and spoke up. Is it about the stone house? Linmu, just let Song take you to choose one that is unoccupied. However, upon hearing this, Linmu sensed that the gazes of the chieftain and Qingmu towards Song seemed to convey a sense of disappointment. It became evident that Linmu's intuition was correct, in Ing and Qingmu's minds. Linmu choosing to live alone implied that Song was not putting in enough effort, leading to Linmu's lack of interest in him. Ing even contemplated that if his son were not already partnered, he would have undoubtedly competed with Song for Linmu's affection. Song, sensing the chieftain and subfather's scrutinizing gazes, felt equally disheartened. He wrapped his arms around Linmu, turned his head, and kissed him, then declared with conviction, Linmu has already agreed to be with me. Then why does Linmu still want to move out? Qingmu queried, puzzled. Because I wish to build a better house to live in. I don't want the place to turn into a quagmire when it rains. As that would be detrimental to our health, Linmu replied. Though reluctant to admit it, he recognized that he was physically less resilient than even the sub-beasts. Ing interjected, I see. Once you've built it, I'd like to take a look at if it's feasible, we can promote it to the rest of the tribe. For Ing, concerns about housing could be set aside. The pressing issue was the calming herbs. Suddenly recalling that Song's previous venture had been to search for calming herbs, Ing quickly asked, Song, did you find what you were looking for on your outing? I did, and I found quite a bit. Song replied, his face beaming with joy at this moment. Lin Mu also took out the calming herbs he had gathered. Their fresh, tender appearance left Ying and Qingmu momentarily speechless. "Did you just pick these?" Qingmu asked. "No, we picked them a few days ago, but Lin Mu's ability allows them to remain as fresh as if they were just harvested," Song explained. "How long can they be preserved?" Qingmu inquired. "As long as they are not removed." "They can be preserved indefinitely," Lin Mu answered. Ying and Qingmu were momentarily at a loss for words, yet their previously furrowed brows relaxed. This ability was neither weak nor strong, but it was undeniably the best for preserving calming herbs. "Quickly, put them away. With these fresh calming herbs, we need not worry about the rainy season, nor the winter," Qingmu said with a smile. As the tribe's shaman, he genuinely wished to spare his kin from succumbing to the magical tidal waves. At this moment, Ying, the chieftain, also smiled brightly. The quality of the calming herbs our tribe exchanged for this time was abysmal. Just earlier, Qingmu and I were fretting over whether our kin could survive the magical tidal waves during the rainy season. With these calming herbs and Lin Mu's abilities, we need not worry this year. In that instant, Ying and Qingmu gazed at Song with a newfound sense of approval. "Song, the calming herbs you've brought back will greatly aid the tribe in weathering the rainy season. Lin Mu's abilities are equally valuable. You both may receive 2 bags of salt as a reward," Ying stated. Rewarding tribe members who contribute to the community is essential for its improvement, and salt, being a necessity of life, was an ideal reward. "Thank you, chieftain," Lin Mu expressed his gratitude. However, Song did not accept the reward. Instead, he said, "But the calming herbs were discovered by Lin Mu. Without Lin Mu's abilities, I would never have found them." Regarding Song's sincerity, Lin Mu's fist tightened momentarily, but he soon regained his composure. He could hardly believe that the clan leader was unaware of his own perceptive abilities, thus rendering Song's remarks inconsequential. At worst, Song's reputation would suffer. Subsequently, Song recounted the events following his encounter with Lin Mu, including the wild scallions, wild ginger, plantain, and the tale of Lin Mu's defeat of the rodent beastmen. Lin Mu remained silent, listening intently and reflecting on Song's evolving feelings throughout these experiences. However, when the discussion turned to the slaying of the rodent beastmen, Lin Mu could distinctly sense that Ying and Qingmu were both casting disapproving glances at Song. While the defeat of a beastman by a lesser beast was indeed astonishing, the fact that their side had held the advantage, yet still allowed the lesser beast to fall into peril, transformed that astonishment into a sense of shame. In such circumstances, permitting the lesser beast to be endangered was a profound disappointment. Song, Ying, the clan leader, expressed. Qingmu's expression mirrored this sentiment. If the forces had been evenly matched, there might have been some understanding, but given their dominant position, it could only be deemed a grave oversight. Clan leader. Lin Mu was about to speak, but Song squeezed his hand, interrupting him. Mu, I know what you wish to say, but it is my fault that you were placed in danger as your partner. I must ensure that you do not suffer even the slightest harm before I draw my last breath. In that moment, Lin Mu's heart raced. Though such words were not particularly romantic, when Song spoke them with utmost seriousness, they felt as beautiful as the most exquisite vows. Song, you must always remember this, Qingmu interjected. "I will," Song replied resolutely. With that, the topic was closed, and Ying refrained from retracting his earlier rewards. Qingmu then proceeded to inquire about the herbs that piqued his interest. Lin Mu promptly presented wild scallions, wild ginger, dandelions, and plantain, providing Qingmu with detailed explanations. As there were no complex questions, the explanations concluded swiftly, and Song prepared to depart with Lin Mu. However, before leaving, Qingmu recalled something and said, Mu, tomorrow is the foraging day for the tribe's lesser beasts. You should join us." "All right," Lin Mu agreed without hesitation. Since he had chosen to join the Qingshui tribe, meeting other lesser beasts was inevitable. Additionally, he was curious to see what kind of food the tribe's lesser beasts consumed. However, before that, he needed a proper bath. Although he had wiped himself down with water during their journey, he still felt unclean without a thorough wash. "Song, where can I take a bath?" Lin Mu inquired. At this time, beastmen can bathe in the river, but lesser beasts should refrain from doing so, as the cool weather can lead to heat sickness. Mu. "Do you wish to bathe?" Song asked. "Yes, I feel filthy and cannot tolerate it without a wash," Lin Mu replied. "But Mu, aside from your clothes being stained with blood, your body isn't dirty," Song countered. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu touched his slightly greasy hair, and his expression fell. "I'm so dirty." We need to hurry home and boil some water. I can't stand not bathing, Lin Mu insisted, pulling Song along as he hurried back. Song, seeing Lin Mu's determination, chose not to argue further. Upon returning to Song's home and searching through his belongings, Lin Mu quickly realized that there was no bathtub or anything of the sort to bathe. He would have to prepare a basin of water and use animal hide to scrub himself. For the sake of cleanliness, Lin Mu had to accept this reality. Fortunately, Song had several stone basins, which would suffice for his needs. However, before washing, he needed to concoct a homemade shampoo. Chapter 17. A series of unfortunate events in bathing to create a homemade shampoo. One needed water, plant ash, and a basin. This was the simplest form of shampoo and one of the methods used by the ancestors of Huajia. The process was straightforward. If one had access to plant ash, it should be mixed with water and filtered through gauze. If not, one could simply add the ash directly to the water, ensuring not to add too much at once. Subsequently, Lin Mu requested Song's assistance in fetching water and boiling it. Although Song did not fully understand Lin Mu's method, he recognized that Lin Mu had his own ideas and simply needed to cooperate. Once the animal hides were prepared and the water boiled, Song stepped outside to wait, while Lin Mu removed his blood-stained clothing and began washing diligently. Without a bathtub to soak in, Lin Mu had to work quickly. After about 10 minutes, Lin Mu finished bathing. During this time, he also attempted to clean his bloodied clothes. But aside from getting them wet, he found that the stains remained. Looking at the damp garments, Lin Mu suddenly realized he had forgotten to prepare a change of clothes. He wanted to call for Song, but feeling utterly naked, he was too embarrassed to speak. After a while, Lin Mu began to feel a chill, recognizing that if he continued like this, he would surely catch a fever. He picked up the animal hide that Song had prepared for drying him off. But it was only large enough to cover his most private areas, failing to wrap around his waist completely. No worries, we're both men. Song is my partner. There's no need to panic or feel shy. After a moment of self-reassurance, Lin Mu positioned the small piece of hide to cover his front and called out, Song, I didn't prepare a change of clothes. Could you bring me a set? Though the words escaped his lips, his voice trembled. Despite his self-encouragement, he could not shake off the instinctive embarrassment. Song, who was outside feeling a bit bored, perked up upon hearing Lin Mu's voice, his beast ears perking up with excitement. However, recalling that all his clothes were made from his own fur, he quickly responded, Mu, wait a moment. I don't have any lesser beast clothes here. I'll go to my father and get you a piece. Oh, then hurry, it's a bit cold. Lin Mu replied. No sooner had he spoken than Song entered, clutching a fur blanket. Upon seeing Lin Mu, who was barely covered, Song's face turned crimson. However, he quickly remembered his purpose for entering. Mu, I need to go to my father to get you a set of clothes. In the meantime, wrap yourself in the fur blanket. It will keep you warmer and prevent you from getting sick. As he spoke, Song's gaze remained fixed on Lin Mu. Feeling the heat of Song's intense gaze, Lin Mu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, the chill he felt compelled him to disregard his shyness. All right, just give me the fur blanket, he urged, yet Song did not immediately hand it over. Instead, he looked at Lin Mu's hands and asked, Mu, do you have any free hands to take the blanket? Upon hearing this, Lin Mu suddenly remembered that he was using both hands to hold the small piece of fur in front of him. If Song were to give him the blanket and Lin Mu reached for it, he would undoubtedly expose himself completely. The thought of this possibility made Lin Mu feel awkward, but he masked it well and calmly suggested, Then, Song, could you help me out? Of course, Song readily agreed, having been waiting for this request. With that, Song unfolded the fur blanket, holding it by both ends. He stepped closer, wrapping Lin Mu in his embrace as the blanket enveloped him. Unbeknownst to Lin Mu, before the blanket was secured, Song's eyes had thoroughly roamed Lin Mu's back. While Lin Mu focused on covering his front, he had forgotten that in this world, beast men favored the view from behind. Thus, when Song beheld Lin Mu's smooth back, akin to creamy milk, the suppressed desires within him began to awaken. As Song's gaze trailed down to Lin Mu's rounded and pert backside, those desires erupted like a volcano. At that moment, Lin Mu felt the breeze from the blanket's gaps caress his skin, causing him to shiver. Song, hurry and get the clothes. I'm feeling a bit cold, he urged. This plea rekindled Song's rationality, suppressing the volcanic desires once more, and he replied in a low, hoarse voice, all right, before quickly exiting. Once Song left, Lin Mu let out a heavy sigh of relief. As a man, he was acutely aware of Song's physical reaction. However, he was not yet mentally prepared for such things and needed a reason to help Song regain his composure. Saya's simple bath turned into such a convoluted affair. This is quite enough, he muttered as he wrapped himself in the fur blanket and made his way to the bedroom. Upon entering, he was greeted by a large stone bed, thickly layered with grass and animal hides, an embodiment of primitive tribal style. As he spoke, Lin Mu reached out to touch the bedding and was surprised to find it surprisingly soft, lacking the rough texture of pressed weeds. Intrigued, he took a closer look at the grass that constituted the bedding. At first glance, it appeared to be ordinary weeds, the only distinction being its remarkably soft feel, akin to that of plush yarn. He then tested its resilience, but to his disappointment, it tore easily with a single tug. Showing no semblance of sturdiness. Losing interest, Lin Mu simply reclined onto the bed point. One could not deny that the bedding was indeed comfortable. The sensation that enveloped him made him feel as though he might transform into a sleeping beauty. Moments later, he fell into a deep slumber, having felt quite fatigued these past few days. Not only had he to acclimate to this entirely new world, but he also had to remain vigilant while journeying. Had it not been for Tsong's constant companionship, he believed his state would have undoubtedly deteriorated. Before long, Tsong returned with clothing and, following the scent, located Lin Mu, who was sound asleep on the bed. Observing Lin Mu's slightly damp hair, Tsong approached slowly, crouching down and preparing to use his magic to dry it. Just then, Lin Mu opened his eyes. "Tsong, you're back?" he said, attempting to sit up. "Yes, I just returned. I noticed your hair was still wet, so I thought I would dry it for you," Tsong replied as he sat down on the bed. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu halted midway in his attempt to sit up and instead nestled his head onto Tsong's lap. Smiling as he said, "Please dry it. Otherwise, I might catch a cold and get a headache from having damp hair." The cool sensation of Lin Mu's hair on Tsong's thigh caused his muscles to tense momentarily, though they soon relaxed again. Gazing at the person within reach, Tsong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He relished this life, adored Lin Mu's smiles directed at him, appreciated Lin Mu's reliance on him, and cherished the sight of Lin Mu without clothing at that moment. The fur covering Lin Mu had come undone, revealing his long legs and part of his upper body. However, Lin Mu was so engrossed in the comforting massage that accompanied Tsong's drying of his hair that he completely failed to notice his state of undress. This ignorance was soon brought to light by Tsong's physical reaction. Lin Mu's face flushed crimson, and feigning composure, he quickly wrapped himself back up, saying, "Tsong, could you step outside for a moment? I need to change my clothes." Chapter 18. My Lin Mu is truly beautiful outside the stone house. A cool breeze roused Tsong from his reverie, and as he noticed that Lin Mu had not yet emerged after changing clothes, he recalled the earlier scene. Fair and smooth, that exquisite body was akin to catnip, irresistibly alluring to him. A great cat. Why Lin Mu is truly beautiful, Tsong thought, realizing why other beastmen were averse to having their sub-beast companions seen by others. He too wished to shield Lin Mu from prying eyes. Just as Tsong was lost in thought, he heard Lin Mu calling for him from within the house. Without pausing to ponder why he was being summoned, his body instinctively moved forward. Upon reaching Lin Mu, he finally spoke. "Lin Mu, what is it?" As he spoke, Tsong's attention was drawn to Lin Mu's attire. Although it was similar to that of other sub-beasts, Lin Mu exuded a unique aura, devoid of any trace of the usual fragility associated with sub-beasts. "I wish to hide such a Lin Mu from others," Tsong mused. Noticing the way Tsong was staring at him, Lin Mu arched an eyebrow and repeated, "Tsong, how do I put on these shoes?" This time, Lin Mu raised his voice, prompting Tsong to snap back to reality. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Tsong's gaze shifted to Lin Mu's feet. "Lin Mu, your feet are so delicate," he commented, then crouched down to wrap his feet in fur. Seeing this, Lin Mu couldn't help but question Tsong, "Won't wrapping them in fur wear out quickly?" While fur was common in this world, it did not mean it was not precious. Surely, even sub-beasts shouldn't be so wasteful. Having already wrapped one foot, Tsong, hearing Lin Mu's question, rubbed the other foot with his fingertips and replied, "This type of fur is quite durable and resistant to wear. It is sufficient for sub-beasts who do not often venture outside the tribe. However, Lin Mu, your feet are too tender. This fur is too hard for you and could damage your skin, Lin Mu." After feeling the wrapped foot, smiled and replied, "Not at all. I find the softness and firmness quite balanced." Yet Song dismissed Lin Mu's words, transforming his hand into a beast's claw, and cut 2 pieces of fur from the bedding that matched the size needed for wrapping Lin Mu's feet. "I'll add another layer to make it softer. If it still feels hard to wear, let me know, and I'll find some softer fur to add in," Song said as he unwound the previously wrapped foot, added a layer, and then rewrapped it. Once wrapped, Lin Mu stood up to feel the difference and discovered it was indeed much softer and more comfortable. He beamed at Song, saying, "Song, thank you. It feels so much softer now." "I am your partner. There is no need to thank me," Song replied, pulling Lin Mu into an embrace and inhaling deeply the scent emanating from his neck. "All right, it's my fault. I just need to get used to this newfound relationship," Lin Mu said, returning Song's hug. Song remained silent, holding Lin Mu for a while before finally releasing him. Lin Mu said nothing in response, allowing Song to embrace him and feel at ease. Once Song let go, Lin Mu recalled that when he went to fetch clothes from his father, he had specifically asked Song to take Lin Mu to eat. Checking the time, he realized they had delayed considerably and quickly relayed this to Lin Mu. At that moment, Lin Mu felt hungry, and he readily agreed. The two then set out, but after only a few steps, Song suddenly spoke, "Lin Mu, we've delayed quite a bit. Father must be anxious. How about I carry you there? It would be faster that way." Lin Mu had no objections and promptly jumped into Song's arms. Song felt as though he might break into a triumphant smile but managed to suppress it, tightening his embrace as he quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Qing Mu, as Song had anticipated, was indeed growing irate, but upon seeing that Lin Mu was being carried by Song, his anger dissipated and in his view, the reason his son was late was simply to carry Lin Mu. Although the two had already confirmed their relationship, Qing Mu had no qualms about facilitating the deepening of their bond. After a hearty bowl of Qing Mu's signature meat soup, Lin Mu returned home with a palate that had endured some suffering alongside Song. It should be noted that this was not a reflection of Qing Mu's culinary skills, but rather a simple aversion to the thick layer of oil floating atop the soup. As for the meat in the soup, Lin Mu quite enjoyed it and ate a fair amount, thus not offending Qing Mu's pride. By the time they returned home, night had fallen, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Lin Mu entered the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted and yearning for sleep. "Song, let's sleep," he said wearily. Song, upon hearing this, froze momentarily, then after a brief pause, replied, "Lin Mu, you go ahead and sleep. I have some matters to attend to outside. I will return to sleep once I am finished." With that, Song turned and quickly departed. Though Lin Mu, it appeared as though he had fled in haste in Song's absence. Lin Mu instinctively activated his exploratory light for vigilance. However, he soon realized that Song had not strayed far but remained still nearby. Out of curiosity, Lin Mu chose not to sleep but instead continued to wait. Approximately an hour later, the energy orb representing Song began to move once more. Shortly thereafter, Song returned. Seeing Lin Mu, who was yawning and waiting for him, Song hurriedly climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around Lin Mu, softly saying, "I'm back. Sleep now, Lin Mu." Lin Mu nodded sleepily in response, then nestled into a comfortable position in Song's embrace, catching a whiff of a distinct scent. The next moment, he recognized it, the scent of male pheromones. Realizing that Song had likely been attending to such matters during his absence, Lin Mu felt too fatigued to engage in playful banter. After murmuring a good night, he succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Song echoed the good night, then likewise fell asleep, enveloping Lin Mu in warmth. They shared a night of silence. This time, Lin Mu awakened naturally, free from the cacophony of birds or the urgency of travel. Basking instead in the comfort of a restful slumber, as he gazed at Song, who had already awakened but continued to hold him, Lin Mu asked, "Song, don't you need to go hunting today?" Yesterday, he had heard Qing Mu mention that aside from those on duty, the beastmen were responsible for hunting to sustain themselves and their partners. Song, in response, rubbed his chin against Lin Mu's head and smiled. "Today is harvest day, and I will be accompanying the others to protect the sub-beasts." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu recalled that it was indeed harvest day and hurriedly attempted to rise, exclaiming, "Song, are we waking up too late?" "Do not worry. It is not too late. We will depart once the sun rises," Song reassured him. Song hastily provided an explanation, and upon hearing that it was not yet late, Lin Mu relaxed and nestled back into Song's embrace. However, just then, a voice calling for him rang out from outside. Instantly, Lin Mu sprang up from Song's arms, quickly mimicking Song's mannerisms to don his shoes. Moments later, once Lin Mu had laced up his shoes, he stepped out alongside Song, who had already been ready. Chapter 19 Lin Mu. So Song's beast father is still around. Qingmu, I'm here. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Mu and Song appeared within Qingmu's line of sight. Observing the closeness between the two, a joyful smile spread across Qingmu's face. Mu, today is the day of foraging. Knowing that Song here lacks beast skin bags, I specifically brought you two. As Qingmu spoke, he handed over 2 bags large enough to hold Lin Mu. These are quite large. Upon receiving them, Lin Mu noticed their considerable weight. The larger, the better. It saves us from needing bags if we find too many items. Do not worry about bringing things back. You have a beast partner. When the time comes, let Song carry them for you, Qingmu remarked with a cheerful tone. Lin Mu, slightly perplexed, responded, if only Song carries them for me, what about the other sub-beasts? Wouldn't that be unfair? Qingmu, taken aback by Lin Mu's question, replied, other sub-beasts have their own beast partners, and those without partners will have single beastmen to assist them. How could that possibly be unfair? Realizing he had misunderstood, Lin Mu's previous assumption that a few beastmen would protect dozens or even hundreds of sub-beasts was proven wrong. Each sub-beast indeed had an individual to partner with. After Qingmu finished explaining, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, see you later, before dashing away. Song then leaned closer to Lin Mu's ear and whispered, Mu, the foraging day is fundamentally a day for sub-beasts to enjoy themselves, while also allowing single beastmen to interact and foster relationships with sub-beasts. Only a handful of sub-beasts genuinely come for foraging. The majority are simply here to relish the experience. Gazing at the 2 oversized beast skin bags in his hands, Lin Mu understood precisely who Song referred to as the handful of sub-beasts. Observing Lin Mu's slight movements, Song's expression turned somewhat helpless as he remarked, indeed, my beast father is one of those few sub-beasts. Every foraging day, my beast father and I must carry numerous beast skin bags, but this time, it will be solely my beast father who will be carrying them. Upon hearing Song mention his beast father, Lin Mu recalled that he had never met this person, even entertaining the thought that Song's beast father might have passed away, which was why he had never seen him. Song, recently I haven't seen your beast father. Where has he gone? Lin Mu inquired curiously. Perhaps he has gone to collect salt. After all, the rainy season is approaching, and the tribe will be unable to go out for an extended period. So preparations must be made. As Song spoke, he suddenly remembered that the chief had promised to reward him with salt that he had yet to collect. However, for now, it is more important to enjoy the foraging day with you, he added. Since both had already risen, but departure was still some time away, Lin Mu retrieved some meat he had previously stored and shared it with Song, pairing it with berries. After tidying up, Song glanced at the position of the sun and said, it's about time, Mu. Shall we set off? Oh, all right. Handing over the beast skin bags to Song and grasping his large hand, the 2 made their way towards the gathering place. Before long, upon their arrival, they discovered a considerable number of beastmen and sub-beasts already assembled. Just one glance confirmed Lin Mu's earlier thoughts. The affectionate pairs were enough to overwhelm any single individual. Mu hearing a familiar voice, Lin Mu turned to the source and saw a beaming Qingmu, accompanied by a beastman who followed closely behind him. There was no mistaking it. The beastman, bearing a striking resemblance to Qingmu, was undoubtedly Song's beast father. Without delay, Lin Mu took Song's hand and approached them. In this rather unfamiliar setting, it was indeed a comfort to encounter someone familiar. As they drew near, Qingmu spoke first, introducing Lin Mu. Mu, this is Song's beast father, Lai. This is Song's partner, Lin Mu. Hello. After exchanging pleasantries, Qingmu promptly took Lin Mu aside to converse, leaving Song and his beast father to exchange glances. After a lengthy silence, Song broke the stillness. Beast father, it seems today's foraging day will require a bit more effort from you. Those words immediately darkened Lai's expression. This son of mine clearly is not one to speak. How could he possibly find sub-beasts, he thought. Let alone me. You want to escape either. Your beast father is busy imparting wisdom to your little sub-beasts. Lai observed the 2 engaged in cheerful conversation. A smile of contentment gracing his features, and no problem. As long as Mu is happy, I don't mind making multiple trips, Song declared, his face illuminated with joy as he gazed at Lin Mu. Upon witnessing this, Lai understood. It was not that Song could not speak, but rather that he chose not to speak kindly to others. I feel the same way. As long as your beast father is happy, I too do not mind making several trips, Lai stated, looking at Qingmu with a blissful smile. Meanwhile, Linmu, under Qingmu's guidance, learned a considerable amount about the items that sub-beasts would be foraging for. Among the most common and crucial was a plant known as white bean, as it constituted an essential reserve food for sub-beasts to survive the rainy season. Although each year, beastmen would collect a fair amount, those were not naturally matured and dropped, thus lacking in flavor. Upon hearing this, Linmu felt a surge of excitement, glancing at the 2 beast skin bags in Song's possession, pondering whether they would be sufficient. Noticing Linmu's reaction, Qingmu chuckled and reassured him, "Do not worry about it being insufficient. As long as you stockpile 1 beast skin bag of white beans, you will not have to fret about food during the rainy season." Previously, some sub-beasts hoarded quite a bit, yet after the rainy season, they hardly consumed much, as our Qingshui tribe is not short on food. During the rainy season, with constant downpours, beastmen cannot venture out to hunt. Surely they cannot starve while waiting for food, Linmu replied. Skeptical, he had witnessed the appetite of beastmen and found it hard to believe that such a small amount of food would suffice. Although Qingmu found Linmu's question somewhat perplexing, recognizing it as a reflection of his concern for Song, he smiled and explained, "Even during the rainy season, beastmen must patrol. The food of sub-beasts cannot satisfy them, only serving as supplementary sustenance while they hunt during patrols. As for what would happen if they failed to catch anything." Qingmu did not elaborate, yet Linmu could easily surmise the outcome: starvation. Moreover, during that time, it was unlikely beastmen would resort to consuming sub-beast food. Contemplating this, Linmu felt the necessity to prepare some food for Song during the rainy season. "Qingmu, when we return, I will give you some wild ginger and wild onions for storage, as it will make treating fevers easier." He had previously intended to set aside a portion for medicinal use, and now he resolved that it would suffice for just himself and Song. Qingmu, upon hearing this, did not refuse, having witnessed how effective wild ginger was in treating fevers from Xiaohua. With the arrival of the rainy season, the number of sub-beasts afflicted with fevers would only increase, and having wild ginger and wild onions on hand would facilitate the treatment of more sub-beasts. As the two were lost in their thoughts, a vibrant voice called out from a distance, "Qingmu, I'm here." Chapter 20, setting off for foraging day. Hearing someone call Qingmu's name, Linmu curiously glanced over and noticed a sub-beast approaching, prompting him to look away. In his understanding, sub-beasts could directly call out to shamans by name, while beastmen needed to refer to shamans with respect. Naturally, there were exceptions for the tribe leader, the shaman's relatives, and those specially permitted by the shaman. At that moment, Qingmu spotted the newcomer and smiled warmly, saying, "That one is the sub-beast I mentioned earlier, who hoarded 2 mini white beans and ended up not consuming them during the rainy season. He is also the one you treated for fever with wild ginger yesterday." Upon hearing this, Linmu redirected his gaze, and a flicker of recognition dawned on him. For him, unless something was particularly significant or relevant to himself, he would not expend energy on remembering it. In fact, had a few more days passed, he might have wiped all memories clean. Reflecting on this, Linmu realized he needed to amend this habit from his previous life. Just then, the sub-beast named Xiaohua arrived before them. Yet what captured Linmu's attention more were the 2 large beast skin bags she carried, just like the ones Qingmu gave me. In that moment, he felt he had encountered another of the few sub-beasts genuinely dedicated to foraging. However, he couldn't help but wonder why it seemed like these rare few were nurtured directly by Qingmu himself. Lost in thought, another sub-beast approached and smiled at Qingmu, saying, "Qingmu, I'm here. I followed your advice and prepared 2 large beast skin bags." As Linmu beheld the newly arrived handsome youth, along with the 2 oversized animal skin bags he held, he became increasingly convinced that this rare individual was indeed nurtured by Qingmu. Just as Linmu was lost in thought about Qingmu's remarkable achievements, he was jolted back to reality by a startled exclamation from Xiaohua. "You are the beast man who saved me yesterday, aren't you? I am truly grateful to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recovered so swiftly and would have missed the harvest date. Oh dear, why haven't you brought an animal skin bag? That simply won't do. Allow me to lend you one of mine." Just as Linmu regained his composure, he found himself nearly unable to keep pace with Xiaohua's rapid-fire words. However, by the time he managed to process her words, she had already thrust one of her animal skin bags into his hands. Lin Mu pondered whether he should express his thanks at that moment. At that instant, the handsome youth also spoke up, saying, "I can lend you one of my animal skin bags as well." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu quickly declined, stating, No, the animal skin bags were provided to me by Qing Mu. I have Tsang assisting me with them." As he spoke, he promptly returned Xia Hua's animal skin bag. Qing Mu then interjected to corroborate Lin Mu's words, affirming, "Indeed, there is no need for concern. This time, we shall undoubtedly return laden with bounty." It was then that Qing Mu recalled he had yet to introduce the two parties. This is Lin Mu, a beast man who encountered Tsang during his travels. They have already established a partner relationship. Mu, this is Xia Hua. Her partner is Feng, whom you have already met. And this is Lin Shu, whose partner is Zhe, the one with the frosty demeanor. As Qing Mu pointed. Lin Mu followed his gesture and caught sight of Lin Shu's partner. Indeed, the aloof appearance of Lin Shu's companion was quite cold at that moment. Qing Mu chuckled and continued, "Haha, although Zhe may seem unapproachable, that is merely his demeanor towards strangers. Tsang, Feng, and Zhe have been friends since childhood. Once you become familiar, he is quite amiable. Moreover, it is quite a coincidence that the three of you share a bond. Mu just returned to the tribe and rescued Xia Hua, while Lin Shu and Lin Mu share similar experiences as they both rescued beastmen from outside the tribe. If you weren't strangers, I might have thought you all belonged to the same tribe." Qing Mu's words elicited only a simple smile from Lin Shu, yet they sparked a flicker of familiarity within Lin Mu. He was aware that he never wasted time remembering inconsequential individuals, and those who left an impression on him were invariably linked through significant experiences. However, he had never encountered Lin Shu before. How could such a feeling arise? How curious. It was truly perplexing. While his thoughts swirled, Lin Mu outwardly retracted his gaze and offered an appropriately timed smile. Following this, Qing Mu resumed explaining the process of harvesting various plants. Until they set out, the four beastmen each retrieved their partner beastmen. Upon returning to Tsang's side and noticing his sullen expression, Lin Mu quickly discerned the cause and couldn't help but chuckle. "Now that you've confirmed your partner relationship, is it really that important to frolic about? Weren't we just playing in the forest? That's different. This is our first harvest day together." Tsang retorted, "Very well, I shall gather some white beans, and then we can frolic together." Lin Mu conceded, taking a step back. Tsang, wanting to press further, glanced at Lin Mu's beaming expression and instinctively nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Mu expressed his satisfaction. "Let us proceed. The sooner we finish gathering, the sooner we can enjoy ourselves." "All right, Mu, follow me. I know where the white bean trees are plentiful," Tsang declared, leading Lin Mu toward a less crowded area. Initially, Lin Mu considered voicing concerns about the potential dangers of wandering alone, but upon observing numerous pairs of individuals doing just that, he realized he was overthinking it. If he could think of it, surely Tsang could as well. With that thought in mind, Lin Mu willingly accompanied Tsang along the path. As they traversed a grassy meadow, Lin Mu leisurely admired the surrounding scenery, but as the sensation of sharp rocks began to prick at his feet, his expression shifted. Especially as each subsequent step was met with discomfort, Lin Mu's focus became entirely absorbed in the ground before him. Though the 2 layers of animal skin would not injure his feet, the discomfort was undeniable. Thankfully, the stretch of rough terrain was not too lengthy. However, reaching their destination would still require considerable time. Before long, they entered the mountains. Lin Mu, though perplexed, remained silent. After a while, his initial enthusiasm for gathering had significantly waned, and he found himself regretting not joining Qing Mu and the others. Just as he was mulling this over, he heard Tsang's voice filled with excitement. Mu, look over there." Responding to the call, Lin Mu turned to see a magnificent sight before him. A towering tree entwined with a plant that sparkled like crystal, its blossoms radiating a brilliance akin to dazzling glass. Had they not been standing in the shade of the tree, they might not have noticed its splendor at all. "How beautiful," Lin Mu exclaimed sincerely. Tsang, hearing this, quietly sighed in relief before reverting to his oblivious demeanor. Although he had promised Mu to collect the white beans before playing, he reasoned that a little diversion on the way to gather beans was quite reasonable. Once they finished collecting, they could indulge in another round of enjoyment, a double delight. As he entertained these thoughts, Tsang couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. Soon, they arrived at their destination. After Lin Mu had finished admiring the beauty of the plant, he decided to use his abilities to assess it. After all, the more beautiful something appeared, the more perilous it could be. To ensure his safety, it was always prudent to exercise caution. However, Lin Mu was taken aback when his light made contact with the plant, causing it to glow with a radiant white light, as if he had flipped a switch. Confirming it was safe, Lin Mu resumed his admiration of the enchanting scene before him. After a considerable time, as Lin Mu withdrew his abilities, the plant returned to its original state. "Let us go, Song," Lin Mu stated. While appreciating beautiful things was delightful, becoming entranced was not advisable. "All right," Song responded, his mind already occupied with thoughts of their next destination. However, noticing Lin Mu's lackluster demeanor, Song realized he had committed a rather foolish act. Other beastmen and their partners roamed freely, deliberately choosing distant spots to allow their partners a chance to rest on their beast forms. Once seated, it signified the confirmation of their bond. By the end of Harvest Day, all single beastmen carrying beast partners would undoubtedly be the center of attention. Even Song did not wish to miss out on such an opportunity. This thought could have simply been conveyed to Mu Mu, yet in his excitement, he lost his composure, leaving Mu Mu feeling fatigued. The more Song reflected, the more he felt foolish. Thankfully, he realized this before it was too late. "How about I carry you, Mu Mu?" Song offered. "There's no need. It's just a short distance. I can manage." Lin Mu waved off dismissively, his expression nonchalant. "The remaining journey is still quite long," Song added. Lin Mu pursed his lips and conceded. "Very well, then you may carry me." Traveling continuously was not a burden for Lin Mu, but the discomfort from the sharp rocks made the journey intolerable. He certainly did not want to endure a harvest day only to suffer injuries to his feet. Upon hearing this, Song prepared to shift into his beast form, but before he could begin, Lin Mu had already dashed forward and leapt onto his back. Feeling the weight of Lin Mu upon him, Song instinctively positioned his hands to support Lin Mu's thighs. Initially, Song had contemplated transforming into his beast form to carry Lin Mu. However, now, feeling the warmth of contact, he found this arrangement preferable. "Haha, Mu Mu. Let us set off," Song exclaimed joyfully, eager for their next destination, which he believed Lin Mu would enjoy. Although Song remained in his human form, he moved with remarkable swiftness. While riding on Song's back, Lin Mu felt as though no time had passed before Song halted in front of another grand tree. "Mu Mu. This is the Ding Dang tree. When the wind blows, its leaves produce a tinkling sound." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu looked up and noticed that the leaves resembled small metal plates. As a breeze swept through, a delightful cacophony of sounds ensued. Though somewhat chaotic, it was inexplicably melodious. Perhaps this was the most ancient symphony of nature. After enjoying the music of the wilderness, Song and Lin Mu resumed their journey. Along the way, Lin Mu, guided by Song, encountered stones that oozed water, grass that danced, and enduring rainbows, among other marvels. Initially, Lin Mu was taken aback. But as he witnessed more of the sights, he began to understand Song's intentions. He chose not to voice his understanding, allowing Song to revel in his joy, as he himself was quite pleased as well. As for the white beans, he could spare a moment to gather them later. However, all journeys must eventually reach their conclusion, and as Song led Lin Mu to the white bean tree, their playful exploration transitioned into a work session. This is the white bean tree. The trees bore little distinction from one another, save for the multitude of densely clustered, chestnut-brown fruits the size of table tennis balls adorning their branches. Such a sight might cause a person afflicted with the fear of clusters to faint on the spot. "Mu Mu, do not gaze at those fruits upon the tree. They are not palatable when picked. We ought to gather those that have fallen to the ground, for only they are truly ripe," said Song. As he bent down to collect the white beans scattered below, him, the sooner they amassed enough, the more time they would have to explore other places. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu withdrew his gaze and joined in the collection of the white beans. However, as he picked up his first bean, he took a moment to observe it closely. In simple terms, it possessed two notable characteristics: a smooth outer shell and a hardness that necessitated a sturdy rock to crack it open. Otherwise, the bean might shatter the stone itself. Song noticed Lin Mu's scrutiny and transformed his hand into a claw, effortlessly splitting the bean in two. After presenting the cut piece to Lin Mu, Song continued to collect the white beans while educating him. The shell of the white bean is quite tough and thick, making it easy for beastmen to process, while it requires more time for sub-beasts. Moreover, a single white bean can swell to the size of your fist when soaked in water, after which it becomes edible. Upon hearing this, Linmu realized that white beans were akin to compressed biscuits in the beast world. Simple, convenient, and easy to consume. Importantly, they were also durable. He had learned from Qingmu that if stored in a cool, dry place, they could last for 2 years without issue. While this sounded promising, it was also the greatest challenge, as the living conditions of the Qing Shui tribe made such storage nearly impossible. After all, let us not forget that this year was marked not only by incessant rain during the wet season, but also by an even longer winter. Thus, the effort required to store white beans was no less cumbersome than venturing out to hunt. Fortunately, I possess a storage space. I must remember to save some once I have the chance, Linmu thought cheerfully as he continued to gather the white beans. Yet, while Linmu found joy in his collection, Song worked swiftly. By the time Linmu had filled the bottom of his beast hide bag with beans, Song had already filled an entire bag. Moo, that should suffice. Let us return, Song declared. Linmu glanced at the full beast hide bag in Song's possession and then at his own, which had only just begun to fill, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Song, noticing his expression, chuckled and said, I have grown accustomed to gathering white beans alongside my foster father for many years. Linmu nodded, assessing that the contents of Song's bag were indeed sufficient, and replied, Then let us head back. Good, we will descend on the other side. Our tribesmen are in that direction, Song replied as he secured the beast hide bag. After ensuring it was secure, he transformed into his beast form, hoisting both the bag and Linmu onto his back, and set off down the mountain. Chapter 21. The mushrooms of this world are truly difficult to comprehend. The descent of the tiger from the mountain bore an extraordinary majesty. Although they were merely traveling downhill, Linmu could not shake the feeling that they were engaged in a hunt. Regrettably, there were no prey to be found nearby, as this mountain was adjacent to the tribe, and the beastmen had already scoured the area prior to the harvesting day, leaving little wildlife behind. Before long, Song brought Linmu back to the area where other tribesmen were foraging. He then slowed his pace. Though his expression radiated pride, the other beastmen gazed at Linmu perched upon Song's back, their eyes filled with envy. While Linmu was unaware of the reasons behind their looks, he sensed no malice in their stares and chose not to dwell on it. As they arrived at a grassy area shaded by trees, Song suggested, Moo, let us rest here. Very well, Linmu agreed. After setting down the beast hide bag, Song affectionately nudged Linmu with his large tiger head and said, Moo, please share your perception. I will go hunt for something to roast for you. With so many tribesmen nearby, wouldn't sharing our perception cause distractions? Linmu countered. Nevertheless, he proceeded to share the scope of his awareness. Song assessed the energy clusters and remarked, We simply need to avoid areas where tribesmen are present, as there would be no prey there. All right, I have determined the direction. Moo, please wait here, and do not wander off. Song instructed earnestly, Understood. I will merely explore the vicinity and not stray too far, Linmu responded. Satisfied that the area posed no danger, Song did not object, giving Linmu another gentle nudge before turning to hunt. Linmu sat on the beast hide bag for a moment to rest before wandering nearby. Not long after, a colossal mushroom came into view, instantly awakening his memories of its delectable flavor. While mushrooms were indeed tasty, a careless mistake could lead to a feast for the entire village, so he was grateful for his ability to detect edibility. With that thought in mind, Linmu set out to find fresh mushrooms. Leaving behind the colossal specimen he had encountered, which was surely past its prime, it must be said that Linmu was remarkably fortunate in his search for ingredients. Before long, he discovered a plethora of fresh, tender mushrooms. Although he referred to them as small, they were substantial compared to other mushrooms in the beast world, and would have made for a profitable harvest prior to the apocalypse. Thus, for some time, Linmu carried the beast hide bag in one hand while inspecting the mushrooms with the other, avoiding the toxic ones and collecting the safe varieties. Once he had gathered a substantial amount, the bag was nearly half full. For the moment, that would suffice. He could dry them for later consumption. Muttering to himself, Linmu heaved the beast hide bag onto his shoulder, beaming with delight as he returned. Upon his arrival, he found that Song had also returned and was in the midst of roasting meat for him. When Song's gaze met Linmu's beaming smile, he knew that Linmu had certainly found something delicious. However, upon noticing the nearly full beast hide bag, Song's eyelids twitched. He set down the roasting meat and hurried over to take the bag from Linmu. Moo, How could you carry such a heavy load alone? In the future, just call for me when you need to do such laborious tasks. Saying this, Song took the beast hide bag in one hand and grasped Linmu's hand with the other as they made their way back. Although the distance was short, they maintained a sense of ritual in their actions. Soon, they returned to the place where they had initially intended to rest. When Song released the bag, he noticed the contents Linmu had collected. Moo, can these things be eaten? Song inquired curiously, pulling out a few mushrooms. These are called mushrooms. They are quite delicious. However, there are countless varieties of mushrooms, and not everyone is safe to consume. Many are poisonous and could prove fatal. Linmu stated solemnly. He certainly did not wish for a single misstep to result in the entire Qing Shui tribe suffering. Song nodded in understanding, and Linmu continued. Do not expect the tribesmen to remember just one type. They should not limit themselves to only one kind of mushroom. During my foraging, I noticed that even among the same type, some were toxic while others were safe. Distinguishing between them is exceedingly difficult for us. Reflecting on this, Linmu felt a wave of relief wash over him for having been cautious. Otherwise, he might have been the first to succumb. Understood. Now, let us enjoy the roasted meat, Song replied, handing Linmu a piece of the cooked meat. Linmu eagerly accepted it, devouring it with gusto. He was genuinely hungry. In his earlier joy of foraging for mushrooms, he had completely forgotten his fatigue and hunger. Of course, he did not neglect to share some of the roasted meat with Song. However, after only a few bites, Linmu paused, and when Song wondered why he was eating so little today, Linmu spoke up. Song, could you find some twigs to carve into slender sticks? Then, divide the meat into smaller pieces and skewer the meat and mushrooms before roasting them again. I wish to taste them this way. Even without spices like cumin or chili, a touch of salt would suffice. Linmu could hardly wait to savor the flavor of the mushrooms. Song was accommodating of Linmu's wishes and rose to take action. With a large tree at their backs, he easily broke off a branch, and after confirming that the tree was not toxic, he began his work. Before long, a series of skewers filled with mushrooms and meat were prepared, and Song summoned his magical energy to roast them, as the fat from the meat dripped out under the high heat. The dehydrated mushrooms eagerly absorbed the oils. Gradually, the aroma of the meat intertwined with the scent of the mushrooms, creating a mouth-watering fragrance far superior to that of mere roasted meat. When the skewers were finally ready, Linmu took out some salt and sprinkled it evenly over the food. Observing Linmu's eager eyes, Song, instead of handing over the skewers, adopted a serious expression and said, I shall have the first skewer. Only after I finish can you have yours. Linmu understood the meaning of Song's words, and naturally, he was not angry. However, fearing that Song might truly be poisoned, he first used his abilities to check, and only then did he feel at ease enough to let Song try the poison. Upon seeing this, Song wore a joyful expression. His Moo was exceedingly kind to him. Soon, after consuming a skewer of the test poison, Song felt that there was no issue, and thus he continued to roast more for Linmu to eat. Song, how does it taste? Is it delicious? Linmu inquired curiously while waiting. Song savored the taste from earlier and found it rather delightful. Not only did the meat become more palatable, but the mushroom also exhibited a hint of savory meat flavor. It's delicious. Moo, be sure to eat more later, Song remarked with a smile. It's a pity the seasoning still lacks quite a bit. Otherwise, it could be even better, if only it were possible. He wished to let Song taste the exquisite flavors from his memories, rather than this rudimentary version. I will find it in the future, Song reassured him as he handed over the skewered meat he had just roasted. Chapter 22. Thus, they came to a cheerful decision. Linmu did not perceive Song's comfort as mere empty words. Although he had only been in this world for a short time, he had already discovered that many plants from his previous life existed here. Furthermore, even if they did not, what did it matter? Alternatives could certainly be found. In fact, as his abilities improved, the variety of edible items would expand. With these thoughts in mind, Linmu took a bite of the meat and mushroom on the skewer. The meat gained a touch of the mushroom's freshness, while the mushroom, enriched by the fat, became as fragrant as the meat. Coupled with Song's perfectly timed cooking, Linmu's satisfaction was visibly evident. Observing Linmu's enjoyment while eating, Song wore a broad smile. After all, it was a source of pride for a beastman to have their beast companion relish the roasted meat they prepared. However, this joy did not last long, for Linmu soon felt full. Moo, please eat a bit more. You haven't had much, Song urged. Lin Mu let out a satisfied burp, gently patting his belly as he replied, I truly cannot eat another bite. I am already stuffed. You can take care of the leftovers. I need to rest for a moment. With that, Lin Mu leaned back against the beast hide bag. Seeing this, Song got up and found a few leaves to wrap the remaining skewers of meat. He had no intention of eating them himself, as he had seen just how much Lin Mu enjoyed that skewer. After packing everything up, Song settled next to Lin Mu, leaning against the beast hide bag, and wrapped his arms around him. Time passed unmeasured until Lin Mu no longer felt overstuffed, and finally, the tribe members started to return one by one. Song, are we preparing to gather back to the tribe? Lin Mu, still nestled in Song's embrace, asked. Song maintained his hold on Lin Mu and replied, Yes, if we delay any longer, it will be too late to return. And that wouldn't be safe. When will the tribe have another harvest day? Lin Mu inquired, recalling how this harvest day had felt more like a playful outing that, of course, he did not mind. As it was a rare occasion for a sub-beast to venture out, he now understood how much the tribe valued the protection of sub-beasts, so naturally, he wished for more opportunities to enjoy such outings. Song, knowing Lin Mu's character, stated directly, Mu Mu, this time is different. Such outings meant for fostering bonds between beastmen and sub-beasts occur only once each year before the rainy season. Other harvest days are genuinely for gathering fruits and wild vegetables, and the specific dates depend on ripeness. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu realized there was indeed such a distinction. However, he wondered why he looked forward more to the ordinary harvest days in Mu Mu. If you truly wish to play outside the tribe in the future, you must tell me. Once I am free from patrol duties, I can take you for a stroll nearby, Song said, genuinely concerned about Lin Mu's tendency to wander off. All right, I promise you, Lin Mu replied. He was aware of his own capabilities. Defeating a dozen sub-beasts was no issue, nor was it difficult to ambush an unguarded beastman. However, wild beasts in the outdoors were unpredictable and either lacked intelligence or were formidable in numbers. He wished to avoid danger, hence staying put was the best option. As the two engaged in their conversation, the gathering of tribe members grew larger. However, there were not many sub-beasts seated upon the beastmen's backs. Among the first to return, however, were two familiar figures to Lin Mu. One was Xia Hua, who appeared utterly exhausted, nearly slumped on the back of a golden-haired lion, and the other was Lin Shu, who, though shy, wore a countenance filled with happiness, sitting gracefully atop a black panther. The tribe was already well aware of the relationships among these pairs, so their postures did not elicit much applause. However, several other pairs did attract cheers from many beastmen and sub-beasts. Seeing Lin Mu's attention drawn to the scene, Song assumed he wanted to experience the same and gently offered, Mu Mu, shall I transform into my beast form and carry you for a round? Lin Mu, immediately realizing what Song meant, he chuckled and replied, No need, no need. We have been so close for this long. There is no need to take a trip to prove our relationship. I was merely watching the excitement. To prevent Song from pursuing this topic further, Lin Mu hastily changed the subject, but in that moment, he could not think of anything else to discuss. Just then, Feng and Zhe, both pleased with their partners, arrived, providing a timely rescue for Lin Mu. Song, you all returned so early? Zhe inquired, though his tone hinted at something else. Song understood and laughed. Indeed, it hasn't been long since I was carrying Mu Mu. I returned in my beast form, which surely made the journey quicker. With one sentence, Song conveyed to Zhe not to worry. They had only just returned, while he had carried Lin Mu the entire way. However, this unintended display caused Zhe to fall silent, realizing he should not have pride. Meanwhile, Xia Hua and Lin Shu descended from their beast companions and joined Lin Mu. Regarding Zhe's concerns, they felt no worry. As their own concern lay elsewhere, Mu Mu, you gathered so quickly. You managed to collect so many white beans. I was dragged so far by Feng that by the time I returned, there were hardly any mature white beans left. Xia Hua expressed, her already weary face now shadowed by sorrow. And how many did you gather? Lin Mu asked curiously. As an established member of Qing Mu, he could hardly fathom how little one might collect to feel such distress. Upon hearing this, Xia Hua sorrowfully gestured to the beast hide bag, indicating that she had only gathered 1/5 of a full BI in that instant. Lin Mu understood why she felt so disheartened. Lin Shu, noticing this, comfortingly patted Xia Hua's shoulder, his expression also tinged with unhappiness as he said, I managed to collect only half a bag before Zhe pulled me away, and by the time I returned, There was nothing left. Though Lin Shu's beast hide bag was larger, half of it equated to only 3/5 of Lin Mu's bag, falling short of their goals. Lin Mu felt nothing but sympathy for the two. Having such a troublesome boyfriend could indeed be infuriating. I gathered one full bag of white beans. The other bag is filled with mushrooms. I can share some white beans with you, Xiaohua. As for Lin Shu, I want to give you any, so that we three have a similar amount, ensuring we can last through the rainy season. Lin Mu cherished food, but he would not be stingy with his own kind. Moreover, the primary reason for stockpiling these white beans was to prevent Song from going hungry during the rainy season. By offering these beans now, it would allow Song to hunt and stockpile more meat. As Song preferred meat over white beans, Lin Mu's generosity caused Song, who had been eavesdropping, to widen his eyes in surprise. He was well aware of how much Lin Mu valued food at tea that moment. Xiaohua waved her hands in refusal, saying, No, there is still some time before the rainy season. I can have Feng collect more for me. However, Lin Shu firmly grasped Xiaohua's hand, insisting, Xiaohua, you must accept this. The upcoming time is crucial for the beastmen to eat and stockpile food. We cannot waste it on other matters. All right, just accept it at worst. You can repay me after the rainy season, Lin Mu reassured her. But it's not the same. The white beans before the rainy season are a lifeline, she started. But Lin Mu interrupted, they are still white beans, regardless of whether it's before or after the rainy season. White beans do not change names due to seasonal shifts. Enough. Let us finalize this pleasant decision. Chapter 23. The end of harvest day. Lin Mu made a decision, and naturally, Song had no objections. After all, in his eyes, even without the white beans, he would not let his beloved Mumu go hungry. Feng and Zhe shared the same sentiment. They simply could not fathom their partner's obsession with the white beans. Regardless of its origins, once Lin Mu had made up his mind, the three beastmen could only proceed to distribute the beans. Before long, the white beans were divided, and the quantities among the three were fairly equal. As Xiaohua sighed in relief, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lin Mu. Initially, he had thought Lin Mu would be difficult to get along with, but it now seemed he was nothing short of a little angel. Well, Lin Shu was the same. With this thought, Xiaohua's gaze toward Feng grew more unfriendly. Sensing Xiaohua's stare, Feng looked rather aggrieved but dared not speak further, fearing he would only provoke Xiaohua's anger further. Meanwhile, Lin Mu and Lin Shu noticed the situation and hurriedly diverted Xiaohua's attention. Just as Lin Mu was pondering a suitable topic to discuss, Lin Shu had already presented a new one. Mumu, how do you plan to cook those mushrooms? The mention of food instantly invigorated Lin Mu, and a myriad of culinary ideas sprang to mind. However, considering the current conditions, he had to narrow it down, stating stir-fried, and soup, stewed dishes, and of course, deep-fried. Yet, no matter which of these preparations he contemplated, they would only be a simplified version. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mu heard Lin Shu gulping audibly. Turning his gaze, he realized he might have misjudged the listener. Compared to Lin Shu, Xiaohua, who had already begun drooling, was far more persuasive. But with Lin Shu swallowing again, Lin Mu discerned that it was not his misinterpretation. Rather, Lin Shu's innocent demeanor was quite misleading. Then Mumu, could you teach me? I would like to follow your method in the future, Xiaohua said, wiping his drool, his eyes filled with fervor. I can teach you, but most mushrooms are toxic. My ability to distinguish them is a talent. You won't be able to learn it. If you accidentally consume a poisonous one, the tribe would have no means to treat it. If the toxin is potent enough, it could be fatal on the spot, Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu was not joking. The peculiarities of this world not only made nutrition more abundant, but also rendered toxins far more virulent. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua and Lin Shu hesitated to respond, while their partners, Feng and Zhe, grew anxious and quickly refused to learn. Although Feng and Zhe had initially suspected Lin Mu was reluctant to teach, they panicked upon seeing Tsang's serious expression. Having just established their relationship not long ago, they certainly did not wish to lose their beloved partner so soon. Hearing this, Xiaohua and Lin Shu also became fearful and repeatedly expressed their decision not to learn. Lin Mu was left speechless. He had merely warned them about the dangers of mushrooms, not the culinary skills themselves. Everyone had misunderstood. He had initially expressed concern that the two might secretly forage for mushrooms after discovering their deliciousness. Just as he was contemplating how to clarify, Tsang approached and said, Mumu, it's time to head back to the tribe. I'll carry you. Lin Mu glanced at the others and realized he wouldn't be the only one being carried. So he readily agreed. Although the journey wasn't particularly long, His aching legs and feet felt weary. Soon, Song transformed into his beast form, placing both the beast skin bag and Linmu on his back before calling out to Feng and Zhe as they set off. After a while, Linmu noticed that Feng and Zhe were no longer in sight and curiously inquired, Song, do you think Feng and Zhe are lagging behind to comfort Xiaohua and Linshu? Song chuckled. They are certainly comforting them since we overheard your conversation. However, they have not caught up because they need to remain vigilant and guard the tribe. I see. With the increasing number of tribe members, my perception cannot assist much. Please stay extra alert, Linmu advised. He had just attempted to use his abilities to survey the surroundings, only to find a dense cluster of energy that resembled a colossal, blinding light bulb, impossible to gaze upon. Song nodded in acknowledgement, then fell silent, directing his attention to the surroundings. The journey continued in silence until they all returned safely to the tribe, at which point Song finally relaxed his vigilance. Mumu, let us go home. With that, Song remained in his beast form and continued to carry Linmu back to the stone house. Inside, Song carefully placed the collected white beans in the house, as they were specifically requested by his beloved Mumu. He certainly could not be foolish like Feng and Zhe. Meanwhile, Linmu busied himself sorting through the mushrooms in the bag, setting aside the ones that looked good for drying, while the ordinary ones could be consumed today. Before long, Song emerged from his tasks and noticed Linmu was still occupied, so he approached to offer help. However, the moment he sat down, Linmu spoke up, Song, let us wait until after the rainy season to discuss the new house. For now, let us stay here. All right. Although Song was puzzled, he said nothing. After all, it was their home. Regardless of whether they stayed in the new house or not, it would be a lie to say Linmu wasn't looking forward to their new home. But building a house would take several days, and with the rainy season approaching, he could not afford to waste Song's hunting time. Ultimately, ensuring Song could comfortably weather the rainy season was of utmost importance. Thus, Linmu rose, picked up 2 beast skin bags, and stuffed them with wild ginger from his storage space. However, the total amount in the 2 bags was merely half of what he had stored. Song, please take this wild ginger to Qingmu. When you return, you'll need to come back again. I want to clear out the storage space to store meat for the rainy season. During this time, please catch more prey, Linmu instructed. Song was deeply moved by this. His partner truly cared for him. Mumu, you're so wonderful. Saying this, Song leaned in for a kiss, but Linmu dodged and handed the 2 beast skin bags of wild ginger to him, saying, oh, enough of that. Don't waste any more time. Remember to bring back the salt that the chief promised. If you have time, catch a cuckoo bird. It would be perfect for dinner tonight. Understood, Mumu, Song replied. His expression one of feigned injury, as if he needed a kiss to find motivation. Linmu, however, chose to ignore him and continued his work. He could not be blamed for being heartless. He simply had no choice. After all, he was a healthy man, and after being teased multiple times, it was inevitable that he would lose control. Therefore, during the day, he would not provide Song with such opportunities. Song, realizing that his kiss might not be forthcoming, felt disappointed yet unwilling to give up. Since Mumu was not being proactive, he would take the initiative. With this thought, as Linmu was distracted, Song swiftly approached, cupping Linmu's face and planting a forceful kiss on his lips. Before Linmu could react, he grabbed the beast skin bags and dashed away, leaving behind the words, I'm off to deliver ginger to Father Ya. Chapter 24. How did dinner become a feast? Watching Song dash away like the wind, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake, Linmu couldn't help but chuckle. He never anticipated that Song would exhibit such behavior. However, after his laughter subsided, Linmu returned to his tasks, yet, before he could delve deeply into his work, he saw Qingmu approaching, carrying beast skin bags. Mumu, where's the wild ginger? I came to fetch it myself. Qingmu had been eagerly anticipating this for quite some time. And as soon as he returned home, he rushed over with the bags. Linmu paused for a moment and replied, Qingmu, didn't you run into Song? I just asked him to deliver 2 bags of wild ginger to you. Ah, I must have gotten distracted by something interesting on the way and didn't encounter him. But that's all right. Song knows where to place those things. For now, let me show you this interesting find. With that, Qingmu pulled out a handful of foxtail grass from behind him. Upon seeing the foxtail grass, Linmu could not fathom what was so interesting about it, as it was merely an ordinary weed. Qingmu then explained, this is something that Song and his beast father used to enjoy playing with in their beast forms. Linmu gazed at the dogtail grass, suddenly recalling that this humble plant could indeed serve as a makeshift toy for cats. He envisioned Song, resembling a white tiger, playfully frolicking with a small tuft of dogtail grass, and an involuntary smile crept across Lin Mu's face. Upon witnessing Lin Mu's smile, Qingmu understood that the other had grasped the amusement that could arise from playing with this wild grass alongside his companion. Consequently, he pressed the handful of dogtail grass into Lin Mu's hands. To Lin Mu's surprise, the seemingly insignificant bunch of dogtail grass felt surprisingly heavy, akin to grasping a handful of millet. This led him to recall that, prior to its domestication, millet was likely the seed of the dogtail grass. Upon examining the grass in his hand more closely, Lin Mu's expression shifted as he realized its potential. Activating his abilities, he confirmed that the dogtail grass was indeed usable. He promptly sought out a stone slab to begin the process of seed extraction. Lin Mu was aware that such tools were rudimentary, but in this primitive society, one could not expect much. The primary goal was to extract the seeds. And this was merely a trial. Qingmu, taken aback by Lin Mu's sudden initiative, wondered why Lin Mu had begun playing with it himself instead of allowing Song to do so. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had successfully extracted a considerable number of seeds from the dogtail grass and began to comprehend why the plant felt so heavy in his grasp. The abundance of nutrients in this world was evident, as even the dogtail grass appeared to be in a semi-domesticated state, yielding a significant quantity of seeds. After setting aside the dogtail grass, Lin Mu meticulously processed the seeds he had collected. Recognizing their potential as future sustenance, he approached his task with patience, becoming so engrossed that he momentarily forgot about Qingmu's presence. Lin Mu, what are you doing? Qingmu finally inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Reminded that he had assistance, Lin Mu briefly explained that these seeds might serve as food and needed to be processed. Qingmu, intrigued, eagerly joined in. After a labor-intensive endeavor, seeds resembling millet materialized before Lin Mu's eyes, leaving him puzzled. He distinctly recalled dogtail grass seeds not being this color. However, considering the peculiarities of this beastly world, he accepted the unusual appearance as reasonable. Next, Lin Mu prepared a stone pot, added water, and introduced the processed seeds to commence cooking porridge. Filled with anticipation for this novel food, Qingmu decided to stay for dinner at Song's dwelling. However, upon observing the meager state of Song's home, he felt compelled to return and gather some provisions. Though tradition dictated that Song and Lin Mu should gradually acquire furniture and utensils, Qingmu believed it prudent to borrow some items from his own household first. After informing Lin Mu, he set off to retrieve supplies, intending to collect wild ginger later once he had satisfied his hunger. Observing Qingmu stride away, Lin Mu realized he needed to augment the meal preparations. After all, it would be remiss to neglect the presence of Song's beast father while only catering to Qingmu. Considering the voracious appetites of beastmen, he deemed it necessary for Song to hunt additional game. Yet, in this primitive society, how could one communicate with another? Surely, shouting would not suffice. Even if Lin Mu screamed at the top of his lungs, Song would remain oblivious. Frustrated, Lin Mu glanced at the remaining mushrooms, deciding against sorting them and resolving to consume them all instead. Gugu bird stew with mushrooms, he thought. Given the size of the gugu bird, it was only reasonable to use an ample quantity of mushrooms. Just as he pondered this, Summer Flower's voice resonated from outside. Lin Mu, are you home? Ah, I am, Lin Mu replied, rising to greet her, his mind reflecting on how many visitors he had received today. Before he could step outside, Summer Flower entered, hand in hand with Feng, who was carrying 2 gugu birds. Lin Mu, these 2 gugu birds are a token of gratitude, Summer Flower announced. Grateful for what? Lin Mu asked, perplexed. Thank you for treating Summer Flower that day, as well as for your medicine, Feng interjected. Having witnessed the severity of the fever and the ineffectiveness of tribal remedies, he fully appreciated the life-saving nature of Lin Mu's methods and potions. Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively, not overly concerned about the thanks, yet he acknowledged the timely arrival of the gugu birds, and no need for thanks. I find such things more useful as seasoning than medicine. I'll accept the gugu birds, as I was just pondering how to notify Song. I need meat to entertain Qingmu and Lias, he spoke. Lin Mu produced some wild ginger to offer Feng as a token of reciprocity, having a surplus on hand. Feng examined the wild ginger, pausing before speaking. Shouldn't this be given to the shaman? Only then can it better serve to heal our kin. Lin Mu shook his head, explaining, I just had Song deliver 2 beast hide bags. Once Qingmu has eaten his fill, he can take another bag with him. That should suffice. Moreover, this ingredient is primarily for seasoning, in my view. That is its most critical role, at this point. Linmu extended an invitation for both to join him for dinner, as he had noticed Summer Flower's numerous longing glances at the stone pot since entering. For the sake of his partner, Summer Flower reluctantly agreed, yet she understood that 2 gugu birds would not suffice. They would need to hunt more food. Consequently, Linmu requested Feng to assist Song in capturing additional game. With the number of guests increasing, it seemed prudent to include Linmu and Zhe as a couple as well. All right, I understand. Rest assured, we will catch enough food, Feng replied before departing. As for Summer Flower, to prevent her from fixating on the stone pot, Linmu directed her to assist Linshu with invitations, and as for himself, the path to culinary delight begins with the preparation of ingredients. Chapter 25. Welcome home to create a delectable dish. The quality of ingredients, utensils, and the chef's skill are paramount. The quality of the gugu birds and other ingredients was beyond reproach, being entirely natural and free from harm in terms of his culinary skills. Linmu considered himself not unskilled, though his only drawback lay in the primitive state of his tools. Even the knife he utilized was merely a common stone blade. Fortunately, the stone knife remained relatively sharp. Granting Linmu a semblance of luck amidst his misfortune, grasping the stone knife, Linmu did not immediately begin his work. Instead, he first examined the gugu bird. After assessing its muscle condition, he proceeded with precision. Without hesitation, he sliced through the bird, and although his speed appeared unhurried, the fluidity of his actions allowed him to process an entire gugu bird in mere moments. Splendid, quite plump, just enough fat to create additional dishes. Retrieving some wild ginger and wild onions from his storage, Linmu began marinating the prepared meat. He then introduced dandelions and berries to create 2 more dishes. As Linmu neared completion of his ingredient preparations, Qingmu, Summer Flower, and the invited Linshu arrived. The beastmen, however, would have to wait a little longer. Linmu, preoccupied with his cooking, had no time to entertain his guest. He offered them some berries for their enjoyment while he continued his culinary endeavors. This time, Linmu had meticulously planned out the entire gugu bird. Setting aside the feathers for the moment, he opted to poach the breast meat before mixing it with the flavorful berry juice. He utilized the rendered fat for stir-frying, preparing one dish of dandelion stir-fried gugu bird eggs and another of fried mushrooms. The discarded bones would not go to waste. He would simmer them in a broth, adding mushrooms for extra flavored. As for the meat, it would be simply stewed with mushrooms. Before long, the cooking was complete. However, due to a lack of seasoning, Linmu felt that, despite his best efforts, the flavors fell short. Yet, this was merely his personal assessment. Qingmu and the others waiting nearby did not share his sentiments, as the enticing aromas wafted through the air. Even Linshu struggled to maintain his composure. Despite the apparent similarities between Linmu's cooking methods and their own, the resultant dish radiated an irresistible allure. Linmu, can we eat now? Summer Flower could no longer contain her impatience. Linmu paused, glancing at the absent beastmen, and queried, but Song and the others have not yet returned. Linmu, let the beastmen handle their own meals. We beasts can feast on our own, Qingmu interjected. Though Linshu remained silent, he nodded in agreement behind Qingmu. Linmu promptly rejected their proposal, stating, that will not do. How can we call it a gathering if not everyone is present? As he pondered this, an idea struck him. He returned to his dwelling to retrieve some white beans, which Tsang had previously opened for him to sample. Qingmu, is it all right to soak these white beans in hot water? Linmu inquired. Qingmu, slightly puzzled, replied, it's fine. They will only absorb water and swell faster. As soon as he finished speaking, he observed Linmu adding the white beans into the stone pot that was currently simmering with gugu bird and mushrooms. The beans, now infused with the broth's essence, would surely enhance their flavor. At that moment, Xia Hua spoke up, his craving having reached an unbearable level, on the verge of finding everything in sight delectable. Just a little longer, he thought, until Tsang and the others return, and then they can feast. Linmu offered some words of comfort. I know. I just don't know if I can hold out until they come back. At this moment, Xia Hua's longing for Feng was far greater than it had ever been. Linshu and Qingmu remained silent, yet their expressions conveyed all their thoughts. Seeing this, Linmu decided to prepare a few snacks to tide them over. The seeds of the dogtail grass have already been cooked. Would you like to taste them? Sure, came the reply. Lin Mu then took out a stone bowl, portioned out a small serving of porridge, and the four of them each held a bowl and began to sip. Though the porridge was quite hot, the stone bowl naturally cooled it down, making it manageable to drink slowly with each sip. Lin Mu became increasingly certain that this was indeed millet. Unlike in his previous life, where it required manual cultivation, in this beastly world, the dogtail grass had evolved independently, transforming into a form that humans could easily enjoy, a truly delightful plant. Reflecting on this, he finished the bowl of millet porridge entirely. Looking over at Qing Mu and the others, it was evident they had finished even faster than he had. Unlike Xiahua and Lin Shu, who were lost in the flavors, Qing Mu was astonished by the discovery of this new edible plant, especially since it was just a common weed. In the future, the food supply of their Qing Shui tribe would only increase. Mu Mu, do you have more porridge? Xiahua inquired. Suddenly encountering such novel food left him feeling unsatisfied with just a small portion. No, today was just a trial, so I didn't prepare much, Lin Mu answered. To be honest, after finishing that bowl, Lin Mu's own appetite had been stirred, but with such a limited quantity available, he would have to wait until they could harvest more dogtail grass. Just as he was contemplating this, he sensed 3 energy clusters within his range, one of which was unmistakably Tsong, while the other 2 needed no further introduction. Tsong and the others were returning soon, and a meal was imminent. Oh, really? That's wonderful, exclaimed Xiahua, who immediately turned his gaze to the distance. Before long, the beastly forms of Tsong, Feng, and Zhe appeared in Xiahua's line of sight, prompting him to excitedly shout, "They're back. They really are back, and they brought back so much game." Hearing this, Lin Shu also quickly got up to look, and upon spotting Zhe, a smile spread across his face. Unlike Lin Mu, who had already sensed Tsong's presence, he knew they were back and hurried to serve the meal. When Tsong and his companions reached the entrance, setting their hunted game on the ground, and had just resumed their human forms, Xiahua and Lin Shu eagerly rushed towards Feng and Zhe. Tsong watched Lin Mu with longing, and Lin Mu placed the soup he was holding down, offering a gentle smile as he said, "Welcome home, Tsong, you've worked hard. Come and eat." As he looked at the young man standing by the fire, uttering such affectionate words, Tsong felt his weary body being soothed in that moment. He stepped forward boldly, embracing Lin Mu, and gently said, "I'm back, Mu. That moment, Tsong suddenly understood Lin Mu's deep attachment to the concept of home, warmth, comfort. These words that Lin Mu had always associated with home now took on a tangible meaning for Tsong. He yearned to have a home with Mu Mu, a sanctuary that would soothe his heart upon returning under the cover of night. Chapter 26. The difficulty of using chopsticks. Though the warm atmosphere was delightful, it ultimately had to come to an end. However, self-ending was preferable to being interrupted, which could evoke resentment. So, when Tsong's beastly father, Lai, arrived with a sack of salt, his loud shout shattered the tender moment shared by the 3 pairs of couples. This led to a somewhat resentful gaze from Tsong and his brothers towards Lai as they took their seats. Lin Mu mused that had there been alcohol, Tsong and his brothers would surely have made a scene of drinking Lai under the table. However, Lai was oblivious to their feelings. As long as Qing Mu didn't mind his presence, everyone settled down. Their varying gazes finally converged on the dishes laid before them. "All right, everyone, let us see how it tastes," Lin Mu called out. Xiahua and Lin Shu had been eagerly awaiting this prompt, and as soon as the words fell, they dove into their meals with chopsticks. Speaking of chopsticks, Lin Mu had taught them to use them. Initially, Xiahua, Lin Shu, and Qing Mu found it cumbersome and inconvenient, but after Lin Mu briefly explained how eating with hands could lead to illnesses, Qing Mu strongly urged Xiahua and Lin Shu to adapt. However, despite practicing for the same duration of 2 hours, Lin Shu had already surpassed the other 2, catching up to Lin Mu with his adeptness at picking up food. Watching his skillful movements, Lin Mu gazed with a depth of admiration but chose to remain silent. If even the sub-beast struggled with chopsticks, one could only imagine the difficulties faced by the beastmen, who wielded them as if they were long spears charging into battle. The only one who fared slightly better was Tsong, who had spent a few days living with Lin Mu. Though this way of dining was challenging, none of the beastmen refused. The reason? Naturally, it was Qing Mu. Indeed, it was Qing Mu who held such influence. Lin Mu did not possess that kind of power. As the tribe's shaman, Qing Mu had decided to promote the use of utensils for the sake of the sub-beast's health. The dual mandate of the shaman and the concern for the sub-beasts, while being compelled the beastmen to endure the discomfort of using chopsticks without daring to discard them. Noticing Tsang struggling with his meal, Lin Mu could no longer bear to watch and decided to assist. He picked up his own chopsticks and demonstrated the proper technique, firmly stabbing at the piece of meat from the gugu bird. "Got it," he said, feeding the morsel to Tsang, then gesturing to Xia Hua that he could use this simple method. Seeing this, Xia Hua was touched, and with renewed determination, he aimed and stabbed with his chopsticks, finally succeeding. After feeding that piece of meat to Feng, Xia Hua felt no desire to continue the endeavor. After so many failed attempts, his wrist felt strained and painful, however, witnessing Lin Shu enjoying his meal. He persevered, continuing to compete for food with him. Soon, the sub-beasts were satiated, and the beastmen began their main course after finishing the appetizers. Lin Mu and the others did not need to assist. Just as Qing Mu had previously suggested, they allowed the beastmen to manage on their own, and of course, Lin Mu was not bored, as he listened to Qing Mu recount stories about other tribes, such as one where 2 beastmen married a sub-beast, or tales of the most beautiful sub-beasts from various tribes, or the particularly fierce beast forms from others. These seemingly fantastical accounts felt entirely real in this world, sparking Lin Mu's curiosity to explore other beastman tribes. However, he kept these thoughts to himself, recognizing he lacked the strength to venture out. For now, he deemed it essential to learn from Qing Mu, Xia Hua, and the others how to survive the rainy season. "Qing Mu, there can't be many days left until the rainy season, right?" Lin Mu inquired. Qing Mu nodded, replying, "There are about 4 days left." Lin Mu glanced around, realizing there were 20 days remaining, and understanding time was short. He straightforwardly asked, "Qing Mu, please teach me how to get through the rainy season." "And teach me too," Lin Shu chimed in. Qing Mu smiled and reassured them, "Don't worry, you both have beastman partners. They will help you safely navigate the rainy season." Xia Hua nodded, affirming, "That's right, don't worry." Seeing the 2's demeanor, Lin Mu understood that the sub-beasts in this world had grown accustomed to relying on their beastman partners to weather the rainy season, never considering how to manage on their own. Thus, he decided to wait until evening to ask Tsang instead. With that thought, Lin Mu turned to observe the beastmen who were engaged in conversation while eating. Their discussions centered around the upcoming rainy season. Unlike the leisurely sub-beasts, the beastmen appeared quite busy. Before long, the gathering came to a close. Feng took Xia Hua by the hand, and Zhe carried Lin Shu as they departed together. Qing Mu assisted Lin Mu in tidying up the leftover scraps, then left with the last of the wild ginger Lin Mu had provided to lie. The noisy environment faded away, leaving only the crackling sounds of the fire in the quiet surroundings. "Mu Mu, tidy up and rest early. Today has been quite tiring," Qing Mu advised. Tsang gently embraced Lin Mu from behind, whispering softly in his ear. As he felt the rhythmic beating of Tsang's heart against his back. Lin Mu's resolve began to wane, revealing a hint of fatigue. "Tsang, how do you intend to help me weather the rainy season?" Lin Mu inquired, unable to shake off certain concerns that lingered in his mind. "Fear not. As long as we survive the first day of the magical tide, I shall remain by your side, save for my patrols," Tsang reassured him. Tsang. It seemed that Lin Mu was plagued with insecurity, reluctant to be without him. Lin Mu's foremost worry during the rainy season was the potential flooding of their home. He dreaded the thought of sleepless nights spent in dampness. "Rest assured, I shall dry everything daily," Tsang replied, his familiarity with such matters evident. Lin Mu was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by such a superficial response. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to ask, "Have you never considered a more permanent solution? How would one resolve such a matter?" Tsang admitted he had never contemplated it. While it was too late to rebuild the foundation, raising the interior might still be feasible. Yet, this would only serve as a temporary fix, providing little substantial relief. At that moment, Lin Mu felt a disarray of thoughts, struggling to devise a better plan. Chapter 27. All according to you, the unresolved difficulties haunted Lin Mu, leading him to a disturbing dream that night. The vision was not particularly complex. He found himself submerged in water, akin to being immersed in formaldehyde. It was not terrifying per se, but undeniably peculiar. Consequently, Lin Mu, having spent considerable time in this beastly world, awoke for the first time feeling too fatigued to rise from bed due to a restless night. Tsang's eyes, Lin Mu appeared troubled by the impending rainy season, to the extent that even the sight of his beastly ears and tail failed to capture his attention. Moo moo, there's no need to fear the rainy season. It's not as daunting as you imagine, Song comforted him while holding Lin Mu close. Observing Lin Mu's lack of vitality pained Song deeply. Leaning against Song's embrace, Lin Mu replied, "Ah, I know, I merely had a night filled with nightmares, and I'm still quite exhausted." Although he was concerned about the rainy season, he would not allow it to wear him down to such an extent. Song's tail flicked with movement, and he tucked it into Lin Mu's embrace, saying, "Moo moo, you need not worry. I am here for you." He was curious about the content of Lin Mu's nightmare, yet given Lin Mu's current state, it seemed prudent to refrain from mentioning it. Lin Mu acknowledged, beginning to adjust his mindset. After a while, he regained his energy and asked Song, "Will you be patrolling today?" "Not today. My turn to patrol won't arrive for another couple of days, during which I shall be unable to be with you consecutively for 2 full days," Song responded. Lin Mu calculated in his mind, realizing that Song had little free time left before the rainy season began. "Song, let us take these 2 days to repair the stone house," Lin Mu suggested, attempting to rise. However, Song held him tightly, preventing him from getting up, causing Lin Mu to tumble back into Song's arms. "All right, let us get up. We must fix the house to prevent leaks, so we can comfortably nestle under the covers when the rainy season arrives," Lin Mu urged. "Very well, just tell me what you wish to do, and I shall follow your lead," Song proposed. "Agreed, it is all yours," Lin Mu replied. After they both got out of bed and had a simple breakfast, they set off in search of tools. Due to the unique environment of the beast world, Lin Mu involved Song in the planning and selection of materials for the stonehouse repairs. Though Song had never considered this before, he quickly understood Lin Mu's intentions through his guidance and examples. This collaboration allowed Song to present even better suggestions for the repairs and material choices. "Let us proceed as follows. We shall use the grass mats as a base for the roof and layer it with stone slabs and sticky fruit. While raising the interior, we shall also create a drainage ditch outside," Lin Mu declared, his eagerness palpable. Song smiled in response, saying, "As you wished." As long as Lin Mu was happy, he was willing to comply, even if it meant their home would suffer some damage. Lin Mu was taken aback by Song's nonchalant acceptance of his serious plan. Hearing Song's affectionate words made him feel sweetly bashful. However, he quickly composed himself and urged Song to help him cut the grass, knowing that crafting the grass mats required a substantial amount of dried weeds. In this primitive world, weeds were abundant, and dried ones were no exception. After selecting the appropriate types of grass, Song instructed Lin Mu to wait while he transformed into his beast form to commence the harvesting. It must be noted that the claws of beastmen were indeed sharp. A mere swipe could fell an entire patch of grass. Before long, the first batch of dried grass was harvested, and after binding them with vines, Song returned home with Lin Mu. On their way back, they fortuitously encountered a long-toothed beast, which would serve as their lunch. Upon returning to their home in the tribe, they had a simple lunch since there were still tasks to complete in the afternoon. Afterward, they each busied themselves with their respective responsibilities. Song set out to hunt, while also gathering more dried grass, stones, and sticky fruit. Meanwhile, Lin Mu remained at home, weaving the grass mats. Having grown up in the countryside, Lin Mu was quite adept at grass weaving. While he lacked the skill to create intricate designs, he was quite proficient in crafting utilitarian items. Despite a long hiatus from practice, the skills etched into his muscle memory allowed him to weave with ease after a brief adjustment period. The weaving process involved securing the resilient, slender vines to keep the grass firmly in place on the roof. Once he grasped the key techniques, the difficulty diminished to nearly zero. Soon, he had neatly organized piles of dried grass set aside. As he approached the completion of weaving, Lin Mu noticed the daylight had dimmed, with evening drawing near. Indeed, when engrossed in work, one often loses track of time. Rising to stretch, Lin Mu felt a satisfying crackle in his joints, prompting a smile of comfort. However, the pain in his feet reminded him that he might be developing blisters. He sat down on the remaining dried grass, unwrapping the beast hide from his feet to inspect them, only to find several glaring blisters on the soles, just as he had feared. Lacking proper footwear and relying solely on the beast hide was proving to be quite challenging. Though he could endure hardship, his feet were evidently not as resilient. Gazing at the scant pile of dried grass left, Lin Mu decided to weave himself a pair of grass sandals. with grass and beast hide at his disposal. His feet would suffer less. While he couldn't craft intricate sandals, he had learned a few styles that were durable and comfortable. Having familiarized himself with the weaving technique during the grass mat project, he was able to rapidly begin crafting the sandals. As he worked, he measured his feet to ensure a perfect fit. Upon completion and trying them on, he found them to fit just right. Impressive, even after all these years, my skills remain sharp, he mused to himself. Suddenly, he remembered there was one more task he had yet to undertake. After setting the completed grass mats aside, he retrieved the stone pot, preparing to boil salt. After receiving the salt from Lai the previous day, Lin Mu inspected it. Although it appeared clean, as a traveler from another world, he understood that it might not be as pure as it seemed. For his health, boiling the salt was imperative. However, he had forgotten some of the specifics of the process, so he decided to experiment with a small amount first. Yet, despite his vigorous efforts, the actual outcome was negligible. The salt he boiled contained hardly any impurities and was of remarkably high purity. This revelation astonished Lin Mu, albeit only briefly, as he had begun to accept that some knowledge in this world diverged from that of his past life. What a waste of my precious salt. Chapter 28. The tailoring expert determined not to squander the salt. Lin Mu resolved to utilize the stone pot to prepare a meat stew, adding white beans for good measure. Last night's meal had made him aware of the beans' delectable taste. Otherwise, he wouldn't have added so many, only to end up with a single piece for himself. Today, with just himself and Song, he decided to include several pieces to ensure there would be enough to eat. With this thought, Lin Mu retrieved the leftover long-toothed beast meat from his storage space, along with a generous amount of ginger and scallions. There was no escaping the fact that while rabbit meat was delicious, it required proper seasoning to eliminate any gamey flavors. After processing the meat, he placed it into the pot, the rich aroma of the meat mingling with the scent of scallions, making it nearly impossible to resist the urge to devour 3 large bowls at once. There's a lack of seasoning. Once this is over, I must search for additional spices, he mused. Just then, Lin Mu sensed Song's presence drawing near. Finally back, he said, and before he could finish, he noticed Song had returned with other beastmen alongside him. Curiously, it did not take long for Song and the other beastmen to come into view. Feng and Zhe, however, soon after, the items on the backs of the 3 orcs caught his attention. On Song's back was a large stone along with the corpses of 2 enormous beasts. Feng carried a massive pile of grass, while Zhe was laden with a substantial beast skin bag. Before long, the trio approached, and after setting down their burdens, only Song transformed into human form. After exchanging nods with Lin Mu, Feng and Zhe took their leave. Before Lin Mu could utter a word, Song enveloped him in a warm embrace, drawing in a deep breath of his scent before speaking. Mu Mu, Feng and Zhe's sub-beasts are coming over for a meal. So I took the liberty of hunting to lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu glanced back at the scant amount of Longya beast meat in the pot, suddenly feeling it insufficient. Mu Mu, you only need to prepare meals for your sub-beasts. We can manage with grilling some meat ourselves. Song wished to ensure that his Mu Mu was not overburdened. Lin Mu nodded in agreement, thinking that accommodating just Xia Hua and Lin Shu should not pose much of a problem. Oh, by the way, Mu Mu, I also gathered some berries and wild vegetables for you. As Song spoke, he revealed a bundle concealed beneath the withered grass, unwrapping it to reveal a trove of delightful items. Lin Mu discovered a variety of treasures within, including plantain and dandelion, both of which he had previously introduced, along with a considerable amount of the foxtail grass he had mentioned the day before. In addition, there were also red sour fruits, which he had remarked were particularly delectable when stir-fried with cuckoo bird eggs. Gazing at this thoughtful bundle brimming with Song's affection, Lin Mu suddenly felt reluctant to use these to prepare a meal for Xia Hua and the others. Yet, reflecting on the two, Lin Mu could not resist asking out of curiosity. Xia Hua and Lin Shu saw me cooking yesterday. It was so simple, they should have learned to prepare meals at home by now. Why would they still come over for a meal? Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Song recalled the troubled expressions of Feng and Zhe when they encountered him, prompting a chuckle. According to Feng and Zhe, their cooking was quite dreadful. They ended up wasting the lunch they made. Lin Mu remained perplexed as to how such straightforward dishes could be executed poorly. Nevertheless, understanding that he still had to cook, he felt fortunate to have Song by his side, making the task feel far less mundane. Lin Mu did not linger on the matter, merely asking Song to prepare some white beans. and then proceeded to stir-fry cuckoo bird eggs with the plantain, dandelion, and red sour fruits. Just as Lin Mu was finishing his stir-fry, Xiahua and Lin Shu arrived. Mu Mu, I brought you some new clothes. Take a look, Xiahua exclaimed as he unveiled his gift. I also brought honey from the honey beast. It's quite sweet, Lin Shu added promptly. Seeing the two arrive with gifts took Lin Mu by surprise, but he quickly expressed his gratitude, feeling momentarily self-conscious about the simplicity of the meal he had prepared. However, neither Xiahua nor Lin Shu perceived it as inadequate, for a few stir-fried dishes alongside a large pot of stewed meat was quite a feast for the three of them. Mu Mu, try on the clothes first. If anything doesn't fit, let me know, and I'll take them back to altar, Xiahua said, surprising Lin Mu with his focus on the clothes rather than the food. As Lin Mu's gaze fell upon the beast skin outfit in his hands, he noticed that both the stitching and design surpassed his own attire significantly, prompting him to exclaim, "Did you make this?" Xiahua. Without speaking, Lin Shu chimed in, Mu Mu. Xiahua is the most skilled among our Qing Shui tribe when it comes to making clothes. They are not only durable, but also incredibly comfortable. Lin Mu was genuinely astonished, unable to fathom Xiahua's remarkable talent. Xiahua, blushing from the compliment, urged Lin Mu, quickly try it on to see if it fits. All right. Though the garments were all crafted from beast skin, Lin Mu would not take his friend's kindness for granted. He promptly took the outfit and entered the stone house, emerging shortly after donning the new attire. At that moment, Lin Mu realized that Lin Shu's praise had indeed not been exaggerated. Though both outfits were made of beast skin, Xiahua's design was undeniably more comfortable, fitting well without being restrictive, allowing for ease of movement. Xiahua, your craftsmanship is truly exceptional, Lin Mu exclaimed upon exiting. Song's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld Lin Mu die in that instant. He comprehended the significance of having a well-fitted outfit for a sub-beast. The way Lin Mu, clad in the clothes, exuded an even more captivating aura was undeniably enchanting for the orcs. Xiahua and Lin Shu, too, were taken aback. Though the garment was the same, Lin Mu's unique grace perfectly complemented his personal style. However, Lin Mu's grass shoes soon caught Xiahua's attention, prompting him to inquire. Mu Mu, are those shoes you made yourself? Xiahua's question drew the other's eyes to Lin Mu's footwear. These are the grass shoes I made this afternoon. The beast's skin caused blisters on my feet and made them stink. Lin Mu replied. Both Xiahua and Lin Shu could relate to the discomfort caused by beast skin, but before they could voice their agreement, Song rushed over with concern. Mu Mu, why didn't you tell me your feet have blisters? Can you manage with just these grass shoes? Do you need me to prepare a few layers of soft beast skin for you? Song asked, worry etched across his face. Song was all too aware of how tender Lin Mu's skin was. He had been anxious about this situation, hoping to limit Lin Mu's activity, believing he would gradually acclimate to the beast's skin. Yet, it seemed unavoidable that he had sustained injuries. It's nothing serious, Lin Mu reassured him. He quickly shifted the topic, hoping to avoid further discussion about his feet during their mealtime. Song, understanding Lin Mu's intent, refrained from pressing the matter. However, he resolved to bring it up again once dinner was over and it was just the two of them. All right, the food is getting cold. Xiahua, let us eat. Sure thing. Chapter 29. A pair of grass shoes after satisfying their hunger. Xiahua and Lin Shu did not linger, departing after a brief exchange. Song insisted on handling all the post-meal cleanup, refusing to let Lin Mu assist. Once everything was tidied up, Song turned to Lin Mu and said, Mu Mu, let me see your feet to assess how serious the blisters are. Lin Mu rolled his eyes at Song's insistence, but ultimately removed his grass shoes to show him that it's nothing. Just a few blisters that will heal in a couple of days. He had dealt with such minor issues before and had grown accustomed to them. Song examined Lin Mu's feet and, relieved to find no broken skin, felt a pang of concern for the tender blisters that marred such delicate skin. His companion was far too delicate for his liking. Mu Mu, let's visit the subfather to see if there is any medicine that can help, Song suggested. That's unnecessary. It's not a serious injury, Lin Mu declined, unwilling to appear fragile. In fact, had there been needles available, he would have already popped the blisters. To divert Song from the topic, Lin Mu redirected the conversation, saying, Song, did you see the grass mats I wove? I just need to finish weaving the dried grass we harvested today. Yes, I saw it. Mu Mu's hands are so skilled. The mats look beautiful, Song said, embracing Lin Mu. Song's sincere tone made Lin Mu blush. Cough. I don't weave as well as you say. I want to weave a little more before bed so I can finish the roof repairs tomorrow. Lin Mu mentioned, aware that the source of the stone pieces came from the orcs using their claws to break them down efficiently. Song had already completed the division of the stone he had carried back before dinner, and the beast's skin bag was filled with enough sticky fruits. Now, he merely needed to finish his grass mats. Mu Mu, we're not in a hurry. We can weave tomorrow just as well. Song replied, not wanting his partner to overexert himself. That it's fine. There's not much left to do. I can finish it before bed, and we can start the repairs early tomorrow, Lin Mu insisted. With that, Lin Mu prepared to leave Song's embrace. Then teach me as well. I'll join you, Song said as he released Lin Mu. All right. The efficiency of two individuals engaged in labor is undoubtedly superior to that of a solitary worker. Lin Mu, naturally, would not decline the assistance. Previously, when Lin Mu was alone, he had to gather the dried grass into heaps before weaving them piece by piece. However, with Song's involvement, this entire process could be circumvented. Now, Song merely needed to hand over the bundles of dried grass to Lin Mu, thus significantly enhancing Lin Mu's speed. Before long, the woven grass mats had reached several meters in length. Observing Lin Mu's deft movements, Song felt a mixture of astonishment and pride, for no other shaman in their tribe possessed such skill. Yet soon after, a pang of sympathy struck him. He lamented the hardships Lin Mu must have endured to attain such proficiency. Unbeknownst to Lin Mu, Song's mind wandered in these directions while he was blissfully engaged in weaving. Relishing the ease brought by companionship, after adding firewood to the blaze for the third time, Lin Mu estimated that the grass mats should suffice. Noticing a substantial amount of dried grass still remaining, he decided to extend the length as a precaution. Lin Mu, this is more than enough, Song interjected. Nodding, Lin Mu replied, let me finish this batch. It is better to have excess than to fall short. With renewed vigor, Lin Mu accelerated his pace, and shortly thereafter, he completed the weaving. Glancing at the remaining dried grass, Lin Mu contemplated crafting a pair of grass shoes for Song. While orcs did not typically require such items, they could provide comfort at home. Estimating the size of Song's large feet, Lin Mu set to work with the grass in hand. Just as Song was about to add more firewood, Lin Mu proudly presented the finished pair of grass shoes. Song, give these a try, Lin Mu said with a bright smile. Is this for me? Song's voice brimmed with surprise and disbelief. Yes, for you. Although orcs may not need them outdoors, they can be quite comfortable at home. Lin Mu replied. Thank you, Lin Mu, Song said, his face lighting up with joy. After trying on the grass shoes and finding them a perfect fit, Song's happiness intensified. How do they fit? Lin Mu inquired. Perfectly, and quite comfortable, Song responded, feeling like the happiest orc in the world. That's all that matters now, let us rest. I feel a bit weary, Lin Mu yawned, having been so busy that he hadn't noticed his fatigue until he paused. All right, Song replied happily. As dawn broke, the aroma of breakfast wafted through the air, rousing Lin Mu from his slumber. After some time, he fully awakened and realized that Song was the one preparing the meal. Stretching lazily, Lin Mu finally got out of bed and stepped outside the stone hut to find Song cooking. Upon noticing Lin Mu, Song cheerfully called out, Lin Mu, breakfast is nearly ready. Wash up, and it will be done shortly. All right. After a brief moment, Lin Mu finished washing up and returned to find that Song had already served breakfast in stone bowls. Lin Mu, come eat. As Lin Mu approached, he discovered that the breakfast met his standards, consisting of a modest portion of roasted meat, scrambled dandelion eggs, a piece of rehydrated white bean, and a serving of mixed vegetable meat soup. Thank you for preparing breakfast so early, Song, Lin Mu said, planting a kiss on Song's cheek. It was no trouble. As long as Lin Mu is happy, Song replied, pulling Lin Mu into an embrace and returning the kiss. With only the two of them present, Lin Mu felt no shyness and comfortably settled into Song's arms as they enjoyed their meal. One bite revealed that Song's culinary skills had improved significantly, prompting Lin Mu to express his admiration, which further delighted Song, validating his efforts to enhance the flavors of their food. Once their satisfying breakfast concluded, the two began to prepare for the day's labor. Since Lin Mu had completed the grass mats the previous night, they would now attend to the roof. Lin Mu, you stay below. I can manage, Song said. Be careful, Lin Mu cautioned. Of course, Song assured. As Song ascended to the roof, Lin Mu noticed that he was still wearing the grass shoes Lin Mu had woven the night before, which brought a smile to his face. It was just a pair of shoes, yet Song seemed to cherish them immensely. In that moment, Lin Mu resolved to gift Song something even more meaningful. as they had yet to exchange a true token of affection since becoming partners. However, he wondered if the concept of a love token existed in this world. Determined, he planned to inquire with Xiahua and the others in the coming days. Meanwhile, Song had begun laying the grass mats on the roof, and Linmu trusted his judgment on how to proceed without needing to direct him. Before long, Song flashed a broad smile from atop the roof and announced, "Linmu, it's all laid out. Next, we just need to layer it with stone slabs and sticky fruits. Is there enough grass mat?" Linmu asked. "Yes, Linmu prepared just right," Song replied, jumping down from the roof, surprising Linmu but easing his concern when he saw Song unharmed. Song was an orc. It was common for him to leap down from such heights unscathed. But Linmu reminded himself that lesser beings should not attempt such feats. After cautioning himself, Linmu saw Song climbing back up to the roof with stone slabs and sticky fruits in hand. "Let me assist you," Linmu offered. Since he was not allowed on the roof, passing the stone slabs would suffice. However, upon lifting one, Linmu's expression shifted dramatically. It was far heavier than anticipated. What appeared to weigh 5 pounds felt like tin upon closer inspection. "No need, Linmu. Just watch from there. Don't come too close. It would be unfortunate if a stone slab fell on you," Song insisted, unwilling to risk Linmu's safety for such labor. After pondering Song's words, Linmu complied, realizing that his insistence on helping would only slow Song down. "Then please be cautious. There's no rush," Linmu said before moving aside to continue working with the remaining dried grass. With some free time on his hands, he decided to weave the leftover grass into other items. Grass mats and shoes were the basics, but finer creations required more delicate work, which this grass could not provide. However, recalling the upcoming rainy season, Linmu remembered the ancient raincoat known as a poncho. Traditionally made from bamboo leaves, the earliest versions were crafted from thatched grass. Although he only had a vague understanding of the process, he was determined to experiment. Reflecting on the fragmented knowledge of poncho creation in his mind, Linmu began to attempt the task. Unfortunately, the initial results were disappointing, and some of the dried grass became unusable in the process. Surveying the remaining grass behind him, Linmu encouraged himself. "As long as I succeed before I waste this grass, it will not be in vain." With renewed determination, Linmu embarked on another attempt. Time passed. And after yet another failure, he summarized his mistakes and devised a new plan. Once again, he tried, but failure greeted him yet again. After reviewing the lessons learned from his failures, he pressed on, failing and starting over time and again. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Linmu glimpsed the hope of success. With a stretch of his weary fingers, Linmu wore a smile as he began once more. With each successful step and every accomplished phase, the form of a poncho began to materialize in Linmu's hands. Delighted by his progress, Linmu laughed aloud, but just as he was about to continue, he realized he had exhausted the remaining dried grass due to his repeated failures. "Why must it run out at such a crucial moment?" he lamented, looking up to see that Song had also completed the roof repairs. Admiring the neatly arranged stone slabs resembling snake scales, Linmu gave Song a thumbs up. Impressive craftsmanship, Linmu praised sincerely. Song beamed at the compliment, leaping down from the roof. "Linmu, I've followed your instructions. Now, even if it rains, the roof will not leak," Song stated, finally grasping the ingenuity and thoughtfulness behind Linmu's ideas. "Next, we need to raise the interior of the stone hut and dig a drainage ditch outside," Linmu suggested, acknowledging the pressing time constraints that limited their options. "All right, but it's getting late. Let us eat first. Afterward, I'll go gather some stones," Song replied. "If possible, could you also bring me more dried grass? I plan to weave a poncho," Linmu added, retrieving the stored meat. "What is a poncho? Is it a type of clothing?" Song inquired curiously. Song, filled with curiosity, inquired, to which Linmu responded with a smile, saying, "A raincoat is a garment worn during rain, ensuring one remains dry. Is there really such a garment?" Song asked in astonishment. "Indeed, I am currently attempting to weave one. Once completed, I shall test its efficacy. If it proves functional, it would certainly facilitate your patrols during the rainy season," Linmu replied. "Very well, I understand," Song acknowledged. With that, Song proceeded to roast meat, while Linmu gazed at the rudimentary form of the raincoat and suddenly thought of a matching bamboo hat. However, it seemed that such hats were typically woven from bamboo, and straw hats lacked adequate waterproofing. "Alas, bamboo is indeed necessary," he mused, for it was undeniable that bamboo-crafted items were far more practical than those made from straw. Yet, did bamboo grow near the Qing Shui tribe? Contemplating, Lin Mu approached Song to make an inquiry. Given the differences in names between their two worlds, Lin Mu described the appearance of bamboo. I believe there might be some, though I cannot recall clearly. You might want to ask Ye Fu. He possesses greater knowledge of plants than I, Song replied. For Song, or rather for all beast folk, they would not expend effort remembering plants that were unpalatable or inedible. Very well, while you gather stones this afternoon, I shall seek out Qing Mu, Lin Mu stated, agreed. Let us first enjoy our meal. The meat is ready, Song said as he offered the roasted meat to Lin Mu's mouth. After taking a bite and chewing, Lin Mu remarked, Song, if we discover that plant, the living conditions of the tribe could improve significantly, as many tools could be fashioned from it. Yes, I understand. I shall be vigilant during my outings and will also inform the other beast folk to remain attentive. Song replied earnestly. Lin Mu trusted Song's words. Even if they were but mere aspirations for now, he believed that once found, Lin Mu would turn those dreams into reality. However, I do not possess extensive knowledge. So do not hold too high expectations of me, Lin Mu added. He wished to enhance the tribe's living standards, but that did not imply he desired to burden himself with pressure, I am aware. And Lin Mu need not feel overly stressed. Even if you cannot assist, it is of no consequence, Song reassured him, for to him, Lin Mu's happiness was paramount. Now, let us eat, Lin Mu shyly suggested, feeling flattered by Song's charm. Chapter 31. A title uninspired. The modest lunch concluded, Song and Lin Mu were compelled to part ways briefly. Be cautious on your journey, Lin Mu said. Embracing Song, I will, Lin Mu, Song replied, returning the embrace with vigor. Subsequently, they each ventured off to attend to their respective tasks. After Song departed, Lin Mu took a deep breath and set out to find Qing Mu. Although he had been in the tribe for several days, he had had little interaction with the other beast folk and sub-beast folk. The solitude of navigating the tribe on his own today made Lin Mu, who was suddenly feeling a bit socially anxious, find it quite challenging. However, as long as he kept his discomfort to himself and maintained a facade, it would likely go unnoticed. As Lin Mu walked along the path, he greeted the proactive beast folk and sub-beast folk he encountered with courtesy before continuing on his way. While this was somewhat exhausting, it was also one of the quickest ways to integrate into other groups. For instance, upon expressing his intention to seek out Qing Mu, the others enthusiastically guided him to his destination. Eventually, arriving at Qing Mu's door, he waved goodbye to the others before entering the stone house. Observing Qing Mu diligently attending to others, Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement before finding a place to sit and rest. Qing Mu, relieved that Lin Mu was not seeking medical assistance, continued to care for the other tribe members. After a brief while, he sent off the last ailing member and turned his attention to Lin Mu, saying, What brings you to my abode today, Lin Mu? I wish to inquire about a certain plant, Lin Mu began, reiterating the characteristics and appearance of bamboo. Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression crossed Qing Mu's face. It sounds familiar, but I must admit I am struggling to recall it at the moment. Do you remember if such a plant exists near the tribe? Lin Mu pressed, as this question was crucial. After all, if it were too distant, it would be impractical. Allow me a moment to ponder, Qing Mu replied, falling into thought. Lin Mu, seeing this, settled into a quiet wait. Moments later, Qing Mu's eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed, I've remembered. There are plenty on the backside of that mountain near the tribe. That is splendid news. May I go and cut a few down? Lin Mu asked joyfully. Certainly, but you will need a beast folk to accompany you. Qing Mu answered. Lin Mu nodded, understanding this necessity. Indeed, even if Tsong were not to accompany him, he would not venture alone due to the distance and the need for Tsong's assistance in cutting and transporting the bamboo. However, upon recalling that Tsong would begin patrol duties tomorrow, his earlier excitement began to wane, and as for troubling other beast folk, that thought did not even cross Lin Mu's mind. After all, he had a beast folk partner, and he could always ask Tsong to accompany him later. With this in mind, Lin Mu prepared to take his leave. Yet, before he could voice his intentions, Qing Mu spoke first, asking, Lin Mu, what are you wearing on your feet? Ah? These are straw sandals, Lin Mu replied. Realizing this was likely Qing Mu's first encounter with such footwear, he proceeded to provide a detailed explanation. Qing Mu, upon hearing this, appeared deep in thought before finally saying, Lin Mu, May I request that you teach the other sub-beast folk in the tribe how to weave straw sandals? Of course, Lin Mu readily agreed without much thought. He had already promised Xiao Hua and Lin Shu. So teaching a few more individuals would not be a burden, especially since straw sandals required no specialized skill. Qing Mu, taken aback by Lin Mu's willingness, exclaimed, "Thank you, Lin Mu. I will inform the tribe leader of your contribution." Lin Mu, bemused, responded, "It is merely teaching them to weave sandals. What merit is there in that?" Qing Mu, finding Lin Mu's perspective amusing, explained, "While leather coverings are sufficient in warm and cold seasons, they are inadequate during the rainy and hot seasons. Every year, numerous sub-beast folk suffer injuries to their feet." Lin Mu, upon hearing this, finally grasped the rationale. His own preference for straw sandals was partly due to the discomfort of heat. Understood. When will you arrange for others to come and learn? Qing Mu? Lin Mu queried. Would tomorrow suffice? I can arrange for individuals to learn at any time, Qing Mu replied, noting that the sub-beast folk had little else to do aside from caring for the young. That works well. Song will be on patrol tomorrow, and I shall be free. However, please do not gather too many individuals. I can instruct a portion, and they can then teach the others. Does that sound acceptable? Lin Mu suggested. He could manage a few, but too many would likely become overwhelming. Agreed. Let us plan for 10 individuals tomorrow, Xiaohua, Lin Shu, and a few others who learn quickly and are skilled. Qing Mu remarked, already selecting candidates. Lin Mu had no objections, but then thought about the materials needed for the teaching and said, Qing Mu, could you arrange for a few beast folk to gather some dry grass today? The grass Song collected is reserved for another purpose, so I will not be sharing it. Certainly, I will find individuals shortly, Qing Mu replied. After further discussion, as more tribe members came seeking medical attention, Lin Mu excused himself and departed. Upon returning home, Lin Mu found that Song had not yet returned, leaving him with little to do but sit and daydream. He pondered weaving with grass, then with bamboo, and contemplated whether there were any other matters he had overlooked. After allowing his thoughts to wander for some time, a vine in the distance caught his eye, sparking the idea of creating a vine basket. While bamboo was currently inaccessible for crafting various items, he had an abundance of vines at hand, which could serve as a temporary substitute for bamboo, allowing him to weave simple items without issue. With this thought, Lin Mu set off to retrieve the vines Song used for bundling dry grass. After measuring the length, he gathered some additional tools and began weaving the vine basket. The task was not overly complex. By the time Song returned, Lin Mu had just completed the basket. Observing the basket, which measured over half a meter in diameter, Lin Mu felt quite pleased with his handiwork. That moment, Song approached. Having unloaded the dry grass and stone slabs, he neared. Song instinctively enveloped Lin Mu in his embrace, resting his head against Lin Mu's neck and shoulder. I inquired with Qing Mu earlier. And the plan I mentioned is indeed located on the backside of that mountain near the tribe. We can go there after your patrol duties, Lin Mu stated, leaning comfortably against Song. Very well. If you are eager, we can go now, Song suggested. There is no rush. Tomorrow, Qing Mu has asked me to teach the other sub-beast folk how to weave straw sandals. I have asked him to prepare the dry grass. So there is no need for you to collect it for me, Lin Mu replied with a light laugh. I see. That is quite convenient. I was wondering how you would manage alone at home while I was out on patrol. Song remarked, playfully nuzzling Lin Mu's cheek. I am not foolish. If I grow bored, I will simply seek out Xiao Hua and the others to entertain myself. Lin Mu found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was not foolish. Chapter 32. The Tenderness Before Parting. The two lingered for a moment, and it was only then that Lin Mu urged Song to hasten and complete the remaining tasks. Inside the stone dwelling, raising the floor was not particularly troublesome. It merely required arranging the transported stone slabs effectively. As for the drainage ditch outside, it was even simpler. Song transformed into his beast form, and with his two claws, he began to dig. Before long, a drainage ditch appeared outside the house, and after covering it with the remaining stone slabs, the renovation was finally complete. Although the explanation seemed swift, the actual completion took Song quite some time. By the time it was finished, the sky had already darkened. At this moment, Song was disinclined to busy himself with anything else. He simply wished to stay close to Lin Mu. For starting tomorrow, he would not be able to be with his beast companion every day. In his solitary days, he had relished the patrol missions, but now he longed to be beside Lin Mu every day. Lin Mu understood that starting tomorrow, Song would embark on his patrols, so he, too, chose not to engage in other activities, opting instead to keep Song company, conversing and enjoying each other's presence. However, time would not halt for their respite. Dusk soon fell, and the glow of the fire replaced the daylight. Mu Mu, what would you like to eat today? Song inquired. Anything will do, just like you. Let us not make it too complicated. The sooner we eat, the sooner we can rest, Lin Mu replied. All right, then let us have roasted meat, Song responded. For beastmen, roasted meat was the most commonly consumed food. After hearing this, Lin Mu retrieved their dinner from his storage space and asked, Is this enough? It's a bit much, Song replied. Lin Mu, however, did not retract it but instead smiled and said, It's fine. You've worked hard today, so eat more indeed. He had intentionally brought out a bit extra. All right, Song acknowledged, understanding Lin Mu's good intentions, and would not refuse. He then took the meat, processing it while conjuring flames with his magical power to roast it. Pong, once your patrol duties are over, you should stock up on meat. Otherwise, there won't be any food during the rainy season, Lin Mu advised. For him, who had a penchant for hoarding, he always felt inadequate unless his storage space was filled to the brim. I know, Song replied. Oh, I'll be passing by the back mountain during my patrol tomorrow. Would you like me to bring back a bamboo shoot? Song redirected the conversation. Just like Feng and Zhe. He could also sustain Lin Mu through the rainy season, so he wished to alleviate Lin Mu's worries. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's attention was indeed diverted. If possible, bringing one back would be great. He indeed needed bamboo, as it was essential for crafting the straw raincoat as hat. All right, Song replied, simultaneously handing over the roasted meat he had prepared. Lin Mu accepted it and began to eat it alongside the red sour berries. Upon seeing Lin Mu's berries, Song suddenly had a thought and said, Mu Mu, would you like me to prepare some more berries for you? Today, I noticed Feng and Zhe were gathering berries for their companions. Lin Mu waved his hand in response, no need. I still have plenty of berries in my storage space. It's sufficient for the rainy season, as long as it's enough, Song replied. Nevertheless, he decided to gather some more berries during his patrol, as beastmen had a particular fondness for them. After finishing a piece of roasted meat, Lin Mu felt satiated. Having not engaged in much activity that day, he truly could not consume more. Seeing that Lin Mu was genuinely full, Song refrained from further persuasion and consumed the remaining meat himself. However, while the roasted meat given to Lin Mu was thoroughly cooked, the meat he consumed was only medium rare. Lin Mu was accustomed to this situation, as beastmen had a distinct preference for such fare. Yet, as long as Song ate in this manner, he would not allow him to come near until he had rinsed his mouth and cleaned his palate. Song had grown used to Lin Mu's preferences, so after finishing the remaining roasted meat, he went to rinse his mouth. Once he had cleaned up, he immediately leaped over for a kiss, in his own words. It was to allow Lin Mu to check if he had indeed cleaned his mouth properly. After several refusals proved futile, Lin Mu began to enjoy Song's daily kisses. All right, once you're clean, we can rest, Lin Mu said. Okay, Song replied, his tone tinged with complexity. For him, sleeping beside Lin Mu each night brought joy, yet since they had yet to bond, he could only settle for kisses and touches. Anything more was out of the question. For a normal beastman, this was quite a torment. However, the thought of being separated for the night was even more unbearable, so, Mu Mu, you should go to bed first. I'll step out to find Feng and Zhe and remind them about tomorrow's patrol, Song said, rising to leave. Lin Mu sensed Song's figure moving away for a distance before coming to a halt. He understood what Song was doing, for this was not their first encounter. Blushing with a mix of shyness and amusement, he couldn't help but smile. He truly didn't expect Song to be so mindful of etiquette, demonstrating such restraint before their bond was formed. Yet, considering that Song would be gone for over an hour, Lin Mu felt that the days ahead might not be easy. After pondering this, Lin Mu washed up and returned to the stone bed to rest. Although he called it rest, it was, in fact, waiting for Song to return, just as he had done in the past. Over an hour later, Song returned, and as he embraced Lin Mu, the scent of masculine hormones was unmistakable. Sleep now. We have patrol duties tomorrow, Lin Mu said as he nestled closer to Song's chest. Okay, Song replied, tightening his embrace around Lin Mu. The firelight flickered, dwindling to mere embers that struggled against the night. Time passed, and the night became the sole ruler of the realm. Yet, it did not last long before the rising light shattered the darkness, The moment the sun rose, Song opened his eyes, gazing down at the person nestled in his arms, planting a gentle kiss before carefully leaving the bed. He had to report for the patrol duty. Observing Lin Mu still peacefully asleep, Song's eyes filled with tenderness. But duty called, so he softly said, "Mu Mu, wait for me to return." With that, Song turned and departed the stone dwelling. Not long after Song left, Lin Mu awoke with a start, instinctively using his powers to assess his surroundings, only to realize Song had gone to report for the patrol team. With a sigh of relief, Lin Mu lay back down. Truly, without Song as a pillow, he could hardly sleep. After tossing and turning for quite some time, Lin Mu finally had to rise. Lacking motivation to cook without Song by his side, he hastily prepared a simple meal and then resumed weaving the unfinished straw raincoat. However, he had scarcely begun when he noticed Qing Mu arriving with several beast companions. As they approached, Qing Mu smiled and said, "I knew you wouldn't be able to sleep without Song around." In this regard, the others, like Xia Hua, are the same. Upon realizing that the beast companions accompanying Qing Mu were all there for the same reason as Song, Lin Mu felt a sense of camaraderie with them, and the initial unfamiliarity quickly faded away. Chapter 33. Mu Mu, so direct. How does one quickly establish rapport with strangers? Finding common topics, undoubtedly, is the best approach. Among all the beast companions present, including Qing Mu, every one of their beastmen was involved in the patrol team exchange. Lin Mu admired how Qing Mu managed to find so many suitable candidates. With Qing Mu and Xiahua present, Lin Mu found it much easier to interact with the others. In just a short while, Lin Mu was able to extract the information he desired from their conversations. Of course, he did not engage in such trivial pursuits out of boredom. Once everyone became familiar with one another, Lin Mu began to teach them how to weave straw sandals. The newcomers, chosen for their skill by Qing Mu, picked up the technique remarkably quickly after Lin Mu demonstrated it just once. If there was any drawback, it was their inability to accurately gauge the size of the sandals they were weaving. Lin Mu shared the key to success. Practice makes perfect. With dry grass abundantly available, everyone practiced without worry. Soon, various pairs of sandals of differing sizes were crafted. Initially, Lin Mu thought that with more practice, they would naturally gain experience. However, the outcome was a harsh slap to his expectations, as only Lin Shu showed significant improvement while the others stagnated, with a few even producing increasingly poor results. Lin Mu had no choice but to intervene, for even the plentiful dry grass could not justify such waste. "I know you all have nimble hands, but you haven't even mastered the basics of crafting ordinary straw sandals yet. You re too eager for innovation," he admonished. Lin Mu's voice grew louder, startling all the other beastlings present. After all, it must be acknowledged that Lin Mu possessed an undeniably strong presence. Noticing the timid expressions on a few faces, Lin Mu realized they were taken aback. After regaining his composure, he spoke in a calm tone. "I apologize. I merely noticed that you were not fully engaged and seemed to be frolicking instead," which ignited a bit of frustration within me. At that moment, Qing Mu, aware that a problem had arisen, stood up and stepped forward, saying, "Let us not blame Lin Mu. We are entrusted with the responsibility of guiding the other beastlings. If we are so half-hearted, it would be a disservice to Lin Mu's earnest instruction." As a shaman, Qing Mu naturally held a position of authority, and his words prompted the other beastlings to recognize their mistake. They immediately offered their apologies. Seeing this, Qing Mu let out a sigh of relief, but knew he had to address Lin Mu again. "Lin Mu, the beastlings often find themselves bored with nothing to do. Perhaps today, while making straw sandals, they felt a sense of enjoyment and thus lost themselves in play. Please do not be angry." Qing Mu remarked. "Yo, be honest, Lin Mu's angry demeanor was indeed intimidating, even to him." After hearing this, Lin Mu shook his head and replied, "It's all right, Qing Mu. I am no longer upset. Let everyone continue making straw sandals. This time, they can craft them for themselves or for others." Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Qing Mu felt a twinge of concern, but soon he noticed that Lin Mu was once again wholeheartedly guiding them, which put him at ease. However, Lin Mu's actions instilled a sense of shame among the other beastlings, leading them to decide that when crafting sandals, they would all make them for Lin Mu. Though Lin Mu wished to decline such goodwill, as he truly did not need to hoard so many pairs of sandals, the eager expressions of the crowd silenced his objections. Contemplating the prospect of receiving so many pairs, Lin Mu resolved to reciprocate the gesture by crafting a pair for each of them. Unlike the other beastlings who struggled with their weaving, Lin Mu merely assessed the sizes of their feet and set to work, his speed unmatched by theirs, while others took considerable time to complete a single pair. Lin Mu had already crafted a pair for each of them. This display of skill left the other beastlings in awe. Once they donned the sandals made by Lin Mu, their admiration soared to new heights. "Lin Mu, the sandals you made are so comfortable," exclaimed Xia Hua as she walked around, reveling in the sensation that moment. All the beastlings shared Xia Hua's appreciation for Lin Mu's craftsmanship. Once you all have more experience, you too will be able to craft such fine sandals," Lin Mu said, trying on the sandals made by others. However, the results varied. Aside from those made by Lin Shu and Qing Mu, which were wearable, the others either pinched or were ill-fitting. Lin Mu found it perplexing that despite the simplicity of crafting sandals, the others seemed to be getting worse at it. "Continue your work. This time, make sandals for others and allow them to provide feedback. Be honest with each other," Lin Mu instructed. Retrieving some dried grass, he wanted to spare his own feet from further strain, thus letting them endure the challenge instead. "Understood," the beastlings replied enthusiastically. While Lin Mu felt their skills were lacking, the beastlings themselves recognized significant progress, which naturally fueled their motivation. Subsequently, they resumed weaving sandals, while Lin Mu continued working on an unfinished poncho. His distinct actions drew the attention of all, and upon seeing the poncho's primitive beauty, their gazes ignited with fervor. Sensing their intense stares, Lin Mu glanced over and doused their enthusiasm with a cold remark, "Do not gaze at it. If you cannot even craft sandals properly, attempting to learn how to make a poncho would be a waste of dried grass. Focus on mastering the sandals first." Despite his words, Lin Mu's hands did not slow their pace. His adept and swift movements evoked envy among the other beastlings. This envy served as the best motivation for them, and soon everyone was fervently practicing. Gradually, they all became exceedingly focused, and time slipped away unnoticed. It wasn't until one beastling's stomach growled that they realized it was already afternoon. Observing this, Lin Mu prepared to rise and make something for everyone to eat, for he had not forgotten the hospitality traditions of the Flower family. However, before he could speak, Qing Mu stood up and interjected, "It is getting late. Let us conclude our practice for today. If anyone wishes to continue practicing at home, feel free to take a bundle of dried grass with you." "All right, thank you, Qing Mu. Will we come back tomorrow?" one asked. "Yes, my work is merely passable. I am still far from Lin Mu's level," another admitted. Upon hearing this, Qing Mu raised his hand to quiet them, and once their voices had subsided, he stated, "You are welcome to return tomorrow. If anyone cannot make it, remember to inform me." "Understood," they replied in unison, each picking up a small bundle of dried grass before departing. A moment later, the remaining ones were Qing Mu, Xia Hua, and Lin Shu, familiar faces whose intentions were evident in their eager gazes. Indeed, they had lingered in hopes of sharing a meal. However, in the words of Qing Mu and Xia Hua, they claimed to have stayed behind to keep Lin Mu company, while Lin Shu, lacking such bravado, silently accepted the unspoken invitation. "Very well, if you wish to share a meal, remember to lend a hand," Lin Mu said, setting down the poncho and preparing to cook. The main ingredient was white beans, which Tsang had specially left for Lin Mu. The accompanying dishes included plantain and dandelion stir-fried with quail eggs, complemented by Lin Mu's secret grilled meat. The meal was thus prepared. The beastlings' appetites were not substantial, so even though Lin Mu did not prepare in abundance, it sufficed for the four of them. After enjoying their fill, Qing Mu departed due to prior commitments, while Xia Hua and Lin Shu stayed to assist Lin Mu with the weaving. Since they were familiar with one another, the atmosphere was far less stiff than it had been earlier, and an afternoon filled with laughter and conversation passed swiftly. As evening approached, Xia Hua and Lin Shu bid farewell, as they needed to return home to await the return of their partners. After acknowledging their departure and agreeing to meet again the following day, Xia Hua and Lin Shu left, carrying the sandals they had crafted throughout the day. Feeling the sudden quiet enveloping the surroundings, Lin Mu found himself momentarily unaccustomed to it, though this feeling faded quickly. After tidying up the scattered dried grass, he kindled a fire, preparing to cook dinner. Yet, before he could begin, he sensed the energy sphere representing Tsang entering his awareness, and it was approaching swiftly. A distance of 1,000 meters was not far for a beastman traveling at full speed. Just as Lin Mu's heart swelled with joy at Tsang's return, he saw Tsang rushing toward him. seemingly dragging something behind, though the swirling dust made it hard to discern. "Lin Mu, I'm back?" Song called out. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's face lit up with a smile as he instinctively ran toward Song. Before he could cover much ground, Song had already reached him, transforming into human form and wrapping him in a warm embrace. Feeling the warmth of Lin Mu in his arms, inhaling the unique scent that belonged solely to him, and listening to the rhythmic heartbeat through Lin Mu's chest, Song's restlessness from the day was finally soothed. "Lin Mu, I missed you so much." Song longed to merge with Lin Mu, wishing to feel his presence at all times. "I missed you too, Song," Lin Mu replied, his heart, once adrift, finally finding its anchor in that moment. He comprehended just how deeply he cherished Song. Hearing Lin Mu's words, a satisfied smile spread across Song's face. Such reciprocal affection was an intoxicating experience for him. After a moment's embrace, Lin Mu's longing was finally assuaged. And he then noticed the object Song had brought back. "Is that bamboo?" Lin Mu asked, his tone laced with disbelief. It was only natural. He had never encountered bamboo with a diameter of half a meter. In response to Lin Mu's inquiry, Song recalled the gift he had brought back and replied with a smile, "Indeed, I specifically cut this for you while patrolling the back mountain today." "Song, is the bamboo in the back mountain all this thick?" Lin Mu questioned, though he was aware that the beast realm was rich in nutrients, often leading to the overdevelopment of flora and fauna. Yet the bamboo before him exceeded his expectations. "Not really. This one is merely average. There are many that are even thicker," Song responded. Lin Mu opened his mouth, but no words came out in that moment. He forced his mind to accept the concept of bamboo in the beast realm. However, curiosity soon took hold, prompting him to ask, "Song, what is the thickness of the thickest bamboo?" "I'm not sure. I didn't pay close attention, but the thickest one I saw was about this size," Song said, gesturing to indicate its dimensions. Lin Mu observed that the size he indicated was at least 1.5 meters in diameter. What does a diameter of 1.5 meters imply? It is akin to the size of a bathtub. Upon the mere thought of the bamboo tub, Lin Mu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Song, noticing this, realized that Lin Mu had developed a fondness for the coarse bamboo. And thus chuckled, "Lin Mu, once my patrol duty concludes, I shall take you there to select it personally." "All right," Lin Mu promptly agreed. However, for the moment, they needed to attend to the bamboo before them. This would provide them with sufficient containers. Yet, before Lin Mu could voice his thoughts, Song had already scooped him up with one arm while dragging the bamboo home with the other. "No need to rush with the processing. The day is waning. Let me prepare a meal for you first. We shall eat well before tackling this," Song stated. Feeling the emptiness in his stomach, Lin Mu conceded with a nod. Soon, they arrived at the crackling fire, where Song casually tossed the bamboo aside and presented other gifts. "Lin Mu, these are some delightful berries I discovered today. Feng mentioned that Xiuhua adores them, so I gathered some for you as well. Give them a taste while I roast the meat." Today's meat was also a rare treat, a portion of the black-haired cattle discovered by Zay. "We consumed some, and the remainder was shared among our respective beasts for them to sample. If you enjoy it, I shall catch some more for you when my duties allow," Song remarked. As Lin Mu listened, he felt the warmth of Song's affections enveloping him. After a moment of silence, Song, noticing Lin Mu's lack of response, looked up in curiosity, only to be met with Lin Mu's ardent and affectionate gaze. Instantly, Song felt his cheeks flush. Despite knowing he ought not to blush, he found it impossible to restrain himself. Observing this, Lin Mu refrained from teasing him on the matter and instead shifted the topic, saying, "Today, Qingmu brought several beasts here to learn how to weave grass shoes. Yet they became so engrossed that their crafting worsened. I lost my temper and frightened them all." This change of subject proved effective, as Song's interest piqued upon hearing it. While he might not believe that other beasts could intimidate their kind, he had complete faith in Lin Mu's capability to do so. Though Lin Mu often displayed gentleness and thoughtfulness in his presence, Song never forgot the initial allure of Lin Mu's character. Furthermore, the memory of Lin Mu's fierce confrontation with the rodent beasts always quickened Song's heart, filling him with admiration. And what transpired later? "Lin Mu, you did not resort to violence against them, did you?" Song inquired curiously. Lin Mu rolled his eyes in response. "They are members of the same tribe. They did not provoke me, so I had no reason to strike." After a brief pause, Song earnestly stated, "If Lin Mu were truly angry, you are permitted to defend yourself." Let me handle the beasts while you take care of the lesser ones. This statement drew a laugh from Lin Mu, yet he waved his hand dismissively, replying, I wasn't angry. I merely felt out of sorts today due to your absence. Upon hearing this, Song's ears tinged with a hint of pink. Lin Mu's affection was so direct. Chapter 34. The arrival of Bamboo Lin Mu. The meat is ready. Do try this black-haired beef, Song exclaimed, extending a piece of roasted meat toward him. Lin Mu accepted it and took a bite. Discovering its delightful flavor, a lack of the usual beefy scent, replaced instead by a fragrant aroma. Watching Lin Mu finally divert his attention from him, Song breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously feeling embarrassed by his own uncharacteristic reaction. While other beasts would eagerly desire their companions, he felt bashful in the presence of his Lin Mu. Fortunately, it was just the two of them at home. Otherwise, he would have been utterly mortified, as Lin Mu savored the meal. Song contemplated catching a black-haired cow for him to enjoy thoroughly after his patrol concluded. Before long, Lin Mu finished his portion and was pleasantly satisfied. It's he that moment. Song offered him another freshly roasted piece, saying, Lin Mu, if you find it delicious, please indulge a bit more. There is plenty. Lin Mu waved his hand, replying, you eat it. I am nearly full, a few more berries will suffice. Although the black-haired beef was delectable, the portion Song brought back was limited. Despite his claim of having eaten, Lin Mu had not witnessed him do so, leading him to conclude that Song had not eaten at all. Thus, the remaining portions were naturally meant for Song. Seeing this, Song handed the piece of roasted meat back to Lin Mu, insisting, finish this one. It is fully cooked. I truly cannot eat any more. You have it, Lin Mu said, extending the meat toward Song's mouth. Recognizing Lin Mu's genuine fullness, Song accepted it without further protest and consumed the offered meat. However, after finishing that piece, Song resolutely refused to eat any more. Lin Mu, I genuinely returned after having eaten outside, and this black-haired beef was specially brought for you. I cannot partake. Lin Mu attempted to persuade him again, but upon realizing it was futile, he relented, stowing away the remaining black-haired beef before leading Song to handle the bamboo. Lin Mu intended to utilize the bamboo not for weaving but as a container. After all, such a substantial piece of bamboo must be put to good use and not wasted. Subsequently, under Lin Mu's guidance, Song effortlessly sliced the bamboo with his claws, though it required some smoothing, which was regrettably hindered by the absence of sandpaper. Inquiring if there was an alternative to sandpaper, Lin Mu turned to Song. After a moment's contemplation, Song replied, we could use the skin of a fine-scaled beast, though we do not possess any at home. However, my father may have a piece. With that, Song rose to fetch it. Lin Mu quickly stopped him, realizing that it was getting late and not all lesser beasts could endure the night like he could. Especially given that bonded beasts would already be fast asleep at this hour. I shall wait for Qingmu tomorrow to borrow it. For now, let us retire, Lin Mu suggested. All right, Song agreed readily. Compared to sleeping early with Lin Mu, all other matters seemed trivial. At worst, he could rise early the next day to borrow the fine-scaled beast's skin from his father. After tidying up the divided bamboo, Song lifted Lin Mu into the house. The flickering flames cast a warm glow as the two spoke in hushed tones for some time. Eventually, their voices faded, leaving only the embers to dance against the darkening night sky. As dawn broke, Lin Mu sensed the stirrings of the person beside him. Are you leaving? His sudden inquiry startled Song, who opened his eyes to find Lin Mu gazing back at him. Song stepped closer, enveloping Lin Mu in his embrace and gently kissing his forehead. Did I wake you? He asked softly. No. I merely felt you were about to depart, which prompted me to open my eyes, Lin Mu replied, returning the embrace. Song felt an indescribable tug at his heart, and in that moment, he wished to never part from Lin Mu. After adjusting his thoughts, Song finally spoke. In a few days, once my patrol duties are handed over, I shall be able to spend more time with you. I understand. Do not worry, Lin Mu responded as he began to rise from Song's embrace. Feeling Lin Mu's movement, Song instinctively tightened his hold, yet realizing the hour was late, he knew he could not delay any longer and reluctantly released him. Lin Mu, I must go. I have left some white beans for you in the usual spot. Remember to eat while I'm gone. I shall return after my patrol this evening. Despite parting, his tone was laden with reluctance. All right, I will await your return. Do take care, Lin Mu replied, his eyes reflecting the image of Song. Song felt his heart race at the sight, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he leaned down to kiss Linmu once more. When they finally separated, Linmu's eyes were glazed, exuding a look of enchantment that made Song's heart race. Just then, a distant beast's roar pierced the air, jolting Song back to reality. "Linmu, I must go. Zay and the others are urging me," he said, glancing back multiple times as he departed. Linmu, at that moment, felt no desire to speak, simply waving his hand to assure Song that he could leave without worry. Once Song's figure vanished from sight, Linmu exhaled a heavy sigh. Was this Song's first kiss? It was surprisingly intense. Previously, their kisses had been fleeting, yet this passionate French kiss was a first. Linmu had thought he would take the initiative in such matters. Despite being a novice, after all, his theoretical knowledge was extensive. However, in the heat of the moment, he felt utterly flustered. Yet, recalling the sensation from moments prior, Linmu's lips curled into a smile, for he had received Song's affection. Following the same routine as yesterday, he rose, prepared breakfast, and continued weaving the unfinished rain poncho. Shortly thereafter, Qingmu arrived with Xiaohua and Linshu, greeting them before settling down to weave grass shoes. However, Qingmu sought out Linmu, presenting a piece of beast skin adorned with numerous small, sesame-like scales. "Song mentioned you needed the skin of a fine-scaled beast. What do you require it for, Linmu?" Linmu paused his work to accept the fine-scaled skin. "Feeling its texture, I need it to smooth the divided bamboo." As Linmu spoke, he rose and returned with a segment of bamboo that had been neatly cut. Aoki merely cast a glance and instantly comprehended that this piece of bamboo could serve as a vessel. Considering the scarcity of containers within the tribe, his eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, Linmu presented the bamboo segment before Aoki, stating, "Look, it is covered in numerous thorns. If left unpolished, they will pierce the flesh painfully." Having said this, Linmu picked up the hide of a thin-scaled beast and began to smooth the surface. After several strokes, he removed the hide and observed that the polishing had indeed produced a commendable result. "Quite impressive," Linmu remarked with a smile. Subsequently, rather than continuing to weave the raincoat, Linmu diligently polished the bamboo segment with the thin-scaled beast's hide. So engrossed was he in his task that he forgot Aoki was still nearby. Observing Linmu's focus, Aoki chose not to disturb him and managed to keep the other curious sub-beasts at bay for the time being. Thus, apart from the sound of grass shoe weaving, the only other noise that filled the air was that of bamboo being polished. After a considerable time, Linmu, seeing that he had nearly finished the polishing, fetched some water to clean it. The outcome brought him immense joy at this moment. The other sub-beasts, noticing his progress, set aside their own tasks and hurried over. Upon seeing the bamboo vessel in Linmu's hands, their eyes gleamed with fervor. "Linmu, can you tell us where this came from?" Xiaohua inquired excitedly. Taken aback, Linmu paused for a moment, for the bamboo grew just on the other side of the back mountain. Noticing the puzzled expression on Linmu's face, Aoki explained, "The tribe's containers are all crafted from stone, and each requires an extensive amount of time to make. Even in trade, their weight limits the quantity exchanged. The existence of bamboo is not widely known among the sub-beasts. After all, even during harvest days, they would not venture that far, thus they remain oblivious to its potential uses." Linmu regarded Aoki with a look of incredulity, as he had not anticipated such a reason. However, this also illuminated the fact that the sub-beast had indeed been overly protected, to the point where he felt it was somewhat excessive at this juncture. The other sub-beasts realized that Aoki was also aware of the bamboo's origin, and a portion of their gazes shifted towards him. Seeing the curious expressions, Linmu spoke up, "This is called bamboo, and it grows just beyond the back mountain of our tribe. Song brought it back for me yesterday during his patrol. If you need some, just mention it to your respective beastmen and have them inquire with Song," he continued. "Once you bring it back, you know how to cut it, but remember to polish it with the thin-scaled beast's hide. Otherwise, the thorns will pierce your flesh." Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into joyful smiles, yet they did not forget to express their gratitude towards Linmu. In that moment, everyone began to anticipate the return of their own beastmen in the evening. Aoki, witnessing Linmu's adept handling of the situation, wore a smile as well. His offspring had indeed chosen a commendable sub-beast. Even if they could be quite fearsome when angered, as Linmu mentioned that the bamboo was a gift from Song. The others began to chatter excitedly. "Linmu, did Song bring back bamboo yesterday?" but not any black-furred cow meat? Xiaohua inquired, leaning closer and whispering. Just as Lin Mu was about to respond, he noticed Lin Shu, Aoki, and the other sub-beasts quietly leaning in, each straining to eavesdrop. His lips twitched slightly at the realization that the tribe's sub-beasts were rather idle. Gossiping about even the smallest matters. Yes, he did bring some, along with a few berries. Song mentioned Feng picked some of your favorite berries and specially brought me some. They are indeed quite delicious. Lin Mu replied with a smile. However, the reaction from the other sub-beasts left Lin Mu momentarily stunned. For many transformed into figures of lamentation, even Aoki displayed a similar expression. How fortunate you are that your beast men specifically gathered berries for you. Lin Shu remarked in a tone tinged with envy. What? They didn't bring you any? Xiaohua retorted bluntly. Observing the situation, Lin Mu opened his mouth but refrained from speaking, only able to sympathize with Zay's plight upon returning home that evening. Oh, and what about the other sub-beasts' beastmen? Xiaohua questioned, and upon realizing her error, she noted that the others' expressions were further marred by disappointment, indicating they had not received any berries either, with a nervous chuckle. Xiaohua sought to change the topic but found herself at a loss for words. Lin Mu sighed internally and interjected. All right, everyone, if you wish for berries, simply ask your beast men. After all, they are rather dense and may not intuit our desires. However, their goodwill is undeniable. Otherwise, they would not have gone to the trouble of bringing back black-furred cow meat, would they? Upon hearing this, the group's expression softened somewhat, though a lingering resentment remained. Lin Mu recognized that further persuasion would be futile. So he swiftly shifted the conversation, asking, how is everyone's progress on the grass shoes? Are there any questions that remain unclear? As the topic of grass shoes arose, the group momentarily suppressed their grievances and began discussing their respective queries. Lin Mu listened attentively, providing answers to each, and observed significant progress among them, estimating that with just a few more hours of weaving, they would be ready to graduate. The questions posed were minor, and their resolution would not pose any issues. If everyone reviews what we covered this morning, you will be prepared to teach the other sub-beasts, Lin Mu stated with a smiled eye. In that moment, he felt a sense of accomplishment akin to that of a teacher guiding his students towards independence. The other sub-beasts, upon hearing this, beamed with joy, eagerly sharing their experiences of the arduous practice they had undertaken to weave grass shoes since returning home the previous day. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lin Mu generously bestowed compliments upon them, which further uplifted the spirits of the sub-beasts, especially since Lin Mu had left a formidable impression on them when he was angry the day before. However, shortly thereafter, the mood among the group began to dip once more. Leaving Lin Mu perplexed, Lin Mu, are we not coming back tomorrow? One sub-beast inquired. Although they had only known Lin Mu for just over a day, the learning experience had brought them a joy and sense of achievement that they had never encountered before. Thus, the prospect of such a swift conclusion left them feeling quite reluctant. Just as Lin Mu was about to respond, Aoki took him aside. The two conversed for a considerable time in a hushed and complex manner. And just when the other sub-beasts began to worry, they returned with smiles. Everyone, I just discussed with Lin Mu. During the upcoming patrol duties of your beast men, you can still come to learn in the morning, but you will need to return in the afternoon to teach the other sub-beasts. Do you all agree? Aoki announced. Naturally, the sub-beasts consented, as this arrangement did not differ significantly from their usual routine. They typically spent their afternoons playing with the other sub-beasts anyway. All right, we agree, they replied in unison. At that moment, Lin Mu stepped forward, saying, your attendance cannot be merely for leisure. I will also impart some knowledge. And I hope you will engage earnestly in your studies, as this will undoubtedly improve your living conditions. Understood. With that, Lin Mu directed the sub-beasts to resume weaving grass shoes. However, this time, they were tasked with crafting shoes for their respective beastmen. To motivate them, Lin Mu specifically mentioned that he had already woven shoes for Tsong and described Tsong's reaction upon receiving them. These words undoubtedly ignited a fire within all the sub-beasts, each one fervently beginning to weave grass shoes for their own beastmen. Remember, this is a gift for your beastmen. Crafting them poorly would be quite embarrassing, Lin Mu concluded, prompting the sub-beasts to adopt an intensely serious demeanor in their endeavors. Meanwhile, Lin Mu returned to his own task of weaving the raincoat. Chapter 35. Red sour fruit stewed with black-furred beef. A morning can seem neither short nor long, but when one is entirely absorbed in a task, it can pass in the blink of an eye. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Lin Mu observed the group still diligently weaving grass shoes, and he felt compelled to inquire, "It is already noon. How are your grass shoes coming along?" Though he posed the question, he was already well aware of their progress, and truth, he wished he had not seen it. The sub-beasts before him were truly skilled, as Aoki had selected adept individuals. He had yet to teach them how to enhance the appearance of their simple grass shoes, and they had already taken the initiative to incorporate floral embellishments, making the shoes more visually appealing. However, the fact that these shoes were intended for the beastmen raised a concern for Lin Mu. Were such gaudy designs truly appropriate? He found himself unable to imagine the sight of the robust beastmen donning such flamboyant footwear. Lin Mu felt discontent, yet the sub-beasts believed that the grass shoes they crafted were the finest. Stealing glances at one another's work only reinforced their conviction. Thus, the students decided it was time to submit their assignments. In response, Lin Mu refrained from providing an answer, merely stating, "These grass shoes are for your own beastmen. The judgment of their quality rests with them." He was unwilling to be the villain in this scenario. Besides, he doubted the beastmen would deem the shoes unattractive, given the vast disparity in aesthetic sensibilities between him and the beast folk. As Lin Mu concluded his remarks, Aoki took over, addressing the group, "Everyone, after returning in the afternoon, do remember not to forget to teach the other beastmen how to weave grass shoes. Each person should at least instruct 10 individuals. Understood? Such a formal task will be taken seriously by the beastmen present." Subsequently, after a few brief exchanges, everyone departed. As for Lin Mu, he remained with Xia Hua and Lin Shu, while Qing Mu left due to other commitments. "Mu, what shall we eat later?" Xia Hua inquired. "Red sour fruit stewed with black hairy beef, accompanied by white beans," Lin Mu replied, rising to wash his hands in preparation for cooking. Upon hearing the dish's name, Xia Hua's expression froze, and she exclaimed, Mu, what kind of dish is red sour fruit stewed with black hairy beef?" "It can't possibly taste good." Lin Shu nodded in agreement, sharing a similar sentiment. He had tasted both red sour fruit and black hairy beef before, but the thought of them combined was beyond his imagination. "Fear not, it will be delectable," Lin Mu responded with a smile, though the truth of his words was known only to him, and of course, Lin Mu did not intend to mislead. Rather, it was simply that the flavor of red sour fruit bore a close resemblance to that of tomatoes. And black hairy beef, after all, is still beef. Thus, red sour fruit stewed with black hairy beef could be likened to tomato beef stew. Although he wished to prepare beef brisket, the piece of beef Song had brought back was the tenderest cut from the entire cow. However, the difference was negligible, and he could certainly attempt to prepare it. If it turned out well, he could also make a portion for Song in the evening. If not, it would be a bit of a trial for Xia Hua and Lin Shu. Regardless, he would not be making a large quantity this time. Even if it turned out unpalatable, they could manage to finish it. Thus, Lin Mu began to prepare red sour fruit stewed with black hairy beef, following the method for tomato beef stew. During the process, he searched for alternative seasonings due to some missing ingredients, and if he could not find a substitute, he would simply forego it. Soon, all steps were completed, and it was time to let it stew. At this moment, Lin Mu also soaked the white beans in water. "Enough of that, it's still too early to eat. If you have nothing better to do, I'll teach you how to weave wicker baskets. If you learn today, you can help me teach others tomorrow," Lin Mu suggested, retrieving the leftover vines. Xia Hua and Lin Shu expressed keen interest in learning. However, Lin Shu was merely excited about acquiring a new skill, while Xia Hua was thrilled at the prospect of being able to teach others like Lin Mu. Just as Lin Mu set down the vines, he suddenly recalled that the two had remained here and asked, "How will you two complete the task Qing Mu assigned regarding teaching the other beastmen?" "Oh, don't worry. We'll teach others after we eat our fill," Xia Hua replied. This was a solution he had already contemplated when deciding to stay, and he had even thought of the candidates for teaching. Now they just needed to finish their meal before departing. "All right, as long as you have a plan. Then we'll set aside the wicker basket weaving for now, as there is still much to do this afternoon," Lin Mu stated. "It's fine, Mu. You teach as you wish. After all, there's still some time before we eat," Xia Hua said. If he did not find something to occupy his mind during this interval, he feared he might struggle to endure the wait. Lin Shu concurred with Xia Hua, eager to learn the wicker basket weaving in advance. "Very well, weaving wicker baskets is not particularly difficult." With that, Lin Mu pulled a vine and began to teach while simultaneously weaving. Since this was merely a demonstration, the basket Lin Mu crafted was quite small. Before long, he completed the weaving, and Xia Hua and Lin Shu watched with eager eyes. All right, the teaching is concluded. Have you learned? Lin Mu inquired. No problem, I've got it. Xiahua replied, feeling that with Lin Mu's detailed instruction, it would be embarrassing not to succeed. I can give it a try, Lin Shu said, wanting to attempt it as well. Lin Mu's teaching had been thorough, and he felt confident that he could replicate it closely. All right, now it's your turn, Lin Mu stated. He had taught them everything necessary, and if they still struggled, practice was the only remedy. Fortunately, the number of vines was not significantly less than that of dried grass, making it easy to gather. However, his stock would only suffice for Xiahua and Lin Shu's needs today. If they wished to learn wicker basket weaving tomorrow, they would need to send the beastmen to gather more. Such matters would require Qing Mu's assistance, Lin Mu thought, and then said to Xiahua and Lin Shu, "When you head back this afternoon, please convey a message to Qing Mu for me." "What is it?" Xiahua asked, continuing to weave. "Tell him to have the beastmen gather a batch of vines. Otherwise, I want to be able to teach others how to weave baskets tomorrow," Lin Mu instructed. "All right, I'll make sure to pass that along on the way back," Xiahua replied, with Lin Shu nodding in agreement, committing it to memory. After that, Lin Mu did not interrupt the two as they continued weaving, opting instead to move to a distance and start weaving a raincoat. Time passed slowly, and the long stewed red sour fruit and black hairy beef began to emit a rich and enticing aroma. The three of them, catching a whiff of that scent, felt their stomachs rumble in hunger. "Mu, can we eat now?" Xiahua asked, swallowing hard. Lin Mu prodded the beef in the pot with his chopsticks and replied, "Not yet, it hasn't softened enough. It needs to stew a little longer." Xiahua longed to argue that it could still be eaten even if it wasn't fully cooked, much like the undercooked roasted meat he had eaten before. However, seeing Lin Mu's serious demeanor, he ultimately kept his thoughts to himself, as Lin Mu poked at the meat that had been stewing for quite some time, yet still remained tough. He couldn't help but envied Song's ability to manipulate fire magic. If he possessed such a skill, making a stew would not be so troublesome. Yet, the thought of acquiring that ability after forming a bond filled him with anticipation, albeit accompanied by a tinge of shyness. At that moment, upon noticing Lin Mu's flushed face, Xiahua mistakenly believed he had been sneaking a taste and immediately jumped over, asking, "Mu, are you sneaking bites?" Lin Shu, hearing Xiahua's words, also approached, eager to partake if Lin Mu was indeed stealing food. Seeing their actions, Lin Mu's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "I haven't been sneaking bites. It's not even cooked yet. Eating this half-cooked meat would surely upset my stomach." "Ah? So eating half-cooked food would lead to an upset stomach? No wonder I always had stomach issues after eating the undercooked meat from the wind," Xiahua remarked, unconsciously rubbing his abdomen, recalling the unpleasant sensation he wished to avoid. At this point, Lin Mu pulled the two aside and explained, "Indeed, beastmen's digestive systems cannot match that of the beast folk. Consuming half-cooked food can easily lead to an upset stomach. Similarly, washing hands before meals and drinking boiled water are all precautions to prevent such issues." "I see. No wonder you have so many rules for dining here, Mu," Xiahua replied, finally understanding Lin Mu's meticulousness. Meanwhile, Lin Shu absorbed Lin Mu's words, determined not to experience an upset stomach again. Reflecting on his own past experiences with stomach troubles during winter, he resolved to follow Lin Mu's advice upon returning home. Noticing the two, Lin Mu surmised that their experiences with stomach issues were far from infrequent, and that the severity must have been considerable. Hence their reactions. Curious, he felt a desire to delve into their stories, but ultimately refrained, knowing that such topics were ill-suited for the present moment. "All right, we still have some time before we eat. You two should continue weaving your baskets," Lin Mu suggested, unable to shake his concern for Xiahua's tendency to linger near the pot, especially after witnessing his saliva nearly fall into the stew. "Okay," Xiahua replied, glancing back multiple times as he walked away. In contrast, Lin Shu strode forward decisively, fully engrossed in his weaving. As time dragged on, the sounds of bubbling stew and the rich aroma thickened in the air. Xiahua and Lin Shu's movements shifted from weaving to glancing at the pot intermittently. Lin Mu, not turning back, occasionally had his stomach audibly remind him of his own hunger. Finally, unable to resist any longer, Xiahua approached Lin Mu with a pitiful expression and implored, "Mu, how much longer? I am absolutely starving. I'll go take a look," Lin Mu replied, rising to wash his hands before heading to the pot, with Xiahua and Lin Shu following closely behind. Upon reaching the pot, Lin Mu prodded the beef with his chopsticks and found it had softened remarkably. The broth thickened to a pleasing consistency. He promptly extinguished the fire beneath the pot and announced, "All right, we can prepare to eat now." As he pushed Xiaohua's eager hand aside, he cautioned, "It's hot, and remember to wash your hands." "Oh, right away," Lin Shu responded promptly, pulling Xiaohua along as they dashed to wash their hands. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mu divided the red sour fruit and black hairy beef into 3 portions, also splitting the soaked white beans accordingly. Before long, Xiaohua returned, tugging Lin Shu along, his face lighting up with joy at the sight of the prepared meal. "All right, let us eat. Remember to be careful, it's hot," Lin Mu said, picking up a piece of beef with his chopsticks, blowing on it until it cooled slightly before tasting. Delicious. The flavor surpassed that of tomato beef stew by a significant margin. Was it due to the quality of the ingredients? Lost in thought, Lin Mu suddenly heard the pained cries of Xiaohua from across the way. Raising his head, he indeed found Xiaohua grimacing in agony from the burn. Yet even in such discomfort, she refrained from spitting out the food. "I told you to take it slow. If you burn yourself, you won't be able to enjoy delicious food for quite some time," he remarked. Glancing at Lin Shu, he noticed that the latter was mimicking his slow pace of eating. The two then ignored Xiaohua and continued to savor their own meals. Before long, the trio had finished their portions, with Lin Mu and Lin Shu displaying expressions of sheer delight, while Xiaohua appeared somewhat dazed from the burn. "It's certainly tasty, but the heat is making it impossible to truly savor the flavors," Xiaohua remarked. Shortly after, Lin Mu brought over a bowl of cooled water, saying, "I've added a bit of honey. Would you like some?" "Yes," Lin Shu was the first to respond, revealing his fondness for sweets and generosity in sharing the honey from the honey beast with Lin Mu. Xiaohua, however, remained silent, opting instead to demonstrate her answer through action. After gulping down a bowl of water, she smacked her lips and commented, "It's not very sweet. Did you perhaps add too little honey?" "Mu, not at all. The amount is just right," Lin Mu replied. After all, Lin Shu had only given him a modest quantity of honey, and he wasn't about to waste it. "I find this sweetness to be just perfect. It leaves my mouth feeling quite refreshed," Lin Shu chimed in, pouring himself another bowl. Xiaohua said nothing, pouring herself another bowl as well. Lin Mu didn't contest their actions. He was drinking to quench his thirst, not to enjoy the sweetness. Soon enough, the honey water was completely consumed by the two, and their stomachs were left round and full, making sloshing sounds with the slightest movement. Seeing this, Lin Mu could only shake his head in resignation before heading off to clean the stone pot and utensils. When he returned after finishing his chores, Xiaohua and Lin Shu stood up, their bellies protruding. "Mu, we're heading back now," they announced. They still had tasks assigned by Qing Mu, and if they delayed any longer, they wouldn't be able to complete them. "All right, head back. Remember to let Qing Mu know to send someone to gather some vines. You know the specifics, so just tell him directly," Lin Mu instructed. "Leave it to me. I've got it covered," Xiaohua replied, attempting to pat her chest in assurance, but inadvertently hitting her belly instead, causing a wave of water to rise within. Lin Mu, startled, jumped back a bit, fearing she might spray him. To his surprise, Xiaohua managed to suppress the surge of water back down with remarkable willpower. Lin Mu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Xiaohua flashed a toothy grin but remained silent, waving her hand as she departed. Lin Shu mirrored her actions, and together they supported each other as they left. Chapter 36. Today's Gifts, Water Vegetables and Fire Herb. After Xiaohua and Lin Shu departed, Lin Mu found himself alone. He didn't have much time to lament his solitude, as he had plenty of tasks to attend to. After weaving a raincoat for about an hour, boredom prompted him to rise and begin polishing bamboo joints with the skin of a fine-scaled beast. As dusk approached, Lin Mu had polished around 10 bamboo joints, sizing them for various uses, some for storing salt and white beans, others for washing his face and hands, and a few as bowls for meals. Looking at the fruits of his labor from the afternoon, he felt the soreness in his wrists had lessened significantly. "Tomorrow, I'll put in a little more effort, and I should be nearly done," he mused, then set off to prepare a dish of red sour fruit stew with black-furred beef for Tsong. The success of his midday attempt encouraged him to make a larger batch for the evening. Considering the substantial appetites of the beastmen, following the same procedure as earlier, Lin Mu continued to work and wait. Picking up the raincoat he had set aside for a while, he resumed weaving. However, The strain from polishing the bamboo had slowed his progress. Still, he used the task to pass the time, feeling no urgency. As time passed and the sky darkened, the aroma wafting from the stone pot grew richer. Glancing at the still absent Song, Lin Mu couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. What could be taking so long? Why hasn't he returned yet? He decided that if Song didn't return soon, he would seek out Qing Mu for an update. Fortunately, a moment later, he detected Song's energy signature within his perception, allowing him to release a sigh of relief. Song soon arrived, but Lin Mu noticed some bloodstains on him, causing his heart to skip a beat as he rushed forward to check. Seeing Lin Mu's concern, Song felt a surge of happiness and was about to embrace him, but Lin Mu's anxious examination made him pause. Initially puzzled, Song quickly clarified, "Don't worry, Mu. The blood on me isn't mine." After Lin Mu finished his inspection and confirmed there were no wounds, he felt his worries ease. That's a relief. "Go wash up, dinner is almost ready, and I made something special for you." With that, Lin Mu turned to serve the food. Just as he turned, Song enveloped him in a hug, saying, Mu, you worry about me. It makes me so happy." Lin Mu rolled his eyes in response, saying, "All right, let go. I don't want your blood all over me." The extent of his earlier worry was now matched by his annoyance. Though it wasn't that he disliked Song's affections, rather, he hadn't yet fully shifted his mindset and was still primarily concerned. Song, undeterred, replied, "All right, I'll wash up quickly. In the meantime, you should try the berries I picked today. I gathered quite a lot of water vegetables too, and I'll prepare them for you when I return." With that, Song placed a large bundle of gifts by the fire and dashed off toward the riverbank. Lin Mu gazed at the sizable bundle beside him, a smile of happiness spreading across his face. If the other sub-beasts were to learn of this, their envy would surely increase. He then unwrapped the gift, which was wrapped in several layers of large leaves. Inside, he found not only the bright red berries but also glistening, jade-like water vegetables. After confirming the edibility of the water vegetables, his gaze was drawn to a small, entirely red herb nestled beneath them. To be honest, this marked the first time in his life that he had encountered a bright red herb, and its vivid hue was striking. It could only be said that this world was truly extraordinary. Everything that seemed illogical in his previous life appeared entirely rational here. Curiously, he checked the red herb and found it was also edible. Intrigued, Lin Mu decided to sample a piece of the water vegetable along with the red herb, reasoning that since it wasn't poisonous, it was worth experimenting to see what culinary delights he could create. After the success of the red sour fruit stew with black-furred beef, Lin Mu's culinary horizons had expanded, and he now contemplated how to enhance every ingredient he encountered. He first tried the water vegetable, and upon taking a bite, he was pleasantly surprised by its crisp, juicy texture. However, as he savored it further, he detected a hint of sweetness and a refreshing essence reminiscent of rainwater. This would make a delightful cold dish if only I had the right seasonings. I wonder how the beast folk would prepare it? His thoughts then shifted back to the red herb. Just as he was about to taste a leaf, his instincts warned him not to consume too much at once, lest something undesirable occur. Trusting his intuition, Lin Mu decided to merely nibble the tip for a cautious first trial. However, the moment he bit down, his face flushed crimson, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. "Yes, so spicy," he exclaimed, rushing to drink water while munching on the water vegetable to alleviate the heat. Just then, Song, having finished washing up, was returning when Lin Mu's shout startled him. Fearing something was amiss, Song quickly shifted into his beast form and rushed back. Upon arrival, he found Lin Mu guzzling water. Mu. "What's wrong?" Song asked, quickly assuming human form and hurrying closer. As he approached, the sight of the red herb in Lin Mu's hand clarified the situation. Mu, where did you get that fire herb?" Song exclaimed, reaching to take it away. Yet, Lin Mu clung tightly to it, refusing to let go. After swallowing the water in his mouth, Lin Mu hid the fire herb behind him, declaring, "This can't be discarded. It's a treasure." His face radiated sheer joy. What good could possibly come from that fire herb? Consuming it feels akin to swallowing a ball of fire, and no beast folk or sub-beast would dare touch it. Song explained, but Lin Mu shook his head, insisting it can serve as a seasoning, much like wild onions or wild ginger. Is this fire herb also a medicinal plant? Song inquired. Song expressed his astonishment, pondering that both wild scallions and wild ginger could serve as medicinal herbs. Naturally, he believed that the fiery herb, known as firegrass, could also possess healing properties. Lin Mu reflected on the effects of chili peppers and realized they did indeed have therapeutic benefits. However, he noted that firegrass was not chili. It merely had the sensation of spiciness. I'm not entirely sure. I suppose I shall have to give it a try, Lin Mu replied. But do let me accompany you when you do. Please don't attempt it alone. Song cautioned, not wishing for Lin Mu to come to harm. Very well. Tomorrow, Song, could you gather some more firegrass for me? We shall experiment afterward, Lin Mu suggested. Indeed, firegrass is abundant in the areas we patrol. How much do you require, Mu Mu? Song inquired. Lin Mu, eager to ask for as much as possible but concerned that Song might think him greedy, reduced his request after gesturing to indicate a size, stating, this amount should suffice, just a little over 10 jin. Song frowned slightly at this but said nothing further, agreeing to the request. All right, I shall bring it back for you tomorrow. Now, please hand over the firegrass you have. To ensure Lin Mu did not attempt it first, Song would not allow any opportunity for that. Lin Mu's eyes flickered, and ultimately, he retrieved the firegrass from behind him and handed it over. Song accepted it and immediately summoned his fire magic to incinerate it to ashes. However, the scent of burning firegrass caused both to cough for quite some time before they recovered. Observing this, Lin Mu was convinced that firegrass could indeed serve as a substitute for chili peppers. To eased Song's worry, Lin Mu shifted the conversation, saying, all right, Song, come and taste the red sour fruit stew with black-haired beef that I prepared. He had attempted to make it for the first time at noon, discovering that both Xiaohua and Lin Shu enjoyed it, so he had made it again for Song to try that evening. Upon hearing it was specially made for him, Song's expression softened. As long as it is made by Mu Mu, I shall love it, he replied, wrapping an arm around Lin Mu's waist as they returned to the fire pit to dine. When Song finally tasted this dish of love, he was pleasantly surprised by how delicious it was. Mu Mu's culinary skills are truly remarkable. The black-haired beef is even more delectable when prepared this way, he praised, having devoured an entire bowl of the red sour fruit stew with black-haired beef. If it's delicious, eat more. I made a large pot, Lin Mu said joyfully. As a chef, the affection of guests for his food was the most genuine compliment. Song, however, shook his head and replied, I am satisfied with this portion. The black-haired beef was specifically brought for you, Mu Mu. What does it matter if I eat it? Lin Mu laughed at this, saying, the beast companions that came today are from your patrol team. They took black-haired beef back yesterday, didn't they? I overheard those beasts say that most of it ended up in their orc partners' bellies. That is different. Other beasts cannot store it. If they do not eat, it will go to waste, Song retorted. Enough, eat up. I specifically made this for you. Do you wish to waste my effort, Song? Lin Mu said, feigning a hurt expression. Song, alarmed by this, quickly reassured, Mu Mu, please do not be upset. How could I waste your kindness? Rest assured, I shall not let it go to waste. That's more like it. You need to eat well to have the strength to prepare water vegetables for me, Lin Mu remarked, taking a bite of the black-haired beef stew himself. Upon hearing Lin Mu's mention of water vegetables, Song promptly stood and said, wait a moment, Mu Mu. I shall prepare the water vegetables for you right away. Before he finished speaking, Song had already started to busy himself. He first fetched some honey and then took some water vegetables, explaining, these water vegetables grow in water. They can be eaten right after being picked. Eating them dipped in honey from the honey beast is one way to enjoy them. Try it, Mu Mu. Lin Mu, even without tasting, could already guess the flavor. However, to not dampen Song's enthusiasm, he picked up a water vegetable, dipped it, and tasted it as he expected. It was wholly sweet from the honey.at that moment. Song also completed the second dish with the water vegetables, presenting a plate of blanched water vegetables sprinkled with a hint of salt. Try this, although it may not look appealing, it tastes quite good, Song said eagerly. Lin Mu glanced at it. Although he still had an appetite, it was dwindling. He took a bite, finding the flavor of the water vegetables quite faint, with only the salt's savoriness remaining. Song then remarked, I find these two preparations to be rather ordinary. The best way to enjoy them, in my opinion, is to cook them together with stewed meat. Unfortunately, I did not hunt any meat to bring back today, Mu Mu. Save some for later. When I bring back meat, I shall prepare it for you, Song said, his tone tinged with disappointment for not being able to prepare his favorite dish for Lin Mu. All right, Lin Mu replied with a smile, casually setting aside a portion of the water vegetables. The two then continued to savor the red sour fruit stew with black-haired beef. However, Lin Mu had a small appetite, and before long, he was full, leaving the remainder for Tsang. While Tsang was eating, Lin Mu mentioned that other beast companions would likely ask their orc partners to bring back bamboo. I suspect they'll inquire about the bamboo when you patrol tomorrow. Lin Mu noted. Tsang nodded, swallowing his mouthful of meat before responding. I understand, Mu. Would you like some? I can bring back a few pieces for you tomorrow. Lin Mu considered for a moment and nodded, saying yes, but this time, let them not be so thick. See if you can find some that are about this size, as he gestured to indicate the normal size of bamboo from his past life. The raincoat would be nearly finished in a day's time, and he intended to use those bamboo pieces to create some furniture. Of course, they would be the simplest of designs, as he lacked the tools for more complex creations. All right, Tsang agreed. Once Tsang had finished his meal, he took it upon himself to gather the dishes. Lin Mu did not protest, allowing Tsang to tidy up while he resumed weaving the raincoat. When Tsang returned and saw Lin Mu still working, a pang of heartache flickered in his eyes. He approached and gently set the raincoat aside, enveloping Lin Mu in his embrace. Mu, we hardly see each other during the day. You must keep me company in the evenings, Tsang said, playfully nibbling at Lin Mu's ear. Feeling the warmth on his ear, Lin Mu shivered, his body going limp in Tsang's arms. Tsang, seeing this, wore a triumphant expression, knowing it would unfold this way. All right, I shall stop weaving. Lin Mu surrendered. There is plenty of time during the day. Why rush to work tirelessly? If you wear yourself out, I would be heartbroken, Tsang said, rubbing his cheek against Lin Mu's. Lin Mu's tone softened slightly as he replied, I merely wish to finish it early so you can try it on. If it does not fit well, I can make adjustments quickly. Although Tsang was touched by Lin Mu's efforts, he still voiced, I do not wish for you to wear yourself out. Fine, I understand. Also, your tail needs to come out of my clothes, Lin Mu said, though his tone was not as resolute. Tsang chuckled and replied, But Mu, don't you adore my ears and tail? I thought of how long it has been since I let you touch them, so I deliberately revealed them for you. This. Lin Mu rolled his eyes and pulled Tsang's tail out from beneath his clothing. Chapter 37. A Fallen to Beasts. There is a saying, a tree without bark is doomed to die, and a person without shame is invincible. Ultimately, Lin Mu could not refuse Tsang's persistent affections of cuddling and kissing. Soon, the fire died down, and the murmurs within the stone house fell into silence. When dawn broke, Lin Mu finally awoke from the stone bed. I truly overexerted myself. I awoke so late, Lin Mu remarked, rising to stretch his stiff body. It must be noted that Lin Mu's notion of being tired had nothing to do with Tsang. He was simply exhausted from yesterday's labor. Otherwise, Tsang would not have arrived impulsively and departed disheartened the previous night. Reflecting on the events of last night, Lin Mu felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. However, before he could laugh, he heard Xia Hua's voice from outside. Mu, are you still asleep? Awake? I'm coming, Lin Mu quickly replied, hurrying to get out of bed. The other beast companions had already arrived, and he felt somewhat embarrassed to be the last to wake. After adjusting himself en route, Lin Mu stepped out as usual, but upon seeing the number of visitors, he furrowed his brow and asked, Is Qing Mu and Lan Shi not here today? Qing Mu, being a shaman, could be absent for valid reasons, but Lin Mu recalled that Lan Shi was an ordinary beast, always the most enthusiastic attendee. How could he not be present? The others looked puzzled at Lin Mu's question, surprised that he was unaware of Lan Shi's absence, with Xia Hua bluntly asking, Mu, you don't know what happened with the patrol team yesterday? Lin Mu, upon hearing this, was utterly bewildered, his expression one of confusion as he retorted, What happened with the patrol team yesterday? Noticing Lin Mu's genuine ignorance of the situation, Xia Hua's interest was piqued, and she immediately leaned closer, saying, Did Tsang not inform you? Their patrol team encountered a fallen beast yesterday. Although they managed to slay the creature, several members were injured, including Lan Shi's partner, who is in a particularly grave condition. Lan Shi is currently tending to him. A fallen beast? Lin Mu was genuinely astonished. On the first day of his journey, Tsang had mentioned the existence of fallen beasts, malevolent creatures that were once rational beast men but had succumbed to madness, resorting to cannibalism. However, he had yet to encounter one and had temporarily forgotten about their existence, only to be confronted with one yesterday. At that moment, Lin Mu found himself increasingly curious about the nature of these fallen beasts. Seeing the change in Lin Mu's demeanor, Xiahua understood why Cang had chosen not to disclose this information to him. Lin Mu, fallen beasts are exceedingly dangerous. Even beastmen suffer injuries upon encountering them. You mustn't indulge your curiosity, Xiahua said with utmost seriousness. In that instant, she regretted having brought up the topic. Most beastmen would pale at the mere mention of fallen beasts, some even plagued by nightmares. Yet Lin Mu's reaction was entirely unprecedented. Lin Mu was well aware of the peril posed by fallen beasts, especially given Lan Shi's partner as a living testament to their danger. Thus, suppressing his curiosity, he replied solemnly, "Rest assured, I would never engage in such reckless behavior." Xiahua, reassured by his words, let out a heavy sigh of relief and said, "That's good to hear. Let us weave some baskets instead." She was keen to divert the conversation away from the topic of fallen beasts, but we lack vines. "Did you speak to Qingmu yesterday?" Lin Mu inquired. "I did, and Lin Shu can attest to that," Xiahua replied, pulling Lin Shu, who had been standing idly nearby, into the conversation. Upon seeing the gazes directed at him, Lin Shu nodded and spoke. "Xiahua mentioned it, but I suspect that after the patrol team returns, Qingmu will be too preoccupied to remember this matter." Considering Xiahua's statement, Lin Mu deemed it quite plausible. However, the absence of vines rendered him unable to teach basket weaving as for continuing the craft of straw sandals. He dismissed the idea, as the remaining dry grass was reserved for making a raincoat. "How about we engage in conversation instead? After all, that's how we usually pass the time," Xiahua suggested. "That won't do. It's a waste of time," Lin Mu disagreed. Then, after contemplating the items in his possession, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he knew what the lesson for the day would be. Bring out the wild onions, wild ginger, dandelions, and plantain. Today, I shall teach everyone about wild vegetables. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all present ignited with enthusiasm. The prospect of delicious food and medicinal benefits was enough to capture the interest of these beastmen, who all relished plant-based cuisine and had often fantasized about healing their kin like shamans. Seeing the excitement swell among the crowd, Lin Mu began his introduction, initially presenting the wild onions and wild ginger. "The food in our tribe has become quite monotonous. It is time to enhance our meals with some seasoning. This is wild onion, and this is wild ginger. When boiled, they can treat fevers caused by cold exposure. However, in my opinion, they are far more useful in culinary applications, primarily for eliminating gamey flavors and enriching the complexity of taste. Particularly with wild onions, sautéing them with cuckoo bird eggs results in a delightful dish. As for wild ginger, its strong flavor is best suited for masking the taste of meat. So, to make the lesson more tangible, Lin Mu decided to prepare a dish of wild onion sautéed with cuckoo bird eggs on the spot. Of course, he was somewhat hungry, and this dual purpose served him well. Given the sizable nature of the cuckoo bird eggs, he aimed to maximize their use, planning to cook them only after introducing the dandelion and plantain. "One egg with 3 portions of vegetables. How thrifty I am," Lin Mu mused inwardly as he skillfully prepared the 3 vegetable dishes. "All right, everyone, come and taste." With that, Lin Mu took the breakfast he had prepared for himself and stepped aside to eat. Xiahua and Lin Shu had been eagerly awaiting this moment, and as soon as Lin Mu's words faded, they rushed forward, bowls in hand and chopsticks at the ready. However, they did not forget that this was Lin Mu's teaching. So after taking their share, they proceeded to find a spot next to him to enjoy their meal. The remaining beastmen, witnessing the actions of the trio, soon shed their reservations and each took a portion to sample. Upon tasting, a new world of flavors unfolded before them, and their eyes lit up with fervor as they gazed at the remaining dishes. Yet, despite their cravings, no one dared to take more, as they recognized this was part of the learning process. Once everyone had a taste, the real competition began. In a fervent bid to secure a larger share of the leftover dishes, the beastmen exhibited an astonishing level of enthusiasm. To Lin Mu, however, it appeared as a chaotic frenzy of individuals vying for scraps, a sight he found rather disheartening. Consequently, he chose to turn his back and avoid the spectacle of the ensuing culinary skirmish. Chapter 38. A vast field of onions. Lin Mu's decision to look away did not extend to Xiahua and Lin Shu. While Lin Mu regarded the scene as mere chaos, for Xiahua and Lin Shu, it was a rare and captivating sight. After all, while beastmen engaged in combat daily, skirmishes among lesser beastmen were a rarity. With the dishes Lin Mu had prepared being limited, He, Xiaohua, and Lin Shu had taken their portions, and after the others sampled, there remained little to fight over. Hence, when the food was completely depleted, the gazes of the crowd naturally turned toward the trio who still had leftovers. Lin Mu, engrossed in his meal, had just finished when the eyes of the others fell upon him. Displaying his empty bowl to the crowd, he then excused himself to wash the dishes. The others, recognizing that he had no food left, shifted their intense gazes to Xiaohua and Lin Shu. The two, having been preoccupied with the spectacle, had not eaten quickly, and now it was their turn to face the consequences. "Don't come over," Xiaohua shouted while taking large bites. Lin Shu remained silent, entirely focused on his meal, with no time for anything else. Observing their eating pace, the lesser beastmen shouted, "You two, slow down. Leave some for us." Neither Xiaohua nor Lin Shu responded. They had no intention of sharing their food. Moments later, Lin Mu returned from washing the dishes, and upon witnessing the lively commotion, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth is indeed wonderful." That, of course, he too was youthful, yet he could not partake in the fray. If he had, he could have easily overpowered them all single-handedly. After the playful scuffle, each individual emerged disheveled, yet smiles adorned their faces. "I have introduced you to these 4 plants. You may now incorporate them into your menus. If you encounter them but are uncertain, feel free to bring them to me for identification," Lin Mu stated. As he spoke, he pondered the need to gather more wild onions once Song had the chance. The recent consumption of wild onions had been excessive, and with his limited supply dwindling, he feared he might soon run out. "I recall there are wild onions by the river, but I'm not certain." "Lin Mu, would you like to check?" a clear voice chimed in, drawing everyone's attention. "Sure, since we have nothing else to do. Once we're done, we can conveniently check on Qing Mu and Lan Shi," Lin Mu replied. Everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under the guidance of the one who had spoken, they made their way toward the riverbank, where wild onions were thought to grow. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, while Lin Mu maintained vigilance, monitoring their surroundings. Their collective movement naturally attracted the attention of the beastmen within the tribe. Before long, some beastmen approached to inquire about their activities. For such matters, Lin Mu entrusted them to Xiaohua, confident she would handle it effectively. However, his interpretation of handling it well involved sending the beastmen away, while Xiaohua's involved bringing in 2 more beastmen for protection. Seeing Xiaohua's eager expression as she sought praise, Lin Mu stifled the words he wanted to say and, with a forced smile, remarked, "Well done." Upon receiving Lin Mu's praise, Xiaohua's demeanor transformed, her steps seemingly imbued with a newfound vigor. Witnessing this, Lin Mu could only sigh in exasperation. He glanced at the beastmen who had come to provide protection and noted they were all already bonded, which eased his concerns. Though all the lesser beastmen present had beastman partners, none had yet formed bonds, meaning they were still technically single. If unbonded beastmen had been summoned, it could have easily led to complications, potentially causing emotional ties to intensify and resulting in the original partners being cast aside, with Lin Mu bearing the blame. Thankfully, the reinforcements were already bonded beastmen. In the depths of Lin Mu's heart, yet another sigh escaped his lips. However, with the presence of the beastmen, Lin Mu found his previous mood for relaxation dissipated. Thus, he wasted no time and urged everyone to hasten their journey, eager to resolve matters swiftly and depart. The decision met with no dissent among the sub-beasts, and the accompanying beastmen harbored even less objection, with some wishing fervently for Lin Mu and his party to move faster to avoid any unforeseen mishaps that might lead to injury. Before long, they arrived at their destination. "Mu, do you think these are wild scallions?" "Mu, what about these?" "And over here as well, Mu, take a look at these." As the group engaged in lively chatter, Lin Mu gradually emerged from his state of shock. "So many wild scallions," he murmured, his voice still tinged with astonishment. Before him lay a vast expanse of wild scallions, the sheer quantity surpassing his wildest imagination. Yet, a thought struck him, and he quickly addressed the crowd. "Everyone, this area is abundant with wild scallions, but please do not harvest excessively. Just take enough for personal consumption. The remainder should be reported to Qing Mu for distribution. As these are medicinal as well." By the end of his statement, Lin Mu's tone had diminished in fervor, yet every member heard him clearly. The group complied with Lin Mu's directive, each taking only enough for a single meal before pausing. Subsequently, Lin Mu stationed 2 beastmen to guard the location while he led everyone back in haste. Is there anyone who knows where Qing Mu might be at this moment? Lin Mu inquired. He should be at Lan Shi's place. When I was guiding everyone to find you, I heard that Lan Shi's partner is still undergoing treatment, Xiahua replied. All right, a few of you come with me to Lan Shi's home. Xiahua, you take a few individuals to check on Qing Mu. We'll split up, Lin Mu instructed. Understood. With that, the group divided into 2 teams and set off in different directions. The returning beastmen also split into 2 teams. Following suit. Along the way, the beastmen marveled at Lin Mu's leadership, for unbeknownst to them, they had all willingly complied with his directives. It is noteworthy that among the beastmen, only the chieftain and the shaman commanded such obedience. Alongside those whose strength surpassed their own. Such occurrences were indeed rare. Lin Mu paid little mind to these thoughts, as giving orders was second nature to him. After all, in his previous life, he had been a leader among the light-based ability users. No matter how lethargic he might be, when he applied himself, his strength and capabilities were undeniable. Before long, under the guidance of the other sub-beasts, Lin Mu arrived at the stone dwelling of Lan Shi. Upon approaching, he was immediately engulfed by a strong herbal scent. Upon closer inspection, he discerned hints of wild scallions and wild ginger within the aroma. What kind of treatment is Qing Mu administering? Lin Mu pondered aloud. Lan Shi, this is Lin Mu. Is Qing Mu here? No sooner had he spoken than Qing Mu appeared before him, though his complexion was notably pale, and he appeared quite exhausted. Mu, you've arrived. What brings you here? Qing Mu asked, though much of his focus was diverted elsewhere. Noticing this, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and glanced into the stone dwelling, his expression revealing a hint of concern. Nevertheless, he promptly reported the situation regarding the wild scallions by the riverbank. Upon hearing this, Qing Mu's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. I've nearly depleted my stock of wild scallions for treatment. Hurry and gather some. I still need them for the healing process. Lin Mu responded. Qing Mu, please inform me about the condition of Lan Shi's partner. While wild scallions were beneficial, one cannot resort to them indiscriminately in times of crisis. Chapter 39. The disturbing black energy. After listening to Qing Mu's account of Ping's injuries, Lin Mu was filled with confusion, for Qing Mu's method of treatment seemed sound. Why, then, had Ping remained in a state of unconsciousness? To clarify, Ping was Lan Shi's partner and the beastman who had sustained the gravest injuries during yesterday's battle against the fallen beasts. Fortuitously, he was the only one in such a predicament. Had there been another, Qing Mu would likely have been driven to anxiety. Let us go. We must see the situation for ourselves, Lin Mu declared, entering the dwelling alongside Qing Mu. The moment they stepped inside, Lin Mu was nearly overwhelmed by the pungent smell of herbs. Qing Mu, how many different herbs have you administered? Lin Mu remarked, for the amalgamation of scents was akin to a toxic fume. Qing Mu, however, appeared unperturbed, as he had grown accustomed to the scent after a night of exposure. I've given Ping every herb I could find that has healing properties, Qing Mu admitted, a slight blush creeping onto his face. As this method hardly resembled the practices of a shaman, Lin Mu opened his mouth to respond but ultimately said nothing. At that moment, he suspected that Ping's prolonged unconsciousness might be attributed to an overabundance of herbs. Yet, as he drew closer, he discerned that the issue did not lie with Qing Mu. The reason for Ping's insensibility seemed linked to the dark energy surrounding him. Lin Mu could not quite articulate the explanation. He simply had an instinctive feeling that the black energy was the root of the problem. Moreover, this dark energy evoked a profound sense of repulsion within him. Truth be told, were it not for the knowledge that Ping was a member of their tribe, Lin Mu might have considered eradicating both the dark energy and Ping in one fell swoop. Qing Mu, can you see the black energy surrounding Ping? Lin Mu asked, his tone rife with disdain. Qing Mu was taken aback and replied, No, I don't see anything. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu realized that his ability to perceive the black energy was likely due to his own powers. With this thought, he activated his abilities to envelop Ping in a radiant aura. Instantly, a dark energy rooted within Ping's body became visible amidst the light. I see it now. I can see it, Qing Mu exclaimed, his voice trembling with uncontainable fear, for this peculiar occurrence was entirely new to him. As Lin Mu sensed the dark energy, his revulsion became increasingly difficult to suppress. He immediately set to work, attempting to dispel it with his abilities. However, upon engaging, he discovered the stubbornness of the dark energy. which clung to Ping like an unyielding adhesive. The level of his abilities felt inadequate, making the task of dealing with this dark energy all the more challenging. In that moment, Lin Mu realized that allowing his powers to recuperate at their own pace had been a grave oversight. He gazed at the swaying dark energy, which seemed to mock his capabilities. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Qing Mu, shortly, I will eliminate this black energy. Afterward, you may proceed with your usual treatment, and if I happen to faint afterward, do not be alarmed. It will simply be a consequence of forcibly amplifying my abilities. A brief rest will suffice to restore me. With his instructions delivered, Lin Mu did not wait for Qing Mu's response before channeling his powers and exerting his mental energy to enhance his abilities. As he felt the purifying effect of his powers, a smile broke out on Lin Mu's pale face. Indeed, the results of his previous life's development were bearing fruit. With that thought in mind, Lin Mu directed his abilities to gently sweep away the dark energy, which promptly vanished without a trace. Qing Mu's expression shifted to one of delight, but the next moment was marred by fear. For Lin Mu collapsed immediately after dispelling the dark energy. Fortunately, Qing Mu reacted swiftly, catching Lin Mu in his arms and preventing him from falling to the ground. As he gazed at Lin Mu's pale visage, whose breathing remained steady, Qing Mu couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern, recalling Lin Mu's earlier words. However, he was grateful for the explanation Lin Mu had provided regarding the consequences. Otherwise, Qing Mu might well have been struck with panic. Let us attend to Ping's wounds first. Once we finish here, I will take Lin Mu home, Qing Mu stated, before tending to Ping's injuries. After providing some guidance to Lan Shi, he prepared to carry Lin Mu away. Yet, having exhausted himself the previous night, even the light weight of Lin Mu caused Qing Mu to feel faint, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. Lan Shi, witnessing this, rushed over with alarm. Qing Mu, are you all right? He exclaimed, quickly helping both individuals to their feet. Once Lan Shi aided Lin Mu, Qing Mu regained his composure and said, I'm fine. I'm just too fatigued. I need to rest for a moment before taking Lin Mu home. You should tend to Ping in the meantime. Lan Shi, however, did not depart, having realized from recent events that Ping was not in grave danger. Yet, both Qing Mu and Lin Mu had collapsed, and he felt a pang of guilt at the thought of leaving them unattended. Qing Mu, why not allow me to escort you both home? After all, Ping is stable now, Lan Shi offered. Qing Mu waved his hand dismissively. That won't do. Your presence reassures Ping even in his unconscious state. Lin Mu and I will manage. If need be, I will find someone else. As they spoke, Xia Hua, Lin Shu, and several other sub-beasts who had gone to check on Qing Mu arrived on the scene. The urgency of their earlier pace only intensified upon seeing Lin Mu unconscious and Qing Mu looking worn and weary. Xia Hua was the first to voice her concern. Qing Mu, are you okay? What happened to Mu Mu? He seemed fine just a moment ago. The others shared the same concern, and upon hearing Xia Hua's question, they refrained from repeating themselves, eager for answers. Mu Mu exhausted himself treating Ping and has temporarily fallen into a deep sleep. Aoki replied. Regarding the specific circumstances, he did not elaborate much. Primarily, he himself could not comprehend the situation, and informing others would only serve to exacerbate their anxiety without yielding any other result. Upon hearing this, the expressions of concern on the faces of the onlookers diminished somewhat. However, gazing at the two individuals whose complexions were far from favorable, a deep-seated worry still lingered in their hearts. At that moment, Aoki also noticed the two beastmen who had accompanied him. Upon realizing that the bond had been formed, he promptly spoke up. Li, you have arrived just in time. Please assist me in escorting Mu Mu back home. Certainly, Wu, Li responded. Although Li had already formed a bond, he could not carry Lin Mu on his back and could only embrace him to carry him home. If Lin Mu were conscious, he surely would have retaliated with a swift kick to the head of any beastman who dared to carry him like a princess. Observing this, the other sub-beasts prepared to follow along and tend to Lin Mu. Aoki, noticing the scene, quickly interjected. Xiaohua and Lin Shu, please take care of Mu Mu for a while. The rest of you should continue teaching the other sub-beasts how to weave grass sandals this afternoon. It is imperative that all the sub-beasts in the tribe learn before the rainy season arrives. Understood, we will take care of it, the other sub-beasts replied. Subsequently, everyone departed in their own directions. After ensuring that everyone had left, Aoki also set off, but instead of heading home, he made his way to the riverbank to examine the patch of wild scallions that had been discovered. Although he felt weary, as a shaman, He needed to persevere a little longer. Chapter 40 Lin Mu. I am absolutely dreaming. At Song's home, Li left after delivering Lin Mu, leaving only Xiaohua and Lin Shu to care for him. Xiaohua gazed at the thick layer of fire velvet grass beneath the stone bed, his eyes brimming with envy. So much fire velvet grass. It truly makes one envious. Xiaohua candidly expressed his thoughts. Lin Shu, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression and remarked, "What is there to be envious of?" Zay's home has just as much. Xiaohua's expression froze at this revelation. Was he truly the only one in poverty? However, as he reflected on the past, he recalled that he had once been affluent, but those fire velvet grasses had been squandered when he tried to make clothes. Thus, his impoverishment was self-inflicted. With this realization, tears welled in Xiaohua's eyes, and he resolved that upon returning, he would instruct Feng to gather more fire velvet grass. He did not wish to be the most impoverished one. The two continued to converse, and before long, noon arrived. Just as they contemplated what to eat, Aoki arrived, carrying food. "Come, it's time to eat," Aoki said. Having concluded his duties as a shaman, he now presented himself solely in the capacity of Tsong's father. Xiaohua and Lin Shu did not decline. They were indeed quite hungry and eagerly dug into the meal. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Aoki began to tidy the dishes and remarked, "Xiaohua, Lin Shu, I will need your assistance again this afternoon. I must check on the other injured beastmen." "Leave it to us," they replied. Aoki then assessed Lin Mu's condition, offered a few more instructions, and took his leave. Xiaohua and Lin Shu returned to their previous state, but eventually, the conversation reached its natural conclusion, especially given the limited scope of their knowledge. Before long, they fell into a silence. Boredom, coupled with a lack of activity, quietly ushered in a sense of drowsiness. Initially, the two managed to endure, but it was not long before they leaned against the side of the bed and dozed off. Time passed, and eventually, they awoke to a chill, realizing that the room had plunged into darkness as it already night. The moment this thought crossed their minds, they heard Song's anxious voice from outside. "Mu Mu, where are you?" Each day for the past few days, Song had returned to find Lin Mu present, but the absence today had genuinely unsettled him. However, he quickly steadied himself, inhaling the scents in the air and detecting Lin Mu's aroma within the stone house. Along with the sense of Xiaohua and Lin Shu, relieved yet still perplexed about what had transpired, Song conjured a ball of magical fire to illuminate the darkness and hastily made his way inside. As he approached the door, Xiaohua and Lin Shu emerged from the shadows, fumbling in the dark. Upon seeing Song, they hurriedly exchanged details about Lin Mu's condition, eager to ensure that Song would not jump to any conclusions. Song's brow furrowed as the flickering firelight illuminated his countenance, revealing a fluctuating expression. However, it was undeniable that he was displeased. "Thank you for your efforts. I will fetch Feng and Zay to bring you home." With that, Song turned to leave, his mood profoundly soured, giving little regard to the customary courtesies of hosting. Xiaohua and Lin Shu said nothing, though they silently acknowledged that Song's anger was indeed quite frightening. Yet, reflecting on Lin Mu's earlier fury, they found him to be even more intimidating. Soon, Feng and Zay arrived, and Xiaohua and Lin Shu hurried to their respective partners' sides. "Let us go home for dinner. I have brought back the bamboo you wanted," Zay said to Lin Shu with an unusual warmth, devoid of his usual cold demeanor. Similarly, Feng spoke kindly to Xiaohua, suggesting it was time to leave. "Song has not yet returned. We cannot leave Mu Mu behind," Xiaohua firmly rejected. Lin Shu echoed this sentiment, equally unwilling to abandon Lin Mu. "Do not worry. Song has gone to inquire about him from his father and will return shortly," Zay reassured. "Then we shall wait for Song to return before departing," Lin Shu stated resolutely. Zay willingly acquiesced to his partner's request, and under the weight of Xiaohua's glare, Feng too consented. Before long, Song returned, though his expression remained far from pleasant. After a brief exchange with Zay and Feng, they departed with their partners. Once everyone had left, Song returned to the stone house, gazing at the sleeping Lin Mu on the bed. His eyes filled with tenderness. Although he was unaware of the precise events that had unfolded, the evident exhaustion on Lin Mu's face spoke volumes. "I knew you would be curious, so I deliberately chose not to inform you. Yet you still became embroiled in it." With that, Song gently embraced Lin Mu, pulling him close. Unbeknownst to Lin Mu, perhaps sensing Song's presence, his previously furrowed brow relaxed, and his body instinctively leaned into Song's embrace. Observing Lin Mu's actions, Song's mood lightened somewhat. However, upon catching a whiff of another beastman's scent on Lin Mu, his expression darkened further. Although he recognized the scent belonged to Li, a bonded beastman, it did little to quell his discomfort at the thought of another beastman's scent lingering on his sub-beast. In an instinctive act of possessiveness, Song tightened his hold on Lin Mu, seeking to mask Li's scent with his OWNMU Mu. "You are mine," Song whispered softly in Lin Mu's ear. The warm breath brushed against Lin Mu, and even in his slumber, his body responded instinctively. Song, seeing this, could not help but smile in satisfaction. Subsequently, to deepen the scent of his presence on Lin Mu, Song entwined himself around Lin Mu like a clingy octopus. Thus, the night passed, and as daylight broke, Song noted with growing concern that Lin Mu showed no signs of waking. "Mu Mu, how much longer will you sleep?" he murmured, still clutching Lin Mu tightly. Yesterday, he had already informed the clan leader of his intention to take leave today in order to care for Lin Mu. The clan leader, Ying, had learned of the situation from Aoki and consented to Song's request for leave. Of course, it was only for this day, and he would need to make up for it later. With Lin Mu still asleep, Song was reluctant to release him, continuing to hold him close. Time passed, and Lin Mu, still in slumber, furrowed his brow. His body signaled the urgent need to relieve himself. Instinctively, he attempted to rise. But the sensation of being restrained rendered him immobile. "Let me go. I need to use the restroom," he silently screamed in frustration. Struggling against the confinement, he felt the pressure intensify, particularly a force pressing against his abdomen. This prompted Lin Mu to awaken abruptly, only to find Song grinning broadly at him. "Mu Mu, you are awake," Song exclaimed, gleefully rolling Lin Mu around on the bed. This only compounded Lin Mu's urgency, causing his expression to turn a shade of deep crimson. "Let go. I can't hold it any longer," he shouted, forcibly breaking free from Song's embrace and dashing out without even pausing to put on his shoes. Song, startled, immediately followed, only to witness Lin Mu in the act of relieving himself. Instantly, both of them turned beet red, while the sound of running water continued unabated. Lin Mu. "I am absolutely dreaming." Chapter 41. Lin Mu. "I will execute a swift kick." Life is filled with moments that, upon recollection, evoke a sense of darkness. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Lin Mu believed he had left such experiences behind. However, it was utterly unexpected that so soon he would create a new one. Though Song was his partner, at that moment, Lin Mu found himself on the verge of losing control. "This is my man. Do not be angry. After all, we have both seen each other's bell," he reassured himself. "It is only fair. I must not let my temper flare." After a moment of self-soothing, Lin Mu resolved the dark transformation issue. However, upon witnessing Song's unabashedly brazen demeanor, the suppressed anger within him threatened to resurface once more. At that moment, Song also sensed Lin Mu's turmoil and immediately adopted a stern expression, saying, "Mu Mu, you haven't eaten since yesterday. You must be hungry now. I'll go prepare a meal for you." And no sooner had the words left his mouth than Song's figure swiftly departed. Observing this, Lin Mu, in an effort to avoid further agitation, once again engaged in self-reassurance. Casting his gaze towards the sun hanging in the sky, he suddenly realized that Song hadn't gone on patrol today. The reason was not difficult to deduce. After all, besides himself, there was no other motive that could have kept Song from his duties. With this thought, the remnants of his anger transformed into affection, as his prolonged solitude in his past life had rendered him overly reserved, becoming a mere instinctive reaction. This instinctive response needed alteration. Otherwise, the consummation post-bonding could inadvertently result in a mishap, akin to a scissor kick that might crush Song's tiger head. With these musings, Lin Mu returned. Song was then occupied with preparing a meal for Lin Mu, yet in the midst of his tasks, he couldn't help but reminisce about the earlier scene, which elicited a foolish grin upon his face. When Lin Mu returned, he was met with Song's silly smile, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of slightly charred meat in his hands. "Song, the meat is burnt," Lin Mu reminded him. As a man, he naturally understood Song's behavior. But admitting such a thing was out of the question. His pride was not so easily set aside. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Song snapped back to reality, gazing at the charred exterior yet fresh meat within, and promptly tossed it into his mouth. "Mu Mu, please wait a moment." I'll prepare a properly cooked portion for you, he said, refocusing his attention. Such nostalgic reveries could be indulged at any time. Allowing Lin Mu to go hungry was utterly unacceptable. With diligence, Song soon finished grilling a piece and handed it to Lin Mu, saying, Mu, yesterday I brought back several bamboo stalks you requested, along with some fire herbs. Once we've eaten our fill, we can take care of those. All right, Lin Mu replied, devouring the meat with gusto. Having eaten only once the previous day, consisting solely of vegetables, he felt as though he could devour an entire cow. After consuming 2 pieces of grilled meat, Lin Mu felt satiated. Observing Song feast heartily, he mused that the only thing standing between him and the consumption of an entire cow was Song himself. Moments later, Song polished off the remaining meat, tidied up the litter on the ground, and suggested, Mu, shall we attend to the bamboo and fire herbs? However, Lin Mu remained silent for a moment, deep in thought, before responding, Song, let us take a stroll outside today. He could manage the bamboo and fire herbs at any time, but outings were not as readily available. Since Song had not gone on patrol today, he intended to seize this opportunity for a leisurely walk. Song pondered for a moment before agreeing, all right, but we can only explore the vicinity of the tribe. That's fine. Just the vicinity will do, Lin Mu replied with a smile. He had no desire to venture far. Staying close to the tribe would allow him to observe the environment more attentively. Seeing Lin Mu consent, Song promptly transformed into his beast form. Once Lin Mu grasped his tail and mounted, Song took off at a run. Mu, before we head out, let us stop by Father Ya. He is quite worried about you, Song mentioned. Lin Mu had no objections, responding, no problem. My sudden fainting yesterday probably startled Qingmu as well. Song, upon hearing this, tilted his head slightly to regard Lin Mu, saying, Mu, please refrain from doing that again. Although Lin Mu had previously briefed him on the potential consequences, he found it difficult to accept such a shocking occurrence. Understood, rest assured, Lin Mu replied promptly. The reason for his assurance lay in the fact that his forced enhancement of mental strength yesterday had significantly boosted his abilities, bringing him closer to easily wielding that purifying force. However, as this train of thought continued, Lin Mu patted Song's back and asked, why didn't you mention the fallen beast to me? Song, upon hearing this, flicked his ears dismissively, pretending not to hear. How could he explain? It was hardly feasible to admit the truth, that he feared Lin Mu would grow curious and approach for a closer look. Lin Mu, recognizing Song's thoughts from his reaction, chose not to confront him. The reason I bring up the fallen beast is due to the fact that my prolonged unconsciousness yesterday was likely caused by it. Qingmu must have informed you about the black mist. That should have originated from the fallen beast, Lin Mu stated. Song pondered the events of slaying the fallen beast, recalling last night when Qingmu detailed the situation between Lin Mu and him, coupled with Lin Mu's own words, leading him to conclude that Lin Mu's surmising was indeed accurate. It seemed that in the future, encounters with fallen beasts would require heightened caution. Lin Mu, meanwhile, harbored numerous questions, but without having witnessed a fallen beast firsthand. His inquiries remained mere uncertainties. The prospect of encountering a fallen beast was one he dared not entertain. He could assert that if he confided such thoughts to Song, the latter would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on him all day long, even enlisting others to supervise him during patrols. Yet, what precisely was that black mist, and why did it evoke such distaste within him? Remarkably, even upon reflection, it now conjured a sense of familiarity. Lin Mu was perplexed. Yet this confusion had to remain buried within it that moment. Song interjected, Mu, we have arrived. Lin Mu snapped back to reality, realizing they had reached the entrance of Qingmu's stone dwelling. Observing the throng of beast men coming and going, Lin Mu suddenly felt that being a shaman was no enviable position. The daily bustle was overwhelming. Just as he mused, 2 familiar figures appeared before him, prompting Lin Mu to quickly pat Song, signaling him to dismount. Upon seeing Ping and his partner, Lainish, Song understood Lin Mu's intent and promptly set him down, transforming back into human form. Lin Mu rushed towards Lainish and his partner, Ping, who had also spotted Lin Mu and the ever-present Song following closely behind. As he approached, Lainish exclaimed with excitement, Mu, you're all right. This is such a relief. Your sudden fainting yesterday truly frightened me. Lin Mu patted Lainish's shoulder, urging him to calm down, and asked, I'm fine, but what about your partner? Did he react at all after I treated him? Did he feel any discomfort upon waking? By the end of his inquiry, Lin Mu's gaze had shifted to Ping. He was not motivated by a healer's compassion. Rather, he merely wished to know the reactions and symptoms following the removal of the black mist. Ping, aware of who had saved him, returned Lin Mu's gaze with the response, "He's fine. It's just like any other injury." If I must mention discomfort, it's that he felt quite hungry upon waking. Lin Mu nodded in understanding, realizing that this information was of little utility. Subsequently, Lin Mu exchanged a few more words before entering the stone dwelling in search of Qingmu. However, upon entering, he was taken aback by the sheer number of individuals present, rendering the space nearly uninhabitable. Witnessing this, Lin Mu increasingly felt that being a shaman was a true burden. Just then, Song also entered. Momentarily stunned by the crowd and remarked, "Why are there so many people today? Aren't they here for treatment?" Lin Mu quietly retorted, "Song, look around. Which of these individuals appears to be ill?" Only then did Lin Mu notice that among the crowd, only 2 or 3 truly seemed to be unwell, while the rest appeared to be mere bystanders. It was indeed curious. If they weren't here to seek treatment, what were they doing? Lin Mu pondered this question. Song shared his curiosity, but, unlike Lin Mu, who relied on speculation, he approached a beastman to inquire about the situation. Lin Mu's interest piqued at this and he intended to eavesdrop, but just as he was about to move, someone blocked his path. "Mu, I'm so glad to see you're okay." Upon hearing that, Lin Mu tuned out the rest of the words. The individual in front of him was one of the first batch of beastmen who had followed him to learn how to weave grass sandals. Yet he couldn't recall the name at that moment. He was now focusing intently on recalling the individual's name. Just as the person fell silent, Lin Mu still hadn't managed to remember. At that moment, the individual whispered, "Mu, did you come today to request some wild onions from Qingmu?" Lin Mu was taken aback. Hadn't he only slept through yesterday? Why did he feel so out of touch with the tribe? "Oh, right, Mu, you fainted yesterday. They discovered a vast patch of wild onions, and everyone, following your lead, only picked enough for one meal to taste. Even if they were tempted afterward, no one dared to ask for more. Consequently, that evening, Qingmu issued a directive stating that those in need could come to him to request some, to prevent waste." Listening to the explanation and observing the crowd, Lin Mu realized that they seemed to have misunderstood one crucial point. When Qingmu mentioned those in need, it certainly did not refer to satisfying one's appetite, but rather to medicinal purposes. Just as he was contemplating this, Song returned from his inquiries. Song was about to share what he had learned. Qingmu's voice resonated, "Everyone, when I said those in need, I meant for medicinal use. Otherwise, do you intend to eat them as vegetables?" Aoki's voice was somewhat elevated, and the anger in his tone was unmistakably evident, clearly showcasing the extent to which he had been vexed throughout the morning. However, once these sentiments were laid bare, the effect was markedly positive. At the very least, the horde of orcs began to depart gradually. At that moment, Lin Mu waved goodbye to the beastman whose name he had forgotten, watching as the latter and his beast father made their exit. Soon, only a few patients remained in the stone cottage. And Aoki finally spotted Lin Mu and Song, yet he restrained his urge to converse, prioritizing the completion of his medical duties for the waiting individuals. Observing this, Lin Mu and Song found a corner to sit and rest as they awaited Aoki's conclusion. Before long, Aoki finished attending to the patients, leaving only the 3 of them in the stone cottage. Noticing Aoki's worried expression, Lin Mu took the initiative to speak first. "Aoki, you needn't fret about me. I am perfectly fine." Having experienced concern from Aoki twice already, Lin Mu anticipated Aoki's inclination to repeat his inquiries about his well-being. Seeing Lin Mu's condition, Aoki finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. "As long as you're fine, that's all that matters," he replied. He dismissed the fact that Lin Mu had preempted his response. What mattered was Lin Mu's health, as he had grown to regard Lin Mu as his own child over their time together. Lin Mu could sense Aoki's sincerity, prompting him to agree without hesitation when Song suggested visiting Aoki. After a brief conversation, Lin Mu prepared to depart with Song, not wanting to squander this rare day any longer. Aoki, noticing their intention to explore, did not object but repeatedly urged Song to take good care of Lin Mu. "Don't worry, father of the beast, I will ensure Mu Mu's safety," Song assured him. While he appreciated Lin Mu's vibrant demeanor, he did not wish to place Lin Mu in any perilous situations. "There's no need for concern. Song and I will merely stroll around the vicinity of the tribe, not venturing too far," Lin Mu reassured Aoki. Upon hearing this, Aoki felt a wave of relief and ceased his admonitions. All right, be off then, and do return early, he said, rising to tend to his herbs as Lin Mu and Song took their leave. Riding atop Song's white tiger form, Lin Mu looked back at the tribe receding into the distance, laughing joyfully while remaining attuned to their surroundings, sharing his perceptions with Song. During this time, Song, ever vigilant, did not overlook the presence of prey. Recalling how Lin Mu had cleared half of his storage space to help him through the rainy season, of course, he did not intend to waste the entirety of a hunt by placing it all in storage. After each successful hunt, Song would preserve only the most tender and choice portions of the prey, enjoying the remainder himself. Before long, the sun reached its zenith, signaling lunchtime. However, at that moment, Song found himself unable to eat. Having scarcely paused for sustenance during their journey, Mu Mu's abilities are remarkable. He has no trouble capturing prey, Song mused. In contrast, while on patrol, their meals relied heavily on chance. Though they would not go hungry, they could never enjoy such abundance as they did now. Turning the roasted meat in his hands, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, and once it was fully cooked, Lin Mu sprinkled a pinch of salt. Completing his lunch, Mu Mu, do indulge, he urged. All right, Lin Mu replied, but having not yet digested his previous meal, he soon found himself unable to eat any more. Song, still able to eat but mindful of their impending journey, refrained from indulging further and suggested Lin Mu store the roasted meat for later. Where would you like to explore next? Song inquired. Lin Mu surveyed the area and replied, let's meander nearby for a bit. I shouldn't always rely on you to carry me. He felt the need to stretch his legs. Otherwise, he feared he would become overly sedentary. Very well, there is a patch of wild fruit nearby. Allow me to show you, Song offered. Sounds good, Lin Mu agreed, rising to take Song's large hand in his own. Song gently squeezed Lin Mu's delicate hand, beaming with joy as he led Lin Mu to the wild fruit grove. To Lin Mu, the significance of the wild fruit was secondary. What mattered was the joy of wandering with Song. Yet, upon arriving at the grove, he realized the wild fruit's importance, for it was a variety he cherished in his past life, strawberries. One of his favorite fruits. Oh my, look at them all, Lin Mu murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Song, understanding Lin Mu's enthusiasm, explained, these are called grass fruits. They only grow during the warm season. As he spoke, Song crouched down and picked some to offer to Lin Mu. Seeing strawberries the size of ping-pong balls, Lin Mu was profoundly grateful for the beauty of the beastly world. After tasting one, the familiar and tantalizing flavor intertwined with his memories, bringing him to the brink of tears. This is the taste, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. It had been years since he had savored strawberries, and now to experience them again, he sincerely thanked the divine for bringing him to this world. Subsequently, Lin Mu devoured the strawberries, not forgetting to offer some to Song, who reacted quite nonchalantly, neither expressing fondness nor aversion. Song, don't you like them? Lin Mu couldn't fathom how anyone could dislike strawberries. Song shook his head, replying, the flavor is acceptable, but I can't say I particularly enjoy them. Compared to such wild fruits, orcs favored meat far more. However, upon hearing Song's acceptance, Lin Mu continued to feed him, as sharing his favorite food signified the importance Song held in his heart. After Song had consumed a few, he noticed Lin Mu's eagerness to continue feeding him, and his expression stiffened. He genuinely wished to stop eating. Thus, he suggested, Mu Mu, if you enjoy them, go ahead and eat your fill. I'll gather the remaining ones for you to store. Otherwise, you'll have to wait until next year to indulge again. All right, hurry then, Lin Mu replied, his desire for the fruit momentarily clouding his judgment. After all, this was a token of love. Song promptly set off to gather the grass fruits, motivated not only by his aversion to further eating, but also by the desire to stockpile for Lin Mu. Although Lin Mu had initially felt satisfied, upon discovering the grass fruits, he found himself consuming several more pounds, feeling as if he had indeed developed a second stomach for things he loved, while only half a stomach for those he did not. While Lin Mu indulged in the grass fruits, Song busily gathered the ripe ones nearby. Mu Mu, I've picked all the ripe ones. The rest will need a bit more time to mature before I can collect them for you, Song announced cheerfully. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Mu replied, his gaze falling upon the pile of grass fruits. That moment, he ceased to call them strawberries, as no strawberry could rival the size of an apple. and the bounty before him certainly contains several of that magnitude. I in gratitude to the divine for placing him in this blissful world, Lin Mu reflected on his life. He had delicious food and handsome companions. And no matter how challenging life became, he felt an overwhelming sweetness. Once he had secured the pile of grass fruits, Lin Mu contentedly took Song's hand, and the two continued their leisurely exploration. Yet, Lin Mu did not forget that one of the objectives of their outing was to gather some wild onions. Although he was unsure of their location, he reasoned that if he had found a patch by the river, there must be others scattered about. Thus, their leisurely stroll led them along the riverside. True to his instincts, Lin Mu stumbled upon a few scattered wild onions after a brief walk, prompting him to collect them. After approximately half an hour, he had amassed a satisfactory quantity of wild onions. "Moo Moo, if you ever need anything, just let me know," Song stated, mistakenly believing Lin Mu had ventured out solely for the onions. Lin Mu nodded. "I understand. Had you not been home today, I would have planned to tell you this evening." As he spoke, Lin Mu instinctively began to pick wildflowers and grasses along the path. Observing this, Song quickly joined in, gathering a bouquet to present to Lin Mu. Looking at the flowers in his hands and the man before him, whose face was alight with joy and whose eyes reflected his own image, Lin Mu smiled as he accepted the offering. While gifting flowers held significance in his past life, it bore none in this world. Nonetheless, he felt no need to explain, for their mutual affection rendered such words unnecessary. With this thought in mind, Lin Mu skillfully fashioned the flowers into two floral crowns, adorning Song's head with one. It must be said that a handsome man, even when adorned with such delicate floral embellishments, does not diminish his masculine allure. Rather, it accentuates his beauty. Should Song don a sheer veil and a golden half-mask, he would undoubtedly appear even more enchanting. As Lin Mu pondered, his face suddenly flushed red, though it remained unclear whether it was due to shyness or the excitement sparked by his fantasies of Song's alluring visage. Upon noticing Lin Mu's expression, Song instantly understood the cause of his embarrassment. Reflecting on this, Song couldn't help but puff out his chest, deliberately showcasing his robust physique. However, this display, witnessed by Lin Mu, shattered the handsome, aloof image Song had conjured in his mind. Yet, in comparison to the idealized version of Song he had envisioned, the real Song before him appeared even more authentic, and authenticity, paradoxically, was the very quality that most delighted a lover. As Lin Mu smiled at him, he adorned himself with a floral crown. Song, taken aback by the sight of Lin Mu wearing the crown, realized how stunning his companion looked. Compared to before, Lin Mu resembled a tenacious wildflower transformed into a proudly independent orchid. Contemplating the unique and beautiful adornments of other beastmen, Song couldn't help but wonder. If Lin Mu were to don different outfits in the future, would he become even more enchanting? In that moment, Song resolved to ensure that Lin Mu would be beautifully dressed from now on. Seeing Song taken aback by his own appearance, Lin Mu felt quite pleased. Indeed, his beauty was undeniably striking. "All right, no more dawdling. Let us continue our journey," Lin Mu declared. Song, roused from his reverie, responded, "Yes, let us proceed." As they walked, Song's gaze remained fervently fixed on Lin Mu, reluctant to divert his eyes from such an exquisite sight. Initially, Lin Mu felt a bit uncomfortable under Song's intense scrutiny, but as familiar plants came into view, he found himself too preoccupied with identifying them to dwell on Song's gaze. Among the wild vegetables were purslane, wild chives, as well as the plantain and dandelion they had collected earlier. Additionally, Lin Mu discovered a small patch of wild garlic. Since these plants were scattered, Lin Mu focused intently on locating them, completely forgetting about Song. Song, however, bore no resentment. Having known Lin Mu for so long, he understood his character well. Although Lin Mu was currently delighted by the discovery of edible plants, he would surely share his findings later. With that thought, Song began searching for plants of his own. Yet, these scattered specimens proved quite elusive. Even with both of them searching together, it took nearly an hour to gather just over 10 pounds each. Song managed to find 10 pounds, while Lin Mu only collected a few. "Lin Mu, I've memorized these plants. I'll bring them back for you in the future," Song said. Lin Mu stood up, stretching his back, and replied, "All right, I'll be counting on you then." Chapter 44. The Sneeze Fruit. Satisfied with their haul for the day, Lin Mu felt it was enough and lost interest in further exploration. "Song, do you know of any other interesting places nearby?" Lin Mu inquired. If there were, he would like to explore a bit more. If not, they could head home. After contemplating, Song replied, "There is a place that the beastmen enjoy visiting. Would you like to check it out?" "Sure, but you'll have to carry me. I'm a bit tired," Lin Mu responded. Hearing Lin Mu's somewhat playful tone, Song readily agreed. Transforming back into his beast form, he waited for Lin Mu to settle in before swiftly making his way to the location. After a short while, they arrived at a forest to the northeast of the tribe. "Lin Mu, there are quite a few fruit trees here. During the harvest season, the beastmen come to collect them," Song explained. Lin Mu, however, was puzzled. "Harvest season? It's only the warm season now. What are we doing here?" Song, aware of the question but choosing not to respond, continued on their path. Before long, a splash of pink caught Lin Mu's eye. And as they drew nearer, the hue intensified. When Song finally halted, Lin Mu was awestruck by the sight before him. A massive peach tree stood there, its trunk requiring 4 people to encircle it fully. The tree was in full bloom, and Lin Mu felt as though he had entered a lush, vibrant world of pink. "How beautiful!" he exclaimed. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, causing petals to fall like confetti, carpeting the ground in a delicate pink layer. Seeing Lin Mu's reaction, Song knew he had made the right choice in coming here. After all, every year, other beastmen would speak of this scene for ages just to catch a glimpse of it. However, compared to the beastmen's admiration, the human counterparts showed little interest in such sights. Though Lin Mu was momentarily captivated by the beauty, he soon regained his composure and realized he had no reason to linger. A beautiful view is merely a feast for the spirit, and he had an abundance of that. After all, no matter how lovely the peach blossoms were, they paled in comparison to the allure of Song. Thus, Lin Mu shifted his focus to the surrounding trees, hoping to discover other edible plants. Unfortunately, none of the trees were familiar to him, which left him feeling slightly disappointed yet excited at the prospect of identifying a new species. With this thought in mind, Lin Mu began examining the unfamiliar trees. Most of the results indicated they were non-toxic, but their appearances suggested they were inedible. Consequently, Lin Mu sought out trees that appeared to bear fruit. This approach sped up his search, though the number of edible finds remained sparse. After a while, Lin Mu stumbled upon a plant adorned with pea-sized brownish fruits. As before, he employed his abilities to investigate. Suddenly, Song shouted, "Lin Mu, be careful. Don't touch that." At that moment, the results of Lin Mu's investigation came through. Non-toxic and edible. However, Song's alarmed shout caused Lin Mu to grip the fruit too forcefully, causing it to burst and release a cloud of powder that enveloped the area. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Mu instinctively held his breath, but it was too late. He inhaled some of the powder. Almost immediately, a stimulating sensation surged through his nasal passages, leading to an uncontrollable sneeze. The act of sneezing triggered his breathing, and with each inhale, the powder exacerbated the tickling sensation in his nose. Thus began a relentless cycle of sneezing, accompanied by tears streaming down his face. Song rushed over and quickly pulled Lin Mu away from the area, and soon both of them were sneezing uncontrollably. Fortunately, once they distanced themselves, the sneezing subsided after a few moments. Song, observing Lin Mu's tear-streaked face, found an unexpected allure in his appearance, contemplating that he would like to see this side of Lin Mu again. However, recalling Lin Mu's earlier ordeal, Song resolved that if he were to indulge in this desire, it must be through a different means. While Song was lost in thought, Lin Mu's gaze returned to the source of his discomfort. Despite the earlier suffering, he realized that it had not been in vain. During his sneezing fit, he had identified the fruit's true nature. Pepper. It must be pepper, Lin Mu thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The flavor and the reaction he experienced confirmed that the fruit was indeed pepper. With the addition of pepper, the taste of roasted meat could be elevated to an entirely new level. Song, taken aback by Lin Mu's expression, quickly interjected, "Lin Mu, you can't have that sneeze fruit. Otherwise, you'll keep sneezing." "Sneeze fruit?" Lin Mu echoed, finding the name quite fitting. "Yes, that's exactly what it is. You can't eat it. The powder will make you sneeze endlessly, and the skin can numb your mouth," Song hurriedly explained, eager to dissuade Lin Mu's interest. However, unbeknownst to him, Lin Mu's curiosity only deepened at Song's words. Having already tested the fruit and found it non-toxic and edible, Lin Mu pondered Song's warning about the skin causing numbness. It brought to mind the Sichuan peppercorn. Could it be that this sneeze fruit was an otherworldly hybrid of Sichuan pepper and regular pepper? With this thought in mind, Lin Mu prepared to reach for the fruit. However, just as he moved, Song swiftly enveloped him in his embrace. Lin Mu, you truly cannot have that sneeze fruit, Song reiterated urgently. Lin Mu shook his head, responding, Song, the sneeze fruit is likely a seasoning, much like wild chives or wild ginger. It enhances the flavor of dishes, Song, accustomed to questioning any new plant that resembled wild chives or wild ginger, asked, can it cure ailments? Lin Mu nodded, then shook his head, I don't know, but if it is what I suspect, it will surely come in handy during the rainy season. Song felt conflicted, but upon seeing the determination in Lin Mu's eyes, he ultimately acquiesced. Just like with the firegrass, let me taste the new dish first. Song said. All right, Lin Mu agreed. Lin Mu readily agreed, reassured by the presence of Song, confident that there would be no toxic dishes. After saying this, Lin Mu broke free from Song's embrace and hurried towards the sneezing fruit tree. Upon nearing it, he carefully collected the sneezing fruits from the tree and stowed them away in his storage space. About 10 pounds, he mused, the quantity was rather meager, Mu Mu. The sneezing fruits ripen during the harvest season. The ones you picked are from last year's yield that have been left until now, Song explained. I see. That puts my mind at ease, Lin Mu sighed in relief. As long as the yield wasn't low? He felt reassured. Just then, Song suddenly spoke, Mu Mu, let us return. After the experience with the sneezing fruits, he genuinely feared that Lin Mu might bring back more troublesome plants. Lin Mu had no intention of refusing. He too felt fatigued from their excursion, and thus replied with a smile, all right, let us head home. Chapter 45. Indeed, a fine pig Song, eager to return home, transformed back into his beast form and swiftly carried Lin Mu directly towards the tribe. It was uncertain whether to deem their luck fortunate or unfortunate, for they soon encountered a solitary wild boar along the way. Confronted with such an opportune prey, Song certainly would not let it slip by. Mu Mu, you wait aside for a moment, I will catch this wild boar and return, Song whispered. Okay, Lin Mu replied, sliding off Song's back and running a distance away. This moment, Lin Mu activated his perception. He regretted not heeding Song's advice earlier, not utilizing his abilities to sense the surroundings. He said it was safe and that I didn't need to perceive my surroundings, and now look what trouble has arisen. If it had been a group of wild boars, hunting would have swiftly turned into a desperate escape. Muttering to himself, Lin Mu's gaze remained fixed on Song. Although there was only one wild boar in sight, he couldn't help but worry whether Song might sustain injuries. However, upon witnessing Song engage the wild boar, he realized he had severely underestimated Song's combat prowess. While the wild boar posed an extreme threat to him, to Song, it was merely a large, sturdy plaything. Observing the now motionless wild boar on the ground, Lin Mu estimated the time taken and found it surprisingly brief. Mu Mu, come over here. We shall continue our way back to the tribe. Song called out, Dado. I'm coming, Lin Mu replied, feeling a twinge of regret for having run too far earlier. He thought that had he stayed close to Song, not only would he have avoided danger, but he could have also closely observed Song's remarkable combat skills. Now, he could only feel the broad and powerful expanse of Song's back. Subsequently, they resumed their journey, but this time, they did not encounter any other prey before returning to the tribe. That single wild boar would suffice for their needs. Yet he pondered what the taste of wild boar meat in this beastly world might be like as they entered the tribe. Song did not pause but continued in his beast form, carrying Lin Mu back home. Upon reaching home, Lin Mu spotted Xiahua and Lin Shu, who were walking together. Just as he wondered why they had come to visit him, they noticed Song and Lin Mu on his back. Instantly revealing expressions of delight in that moment, Lin Mu remembered that he had yet to inform them that he was unharmed. Recalling the care they had shown him the previous day, he felt a hint of embarrassment. Soon, Song brought Lin Mu to the front of their home, gently setting him down before exchanging a few words with Xiahua and Lin Shu, then proceeded to handle the wild boar. As a beast man, he felt it unnecessary to involve himself in their conversation. Once Song departed, before Lin Mu could speak, Xiahua darted a few steps forward, staring intently at the flower crown atop Lin Mu's head. Mu Mu, may I borrow the thing on your head for a moment? Xiahua whispered, as if fearing that a louder voice would lead to denial. Lin Mu, upon hearing this, promptly removed the crown and handed it to Xiahua, saying, This is a flower crown, crafted from some blossoms that Song and I picked. If you like it, I can teach you how to make one tomorrow. It's much simpler than weaving grass shoes. Xiaohua's face lit up with joy, eagerly responding, absolutely, Moo Moo, you must teach me tomorrow. Oh, and others might like it too. Can you teach them as well? Of course, anyone who wishes to learn may be taught. It's quite easy. As long as you have hands, you can master it, Lin Mu assured, never considering a refusal, as he knew that making flower crowns was something anyone could learn at a glance. Xiaohua beamed at this, but soon her attention shifted back to the flower crown in her hands. Lin Mu then turned to Lin Shu, asking, it's quite late. Did you come to find me for something? After all, the time was getting late, with darkness approaching. Lin Shu blushed slightly at this, finally replying. Xiaohua said she wanted to mooch a meal. Lin Mu, amused, glanced at the two. He believed Xiaohua could say such a thing. But was Lin Shu truly just there to mooch a meal? Though he understood the truth, he refrained from stating it outright, not wanting to embarrass Lin Shu, who was already shy, however. Speaking of dinner, Lin Mu couldn't help but exclaim, well, you two have come at the right time. Today, Song and I found plenty of good things outside. The meals will undoubtedly be more delicious. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's attention finally shifted from the flower crown back to Lin Mu. Today, we're having grilled meat pies, Lin Mu informed at this. Xiaohua and Lin Shu's interest diminished significantly. They were not beastmen, and their obsession with meat was not as intense. Moreover, they consumed meat daily and were somewhat weary of it. Had it not been for Lin Mu's culinary skills that consistently amazed them, their interest might have plummeted to zero. Lin Mu noticed their reactions and chuckled. Don't worry, it's definitely not the kind of meat pie you've had before. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua and Lin Shu's interest was slightly rekindled. Soon, Lin Mu led the two to find Song. Before they had walked too far, Song returned, carrying the processed wild boar. Gazing at the bloodied wild boar, Lin Mu's expression brightened, while Xiaohua remained expressionless, and Lin Shu's eyes revealed a hint of reluctance to look directly at it. Tong, let me handle dinner today. You can assist me, Lin Mu proposed. All right, Song replied, contemplating how he would record the cooking process for Lin Mu so that he could manage it himself in the future, thus sparing Lin Mu from exhaustion. That moment, Lin Mu began directing. Song, slice off a small piece and grill it first. I need to ascertain the authentic flavor of roasted pork. The reason for this was that he needed to determine whether the uncastrated wild boar meat would carry a strong odor, as it did in his previous life. Song, without hesitation, complied and began to grill a piece. Observing the sizzling pork, Lin Mu noted the rich fat content within the wild boar of this world. As he inhaled the aroma of the grilled pork, he discovered it bore no unpleasant odor, which eased his concerns. If it tasted as good as it smelled, he could fully relax. With that thought in mind, Lin Mu took a bite, and the flavor exceeded his expectations. Although rich in fat, the pork possessed a unique fragrance that mitigated the greasiness. Indeed, it is a fine pig, Lin Mu remarked, his gaze towards the wild boar brimming with enthusiasm. However, he soon noticed that the boar's entrails were missing and, recalling the various culinary methods for the innards, he exclaimed, Song, where did you discard the wild boar's entrails? Hurry and retrieve them. They are also valuable. Upon hearing this, Song, Xiaohua, and Lin Shu's expressions instantly changed. Entrails were typically not consumed by beastmen, except for the wild beasts. Understanding their expressions, Lin Mu quickly reassured them, oh, just bring them out. Once I prepare them, you can taste them. If they aren't good, we can discard them. Xiaohua was about to interject with a caution, but Song had already set off to retrieve the entrails. Song understood that if he did not comply with Lin Mu's request, Lin Mu would pursue it himself. Thus, rather than engaging in a dispute, it was better to acquiesce, for regardless of the outcome, he would gain Lin Mu's favor. Yet, thinking of the day's events, Song couldn't help but sigh. After collecting the sneezing fruits, he had thought their return to the tribe would be the end of it, but now Lin Mu had set his sights on the entrails. Why today was he so fixated on those inedible items? With that thought, Song sighed again. There was no choice. His beast-man partner must be indulged. Chapter 46. Cooking together to deepen their bond before long. Song returned, carrying all the wild boar's entrails, including the intestines. Although he had initially hesitated to take them, he decided to bring them due to Lin Mu's peculiar thought processes. If they turned out to be useless, he could always discard them later. Upon receiving the entrails, Lin Mu did not keep them all, opting instead for the heart, liver, and intestines. Of course, he recognized that the kidneys were also a delicacy, but he currently had no use for them. Nor did the others. After all, they had yet to form a bond, and it would be problematic if something went awry due to excessive consumption. Lin Mu's selection was decisive, yet Song noticed a hint of anxiety in Lin Mu when he chose the kidneys. Is there something special about that? As Song pondered in confusion, after the selection was complete, Lin Mu instructed Song to properly butcher the wild boar and dispose of the unwanted entrails. Xiahua. Lin Shu, I need your assistance with dinner today. Lin Mu smiled. No problem, Xiahua readily replied. Although Lin Shu sensed something amiss, he nodded in agreement since Xiahua had already spoken. Seeing this, Lin Mu pointed to the neatly cut pork and said, each of you take a piece and turn it into minced meat. Xiahua and Lin Shu exchanged bewildered glances. Mu, you must be joking, right? Xiahua asked in disbelief. The beast world was not like the previous one. There were no iron tools or various cooking implements available, and transforming such large chunks of meat into mince would be quite a challenge. Observing the two looking rather helpless, Lin Mu reconsidered and decided not to burden them with the task. Fearing they might faint from exhaustion in the process, he retrieved some green onions, ginger, and wild chives, saying, you won't need to handle the meat. Just cut these into segments with the stone knives. With that, Lin Mu produced a stone knife, which was essentially a thin shard of stone with one sharp edge. Xiahua and Lin Shu accepted the task without hesitation, as cutting plants was indeed far easier than butchering meat. After explaining the required size for the cuts, Lin Mu took the stone knife to handle his designated tasks. He placed the separated ribs, bones, and the prepared heart and liver into a stone pot for blanching, adding more water to cook afterward. The lack of seasoning and condiments necessitated boiling rather than braising. Muttering to himself, Lin Mu moved on to the large intestines, leaving the task of mincing the meat to Song. Just as he was deep in thought, Song returned after discarding the entrails and quickly approached the busy group, saying, Mu, you all can take a break. Just tell me what to do. Song, please chop those pieces of meat into mince. We'll handle the rest, Lin Mu replied with a smile. Song nodded and set to work, thinking to himself that he would finish quickly and then take over Lin Mu's tasks, as for Xiahua and Lin Shu. He believed they would manage to complete their work by the time he finished. Song gathered several pieces of meat, transforming his hands into beastly claws, and began to chop. The claws of a beast were remarkably sharp, and under their precision, the meat quickly transitioned from large chunks to smaller pieces and eventually into mince. By the time the meat was transformed, Xiahua and Lin Shu had also completed their tasks. Song stood up, ready to take over from Lin Mu, but Lin Mu was already efficient, having finished his own work and cleaned the intestines thoroughly. With the casings prepared, they could proceed to make sausages. The mere thought of the delicious sausages made Lin Mu's mouth water. However, there was no time to make sausages today, as he still needed to prepare meat patties. After putting away the casings, Lin Mu surveyed the minced meat and the green onions, ginger, and chives, ensuring everything was in order before starting the preparation. Making meat patties was not difficult. It was merely a filling without a crust. Today, he planned to create 3 types: pork with green onions, pork with chives, and pure pork. Mu, let me help you, Song said, leaning in. Sure, Lin Mu replied, accustomed to cooking alongside Song. Seeing this, Xiahua and Lin Shu chimed in. Mu, we can help too. No need. You two can just wait to eat. Lin Mu immediately declined, not wanting any distractions while he and Song cooked together, believing it would deepen their bond. He thought it unnecessary to have Xiahua and Lin Shu hovering around, fearing they might disrupt the budding relationship. Thus, he began teaching Song how to make the meat patty step by step. Song understood Lin Mu's intentions and happily engaged in the process. Xiahua and Lin Shu observed the two chatting and laughing together. They were suddenly struck by a feeling of being overly full, yet, witnessing the growing affection between Lin Mu and Song, they felt they had learned something valuable. In that moment, they realized that their own approach to love paled in comparison. No wonder Song had fallen so deeply for Lin Mu in just a few days, though they knew they would be bombarded with more dog food from Lin Mu if they continued to watch. For the sake of learning, Xiahua and Lin Shu endured their discomfort. Before long, their focused learning was interrupted by an enticing aroma wafting through the AI art. It smells amazing, Lin Shu remarked, swallowing hard. Yes, I've never encountered such a delightful meat aroma before, Xiahua added, her nose twitching as she inhaled the delicious scent. Soon, they discovered the source of the aroma, the freshly pan-fried meat patties. The highlight. One of those patties was being offered to Tsang by Lin Mu. Xiahua, let us hold on. The next patty will be ours, Lin Shu said, continuing to swallow his saliva. Yes, let us hold on. Xiahua replied, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. While Xiahua and Lin Shu were nearly drooling, Lin Mu looked at Tsang with eager anticipation. Although the aroma was delightful, he was unaware of how it would taste. After all, this was his first attempt at crafting this new dish, and it was likely the first meat patty in the beast world, so he wanted Tsang to be the first to sample it. Tsang, seeing the expectation in Lin Mu's eyes, smiled and replied, "It's delicious." There was no hint of deceit in his words. It truly was delightful, and he had been pleasantly surprised by how it tasted upon entry. "My Mu is truly remarkable." Lin Mu beamed with joy and took a bite from the same patty Tsang had just sampled, discovering that it was indeed quite good. Although there were not many seasonings, the quality of the meat and ingredients made it sufficiently delicious. Subsequently, Lin Mu gave the remainder to Tsang and began frying the other two types of patties. Once they were ready, he again allowed Tsang to have the first taste. And Tsang's response was just as positive as before. After trying them himself and confirming their deliciousness, Lin Mu prepared to make a large batch. Yet, while Lin Mu and Tsang shared laughter and affection, Xiahua and Lin Shu wore expressions of melancholy, even bordering on indignation. Chapter 47. As long as I don't burst after Tsang had sampled the first 3 flavors of meat patties. Lin Mu finally delivered the freshly cooked patties to the eagerly awaiting Xiahua and Linus Hu. As they enjoyed the fragrant meat patties, the earlier gloominess dissipated entirely. "This meat patty tastes incredible. I could eat 3 more, Xiahua exclaimed, her face filled with satisfaction. Though she was careful not to overestimate her appetite, "I could manage 2. One of each flavor would suffice," Lin Shu responded thoughtfully. His consideration was not about whether 2 would be enough, but rather if he would feel stuffed after finishing them and whether there would still be room for the stew simmering in the pot. Indeed, even if the meat patties were irresistibly fragrant and delicious, Lin Mu had not forgotten about the stew. "Don't worry, there will be plenty for you to eat," Lin Mu assured them. This batch of meat patties was primarily for Tsang, while Xiahua and Lin Shu were merely supplementary, as even the extras would be sufficient to fill them. With the experience gained from the previous 2 rounds of frying meat patties, Lin Mu became much more proficient in his technique. Tsang, while controlling the heat, munched on the patties and even fed Lin Mu in the process. Such an act was pure enjoyment for him. As the feeling of being cherished by a beast was simply wonderful, before long, the 3 beasts had eaten their fill, with Lin Mu and Lin Shu feeling about 80% satisfied, while Xiahua was completely stuffed. Without the 3 of them sharing the meat patties, Tsang consumed them at an even faster pace. Once the prepared meat mixture was finished, Tsang felt around 70% full. For a beast, being 70% full was adequate, but for Lin Mu, it was not enough. Thus, he approached the stone pot and, observing the contents, declared, Come, the broth we've been stewing can also be enjoyed." Having simmered for long enough, much of the meat had softened and melded into the broth. Although no seasonings had been added during cooking, the moment Lin Mu lifted the lid, the natural aroma of the meat was utterly tantalizing. "It smells so good, but I can't drink any more," Xiahua said, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. "The broth? I'll have a taste." Lin Shu remarked that the reason for this was entirely due to the fact that the preparation of Lin Mu's meat soup bore little distinction from that of the other sub-beasts or beastmen in the tribe. Consequently, when the flavors were so similar, neither of them felt particularly motivated to indulge in tasting it. Lin Mu, upon hearing this, chose to ignore the 2 and sought out Tsang, instructing him to procure a clean and airtight beast skin. Although Tsang was puzzled, he complied and brought one over. After Lin Mu inspected it and found it satisfactory, he proceeded to gather the seasonings. Much like enjoying mutton soup, his meat broth also required the addition of seasonings at the time of consumption: chopped scallions, salt, and he was in the process of obtaining pepper. He extracted some sneeze fruit, wrapped it in the beast's skin, and gently crushed it, ensuring that the pepper powder remained contained within the tightly sealed skin. Moments later, as Lin Mu carefully opened the beast's skin and beheld the dark gray powder, he knew he had succeeded in his endeavor. After shaking it into a clean stone bowl, Lin Mu began to prepare the soup for serving. In response to the requests of Xiahua and Lin Shu, Lin Mu naturally did not feel the need to overdo it. He simply provided them with a modest portion of what they desired, while he and Song received generous helpings. "All right, let us taste it," he declared. With that, Song took the lead in sampling the soup, though his demeanor suggested he was more akin to testing for poison than savoring a delicacy. However, once he concluded his cautious tasting, he smacked his lips, reminiscing about the flavor, and said, "Moo moo, prepare another bowl for me." At that moment, Song had experienced the delightful taste of the sneeze fruit. Lin Mu did not refuse, and after expertly preparing the seasonings once more, he filled another bowl with the meat soup. After tasting a bit himself, he was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite flavor of this combination. At that juncture, Lin Shu finished his tasting as well, smacking his lips and feeling that he could consume considerably more. Thus, in pursuit of culinary delight, he promptly approached Lin Mu to admit his fault. Observing Lin Shu's actions, Xia Hua understood that the meat soup must indeed be quite delectable, though he had eaten to the point of fullness and now found it difficult to partake further. Yet, the thought of abstaining felt like a loss. Ultimately, he resolved to indulge, deciding to eat as much as he could without overdoing it. However, upon truly tasting the meat soup, Xia Hua's mindset shifted. He decided that as long as he did not reach the point of bursting, he would continue to drink. Nonetheless, after 2 bowls, Lin Mu refused to let Xia Hua consume any more, for the protruding belly was a clear indication that any further indulgence could lead to disaster. Lin Shu, on the other hand, did not require Lin Mu's vigilance. He instinctively ceased eating once he felt utterly stuffed. After serving himself one final bowl, Lin Mu said, "The remainder is all yours, Song." Song gazed at the substantial amount of meat soup left and, after assessing his own stomach, replied, "Moo moo, I can't eat too much either." Having overeaten during the day and consumed a fair amount at night, he knew he could not manage much more, suggesting they save the rest for tomorrow. Lin Mu pondered this and conceded. Just as he was about to speak, he sensed 2 energy clusters approaching their direction. Initially puzzled about who was coming, he soon realized upon seeing the resting Xia Hua and Lin Shu that he had figured it out. Indeed, it was nearly time to return to the tribe. Song, too, sensed the approaching beastmen but remained unperturbed, given their presence in the tribe. Soon, the figures of Feng and Zhe came into view. Lin Mu and Song were unfazed. One had guessed correctly, and the other had identified them by scent, so their expressions remained unchanged. Xia Hua and Lin Shu, however, were different. Upon seeing their beastmen companions arrive, they immediately attempted to rise to greet them. Alas, they had eaten too much and struggled to stand, moving at a leisurely pace once they managed to get up. They dared not hurry, fearing they might retch. Observing this, Feng and Zhe quickly deduced that their partners had overeaten, leading to a tinge of envy in their hearts. Why, with a similar meat soup and almost identical flavors, were their companions so stuffed? Indeed, Feng and Zhe were filled with admiration for Lin Mu at that moment. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had prepared 2 bowls of meat soup, signaling Song to serve his good friends for a taste. It was best to consume the soup on the same day it was made, and they would soon face the challenge of finishing it. Yes, for why it was termed a challenge rather than a delight. It was because the remaining soup could hardly satiate 2 individuals. Rather, it would only whet their appetites further. Better to have their own sub-beasts take care of them, as was customary for beastmen. Chapter 48. I feel like I have truly become dirty, waving goodbye to the still-stuffed Xia Hua and Lin Shu. Lin Mu wore a broad smile, blissfully unaware of the unsatisfied looks from Feng and Zhe. "See you tomorrow," he said, turning to seek out Song. At that moment, Song had finished cleaning the bowls and approached Lin Mu, instinctively enveloping him in an embrace. "Mu Mu, if you can't finish the meat soup, you can save it for me to eat tomorrow," Song expressed, harboring a hint of displeasure about Lin Mu sharing his creation with Feng and Zhe. Lin Mu patted Song's back and replied, "It won't taste good by tomorrow. Only the flavor from this fresh batch is worth savoring. If the soup retained its flavor by the next day, he would certainly save it for Song, but that was not the case, and he did not wish for Song to endure a lesser taste. Discarding it would feel too wasteful, hence it was given to Feng and Zhe." After hearing Lin Mu's explanation, Song's small grievances vanished, for what he truly desired was Lin Mu's attentiveness. "Mu Mu, I won't be able to accompany you tomorrow." Song broached the topic with a heavy heart. Lin Mu felt a fleeting sense of loss upon hearing this, but he quickly readjusted his emotions. "It's all right. In a few days, once you complete your patrol duties, We can once again bask in each other's company. Song tightened his embrace, expressing his reluctance to part with Lin Mu. Feeling Song's reaction, Lin Mu joked, "Would you like me to accompany you?" Song immediately rejected the notion, stating, "That won't do. Mu, you must remain in the tribe where it is safe." His reluctance was genuine, yet his desire to keep Lin Mu away from danger was even more profound. With that, Song looked at Lin Mu with utmost seriousness, genuinely fearful that Lin Mu might attempt something so reckless. Lin Mu recognized that he had crossed a line with his jest and hurriedly reassured him, "I was only joking. I won't go, so don't worry." Song felt a mix of irritation and helplessness. He struggled to brush it off with a laugh, yet punishing Lin Mu was something he couldn't bear to do. Then he recalled how he had unintentionally touched Lin Mu's waist earlier, which sparked an idea in his mind. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Mu was distracted, Song's hands playfully brushed against Lin Mu's waist. For Lin Mu, this touch was innocuous, but when someone else did it, it became unbearably ticklish. As Song's hand made contact, Lin Mu instinctively wanted to leap away, but just as he moved, Song tightened his embrace. While Lin Mu's heart had yet to settle, the sensation of his waist being touched caused waves of laughter to erupt from him. Song, undeterred, continued his playful assault, reveling in Lin Mu's squirming form. He found this form of punishment quite delightful. "Song, please stop tickling me." Lin Mu managed to interject through his laughter, his words punctuated with giggles. Gazing at Lin Mu, who was on the verge of tears from laughter, Song resolved that whenever he wished to see Lin Mu's eyes glistening with tears, he would resort to this method. Though Lin Mu was oblivious to Song's thoughts, he sensed an ominous feeling creeping in. Wiping his tears, he insisted, "You mustn't tickle me again." Especially not while holding him captive. He could only endure the ticklish torture, which felt akin to a cruel punishment. "All right, Mu, you mustn't make such jokes again." "Don't frighten me," Song replied, his agreement conditional. Lin Mu acquiesced, promising, "Okay, I won't do it again." He remained unaware of how such jesting could be unsettling for beastmen, often more alarming than amusing. After clarifying their understanding, Song embraced Lin Mu once more. Lin Mu, now too exhausted from laughter, leaned against Song's side. "I'm tired. Let's go to sleep," he murmured softly. The earlier bout of laughter had drained his energy, leaving him vulnerable to the encroaching drowsiness. Observing Lin Mu's weariness, Song gently replied, "All right, let us return home and rest." With that, Song took careful and measured steps as they made their way home. Once they lay down on the bed, Lin Mu yawned and nestled closer to Song, sleepily saying, "Song, I'm too tired today to chat with you. You should rest early too." "All right, let us turn in early today," Song agreed. As Song spoke, his eyes revealed little weariness. However, Lin Mu was genuinely unable to endure any longer and soon succumbed to slumber. Listening to Lin Mu's steady breathing, Song prepared to quietly slip away for an hour. Yet, the moment he made a move, he noticed Lin Mu's brow furrow, instantly frightening him into stillness. Once Lin Mu's brow relaxed, Song attempted to proceed, only to find Lin Mu's hand gripping the hide garment draped over him. "Tio, remove it?" That was feasible, but to do so and venture outside, that was utterly impossible. The garments worn by the beastmen were crafted from their own pelts, while it posed no issue to shed them at home. Doing so outdoors would expose their sparse, patchy fur, enough to incite profound embarrassment. Sighing, Song thought, tonight would indeed be a restless one, yet his gaze toward Lin Mu was filled with immense affection. Although his irritation stemmed from Lin Mu's proximity, it also signified their closeness, a source of joy. If he were to become angry over such a matter, it would reflect poorly on him as a beastman. As the night deepened, Song finally found himself unable to resist sleep. For he had endured quite a tiring day. In his dreams, he envisioned the moment Lin Mu pledged their bond, realizing that in the days to come, he would no longer need to venture out for release. This delightful reverie caused a smile to bloom at the corners of Song's mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Mu's dreams were far less enchanting, as he found himself fleeing from a pursuer armed with weapons. Escaping in a frantic dash, despite his prolonged flight, he felt ensnared, as if his efforts were in vain. Just as he sensed the relentless presence behind him, Lin Mu's temper flared, prompting him to retaliate. Ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle, however, the moment his hand made contact, the warmth radiating from the touch compelled him to withdraw. Though unsure of the reasons, An inexplicable sense of panic surged within him. Why was that sensation so scorching? With that thought, Lin Mu instinctively recoiled from further contact. Continuing his escape, he felt a shift in the nature of the pursuit. The static tension transformed into dynamic aggression. Though it was merely a jest, Lin Mu could not shake the feeling of being sullied. He pondered surrendering to the circumstances, trapped in a paradox of fleeing yet feeling powerless against the advances. At that moment, a wave of warmth enveloped him, as if he had been pierced by a chilling lance. I feel as though I am truly tainted. Chapter 49. Is this a nightmare? Dreams, at times, become more elusive the harder one tries to awaken. For Lin Mu, the nightmare spurred thoughts of escape. Yet, in a twist of fate, he sensed a shift in the dream, as if the horrific scene had vanished. This was truly a stroke of luck, Lin Mu thought with immense relief. Unbeknownst to him, Song had awakened abruptly, hastily gathering himself. The dream had been so enchanting that he nearly forgot it was not reality. But fortunately, he remembered just in time, albeit a moment too late. Upon noticing the stains on Lin Mu's waist, Song's cheeks flushed crimson as he rushed to rectify the situation. The swiftest remedy was to remove Lin Mu's hide garment. Although deeply reluctant to do so, Song felt compelled to prevent Lin Mu from discovering the unsightly marks on his clothing, his face burning with embarrassment. In mere moments, Lin Mu's garment lay in Song's grasp. Gazing at Lin Mu's unclad form, Song felt a surge of heat coursing through him. Realizing his own predicament, he quickly draped a hide blanket over Lin Mu and dashed out, determined to wash the garment before dawn. He resolutely thought, I must not allow Mu Mu to learn of this. With that in mind, Song hastened his steps. The garments worn by the beastmen were composed of multiple pieces of hide sewn together, requiring utmost care during washing to avoid damaging the seams. Thus, Song spent half an hour meticulously cleaning, followed by using fire magic to dry the garment effortlessly before hastily returning home. Please, let Mu Mu not awaken. With this hope, Song soon arrived home, exhaling in relief upon seeing Lin Mu still immersed in slumber. Yet, as he prepared to clothe Lin Mu, he found himself entranced by the sight of Lin Mu's smooth, bare skin. Wouldn't it be more comforting to hold him like this? As that thought crossed his mind, Song's inner balance began to tip. After repeated self-arguments, the inclination grew increasingly pronounced. Thus, he decided to hold Lin Mu as he slept, planning to dress him in the morning when he would be none the wiser. This thought became the final straw in his decision-making process. Quietly, Song slipped into bed and cautiously wrapped his arms around Lin Mu. The soft, delicate sensation ignited a rapid heartbeat within him, and his face flushed crimson. Yet, compared to the fiery longing in his gaze, these feelings paled in insignificance. Mu Mu, my Mu Mu, he murmured, holding Lin Mu tightly. The scent wafting from Lin Mu calmed Song's tumultuous heart. Before long, he too drifted into sleep. This time, both of them were graced with beautiful dreams. However, the allure of such dreams made awakening difficult. As dawn's first light began to seep in, Song's internal clock prompted him to open his eyes. Yet the desire to remain in his reverie kept him from rising. Thus, he promptly closed his eyes again, only to be startled awake by the smooth texture of the person in his embrace. Checking the time, and then glancing at the still slumbering Lin Mu, Song hurriedly prepared to restore Lin Mu's attire from the previous evening. Little did he know that the well-rested Lin Mu instinctively opened his eyes upon sensing a disturbance. Although this instinctive awakening lacked any grandeur, it was fleeting. In the next moment, his eyes sparkled with clarity as his mind processed the scene before him. Indeed, Song held Lin Mu's clothing in one hand while the other peeled back the hide blanket enveloping Lin Mu. This tableau left Lin Mu's recently activated mind momentarily stunned. Were it not for the understanding that Song was his chosen partner, he might have retaliated with a fierce glare. On the other hand, Song's mind was a blank slate. He had never anticipated such a predicament. An explanation? What could he possibly say? Should he clarify the outrageous events of the previous night, or justify his current actions? He wished to keep both matters concealed from Lin Mu. Oh, divine beast, why has it come to this? At that moment, Song yearned for the comfort of believing he was still within a dream. For only then could he escape the overwhelming embarrassment. Sensing a chill, Lin Mu addressed Song, who remained silent, frozen in his stance, though his expression shifted continuously. Song, I'm cold. No elaborate words were necessary. A simple declaration of his need sufficed. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Song noticed his partner's state. Although the scene was captivating, he was not the sort of beastman to indulge in fleeting pleasures at the expense of his partner's comfort. He gently lowered the hide blanket and wrapped Lin Mu snugly, murmuring, "Moo moo. I am sorry." At that moment, to evade the issue would be to invite self-disdain. Having acted, he resolved to acknowledge it boldly, feeling only a modicum of shame. After all, their bond was established, and following their pledge, such awkward moments would become commonplace. Lin Mu felt a shiver run down his spine, but, reassured by the absence of any wrongdoing, relaxed as long as it wasn't a midnight encounter with another beastman, he could comprehend the situation. After all, it was entirely natural for males to possess abundant energy. He had witnessed far more chaotic relationships in his past life. Regardless of his innocence, he was no relic of antiquity. Seeing Song's face flush with embarrassment amused Lin Mu, prompting him to sit up and embrace Song, as long as you weren't seeking out another beastman in the middle of the night. "I forgive you." This time, when Song's jest reached Lin Mu's ears, the feeling of shame within him transformed into a poignant sense of emotion. His moo moo was truly remarkable. Contemplating this, Song tightly embraced Lin Mu, yet Lin Mu's hide garment remained in Song's grasp, resulting in the smooth and delicate sensation registering vividly in Song's senses. Gazing down at the seemingly frail back, he perceived the spine resembling a towering tree. Indeed, his moo moo was the most unique and alluring. The sight before him and the thoughts swirling in his mind ignited a fervor within Song's being. A heat that Lin Mu could feel distinctly as he was held so closely. Perhaps due to his mind still being in a state of disarray, Song's hand inadvertently made contact. Although he quickly regained his senses and withdrew his hand, he was a moment too late. Having gleaned an approximate measure from the touched eye in that instant, Lin Mu felt a familiar sensation deep within, swiftly overshadowed by panic. This could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, his mind went blank. He felt as though he were still trapped in a nightmare. Chapter 50. The raincoat. The mere touch from Lin Mu sent Song's body into a state of tension. However, this was not an act of retaliation but rather a reflexive stiffness. Upon seeing Lin Mu's dazed expression, Song promptly returned to normalcy and gently patted Lin Mu's back, inquiring, "Moo moo, what's the matter? Please don't frighten me." The concern in Song's voice jolted Lin Mu back to reality. "It's nothing. I was just pondering something." He quickly replied that as for what that something was, he would never divulge it to Song. However, for his own safety, he felt it necessary to discreetly inquire about such matters with the locals. Indeed, Lin Mu was mindful of his reputation. Upon hearing Lin Mu's reassurances, Song sighed in relief, preparing to speak further when a distant roar of beasts interrupted. He recognized it as the patrol team urging those still en route to assemble promptly. Thus, suppressing his thoughts, Song gently kissed Lin Mu's forehead and said, "Moo moo, I must go on patrol now. Is there anything you need me to bring back?" "No," Lin Mu swiftly responded. He already had plenty on his plate, and unless something was particularly urgent, he felt it best to focus solely on his current tasks. Song nodded and remarked, "All right then, Moo moo, you must wait here obediently for my return." Other sub-beasts would never speak such words to the beastmen, but Lin Mu was too special. Song genuinely feared missing out on the excitement. Thus, to ease his mind, he required Lin Mu's promise. Lin Mu, without hesitation, readily agreed. His promptness stemmed from the fact that he had an abundance of work today and no time to venture elsewhere. Soon after, Song departed. Once he was gone, Lin Mu picked up his clothing and began to dress. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he detected Song's masculine scent lingering on his garment. Did Song's earlier apology stem from something indescribable involving his clothes? As this thought crossed his mind, he contemplated taking a closer whiff. However, he quickly realized he should not engage in such behavior. If there was nothing untoward, that would be one thing, but if there truly was, what would such an action signify? He considered disposing of the garment altogether. But then again, he had only 2 pieces of clothing. It would be wasteful to discard them. He resolved to wash them thoroughly later on. With that in mind, Lin Mu set aside the hide garment and found another to wear. Alas, his wardrobe was dreadfully sparse. Should Song, in a moment of whimsy, take his clothing for something unspeakable, he would find himself without attire. It seemed prudent to consult Xiao Hua about how to make new garments, or perhaps trade for a couple of outfits. The reason for seeking Xiaohua rather than Qingmu was simply that Xiaohua's creations were far more comfortable to wear. But for now, it was time to prepare a meal. There were many tasks awaiting him. After a simple breakfast and washing the dishes, Lin Mu resumed weaving the raincoat. The prior days of weaving had brought him close to completion, and today he only needed to tie up loose ends. Perhaps due to the relaxation he experienced yesterday, he could feel a notable boost in efficiency as he worked. By the time the sun rose fully, Qingmu and the other sub-beasts arrived, and Lin Mu had just finished the final touches on the raincoat. Gazing at the primitive yet aesthetically pleasing garment, Lin Mu felt a swell of admiration for his handiwork. However, without a conical hat, the raincoat felt incomplete, much like a beast man without their sub-beasts. Oh no. I haven't had Song split the bamboo into strips, thus, I cannot craft a hat today. As for doing it myself, I lack the necessary tools. Surely, I cannot rely on sheer will to split bamboo. Mu, is your raincoat finished? Xiaohua, ever curious, approached first. Seeing Xiaohua's eager expression, Lin Mu handed him the raincoat and replied, "It's missing a hat, but I need Song's assistance to continue crafting. Oh, can I try it on?" Xiaohua's attention was entirely captured by the raincoat, oblivious to Lin Mu's previous statement. Lin Mu shook his head, saying, "You can wear it, but not yet. Let me test its waterproof capabilities first. Then you may try it on." Xiaohua appeared slightly confused but relinquished the raincoat back to Lin Mu. Lin Mu took the garment, propped it up, and called for everyone to fetch water for the experiment. Naturally, he would demonstrate first. However, the demonstration required no elaborate explanation. After a couple of sentences, Lin Mu splashed water onto the raincoat. As the garment successfully repelled the water, the group grew intrigued and began splashing water themselves. Once the water testing concluded, Lin Mu simulated a rain scenario, confirming that the raincoat performed flawlessly. A smile of contentment blossomed on his face. Sub-beasts eagerly tried on the raincoat, their curiosity piqued by this novel item. While they formed a line to take turns, Qingmu approached and said, "Mu, this raincoat will be invaluable during the upcoming rainy season. Would you be willing to teach others how to make it?" Of course, Lin Mu readily agreed. "That's wonderful. In previous rainy seasons, when we needed to venture out, we had to rely on large leaves for coverage, which often proved inadequate and would tear mid-journey. Even without mishaps, we would have to gather new leaves each day." Qingmu recounted past experiences, and Lin Mu listened intently, eager to understand more about the Qing Shui tribe while also seeking any useful information. However, he soon realized that Qingmu was simply reminiscing about the past. As for useful information, the Qing Shui tribe had endured particularly harsh times. Did that count? Meanwhile, the other sub-beasts finished their trials with the raincoat. Joyfully approaching Lin Mu, as they drew closer, Xiaohua chimed in, Mu, are we making woven baskets and flower crowns today?" "Woven baskets? We have no vines. Where would we find materials?" Lin Mu replied, at this moment. Qingmu recalled Xiaohua and Lin Shui's earlier messages. Noticing the barren surroundings, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Then let us make flower crowns instead. There are plenty of wildflowers around, and we can gather enough for everyone," Lin Shu suggested. "Sounds good," Lin Mu replied, looking to Qingmu, who nodded in agreement. He continued, "Given everyone's fondness for the raincoat, I will teach you how to weave it after we create the flower crowns." After we make the flower crowns," Lin Mu added, "since I have promised others, I naturally must fulfill my commitment." Chapter 51. A waste of resources, one after another. The teaching of the flower wreath proceeded smoothly, even giving Lin Mu the impression that he was instructing primary school students, only for them to display the fervor of high school seniors preparing for their college entrance examinations. Indeed, what he meant was that their enthusiasm for learning was misdirected. This sentiment arose purely from the fact that the instruction on the straw raincoat had proven exceedingly challenging. He wondered if the prior teaching of the flower wreath had drained 90% of everyone's energy, resulting in a lackluster demeanor from each student when learning the straw raincoat. This outcome left Lin Mu regretting his decision to teach the flower wreath first. However, this feeling was soon extinguished, reduced to ashes in just a few breaths. Observing the group discussing the alternative decorations for the flower wreath in hushed tones, Lin Mu found it utterly incomprehensible how these sub-beasts were so passionately devoted to aesthetics. Despite being men, albeit not as capable as the beast men, they were purebred males, so why did they each appear so delicate and beauty-obsessed? Of course, it was not to say that one could not appreciate beauty. But a certain ruggedness was still essential. Like him, he enjoyed beautiful things, which included not only flowers and plants, but also sharp weapons. If he were to possess a Tang Dao in his hands, he would certainly showcase it to demonstrate what true beauty looked like. However, for now, in order to avoid frightening these delicate sub-beasts with his temper, Lin Mu had to shift his gaze to Qing Mu. Fortunately, Qing Mu was adept at discerning priorities. Even though he had a fondness for the flower wreath, he was not overly infatuated. Upon catching Lin Mu's pleading gaze, he offered a reassuring look that signaled, "Leave it to me," before leading the others into a whispered conversation. Lin Mu was naturally curious, but not overly so, as it was not any earth-shattering gossip that piqued his interest. A moment later, when Qing Mu concluded his discussion with the others, their gazes were all ablaze with eagerness, causing Lin Mu's body to tense up. He recognized these were inquisitive looks. Otherwise, he might have thought they were about to devour him. Reminiscent of how intelligent zombies had once gazed at the living in his past life. "Lin Mu, please teach us how to weave straw raincoats," began Xiaohua, prompting the other sub-beasts to echo her sentiments. Lin Mu glanced at Qing Mu, who was smiling triumphantly at him, before nodding in agreement. "All right, but there is little dried grass left. After all, even the most skilled craftsman struggles to create without materials. How could he teach without sufficient dried grass? Would he have to resort to teaching in an abstract manner after a brief demonstration?" Upon hearing this, Qing Mu's face flushed red as he realized he had forgotten this crucial detail. "Everyone, please wait a moment. I will find someone to harvest and bring some back," Qing Mu said as he turned to leave. Lin Mu quickly called out, "Remember to gather some vines as well. We can teach them to weave baskets later." He had assumed Qing Mu would prepare the necessary tools for his instruction, only to find that the other had forgotten this detail in his confusion. Amused by the moment, Lin Mu found it quite funny that Qing Mu, who usually appeared quite astute, could exhibit such a forgetful side. Once Qing Mu departed, Lin Mu continued teaching with the remaining dried grass. Initially, he believed that a group of eager students, combined with his capability as a commendable teacher, would lead to swift comprehension. However, the reality was that the dried grass was rapidly wasted, with only a pitiful number of students successfully grasping the skill. Before long, only Lin Shu remained among the few diligent learners. Indeed, the others had joined in the wasteful consumption of dried grass. Observing Lin Shu skillfully weaving, Lin Mu found this to be his sole source of psychological comfort. Fortunately, when the dried grass was completely exhausted, Lin Shu's proficiency remained stable, which filled Lin Mu's eyes with pride. As for the others, wasn't the disdain in his gaze all too apparent? Soon, Qing Mu returned, accompanied by unfamiliar beastmen carrying a substantial amount of dried grass and vines. After acquiring the materials, Lin Mu taught once more, this time deliberately slowing down his movements. The other students, perhaps motivated by Lin Mu's evident disdain, seemed to be spurred into greater diligence. Lin Mu, witnessing this shift, felt a sense of satisfaction welling within him, for no teacher dislikes earnest and hardworking students. However, as they proceeded to the practical application phase, Lin Mu realized he may have celebrated too soon. While their newfound determination was commendable, they were equally adept at depleting the dried grass at an alarming rate. Watching as heaps of unusable dried grass accumulated in no time, Lin Mu found it increasingly difficult to bear. These students, while genuinely eager to learn, were simply not suited for the intricacies of straw raincoat weaving. Perhaps he should consult Qing Mu about redirecting their focus to basket weaving instead. Although dried grass was plentiful, witnessing its rapid destruction was indeed disheartening. With this thought in mind, Lin Mu glanced at Qing Mu, only to discover that Qing Mu was consuming the dried grass at an even faster pace than the others. It seemed that as the tribe's only shaman, he exceeded the others in this regard. Approaching Qing Mu as he was about to continue his destructive work, Lin Mu quickly intervened. "Qing Mu, we need to discuss something." Hearing Lin Mu's words, Qing Mu paused and inquired, "What is it?" "Let's have all the sub-beasts, except for Lin Shu, refrain from learning straw raincoat weaving. They truly lack the talent for it. Their progress is essentially negligible and amounts to nothing more than waste." Lin Mu gestured toward Xiaohua, Lan Shi, and the others. Qing Mu understood Lin Mu's intent after a glance, as he too could no longer bear the sight of their wasteful efforts. Although the beastmen could harvest dried grass quite rapidly, the fact that it took less than half a day to do so rendered their consumption excessive. "But Lin Mu, what will they learn instead?" Qing Mu asked. "Baskets," Lin Mu promptly replied. Unlike the intricacies of straw raincoat weaving, basket weaving was only slightly more challenging than crafting grass sandals, making it a skill that could be learned by anyone with hands. All right, as long as they have something to learn, Qingmu agreed. Then please, Qingmu, gather the others and bring them to the other side to learn how to weave baskets, Linmu requested. Qingmu hesitated, momentarily speechless as he had not anticipated that he, too, would be included among those redirected. However, after glancing back at the dried grass he had wasted, he concluded that he might as well learn basket weaving, as his contribution was not inferior to anyone else's. Leave it to me, Qingmu said, striding away, though Linmu noticed his cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Before long, all but Lin Shu followed Lin Mu to the designated area to learn basket weaving. This time, Xiaohua showcased her remarkable learning abilities, crafting a commendable basket after Lin Mu's initial demonstration. The other sub-beasts watched in astonishment, peppering her with questions. Seeing Xiaohua reveling in her newfound skill, Lin Mu chose not to reveal that he had previously taught her how to weave baskets. In return, he needed her assistance. Xiaohua, since you've learned so well, could you please teach the others how to weave baskets? I have some other matters to attend and I appreciate your help. With that, Lin Mu swiftly departed. Though if anyone had seen the expression on his face, they would have noted the unmistakable joy radiating from him. Chapter 52. Water-absorbing wood. After entrusting the task of teaching basket weaving to Xiaohua, Lin Mu approached Lin Shu, observing his increasingly adept movements. Satisfied, he nodded and then turned to attend to his own matters. He had two tasks at hand. One was to process the firegrass, and the other was to make pork sausages. Speaking of pork sausages made Lin Mu's mouth water profusely. However, before he could begin crafting them, he needed to process the firegrass, as it would be included in the sausage mixture, along with creating a simple stuffing tool. None of these tasks were particularly difficult. He could manage them on his own. Subsequently, Lin Mu propped up a stone slab and spread the firegrass he had collected from Tsang across its surface. He then ignited a small fire beneath the slab to roast it. As this was his first attempt, he kept the flames low, fearing that a larger fire would scorch the firegrass. His concerns were soon validated when he inadvertently increased the flame too much, causing the firegrass on the slab to emit a burnt, spicy aroma. Sensing the aroma, Lin Mu hurriedly pulled out the firewood to diminish the flames, using chopsticks to remove the charred bits and setting them aside. After all, burnt chili peppers had a delightful flavor, so the charred firegrass should taste equally appealing. Having learned from his earlier mistake, Lin Mu found his subsequent efforts to be more adept. Just as he was feeling pleased, however, he heard a series of coughs and sneezes emanating from behind him. Turning around, he noticed that both Lin Mu, who was weaving straw raincoats, and the other sub-beasts, busy with basket weaving, had quietly gathered not far from him. If you can't handle the smell, you'd best step back. Lin Mu spoke up, expressing his fondness for the flavor of chili peppers. Making it easy for him to accept, however, for the other sub-beasts, the spiciness was entirely foreign to their taste buds, rendering them incapable of embracing it. As Lin Mu observed, he noticed that Lin Shu not only refrained from sneezing but gazed eagerly at the fiery herbs. This unusual behavior cast a shadow of concern in Lin Mu's eyes. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and continued to sift through the fiery herbs on the stone slab. The other sub-beasts, unable to tolerate the pungent aroma, obediently retreated to a safe distance, leaving only Lin Shu and Xiaohua behind. Unlike Lin Shu's indifference, Xiaohua continued to sneeze yet remained steadfast in his decision not to leave. Having deduced that Lin Mu was preparing something delicious, for the sake of culinary delight, he could endure the scent. He refused to be outdone by Lin Shu. Observing Xiaohua's valiant persistence, Lin Mu felt a sense of helplessness. Lin Shu, you must take Xiaohua away quickly. If he lingers any longer, he may lose his sense of smell, Lin Mu exaggeratedly remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu inhaled deeply the air laden with the fragrance and quickly led Xiaohua away. After their departure, Lin Mu resumed roasting his fiery herbs. Before long, the herbs on the stone slab were thoroughly dried, breaking apart effortlessly with the slightest pressure from chopsticks. Realizing this, Lin Mu hurriedly gathered the herbs, completing one task and moving on to the creation of tools for stuffing meat. As Lin Mu abruptly left, the onlookers were left in a state of confusion. Has Mu forgotten about us? Xiaohua sneezed again as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's previously dazed expression shifted, and he hastily followed suit, prompting the others to do the same. They had already learned how to weave baskets from vines. All that remained was to practice further. However, at that moment, their curiosity about Lin Mu's actions overshadowed their eagerness to practice weaving. After all, every movement Lin Mu made was a source of endless intrigue for them. When the group caught up to Lin Mu, he noticed their presence and turned back inquiringly. "What are you all following me for? Aren't you supposed to be weaving baskets and cloaks? We're curious about what you're doing." Mu, so we came to see," Bluestone replied, while Xiahua was busy pinching his nose to minimize his sneezing. "Oh, I see. Well then, feel free to watch. I'm simply making a tool to facilitate the preparation of pork sausages," Lin Mu replied, continuing to rummage through the pile of materials. Upon hearing the mention of a new dish, the eyes of the onlookers sparkled with excitement. "A brand new dish. I can't wait to taste it." "Indeed, the food Mu creates is bound to be delicious. It certainly will be. Don't you remember the stir-fried dishes Mu taught us? I've been enjoying those regularly. Me too. I never tire of them. But this time it's made with meat. Will it really not become tiresome?" This question silenced many of the sub-beasts. At that moment, Xiahua, still pinching his nose, suddenly released his grip and earnestly declared, "It won't be tiresome. The food Mu makes, whether vegetables or meat, is exceptionally delicious. I could eat it every day without growing weary of it." As he spoke, Xiahua couldn't help but reminisce about the delicious meal from the previous night. Lin Shu approached and added, "Xiahua is right. Mu's food is extraordinarily delightful." Having been treated to Lin Mu's culinary skills a few times, both Xiahua and Lin Shu were now utterly enchanted by his cooking. Others, seeing their enthusiasm, began to believe, albeit cautiously, as they had not sampled Lin Mu's creations often enough to be fully convinced. Observing the two, Qing Mu deduced the reason for their unwavering support. "That brat Song never thinks of his subfather when he has something delicious at that moment." Qing Mu felt a twinge of resentment. Yet, he held no ill will towards Lin Mu. His inability to enjoy the culinary delights crafted by Lin Mu was solely due to Tsang's forgetfulness. With this in mind, Qing Mu resolved to visit Lin Mu's home today for a meal. Meanwhile, Lin Mu finally found a suitable tool. While bamboo would have been ideal for its convenience, the oversized bamboo in the beast realm could not accommodate the necessary casing for the sausages. Thus, he sought a suitable alternative. Fortunately, there were plants in the beast realm reminiscent of bamboo. One such example was a one-year plant known as water-absorbing wood, whose inner trunk was sponge-like and hollow once emptied. Lin Mu couldn't help but marvel at the adaptability of this plant. It grew in warm seasons, stored water during rainy periods, and relied on its reserves to survive the heat of summer. During the bountiful season, it nurtured seeds within its sponge-like core, hardening to protect them through the harsh winter. When spring returned, the hardened interior would decompose, providing nourishment for the seeds to flourish. Upon discovering this plant, Lin Mu had brought one back for examination, and now it was proving to be quite useful. "This section will do nicely. It can be fashioned into a funnel," Lin Mu decided, setting to work. Although the tools were somewhat rudimentary, Lin Mu's craftsmanship was commendable. It merely required some time. Moments later, he successfully extracted the selected section. The ease of this task was due to the water-absorbing wood being less resilient than he had anticipated, allowing even a sharp stone to handle it effortlessly. Afterward, Lin Mu spent a little more time hollowing out the sponge-like interior and rinsing it thoroughly to ensure it was clean. While Lin Mu was busy, the other sub-beasts grew increasingly perplexed. "Is Mu preparing to eat the water-absorbing wood? That can't be right. I tasted it as a child, and it had no flavor. What does this mean?" "Stop talking. We'll find out soon enough." Just then, Lin Mu returned to the stone house, retrieving several bamboo bowls he had prepared, along with the pork he had processed yesterday and an assortment of seasonings. "Lin Shu, Xiahua, come help me," Lin Mu called out. Upon hearing this, the two rushed over. The others, filled with curiosity, halted in their tracks upon seeing Lin Mu pull out the fiery herbs. When Lin Shu and Xiahua arrived, Lin Mu wasted no time and immediately assigned tasks. "Crush the fiery herbs into powder using the stone mortar." "Lin Shu, can you manage that?" Lin Shu's eyes lit up at the request, and he nodded eagerly, assuring, "Leave it to me. I'll handle it without a hitch." Seeing Lin Shu so excited for the first time, Lin Mu entrusted him with the fiery herbs, though he added with a hint of caution, "No sneaking bites." He had noticed Lin Shu swallow hard when he first laid eyes on the fiery herbs. "Understood," Lin Shu replied, his tone tinged with disappointment at the reminder. Lin Mu pretended not to hear and turned to Xia Hua to assign his task. Chop these wild garlic, wild onions, and wild ginger into segments, then soak them in water. Although he knew this approach was not ideal, he had no choice but to adapt to the current circumstances. Xia Hua, like Lin Shu, readily accepted the task, finding it quite manageable since he had prepared it the night before. As the two busied themselves, Lin Mu began his own work, focusing on the sneeze fruit. This time, he needed not only the pepper powder from within, but also the outer shell, similar to Sichuan peppercorns. Soon, the three became engrossed in their tasks, while the other sub-beasts, under Qing Mu's guidance, resumed weaving baskets. As for learning this new recipe, he thought it best to wait for a more convenient opportunity. After all, with ingredients like fiery herbs and sneeze fruit, not every sub-beast would find it easy to adapt. Oblivious to the departure of the other sub-beasts, Lin Mu and his companions remained entirely focused on their work. Moments later, Xia Hua completed his task first, and not long after, Lin Mu and Lin Shu also finished their respective assignments. Mu, what's the next step? Xia Hua inquired, as the fragrant aromas of their combined efforts began to meld. This scent only served to heighten his anticipation for the delicious food they were about to create. Next, we mixed the seasonings into the meat, Lin Mu replied, starting the process. Since he was unsure whether Tsang would enjoy the meat infused with fiery herbs, he would prepare a second batch without them, rendering the prepared ginger and onion water less excessive. Soon, guided by intuition, Lin Mu swiftly mixed the meat to suit the current state of affairs. Mu, let us roast a few pieces now. It smells so good. As Xia Hua spoke, she wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Lin Mu pondered for a moment, selecting 2 bowls of meat, which he then handed to Xia Hua, saying, "Go and cook them with the others." It was just the right time for him to gather feedback on the flavor and saltiness. "Thank you, Mu, you are truly kind," Xia Hua exclaimed, and with that, she hurried off with the 2 bowls of meat towards the other beastmen. Lin Mu observed Lin Shu, who was visibly tempted yet steadfastly remained in place, and said, "Go on, I still need to wait a while here." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu abandoned his vigil and quickly rushed over. After a while, Lin Mu once again witnessed the familiar scene of the beastmen vying for food. He was confident that the marinated meat would not disappoint. With this assurance, Lin Mu was eager not to waste any more time and promptly prepared to stuff the pork sausages. After setting up his makeshift equipment, he retrieved the cleaned intestines from the previous day and began his work. Although it was somewhat challenging to operate alone without a machine, he found that after a bit of practice, it became manageable. At that moment, Xia Hua and Lin Shu noticed Lin Mu's activity and ceased their competition for roasted meat. Turning back to him as they arrived, Lin Mu had just finished stuffing a segment of sausage. "You two arrived just in time. Help me tie this sausage into sections and poke a few holes with the wooden spikes," he instructed, demonstrating the process to them. For the tying, he used a common type of weed that was not only slender but also quite resilient. This was only effective while the grass was still fresh. As for the wooden spikes, they were easily found, given the abundance of thorny plants around. After watching Lin Mu's demonstration, Xia Hua and Lin Shu quickly got to work. Due to the simplicity of the task, they made no mistakes. Thus, Lin Mu focused on stuffing the pork sausages while Xia Hua and Lin Shu took care of the subsequent tasks. Soon, all the prepared casings were used up, yet some meat still remained in the bamboo basin. Mu, what should we do with the remaining meat?" Xia Hua inquired. "Of course, we should roast it. It's already noon, and I need to eat too," Lin Mu replied, collecting the majority of the sausages he had made. The remaining meat would ensure that everyone received 2 small portions each. "Xia Hua, please distribute these to everyone and remind them to cook them before eating." Having spent a few days together, they had grown familiar with one another. Lin Mu felt it was only right not to be stingy. Although 2 pieces per person were not much, they sufficed for a meal that he asked for their beastmen companions. He did not concern himself with them. He cared only that Tsang could eat to his heart's content and enjoy his meal. The others would not dare to demand more, considering how generous Lin Mu had already been. Teaching them new skills and sharing food, they naturally would not be greedy. This sentiment was shared even by Xia Hua and Lin Shu. Unperturbed by these thoughts, Lin Mu hummed a self-composed tune while preparing the roasted meat. "I am so hungry, I am so hungry, I want to eat roasted meat." Chapter 54, Eating Pork Sausages with Tsang in the afternoon. After finishing the roasted meat, Lin Mu resumed his tasks. He organized the supplies in his storage space. But when he contemplated what to do next, he realized he couldn't manage it all alone. Forget it. I'll wash some clothes instead. When Lin Mu found the piece of clothing that bore Song's scent, he discovered that it had already been washed once, yet the odor remained. Lacking soap or natural soapwort, Lin Mu felt the stark reality of his meager living conditions. Previously, he had thought his life was improving, at least much better than when he first arrived. However, now he realized that was merely a cognitive illusion. He could make soap, but there wasn't enough grease on hand, and it would take some time. He certainly did not want to waste his entire afternoon on this. Ultimately, he had no choice but to substitute with wood ash. Although the results were not as effective as he had hoped, with a couple more washes, it would suffice. After finishing the laundry, Lin Mu found himself with nothing to do. Glancing at the 2 green bamboo stalks, he felt a surge of impatience. It's so hard without tools. If only he had a dagger, he could easily manage those 2 bamboo stalks himself without waiting for Song to return. Likewise, if he regained his former strength, it would not matter whether he had a dagger or not. He could handle it effortlessly. Contemplating this, Lin Mu decided to meditate and cultivate his skills that afternoon, for he increasingly recognized the importance of strength. When he closed his eyes and reopened them, he found that the day had darkened, and the afternoon had slipped away. As for the results of his cultivation, he felt little change. The only thing he realized was how quickly time had passed. It's time to cook. Song will be back soon. With that, he set up the pot, boiled water, and cooked the sausages with remarkable proficiency. During the waiting period, Lin Mu did not remain idle. He gathered a few sticks and a vine to begin weaving. By the time the woven basket was complete, the sausages in the pot were also ready. Just then, Song entered his sensory range, returning at the perfect moment. Lin Mu used chopsticks to retrieve the pork sausages from the pot. At that moment, a voice called out from the distance, "Mu Mu, I'm back." The urgency in Song's tone was unmistakable. Lin Mu turned just in time to see Song rushing towards him. After transforming back into his human form, Song enveloped Lin Mu in a tight embrace. "Mu Mu, I've been thinking about you all day," Song said, brushing his lips against Lin Mu's. Lin Mu could not comprehend why Song had become so clingy. Yet he unmistakably received the warmth of Song's affection. "I missed you too," he replied, their lips barely brushing before Lin Mu evaded Song's eager face, which was ablaze with passion. Lin Mu had anticipated this reaction. He knew Song would not be satisfied with such a fleeting kiss. However, he was not in the mood for a French kiss, as Song's energy was too exuberant. For the sake of everyone's well-being, it was better not to get carried away. Seeing Lin Mu's reaction, Song wore a look of grievance and said, "Mu Mu, do you find me distasteful?" Lin Mu, at a loss for words, eventually explained, "No, I simply wanted you to try the pork sausages I made. I saved them for you to enjoy together." Upon hearing this, Song's gaze fell upon the pork sausages in the bamboo basin, and he caught a whiff of the delightful aroma. "Mu Mu, you're so thoughtful. You always think of me when there's something delicious." Song felt deeply moved. Just like in his past life during the apocalypse, food was a precious commodity in this beast world. Lin Mu's willingness to share such tasty food with him signified a sincere and fervent love. "Come, let us eat together. I waited for you to return, and I haven't tasted it myself yet," Lin Mu said, attempting to extricate himself from Song's embrace. However, Song would not allow Lin Mu to slip away, having spent the entire day apart from him. He tightened his hold and carried Lin Mu to the bamboo basin to enjoy the meal. As they approached, Song looked at the pork sausages and asked, "Mu Mu, how do we eat this?" Unfamiliar with it, he was naturally curious. "Just eat it as is," Lin Mu replied, reaching for one out. However, having just taken it out of the pot, it was still scorching hot. Hot, hot, hot. Before he could finish, Song had already taken the steaming sausage from Lin Mu's hand. Yet, observing Song's unchanging expression, Lin Mu was uncertain whether to commend him for his thick skin or his heat resistance. "Don't worry, Mu Mu. I'll blow on it for you," Song said, cradling Lin Mu with one arm while blowing on the sausage with the other. Seeing this, Lin Mu couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was unlikely that blowing would cool it down. However, since Song was being so considerate, he chose not to spoil his good intentions and allowed him to continue. After a couple of puffs, Song declared, "Mu Mu, it's not hot anymore. You can eat it." Looking at the sausage being held up to his lips, Lin Mu helplessly remarked, "The inside is still hot. The surface may be cool, But it doesn't help it's cool inside too. If you don't believe me, try it, Song insisted, shoving the sausage into Lin Mu's mouth. Caught off guard by this sudden action, Lin Mu was reminded of the morning incident. He quickly suppressed the ensuing thoughts, but his cheeks, now flushed, betrayed him. Noting Lin Mu's reaction, Song curiously asked, Mu, is it still very hot? He then took a bite from the other end of the sausage. As he bit down, the fatty juices exploded in his mouth, causing oil to run down the corners of his lips. It's not hot at all, and it's quite delicious. Why is your face so red, Mu? Song inquired innocently, though beneath his gaze lurked a hint of mischief. Lin Mu attempted to respond, but he realized he had yet to finish chewing the sausage in his mouth. Aware of his predicament, his already flushed face became even more heated. He retaliated by biting down hard on the sausage, chewing while mumbling, I only turned red from seeing your handsome face. Indeed, Lin Mu's earnest nonsense is quite amusing. Yet, if he were to remain silent, who could possibly discern the true reason behind his blush? For Song, however, the genuine cause of Lin Mu's embarrassment has become inconsequential. He now chooses to believe that Lin Mu's rosy cheeks are a result of his striking visage. Such a flustered Lin Mu is simply adorable. And Song finds himself yearning to devour him whole at that moment. Lin Mu managed to compose himself, his face returning to its usual color, as he continued to enjoy the pork sausage he held in his hands. Naturally, it was the one that Song had been holding, for it had cooled down after being blown on. How peculiar it is that it became cold merely from Song's breath, Lin Mu pondered. Though he did not delve deeper into the matter, after all, in this beastly world, anything is possible, as he thought. Lin Mu took another bite, but this time he bit down a bit too hard, inadvertently clamping down on Song's hand. The jolt of pain was sharp. In that instant, Lin Mu deeply appreciated the formidable defense of the beastmen. Lin Mu, you should release your bite, Song said, his expression devoid of discomfort. His tone matter-of-fact. Chapter 55. Mistakes demand punishment. Upon hearing Song's words, Lin Mu quickly released his grip, only to find a circle of bite marks imprinted on Song's hand. Gazing at the faint marks, Lin Mu felt a pang of pain in his own teeth. Song's hand appeared not so rough, yet how could it be so tough? Lin Mu, you've left a ring of bite marks on me. I must retaliate in kind, Song declared, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mu's exposed skin. Lin Mu froze at the implication. Could it be? Allowing Song to take a bite, even if he wasn't in beast form, would surely cost him at least a couple of liang of flesh. Of course, he understood that Song was jesting, but after surviving in the apocalypse for so many years, he found himself instinctively averse to such actions. While it was true that biting would not turn him into a zombie, he still found it difficult to accept in his heart. Just then, Song's gaze settled on Lin Mu's lips, a subtle smile gracing his features as he remarked, Then I shall choose your mouth. Lin Mu realized that Song was indeed displeased with his earlier rejection of the passionate French kiss. Just as he was contemplating this, Song had already initiated his advance. As Lin Mu finally reacted, his instinct was to seize the initiative. He, Lin Mu, had never been one to passively endure. However, Song's hunting skills had been honed from a young age, while Lin Mu was merely a theoretical expert. He was a king in the realm of paper discussions but a mere novice in practice. Thus, instead of reclaiming the initiative, his provocations only intensified Song's fervor. Eventually, Lin Mu capitulated, and Song's expression while holding him resembled that of a triumphant general returning from battle. Lin Mu, you taste absolutely delightful, Song remarked, brushing his fingers against the corner of his mouth where he had been nipped during Lin Mu's counterattack. With tears brimming in his eyes, Lin Mu shot Song an indignant glance. But he remained silent, utterly devoid of the energy to speak. This endeavor had truly drained him. Lin Mu resolved to incorporate physical training into his daily regimen. At that moment, Song, having satisfied his appetite, regarded Lin Mu with a tender smile before reaching for another pork sausage. Here, Lin Mu, have something to replenish your strength. This statement, coupled with Song's expression, ignited a flurry of vivid thoughts in Lin Mu's mind. Fortunately, the momentary distraction passed, and once it faded, Lin Mu replied, I can manage on my own. You seem exhausted. Allow me to feed you, Song insisted, his demeanor one of genuine concern. Just as Lin Mu was about to refuse again, Song brought the sausage to his lips. Fortunately, It was merely offered at his mouth, or Lin Mu would have certainly felt a surge of anger and kicked Song away, gazing at Song's caring expression and feeling the lingering fatigue in his own body. Lin Mu ultimately acquiesced. He began to eat, gradually regaining his strength. After consuming 2 sausages, he found himself satisfactorily full. After all, being purely meat, the sausages were quite filling. I'm full now. The rest is for you, Song, Lin Mu stated. At this point, Lin Mu had regained his strength and was about to rise to leave, but Song did not release his grasp. Even with one arm around him, Lin Mu found it impossible to break free. Stay with me, Lin Mu, Song said. Resuming his meal, it must be said that the flavor of the pork sausages was indeed exquisite, and even Song felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he ate. However, after finishing one bowl, he noticed a change in expression upon tasting from another bowl. Lin Mu, this pork sausage has a rather peculiar flavor, Song remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Mu. Lin Mu's expression stiffened upon realizing the implication. That bowl contained the firegrass. Earlier in the day, while preparing, he had forgotten to uphold his promise that Song must be present when handling the firegrass. Should he explain? Or concoct an excuse? In a mere second, Lin Mu made his decision. He chose to be forthright, unwilling to deceive his partner about such matters. All right, I confess, that bowl contains firegrass. I was so eager to prepare the pork sausages for you today that I neglected to remember my promise, Lin Mu admitted, his gaze drifting to the sausages infused with firegrass. Overwhelmed by the kiss earlier, he had completely forgotten that there were 2 flavors of sausages. Furthermore, he found himself personally partial to the variant containing firegrass. Although he was now full, he thought it wouldn't hurt to sample a few bites of the sausage with firegrass. Lin Mu's subtle actions were not lost on Song, who felt a mix of amusement and irritation. However, he soon dismissed his annoyance. After all, Lin Mu's mistake was akin to voluntarily offering himself for punishment, a rare opportunity indeed. Lin Mu, since you've erred, how do you wish for me to punish you? Song whispered near Lin Mu's ear, the breath causing Lin Mu to shiver slightly. This isn't truly a mistake. Song, your previous statement about wanting me to try first is the crux of the matter. While I may not have had you present while handling the firegrass, you were the first to taste the pork sausage made with it. Thus, my mistake cannot be deemed a true error. And punishment is unwarranted, Lin Mu reasoned. He knew he had to defend himself. He could see the fiery glint in Song's eyes, and if he accepted punishment, he would find no respite. Yet Song was not about to let such an opportunity slip by. Even if Lin Mu argued convincingly, he would seize upon Lin Mu's initial mistake and ensure he faced the consequences. Lin Mu, you are being disobedient. Having made a mistake, you still refuse to accept punishment. As for your so-called crux, they are both equally significant, Song stated, a smile gracing his features. Realizing Song intended to seek compensation, Lin Mu understood that a little charm would likely absolve him of any repercussions. However, he found himself utterly incapable of feigning sweetness. As for appeasement, would showcasing his knife skills suffice? What do you wish to do? Lin Mu inquired, bracing for the outcome. If it were something trivial, he would accept it. Lin Mu was not one to shy away from his responsibilities. However, if it were excessive, he would resort to stubbornness. He might not know how to charm, but he certainly knew how to be obstinate. I need to think about it, Song replied. Hearing this, Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, take your time, but hurry and eat the pork sausage. It's getting cold. Since Song could not propose a punishment on the spot, Lin Mu resolved to prolong the matter. The longer it lingered, the more assured he felt in his defiance. Although Song was unaware of Lin Mu's thoughts, he understood that hunting should be subtle. Otherwise, he risked scaring off his prey. Besides, the kiss they had shared earlier had already fulfilled his desires for the day, and he wished to save this indulgence for a future encounter. With that in mind, Song began to consume the remaining pork sausages that, of course, he did not forget to feed Lin Mu, having noted the fiery gaze directed at him. Song, how do you find the pork sausages with firegrass? Lin Mu inquired, pleased with the flavor. Quite delightful. I enjoy both flavors, Song responded, revealing that this was his first time discovering the deliciousness of firegrass. Before long, all the cooked pork sausages were devoured, and Song's satisfied belch confirmed that he had eaten his fill. Witnessing Song's enjoyment of the sausages Lin Mu had prepared brought him immense joy. Chapter 56. Lin Mu, yes, I certainly believe you. After finishing their meal and tidying up the utensils, Lin Mu led Song to attend to their necessary tasks. Indeed, this task involved processing bamboo into thin strips. He had wasted an entire afternoon due to the absence of these strips and was determined not to squander another day. Song, upon hearing this, complied without hesitation. For him, it was merely a matter of swiping his claws. Under Lin Mu's guidance, it wasn't long before 2 bamboo stalks were transformed into a heap of thin strips. Eager to try weaving them, Lin Mu's hands twitched with anticipation. However, just as he began to make a move, Song swept him into his arms, stating, "It's getting late. Time to sleep. You can weave tomorrow." Song understood that if he could not restrain Lin Mu at this moment, there was a significant chance that Lin Mu would end up sleeping alone that evening. Thus, disregarding Lin Mu's resistance, Song directly carried him back to the house and placed him on the bed. Observing Lin Mu's face, which bore traces of mild anger, Song smiled gently and said, "Mu Mu, starting tomorrow, please refrain from running around. The orcs of the tribe will begin their hunting expeditions to prepare for the rainy season, and our defensive capabilities will be considerably diminished. You must exercise caution. To prevent Lin Mu from becoming upset." Diverting his attention was undoubtedly the optimal strategy, a lesson Song had learned well throughout his interactions with Lin Mu. Consequently, when he broached this topic, Lin Mu's focus was indeed captured, and the anger that had marred his expression vanished instantly. Of course, Song would not divulge that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. After all, not all the orcs would venture out for hunting, and those remaining to guard and patrol were sufficient to protect the tribe. "Then will you only go hunting after completing the patrol handover?" Lin Mu inquired, his primary concern still resting on Song. "Yes. Do not worry. After the handover, there will be plenty of time left to catch sufficient prey." Song reassured him. Song was well aware of Lin Mu's concern. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mu proposed, "When the time comes, take me with you. You know my abilities can aid you in capturing prey more swiftly." However, Song remained silent, for while he could take Lin Mu along for hunts near the tribe, the upcoming expeditions would take them far away, where dangers were unmistakable, and he could not bear the thought of bringing Lin Mu into such peril. Yet, he feared that a simple rejection might provoke further inquiries from Lin Mu, leading to renewed irritation. Upon seeing Song's demeanor, Lin Mu grasped the unspoken answer, though he felt a twinge of annoyance. He also understood that Song's refusal was grounded in genuine concern. "If you can't take me, just say so, I won't insist," Lin Mu stated firmly. As a competent partner, he believed in knowing when to be affectionate and when to be considerate, ensuring that his whims did not burden Song. Song, taken aback by Lin Mu's reaction, noted that his expression did not reflect anger, alleviating his own internal conflict. "Mu, the forthcoming hunt will lead us far from the tribe. If I were to take you with me, I cannot guarantee your safety. I do not wish for you to be harmed or to suffer," Song softly confessed as he lay beside Lin Mu. "I understand. However, if you happen upon something valuable during your hunt, remember to bring it back for me," Lin Mu responded, leaning closer to Song. In that moment, Song instinctively embraced Lin Mu, resting his forehead against Lin Mu's. "Naturally, I will bring back anything good I find for you, just as you save me delicious treats," he replied. Lin Mu smiled knowingly, appreciating this mutual concern. Yet, the next moment, his smile shifted to mild annoyance. "Song, your tail has found its way into my clothing again." Song chuckled mischievously, "But Mu, you haven't touched my tail in days." Feeling the ticklish sensation of the tail's movement, Lin Mu seized the very tail that both delighted and vexed him. While playfully stroking it, he said, "Song, please save the skins of the animals you hunt. I wish to trade them with Xiahua for clothing." Earlier that day, Xiahua had offered him 2 sets for free. But Lin Mu felt too guilty to accept such generosity after only sharing a few meals. "You have plenty of animal skins at home. You can use those to trade with Xiahua." Song replied, as he spoke. Song lifted Lin Mu and brought him to the storage area for the skins. Gazing at the pile of animal hides, Lin Mu felt as though he had discovered a diamond in the rough. For in this primitive world, animal skins were among the primary trading commodities alongside meat. "Take whatever you like, as we have no need for so many," Song encouraged, his tone suggesting an abundance of wealth. Hearing this, Lin Mu couldn't help but think how extravagant it would be to waste such resources, while the craftsmanship in this primitive world was not as refined as in his past life. Surely years of experience should have yielded some form of expertise. "Oh, these skins are of my own recent hunting endeavors. Their quality may not be the best, so if you plan to trade, be sure to take extra, Song added. Lin Mu understood now that it was not a matter of primitive techniques failing, but rather Song's own skill that left much to be desired. Song noticed the look of disdain in Lin Mu's eyes and quickly explained, "It is normal to be a bit clumsy when first starting out. My skills have improved significantly since then, and such issues will not arise again." Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his belief in Song. Seeing Lin Mu's nonchalant response, Song felt a desire to showcase his newfound abilities, but lamented the absence of fresh hides at that moment. Mu, you must trust me," Song said, adopting a slightly wronged expression. What could Lin Mu do but trust him, particularly with those adorable beast ears on display? "Of course, I believe in you," he affirmed, reaching out to gently stroke Song's soft ears. Song was unfazed by Lin Mu's mixed feelings. After all, he knew that Lin Mu was captivated by his charm. "Shall we rest now, Mu?" With that, Song's tail curled around Lin Mu's waist, and he led him back to the bed. On the stone bed, Lin Mu caressed the fluffy tail while Song held him close, their voices low as they exchanged whispers, punctuated by occasional laughter. After a while, their conversation quieted, leaving only the sound of their synchronized breathing, continuing until dawn broke, heralding the start of a new day. Chapter 57. Xia Hua with principles and boundaries. In the early morning, Lin Mu opened his bleary eyes to find the sun shining brightly. Realizing that the person beside him had already gone out for patrol, the past few days of adjustment had alleviated his initial reluctance to part. Of course, he still found himself thinking of Song. Rising to wash his face, Lin Mu noticed the white beans that Song had prepared, a ritual he performed each morning before heading out. Although sweet words of affection were absent upon waking, Song's actions spoke volumes, surpassing the fleeting charm of mere words. Reflecting on this, Lin Mu realized that despite having lived in a modern world filled with information, he found himself outdone by Song. A being from a primitive age, he felt a twinge of guilt towards those online instructors who shared their wisdom. As he splashed cool water on his face, Lin Mu shook off those sentiments and, once refreshed, returned to his usual self. "Today, I will continue enjoying the pork sausages I made." Indeed, he had not finished the sausages he prepared the previous day. Fortunately, Song and the others had eaten before returning, or else his morning labor would have amounted to little more than a single meal. With that, Lin Mu set about cooking once more. To balance the richness of the meat, he also prepared some wild greens and berries to alleviate the greasiness. Thus, when Xia Hua and the others arrived, Lin Mu was just beginning to savor his breakfast. "You're here. Please, go ahead with your tasks. I'll join you after I eat," Lin Mu said with a bright smile. The others, however, gawked at the freshly cooked sausages that were still steaming. Having tasted them the day before, everyone had developed a fondness for this dish. Yet, Lin Mu had already shared the sausages with each of them yesterday, making it awkward for them to approach for more. They reluctantly left, suppressing their cravings. However, while some departed, others lingered. Xia Hua approached, holding the clothes he had promised Lin Mu. "Here are the clothes for you to try on. If they don't fit, let me know, and I can adjust them for you." While Lin Mu listened to Xia Hua, his gaze remained fixated on the pork sausages, his mouth involuntarily twitching. "Xia Hua, how about I trade you some pork sausages for those 2 sets of clothes?" he suggested. Xia Hua's eyes lit up at the mention of sausages, but upon hearing Lin Mu's proposal, he swallowed hard and resolutely declined. Mu, these clothes are a gift for you. No need for a trade. However, since you've offered, could I perhaps exchange some of my items for a few sausages?" By the end of her sentence, Xia Hua's gaze had taken on a pitiful charm. Initially, Lin Mu was impressed by her generosity. But as she spoke, he realized Xia Hua was still very much the same. Nonetheless, he found her love of food and her strong principles endearing. To clarify, his fondness was for her character, completely devoid of romantic implications. "All right, but I don't have much to spare. If you wish to trade, just enough for a meal will suffice. Too much and it will spoil," Lin Mu conceded. Lin Mu spoke. Upon hearing Lin Mu agree to the exchange, Xia Hua joyfully cheered aloud. Observing this, Lin Mu continued, "For 1 set of clothing, I shall provide you with 10 pork sausages. The remainder can be compensated with animal hides. Is that acceptable?" "Certainly," Xia Hua readily concurred. That moment, Lin Mu rose, holding a pork sausage in one hand while guiding Xia Hua to the location where the animal hides were stored. "You can collect the hides first. I'll give you the sausages when you depart," Lin Mu stated. Upon seeing the numerous animal hides, Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim, "My beast god! I can't believe there are so many hides here." With that, she selected a piece of hide that was not particularly well processed. Explaining to Linmu, Mumyumu, half a piece of hide would suffice for the repairs, but since this one is poorly treated, I opted for it. Very well, Linmu nodded in acknowledgement. Neither had taken advantage of the other. Their transaction was remarkably fair, as for the 2 sets of clothing Xiaohua had gifted him. Linmu decided against suggesting an exchange for hides, to avoid infringing upon Xiaohua's principles. However, he noted this kindness and resolved to reciprocate it later. Subsequently, the two departed, and along the way, Linmu finished his breakfast. With the sausages now gone, Xiaohua lost interest and promptly took the hides to find others to weave baskets. Observing this, Linmu hastened his own eating, for he had other matters to attend to. Once he had finished and cleaned up, Linmu sought out the strips of bamboo he had prepared the previous night. After gathering enough for a conical hat, he joined the others. However, as he approached, the other sub-beasts quickly surrounded him, chattering incessantly. The noise was overwhelming, and Linmu struggled to discern their words. "Silence! One at a time! Lin Shu, you go first," Linmu shouted to quell the commotion. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu immediately spoke up, "Mumyumu, I too wish to exchange for some pork sausages. What would you like in return?" The moment he said this, Linmu realized that Xiaohua had divulged the details of their transaction. Casting a glance at the oblivious Xiaohua, Linmu replied, "I don't have many sausages left. If you desire some, you'll need to ask Song to find more wild boars. Besides, you've seen how I prepare them. You could have Zhe catch a wild boar and make some yourself." He was not in urgent need and truly wished to avoid unnecessary fatigue. As for the others, when the time comes to make sausages, everyone can learn. Once they master the technique, they can prepare them independently, Linmu added to the other sub-beasts. While it appeared that Xiaohua had been at a disadvantage, was that truly the case? The other sub-beasts, lacking close observation, were unaware of the reality and readily agreed to Linmu's statement. However, Lin Shu was different. He had witnessed the entire process. It was not only tedious but also required precision in seasoning. After all, not everyone could replicate Linmu's instinctive approach, which resulted in delicious sausages. If Lin Shu were to attempt it himself, he would likely find it laborious and still miss out on the delightful taste of Linmu's sausages. "Then I shall trade with you." "I cannot manage it myself," Lin Shu concluded, well aware of his culinary limitations. Linmu felt a slight headache at this, but seeing that no one else shared this inclination, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it were only Lin Shu, that would be manageable. "Very well, after we finish our tasks today, you and Xiaohua can come find me," Linmu stated. Lin Shu, elated by this agreement, replied, "Good." With the matter settled, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Chapter 58. The most fortunate event in this life and the next now, the raincoat was merely missing a conical hat. Although he had never woven one before, he was confident that, like the raincoat, with practice he could master it, as long as he was unafraid of failure. Success would inevitably come, and indeed, as Linmu had anticipated, success arrived sooner rather than later. He began weaving in the morning and only completed it by the time Song returned in the evening. What should have been a task of just a couple of hours had taken him an entire day. At this moment, Linmu felt an urge to vent his frustration. However, before he could voice his complaints, Song approached with roasted meat in hand. "Mumyumu, come and taste this. I want to know if my roasting skills have declined," Song said, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Song had not expected that upon his return, Linmu would be eagerly asking to taste his roasted meat. This delighted Song immensely, prompting him to roast the meat he had brought back. Watching Song's excitement, Linmu found it perplexing. Wasn't he just eager to finish the hat so that Song could take charge of dinner? With such thoughts, Linmu took a bite of the roasted meat from Song's hand. To his surprise, after several days without enjoying Song's cooking, the taste was indeed delightful. "Delicious. Song's roasted meat is unparalleled," Linmu praised with a smile. Song beamed at this compliment, declaring, "Then I shall make roasted meat for Mumyumu every day." "That is entirely unnecessary," Linmu replied. Although roasting was enjoyable, he would quickly tire of it if it were a daily occurrence. "All right. Just let me know when you want to eat, and I'll prepare it for you," Song said, undeterred. "Good. I shall eat with you," Linmu said, his words slightly muffled as he chewed. I've had my fill. Now I wish to see you eat, Song replied, his tone affectionate. Lin Mu chuckled and suggested, let us eat together. It is more enjoyable that way. Song agreed, moving the roasted meat to Lin Mu's lips for him to taste. However, while Lin Mu took large bites, Song merely nibbled to savor the flavor. After a couple of pieces, Lin Mu was satisfied and urged Song to finish off the rest. Yet, Song, having roasted all the meat, chose not to eat but instead handed it to Lin Mu, saying, Mu should keep the meat for later. You can eat it during the day instead of waiting for me to return. Seeing Song's thoughtfulness, Lin Mu took out a new gift he had prepared for several days, a raincoat and the newly woven hat. Pong. Try these on to see if they fit. They are finally ready, so you won't get wet when going out in the rainy season. All right, let me give it a try, Song said as Lin Mu helped him don the raincoat and hat. Satisfied with the fitting, Lin Mu nodded, affirming that his estimations had indeed been accurate. Mu, how do I look? Song asked, lifting his head to gaze at Lin Mu. Directly opposite him, Lin Mu marveled at Song's handsome face beneath the hat, reflecting that even the simplest attire looked striking on a handsome man. Previously, when Xiaohua wore the raincoat, he appeared merely as an ordinary farm boy, lacking in charm, though his sunny disposition made him less unremarkable. But Song was different. His demeanor and aura made him resemble a chivalrous hero from a martial arts tale, especially if he were to appear colder. It would be as if he stepped straight from a world of heroes. Remarkable. If he were to emerge from the rain, he would possess an even greater allure. Lin Mu praised. Song, upon hearing this, responded, this is quite extraordinary. Without missing a beat, he splashed a basin of water into the air, walking beneath it as the droplets fell upon the conical hat and raincoat, giving the impression of walking in the rain. However, this rain was brief, falling rapidly then ceasing, leaving only the water on the hat and coat to drip continuously. Mu. Do I not exude charm now? Song asked in a low voice. Indeed, Song appears even more dashing now, Lin Mu affirmed. Song, delighted by this, felt an urge to embrace Lin Mu, but realizing the raincoat was still damp, he hesitated. Mu, I've finished trying it on. May I take it off now? Song inquired. Of course. Lin Mu responded, stepping forward to help Song remove the raincoat. As for the hat, Song took it off himself. However, just as he removed it, he suddenly wrapped his arms around Lin Mu from behind and whispered in his ear, to meet you, Mu, and to become partners with you. I feel incredibly fortunate. Lin Mu grasped Song's arms around him and replied, meeting you is also the most fortunate event of my life and the next. Song did not fully comprehend why Lin Mu used the phrase this life and the next, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was that Lin Mu had just confessed to him. This bold and straightforward declaration of love filled him with joy and romance. The greatest fear is unreciprocated feelings, yet Lin Mu's actions clearly conveyed his acceptance of this affection. One must wonder, besides Lin Mu, which other sub-beast would dare to respond so openly? At that moment, Lin Mu patted Song's arm, saying, all right, let go of me now. I need to find a place to put away the raincoat and hat. Song, reluctant to release him, tightened his embrace and took the raincoat in one hand, stating, I shall put it away. Mu has worked hard today, so I will carry you. Regarding Song's thoughts, Lin Mu was certainly able to guess them. However, he also relished the sensation of nestling in Song's embrace, so he chose to remain silent and let Song take the lead. As they walked, Song recounted their encounters from that day. During the patrol, he had heard from tribesmen who had ventured out to hunt that they had encountered orcs from another tribe, purportedly seeking the calming herb. However, upon learning that their tribe was nearby, they departed after a brief exchange. Other tribes' orcs? What kind of orcs? Lin Mu inquired with curiosity, for aside from the orcs of the Qingshui tribe, he had yet to encounter others, naturally piquing his interest. They are deer orcs, resembling deer in their beastly forms. Although they may not be as formidable as our Qingshui tribe in combat, they are exceptionally skilled at locating the calming herb, Song explained. How skilled are they? Lin Mu asked, having already experienced the difficulty of finding the calming herb. If possible, he would prefer to avoid searching for it. They claim to know where the calming herb grows, and if they say it exists in a certain location, then it surely does. Thus, upon receiving this information, the tribesmen offered some of their catch to avoid offending the deer orcs, Song elaborated. Lin Mu was truly astonished by this revelation. So, there exists calming herb near our tribe? Yes, Yafu is unlikely to come here tomorrow. He will likely arrange for someone to search for the calming herb in the coming days, Song stated as he neatly placed his raincoat aside and turned to return to his bedroom. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu prepared to join Qing Mu in the search, for he had already gained some experience in locating the calming herb. However, before he could voice his intention, Song preemptively intervened, saying, "Mu Mu, you are not allowed to go. Yafu will not be going either, as this search will take us beyond the patrol range of the tribe, which is quite dangerous." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu extinguished any thoughts of going. His blissful life had only just begun. It was not worth risking everything so soon. "All right, rest assured, I will not go," he replied. Chapter 59. Water Honey Fruit. The next day, Qing Mu indeed did not arrive. Those present, being companions of the beastmen on patrol, were naturally aware of the calming herb's significance and tacitly avoided mentioning Qing Mu. As Lin Mu pondered whether to have everyone continue weaving baskets or teach something new. Lin Shu approached, carrying something wrapped in animal skin to Mu. "This is water honey fruit, as a token for the pork sausage exchanged yesterday," Lin Shu announced. Water honey fruit? Lin Mu had never heard of such a fruit and was unaware of what it entailed. Nevertheless, regardless of its worth, he accepted it, having never expected to receive anything in return for the pork sausage he had given to Lin Shu. However, upon noticing the envious gazes of the other beastmen fixated on the animal skin parcel, he realized that this fruit might not be so ordinary after all. "Lin Shu, what exactly is this water honey fruit? I have never heard of it, and thus do not understand," Lin Mu inquired. If it truly was a rare berry, he did not wish for Lin Shu to suffer any loss. Lin Shu chuckled and replied, "Water honey fruit is exceptionally sweet, akin to the sweetness of honey from honey beasts. But it is filled with juice. At that moment, Lin Mu opened the animal skin parcel to see the appearance of the water honey fruit. Each was the size of a goose egg, with a pristine white exterior. The texture was soft, and he could distinctly sense the juice within. The scent was faint, barely carrying a hint of sweetness. As for the quantity, there were precisely 10, matching the number of pork sausages he had given Lin Shu the day before. Just then, Xiahua approached and exclaimed, "Wow, so many ripe water honey fruits. Is this water honey fruit particularly rare?" Lin Mu asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Xiahua responded, "Indeed, before ripening, water honey fruit is not sweet at all. But once ripe, it easily attracts insects and birds, making it quite challenging to find mature water honey fruit. I see. Lin Shu, take some back. This is too much," Lin Mu suggested. However, after listening to Xiahua's explanation, Lin Mu began to incorporate farming into his future plans. Currently, the beastmen relied on foraging in the wilderness for vegetables and berries, a method he deemed too reliant on luck. As a man dedicated to agriculture, he believed it essential to cultivate crops to ensure abundant resources. Yet Lin Shu shook his head, saying, "Mu Mu, water honey fruit is rare, and so is the pork sausage. After all, the process to make it is quite laborious." He had witnessed every step of the process, from Lin Mu cleaning the intestines to successfully stuffing the meat. It was far from the simplicity one might imagine. Perhaps for Lin Mu, pork sausage was not a precious commodity, but that was due to his proximity to the matter, while Lin Shu, as an observer, had a clearer perspective. Xiahua echoed Lin Shu's sentiment, stating, "Lin Shu is correct. While water honey fruit is indeed rare, if the beastmen are willing to invest time in searching, they can still find some. However, the pork sausage you make, Mu Mu, is quite troublesome, especially when considering the need to handle intestines, firegrass, and sneeze fruit." The preciousness of water honey fruit diminished in comparison. Lin Mu, after hearing this, chose not to dwell on the matter further. It was not that he was swayed by their words. He had his own criteria for evaluation. However, since Lin Shu, the party involved, had expressed his views, he naturally did not want to undermine their feelings. Thus, as before, he kept this friendship in his heart, intending to repay it in the future. For now, however, he would sample this rare water honey fruit. Yet before Lin Mu could express his thoughts, the others departed to weave baskets. With only so many water honey fruits, they felt reluctant to stay, as they too were quite tempted by the fruit. Sighing, Lin Mu thought to himself, observing the beastmen's expressions turn forlorn as they glanced at their own fruits, watching others willingly engage in weaving while he prepared to make bamboo baskets instead. Lin Mu decided not to dwell on what to teach today, as they had already made their choices. While others wove baskets, Lin Mu prepared to weave bamboo baskets. He still had plenty of reed strips left, and although some had been wasted on making hats, the remainder was sufficient for bamboo baskets. Moreover, compared to reed baskets, bamboo baskets were even lighter. After retrieving the reed strips, Lin Mu joined the others, busily working on their tasks while engaging in conversation. This method of passing time proved equally fulfilling as meditation and training. As the group neared the completion of their tasks, noon arrived, and they bid farewell to return home. However, before leaving, Xiahua approached Lin Mu, imparting her unique method of consuming water honey fruit. Mu. Remember to prepare some berries cut into pieces, then pour the juice of the water honey fruit over them. That is the best way to enjoy it. After sharing this, Xiahua took Lin Shu, who had been waiting, and they departed. Watching the two walk away, Lin Mu began his lunch, since Song had saved some roasted meat for him the night before. Lin Mu, feeling lazy, decided to make do with a simple meal. Once he reached a moderate fullness, Lin Mu prepared to try the water honey fruit using Xiahua's method. He had no shortage of berries. So he found a few that tasted good, washed them, cut them into small pieces, and placed them in a stone bowl before adding the juice of the water honey fruit. Yet, as he inhaled the rich, sweet aroma wafting through the air, an uneasy feeling washed over him. Nevertheless, to avoid wasting food, he took a taste. Lifting the stone bowl, he took a small sip of the juice from the water honey fruit, and his expression changed, sweet, incredibly sweet. The kind of sweetness that made his throat feel sticky. After just one sip, Lin Mu had no desire for a second, not even for the berries soaked in the juice. Still, he thought he might as well try the berries. Surely they wouldn't be as sweet. After a moment of self-reassurance, Lin Mu picked up a piece of berry with his chopsticks, shaking off as much juice as possible before placing it in his mouth. After chewing a couple of times and swallowing, he set down the chopsticks, as it was still somewhat sweet but manageable. The reason for his reluctance to consume more was that Lin Mu envisioned transforming the juice in the stone bowl and the berries into another delightful treat. Perhaps cooking them down into a jam would yield a more suitable flavor. With this thought in mind, Lin Mu began to take action. However, to prevent the jam from being overwhelmingly sweet, he decided to add more berries, allowing the jam's aroma to become a harmonious blend of fruit scents. Fortunately, Lin Mu had no shortage of various berries. Let us not forget that during his journey to the tribe with Tong, he had collected a multitude of berry varieties, sour, sweet, and those with unique fruit fragrances. As Lin Mu skillfully combined the fruits by instinct, he also retrieved a water honey fruit. Given its high sweetness, he wondered if it could be used directly for making syrup. With this thought, Lin Mu prepared to cook the jam. Chapter 60. Lin's exclusive flavor jam. Initially, the jam simmering in the pot did not have a particularly impressive flavor. Yet it was by no means unpleasant. However, as Lin Mu continued to add various types of berries, the aroma transformed into an increasingly delightful sweetness. Indeed, it's just as I imagined, a harmonious blend of fragrances. Lin Mu exclaimed joyfully, yet his hands never ceased their motion. Gradually, the thin layer of jam in the stone pot thickened, quickly filling more than half of it. At this point, stirring became somewhat laborious. Yet with the jam still unfinished, he could not afford to stop and persevered. How he wished Song were there by his side at that moment, with the formidable strength of an orc. Continuously stirring the jam was indeed a trivial task. However, he merely entertained the thought, for at this moment, Song was unavailable and he had to rely solely on himself. Fortunately, the jam was nearing completion. Just a little more perseverance would lead to success. The enticing aroma wafting through the air made Lin Mu himself eager to sample the delightful concoction. For the sake of the delectable jam, he was thoroughly motivated. Moments later, once the jam was ready, Lin Mu poured it into the prepared bamboo basin. This would be sufficient to last for quite some time. As he spoke, Lin Mu used his finger to scoop a bit of jam that had splattered on the edge of the bamboo basin and tasted it. The multi-layered fruit essence was undeniably delicious, and the sweetness was perfectly balanced. It was extraordinarily delightful, and he planned to let Song taste it in the evening, followed by Xiahua and Lin Shu. After making this decision, Lin Mu served himself a small bowl of jam, while storing the remainder in his storage space. At that moment, Lin Mu's stomach let out a sudden growl. Having only eaten to half satisfaction at noon, combined with the effort he had just put into making the jam, his belly was now empty. Despite his hunger, Lin Mu had no desire to indulge in roasted meat again, especially with something far more appetizing right before him. How could he possibly save it for later? Yet, no matter how delectable the jam was, it could not serve as a meal on its own and required accompaniment. Currently, the only option available for pairing was white beans. He figured it was worth a try. After all, no matter the outcome, it couldn't be considered a culinary disaster. Rising to his feet, Lin Mu went to prepare the white beans. Meanwhile, at Qing Mu's home, two individuals stood before him, their faces etched with guilt. "Which, we sincerely apologize. We accidentally damaged some of the calming herbs while harvesting. The calming herbs began to lose their efficacy the moment they were picked. If harvested intact, they could undergo special treatment to slow down the loss of their medicinal properties, allowing them to be preserved for an extended period. However, if the process was compromised, even slightly, the loss of potency became irreversible, and no amount of subsequent handling could preserve them for more than a few days. With the rainy season fast approaching, the importance of the calming herbs was self-evident, even if the tribe had a sufficient supply. Who would ever complain about having more? Yet, it now appeared that the calming herbs were rendered useless. After all, with only 10 days until the rainy season, their efficacy would have completely dissipated by then. Observing the two remorseful individuals, Qing Mu let out a sigh. "It's all right. There's no need for self-reproach. For now, let us focus on preserving what we have," he spoke in a calm tone, devoid of any anger. Had he been unaware of Lin Mu's storage capabilities, he would undoubtedly have reacted differently. Yet, knowing this, Qing Mu felt an immense sense of gratitude for Lin Mu's presence in the Qing Shui tribe. However, he was aware that the two orcs before him were oblivious to this. Hence their expressions were filled with confusion upon hearing Qing Mu's words. Sensing their bewilderment, Qing Mu stood up to collect the damaged calming herbs, saying, "Follow me. You'll understand soon enough." Upon hearing this, the two individuals remained puzzled but complied with the witch's directive. After walking for some time, Song's stone house came into view. The three, with their keen eyesight, also noticed the busy figure of the sub-beast in front of the stone house. "We've found him. Let us hurry," Qing Mu urged. For him, delivering the calming herbs to Lin Mu sooner would minimize the loss of their medicinal properties. The two orcs quickly followed suit. However, as they drew closer, a rich and complex fruit aroma enveloped them, with an alluring sweetness that made them swallow in anticipation. "What is that delightful smell? It's so fragrant," one of the orcs remarked, while the other remained silent, yet visibly salivating. Qing Mu's eyes lit up. He hadn't anticipated that he would arrive just in time to catch Lin Mu preparing such a delicious dish. Since he was fortunate enough to arrive at the right moment, it seemed fitting to partake in a meal, a tea that moment. Lin Mu also noticed Qing Mu and the others. "How curious. Why has Qing Mu come to visit me?" He pondered, perplexed, considering that Song had just mentioned last night that Qing Mu would be quite busy today. Yes, he mused. The trio swiftly approached him. Before Lin Mu could speak, Qing Mu explained the situation. As every moment was precious, without hesitation, Lin Mu accepted the calming herbs and stored them away. Then, he noticed the three individuals fixated on the bowl of jam on his table. It dawned on Lin Mu that he had neglected to include Qing Mu among those he intended to share the jam with. Since arriving at the tribe, Qing Mu had already been quite helpful to him. Moreover, as Song's stepfather, it was only right to offer him a portion of the jam. Observing Qing Mu's eager yet restrained expression, Lin Mu offered, "This is the jam I just made. Would you like to give it a try?" With Lin Mu's invitation, Qing Mu readily accepted. "Sure, thank you, Mu Mu," he responded with a smile that I plan to pair it with white beans. "Why don't you join me? If it turns out to be unsatisfactory, we can always switch to something else," as Lin Mu spoke. He retrieved the soaked white beans, slicing them with a stone knife, and spread a layer of jam on each piece before handing them to Qing Mu and the two accompanying orcs. Lin Mu's gesture left the two orcs pleasantly astonished, as they had not expected to receive a share as well. Qing Mu felt relieved that the two were already bonded as partners. Otherwise, such a wonderful Mu Mu would undoubtedly be contested over. After a moment's thought, Qing Mu took a bite. The creamy, slightly sticky texture of the white beans, combined with the jam, burst forth with an exquisite flavor that resonated deep within his heart. Delicious. At that moment, the only thought occupying Qing Mu's mind was how delicious it was, compelling him to continue eating. After 2 or 3 bites, he had already finished the food in his hand, yet the insatiable hunger drove him to reach for another piece. However, while Qing Mu was free to indulge, the two orcs accompanying him felt constrained, as they could not bring themselves to snatch food meant for a sub-beast. Soon, Lin Mu's supply of soaked white beans was depleted. Realizing he had overindulged, Qing Mu felt a pang of guilt. He had essentially claimed Lin Mu's lunch. Although Lin Mu hadn't consumed much, he felt his hunger alleviated, and more importantly, he had discovered that the combination of jam and white beans was exceptionally tasty, which was sufficient for him. Qing Mu, seeing how much you enjoy it, why don't you take a bowl of jam back with you? Just remember to finish it in the next few days, or it will spoil and become inedible, Lin Mu suggested. Lin Mu's words struck a chord with Qing Mu, who found himself torn between wanting to refuse yet unable to part with the delicious jam. Finally, he conceded, all right, I will accept it in a few days. Once Song completes his patrol duties, you two should come over for a meal. Sure, Lin Mu agreed, in his mind. His actions were akin to a daughter-in-law presenting a gift. An entirely normal occurrence. What he did not realize was that, in the orc world, such customs did not exist. Unless he had formed a bond with Song, his relationship with Qing Mu was merely that of acquaintances, requiring no special gestures or decorum. Yet, due to Lin Mu's unawareness, his actions significantly elevated Qing Mu's fondness for him. Subsequently, Lin Mu retrieved the basin of jam and filled a bowl to the brim for Qing Mu. Just then, the two previously silent orcs spoke up, could we trade for some jam as well? As Qing Mu, the witch, was so fond of jam, they naturally wished to exchange some for their partners. When it came to cherishing their loved ones, orcs were undoubtedly skilled. Lin Mu considered their request and chose not to decline. After all, he had plenty of jam, and he could always make more once this batch was finished. However, the condition for the exchange was that they needed to offer something in return. What do you plan to trade? Lin Mu inquired. I can exchange silk cloth for some jam. It's a new product we traded for this year. I originally intended to use it to please my partner, but he didn't seem to like it, one orc explained. Silk cloth? The unfamiliar term momentarily left Lin Mu in a daze, a hint of confusion evident in his eyes. Qing Mu, aware of Lin Mu's bewilderment, quickly elaborated. Silk cloth is woven from the threads of spider orcs. It's very lightweight and comfortable, though it tends to get dirty quite easily. Intrigued, Lin Mu responded. All right, how much do you wish to trade? I have enough silk cloth to make 2 sets of clothing. I would like to exchange it for 5 bowls of jam. Lin Mu shook his head, stating that's too much. His comment was not a critique of the offer, but rather a simple acknowledgement that he didn't have an abundance of jam to spare. He could only afford to trade for 1 set of clothing's worth of silk cloth. Yet, his words were misconstrued by the others as an indication that the asking price was too steep. That moment. Another orc chimed in, indeed, I have silk cloth as well, but only enough for 1 set of clothing. I would like to exchange it for just 1 bowl of jam. The silk cloth held little value to them. It could remain stored until needed, so when they encountered something useful like jam, they were willing to trade it for something beneficial. In the realm of exchanging the useless for the useful, it was essential not to set the price too high. Otherwise, they risked scaring away potential trades, leaving them stuck with the useless silk cloth. The first orc who had spoken then adjusted his offer, saying, fine, let's exchange my silk cloth for 2 bowls of jam. The demand for silk among the beastmen is not particularly high, as it can only be worn during the warm season, and 1 set is more than sufficient. Even in the absence of silk, using animal hides suffices for the hot season. To avoid further entanglement with surplus silk, a price reduction and clearance sale have become imperative. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu understood that the 2 individuals were undoubtedly engaging in a loss-leading sale. Truth be told, he was quite tempted to seize this opportunity, as 3 bowls of jam were hardly a burden for him. However, considering that these 2 were orcs from the Qingshui tribe, he felt it inappropriate to allow them to suffer such a significant loss. Therefore, he proposed, I will exchange 2 bowls of jam for a set of silk fabric. I shall take both of your silks. The 2 orcs, upon hearing this, expressed their delight and eagerly accepted, their impression of Lin Mu improving considerably. Seeing their agreement, Lin Mu continued, now, do bring your own bowls. I shall not provide them. Very well, we shall return shortly and fetch the silk, they replied, bidding farewell to Qing Mu before hastily heading home. Once they were out of sight, Qing Mu remarked, Mu, you could have exchanged 3 bowls of jam, you know. Lin Mu chuckled in response, one cannot allow the members of one's own tribe to suffer excessive losses. Qing Mu smiled at this, his gaze filled with satisfaction. That moment, he felt as though his kin had been blessed by the beast god by finding someone like Lin Mu. After a brief conversation, The two orcs returned with the silk and stone bowls. Upon seeing the silk, Lin Mu immediately recognized its commendable quality. The only drawback was its pure white color. However, this was of little consequence. He had some knowledge of dyeing and, while he might not achieve exquisite results, changing its color was certainly feasible. Satisfied with the goods, Lin Mu retrieved a bamboo basin and proceeded to fill it with jam. Sparing no expense, just as he had done for Qing Mu. The two orcs, having received their portion, did not linger, promising to call upon him again when they sought to trade. With the jam in their possession, their immediate desire was to share it with their companions. Observing their haste, Qing Mu rose to take his leave. During this time before the arrival of the rainy season, he was exceedingly busy. He feared that if he did not return soon, orcs would come seeking him. Ensure that his kin protected Lin Mu from the covetous eyes of other unattached orcs, he had to depart. Lin Mu, realizing this, did not attempt to persuade him to stay, understanding the demands of being a shaman. After Qing Mu had walked some distance away, Lin Mu finally muttered, "I wouldn't want the title of a shaman even if it were offered to me. One is perpetually occupied and has no time for happiness." Subsequently, Lin Mu glanced at the remaining jam in the bamboo basin, reassured that there was enough for Xia Hua and Lin Shu, and felt at ease that, of course, he had long saved his own portion. He hoped that this jam would not attract other beastmen like the pork sausages had. Lin Mu mused, should a similar incident occur again, he could not guarantee that he would restrain himself for the sake of his own safety. Thus reflecting, Lin Mu continued weaving the bamboo basket until dusk descended, at which point he paused to prepare dinner. Thanks to the jam, his evening meal was simple: white beans paired with jam. After soaking the beans and preparing the fire, he busied himself with his tasks while awaiting Tsang's return. As usual, after a while, Lin Mu detected the energy signature of Tsang within his perceptive range. Back already, he remarked as Tsang's energy swiftly approached. Moments later, Tsang appeared before Lin Mu. Without the need for excessive words expressing longing, a mere embrace conveyed all the emotions, and Lin Mu felt the weight of that yearning. Just then, Tsang suddenly sniffed the air, his expression turning vigilant as he inquired, "Mu Mu, why is there the scent of other beast men around our home?" Amused by Tsang's jealous demeanor, Lin Mu chuckled softly and provided an explanation. However, upon hearing this, Tsang's expression darkened further. He was not fond of other beastmen intruding upon his life. Fortunately, they were already bound by a contract, which offered him some solace. Chapter 62. Tsang. This jam is truly delicious. Noticing Tsang's continued displeasure, Lin Mu immediately produced the jam, saying, "Come, Tsang, have a taste. I saved some just for you." The moment the jam was revealed, Tsang's acute sense of smell detected the multi-layered fruit aromas, the underlying sweetness stirring a desire within him to taste it. As an orc, he typically held a moderate appreciation for berries, yet he had never experienced such an urge to consume. With this thought, Lin Mu used his fingertip to scoop a small amount and brought it to Tsang's lips. Tsang's eyes sparkled with delight, and he eagerly licked the offering. Lin Mu, feeling that this was inappropriate, attempted to withdraw, but Tsang grasped his hand. "Mu Mu, I haven't finished yet," he declared, continuing to savor the jam presented to him. Realizing he could not escape, Lin Mu accepted the situation. After all, he had grown accustomed to such intimate gestures over time. Tsang's amusement deepened, and he indulged even more. However, a single fingertip could hold only so much jam, and despite his slow pace, it was not long before it was all consumed. Moments later, Tsang licked his finger clean and, once satisfied that it was indeed empty, released his grip. "Though sweet, Mu Mu," he exclaimed with a beaming smile. Lin Mu's face flushed crimson. Tsang's last action had undeniably breached his defenses. Particularly, the sensation of that little tongue gliding over his fingertip sent tingles from his fingertips to the soles of his feet. It is said that felines have barbed tongues, but at that moment, he felt nothing but softness. Observing Lin Mu's bashful demeanor, Tsang's fondness swelled within him. Only Lin Mu would reveal such a side to him. In that instant, Tsang felt an impulse to tease Lin Mu playfully. Yet, he quickly quelled this urge, reminding himself, "We have not yet bound ourselves. I must not act impulsively." After a brief pause, watching Lin Mu still lost in thought, Tsang smiled and mimicked Lin Mu's earlier gesture, dipping a finger in the jam and offering it to him. Simultaneously, Tsang leaned close to Lin Mu's ear and softly urged, "Mu Mu, You should try some too. At that moment, Lin Mu was indeed still disoriented, and upon hearing Song's words, he obediently tasted the jam's. The delightful flavor danced on his palate. He suddenly regained his senses. However, it was too late. As he instinctively sensed the foreign object, his tongue naturally assisted in expelling it. This action ignited a fiery passion in Song's gaze. Mu, you. Before he could finish, Lin Mu firmly pulled his hand away, interrupting with a serious tone, "You didn't wash your hands earlier." This statement struck Song like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fervor within him. Yet, recalling that he indeed had not washed his hands, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Nevertheless, he resolved not to concede. Admitting such would mean he would not see Lin Mu for the next several days. "I did wash them. Every time I return home, I always cleanse myself in the river before coming back," Song asserted, and of course, this was not a lie. He indeed followed this practice, but Lin Mu insisted that he wash his hands again when he transformed back into human form. Today, however, he had not had the chance. Yet Lin Mu was not so easily misled and was about to redirect the conversation when Song swiftly covered his mouth, successfully silencing him. Yes, it was indeed Song's own lips that sealed Lin Mu's words. This sudden act left Lin Mu wide-eyed in shock, while Song realized the nature of his actions. Savoring the lingering sweetness of the jam at the corners of his lips, Song suddenly craved more. Thus, driven by this desire for sweetness, Song launched a fervent pursuit. Lin Mu, the holder of the jam, attempted to resist, but how could a delicate beast man stand against an orc? Moments later, Lin Mu's eyes brimmed with tears. His jam was gone, and even the lingering essence of it in his mouth had been claimed. The triumphant Song reveled in his conquest, discovering that the jam, originally delicious, became even more delectable when seized. "Mu, this jam is truly delightful," Song exclaimed with satisfaction. At that moment, Lin Mu had lost the strength to reply, yet that did not prevent him from casting Song a disdainful glare. "You rascal. I offered you jam, and yet you've taken advantage of me twice," Lin Mu thought. Though he scolded silently, he understood that he could not dominate in such matters. After all, Song's skills had evidently improved. It seemed only a few days had passed since their last encounter, yet his progress was astounding, as if he had leveled up. Could it be that all orcs possessed exceptional talents in this regard? Lin Mu fell into contemplation while Song embraced him with increasing satisfaction. After a while, Song recalled something about the jam and asked, Mu, how did you make this jam?" Lin Mu, jolted back to reality by the question, replied, "It's made from the various types of berries you picked for me before, and also from the watermelons I exchanged with Lin Shu for pork sausages." "Just that?" Song was perplexed. "Indeed, it is just these?" Lin Mu replied. "But why is it that this jam, made from such simple ingredients, captivates an orc like me so much?" Song's confusion deepened. Lin Mu, initially not quite understanding, soon grasped Song's meaning. It appeared he was puzzled as to why carnivores might enjoy consuming plants. "Perhaps your body lacks certain vitamins, which could explain your craving," Lin Mu suggested. Upon hearing this, Song wore a look of bewilderment, but after a moment's reflection, he understood the general idea. However, what exactly are vitamins? He was uncertain but refrained from asking, content in knowing that his cravings were normal. Then, Song recalled Lin Mu's earlier mention of sweet honey fruit. Mu, I searched for that sweet honey fruit yesterday, but to no avail. Other sub-beasts have some, and I naturally wish to procure a portion for you as well. However, the sweet honey fruit is indeed scarce. I scoured numerous locations during my patrol, yet found not a single one." Observing Song's remorseful expression warmed Lin Mu's heart. He wrapped his arms around Song's neck and said, "There's no need for that. You have already treated me exceedingly well. Please do not feel guilty over such matters. Besides, even if you didn't find it, the sweet honey fruit that they gave to Lin Shu ultimately ended up with me. Of course, if you truly feel uneasy, then just refrain from bullying me moving forward." As he spoke, Lin Mu gently touched his slightly swollen mouth. Song immediately responded, "That won't do. Moreover, that isn't bullying. It's merely my affection for you, Mu. Guilt? That is out of the question. If I were to feel any more guilt, you might not allow me to be close to you, and that outcome is certainly not what I desire. You see, I spend each day thinking of gathering delightful things to present to you, all in hopes of drawing closer to you. Therefore, Mu, I just noticed a bit of jam at the corner of your mouth. How about, my mouth hurts? I refuse." Chapter 63. A day of rest and outdoor cooking after a night of tranquility. As the new day dawned, Song and Lin Mu indulged in each other's company for a while before departing. With only a few days remaining until the patrol handover, Song felt both anticipation and the slow passage of time. Mu, wait for my return. Song's parting words echoed in Lin Mu's ears, keeping him awake. The folly of beauty. As he pondered. He couldn't help but miss Song. After rising and having a simple breakfast, Lin Mu, unusually unoccupied, found himself lost in thought. It wasn't until Qing Mu and the other sub-beasts arrived that he snapped back to reality. Oh, everyone is here. Are we still weaving baskets today? Lin Mu inquired. Though a closer look would reveal his current lack of energy, it wasn't just Lin Mu. The other sub-beasts were similarly fatigued. After all, even the most novel tasks can become tiresome after several consecutive days of work. Let us just chat today and lighten our spirits, Qing Mu suggested, appearing somewhat weary. Unlike the other sub-beasts, this tribe's shaman grew busier as the rainy season approached. Lin Mu nodded in agreement, as he truly lacked the motivation for anything else. The others had no objections to this decision, but once seated, they suddenly found themselves at a loss for conversation. After a brief silence, Lin Mu could no longer contain himself. He didn't mind daydreaming. But a gathering of people lost in thought might lead onlookers to believe something was amiss. Since we have nothing to discuss, why don't we go out for a stroll? Lin Mu proposed. But Mu, we are far too familiar with the area surrounding the tribe. There isn't much to explore, Xiahua replied. Lin Mu then realized that among everyone present, he was the least acquainted with the surroundings. However, this posed no challenge. If a leisurely outing was out of the question, then they could simply add a cooking excursion. No one could resist the allure of outdoor cooking. If someone did, it would certainly be due to the food lacking in flavor. Naturally, Lin Mu was quite confident in his culinary skills, but that did not imply he wished to cook for the entire group. Thus, to prevent such a scenario from arising, he decided to infuse this cooking excursion with an element of fun. Everyone would bring a dish, then find a scenic spot to prepare and share their signature meals. What do you think? Lin Mu's suggestion genuinely excited everyone present, as it not only allowed them to showcase their culinary prowess, but also to savor each other's specialties, making the idea all the more enticing. Seeing that everyone was interested, Qing Mu swiftly made a decision. Let's proceed with Mu's idea. Everyone, return home to gather your ingredients, and we will meet at the southern entrance of the tribe. All right, the group responded enthusiastically before each departed with eagerness. Observing this, Lin Mu followed suit. Accompanying Xiahua and Lin Shu.as for the ingredients, he had them on hand. Additionally, he had just the right amount of jam he had prepared the day before to share with the two. Of course, this exchange was conducted discreetly. Lin Mu's supply of jam was indeed limited. The two, upon receiving the jam, were immensely pleased with the gift, even going so far as to devour it on the spot had Lin Mu not intervened. Fortunately, neither of them forgot their primary objective, suppressing their cravings and hurrying home instead. However, upon seeing the items they brought, Lin Mu's enthusiasm for the outing waned significantly. Gugu bird eggs, plantain, wild chives upon spotting these ingredients. He could surmise the dishes that would be prepared, as they were all ones he had taught them. Surely, the others wouldn't be making these same dishes, would they? Lin Mu shuddered at the thought. If that were the case, he felt compelled to bring a couple of pieces of meat to roast, lest the meal prove too bland. Fortunately, upon arriving at the meeting point, he discovered that not everyone had opted for vegetables. Some had indeed brought meat, which eased Lin Mu's concerns somewhat. Before long, everyone had gathered, and under Qing Mu's guidance, they set off towards their cooking destination. After walking for some time, they arrived at the riverbank south of the tribe, where Lin Mu surveyed the surroundings and noticed it was not far from where he had previously discovered wild onions. Qing Mu, noticing Lin Mu's actions, approached and quietly remarked, "There have been beastmen watching over there. We came this way to ensure safety." Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement, though his own perception remained vigilant. Just then, the other sub-beasts began to busy themselves. Qing Mu, seeing this, joined in, as he was responsible for preparing the meat soup. While the others were bustling with activity, Lin Mu took on the role of an overseeing elder, inspecting their progress. As he surveyed, he occasionally offered suggestions to those cooking. The others did not mind his input. Upon reflection, they realized his advice indeed enhanced the flavors of their dishes. As a result, Lin Mu soon became the go-to person for inquiries. The group had tacitly agreed that he was exempt from cooking. As long as he could guide them on how to improve their meals, that would suffice. Fortunately, with only a small number of attendees, it didn't take long for him to assist each one. However, after offering his guidance, he found himself at a loss for what to prepare. Although he considered taking the easy route, he felt it inappropriate to slack off while everyone else was so enthusiastic. Yet, delicious meals demanded considerable time, and the others had already begun their preparations. At that moment, he detected two energy clusters within his perception range, located in the river, likely fish. An idea sparked in Lin Mu's mind. But first, he needed to craft a tool. The river was likely home to fish, he mused. Scanning the area, Lin Mu found a vine and borrowed the basket Xiahua had brought along. With a bit of ingenuity, he transformed the basket into a large fish trap. How unsightly, but it will suffice, he muttered to himself. With that, Lin Mu retrieved two small, bloody pieces of meat and some insects he had caught in the grass. Placing them inside the makeshift trap, after sensing the energy clusters at the riverbed, he carefully positioned the trap to sink, gripping the vine tightly. Surprisingly, rather than fleeing, the fish seemed oblivious to the trap and swam right in. Lin Mu couldn't help but scoff at the foolishness of the fish. He then tugged on the vine to retrieve the trap, only to notice the struggling within, however, having entered his trap. They would not escape. With renewed interest, he pulled on the vine. The other sub-beasts observed Lin Mu's actions, filled with curiosity and confusion. Yet, as the trap emerged from the water, the commotion within ignited their excitement. Prompting them to draw closer to that moment, Lin Mu suddenly spoke with utmost seriousness, "Stay back. Retreat and keep your distance." Though the crowd was bewildered, they complied without hesitation. Qingmu, fearing potential danger, hurriedly went to beckon the nearby orc. The reason Lin Mu acted thus was that he discovered the creatures ensnared in the cage were not fish, but rather two sizable snakes. Additionally, he had just ascertained that these serpents were non-venomous and fit for consumption, truly a rare delicacy. As he spoke, Lin Mu gazed at the snakes in the cage with a twinkle of delight in his eyes. In the next moment, a stone knife appeared in his hand. He had pinpointed the optimal location to strike. After all, he had no intention of wasting either the flesh or the hide of the snakes. As he felt the texture of the stone knife beneath his fingers, Lin Mu grew increasingly dissatisfied with his weapon. Its hardness seemed barely sufficient to withstand two direct clashes. It appeared he would need to rely on skill to butcher the creatures. Just as Lin Mu pondered this, he had already dragged the fish cage ashore. At that moment, the other beastmen also discerned the contents of the cage, prompting numerous gasps of astonishment. The cold-blooded nature of snakes instilled fear in most. Lin Mu had once shared this trepidation, but in a time when no one shielded him from the storm. He was compelled to summon his inner strength. After slaying many zombies, snakes became a trivial concern. "Fear not, for this is meat," Lin Mu reassured them. Indeed, for him, this was meat, edible and quite tasty, and no sooner had he spoken than the rear of the cage was struck, causing it to sustain damage. The snakes had escaped their confines. In the same breath, Lin Mu sprang into action. However, just as he took 2 steps forward, he sensed someone rushing up from behind. The figure swiftly overtook him, swiping with a claw, and the 2 frightening snakes were cleaved into several pieces. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mu's immediate thought was that the intact skins were now lost, yet he soon felt relieved that the meat remained salvageable. As he contemplated retrieving the severed snakes, he was abruptly pulled back by the orc who had passed him. It was then that Lin Mu noticed the orc before him was none other than the tribe's leader. "Ing, why are you dragging me, chief?" Lin Mu inquired, perplexed. With a grave expression, Ing replied, "Snake beasts are perilous. Why, as a lesser beast, do you not think to flee upon encountering one, but instead contemplate charging forward? What audacity possesses you?" He had never witnessed such recklessness in a lesser beast before. As he spoke, Ing had already escorted Lin Mu back to the side of the other lesser beasts. Observing their expressions of sheer terror, he felt this reaction was entirely appropriate. Lin Mu, noticing the concerned lesser beasts gathering around him, quickly reassured them, "I am unscathed. After all, they are merely 2 snake beasts. Dispatching them poses no challenge." Ing, taken aback by Lin Mu's boldness, found himself at a loss for words. This lesser beast was entirely unlike the others. "Lin Mu, the snake beasts are unsettling. If you've captured them, why not release them? Do you truly intend to consume them?" Xiahua remarked, recalling the snake beast's gaze directed at him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Lin Mu nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Xiaohua, you are correct. I did intend to catch them for consumption. You cannot imagine how delightful they are when stewed with gugu birds." As he spoke, Lin Mu swallowed the excess saliva pooling in his mouth. However, to the ears of the others, Lin Mu's statement was rather alarming. "Lin Mu, you jest, do you not?" Xiaohua exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror. At that moment, even Ying stood in stunned silence. "No, I truly captured them for culinary purposes. Oh, but I must hurry to gather them before it becomes unmanageable." With that, Lin Mu turned to dash towards the severed snakes. Ying, witnessing this, immediately attempted to intervene, but having learned from past experiences, Lin Mu evaded him with a swift motion and hastened onward. Ying, seeing Lin Mu's determination to prepare the snake beasts, decided to keep a watchful eye over him. At that instant, Lin Mu had already collected the severed snake beasts, though he had to discard 2 segments tainted by the broken gallbladder. He ignored the writhing snake head, as there was little meat on that part. Once he had collected everything, Lin Mu drew forth his stone knife and began to skin the creatures. Seeing this, Ying intended to assist, knowing full well that the skin of snake beasts was quite resilient. However, before he could voice his offer, he was astonished to see Lin Mu effortlessly peel the skin off as though he were removing the skin from berries. That effortless motion led Ying to believe Lin Mu's earlier claim about easily dispatching the snake beasts was, in fact, true. What Ying did not realize at that moment was that Lin Mu was internally lamenting the situation. Had he not severed the snakes into so many pieces, he could have skinned one in a single motion. Now, he faced the labor of skinning each segment multiple times, a considerable waste of time and energy. Frustrated, Lin Mu found that his irritation actually accelerated his skinning speed. Before long, he had skinned the segments of the snake beasts and rinsed them with water. Once they were clean, he cut up a portion of prepared gugu bird and proceeded to blanch it. Then, he retrieved a stone pot, ready to commence the preparation of the dragon and phoenix stew. There was no need for elaborate accompaniments, partly due to the limited ingredients at hand, necessitating a simpler approach. He added the segments of the snake beasts, a portion of the gugu bird meat, with bones, ginger slices, and fresh water before setting it to simmer. As the water began to boil, he skimmed off the foam, and afterward, he simply waited. Once completed, a sprinkle of salt would suffice for seasoning. The uncomplicated process rendered the dish seemingly unremarkable, thus unlikely to attract the others' attention. Yet, such simplicity would ultimately yield a flavor that spoke for itself. Lin Mu was aware of this and had no intention of explaining. He merely wished to let the final product speak volumes. However, before that, he decided to sample the dishes prepared by others. Although this tasting was a form of mutual appraisal, the true arbiter of merit remained Chief Ying, Wu Qingmu, and Lin Mu, who guided the others. As the first dish, a stir-fried wild vegetable, was presented, the 3 began their tasting in contrast to Qingmu, who found it quite agreeable. Both Ying and Lin Mu faced considerable difficulty. For Ying, orcs generally shunned wild vegetables, and compounded by the mediocre culinary skills of the chefs, consuming the dish proved to be quite a challenge. As for Lin Mu, he felt as though his palate was on the verge of revolt. Despite the simplicity of stir-fried wild vegetables, requiring merely a sprinkle of salt for flavor, some individuals had taken it upon themselves to complicate the straightforward dish with excessive flair, akin to the culinary disasters often found in school cafeterias, visually unappealing and horridly unpalatable. "Lin Mu, how is it?" Xiaohua and Lin Shu approached him, eager for his opinion. With great effort, Lin Mu managed to force a smile, stating, "Quite satisfactory. They have transcended my teachings and embarked upon their own culinary journey." Upon hearing this, the 2 were intrigued, for they had never before encountered Lin Mu offering such praise. They assumed his words implied the chefs were ready to graduate. However, Lin Mu's true implication was that the dish was so far removed from his teachings that it warranted expulsion from the culinary school. After the 2 sampled the dish, they quickly grasped Lin Mu's earlier sentiment. So Lin Mu meant that the dish bore no relation to what he had taught. It was an entirely new flavor. Before Xiaohua could finish her sentence, Lin Shu interjected, "Unpalatable?" Lin Mu sighed. "Well, perhaps I overestimated." Fortunately, such self-innovative culinary talents were rare, sparing Lin Mu's taste buds from further torment. As for the other stir-fried dishes, it must be said that their flavors were fairly comparable. If anything, the only notable difference lay in their levels of saltiness. There were, however, a few surprises in store for Lin Mu, one being a stir-fried dish of wild vegetables with meat, which achieved a delightful balance of innovation without compromising flavor, a truly commendable outcome. Lan Shi, quite impressive, Lin Mu offered genuine praise. Upon receiving this compliment, Lan Shi appeared somewhat bashful, yet his eyes sparkled with joy in alignment with Lin Mu's sentiments. Both Qingmu and Ying found the dish to be quite enjoyable, as it offered a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, appealing to both lesser beasts and orcs alike. Afterward, no further dishes caught Lin Mu's attention. Following the consumption of the vegetarian dishes, everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of the meat dishes. Naturally, Lin Mu's anticipation remained focused on his own creation. However, his dish required more time to prepare, and while the others finished sampling their dishes, he continued to simmer his stew. The enticing aroma had begun to waft through the air, and as others caught a whiff of the alluring scent, they willingly continued to wait. Yet, Lin Mu pondered, is the chief truly so idle? Observing Ying waiting alongside them, he felt a surge of curiosity. Unbeknownst to the others, Ying's presence was driven by a deeper intrigue that Qingmu could surmise. Approaching Lin Mu, Qingmu whispered, Lin Mu, your dish's aroma has captivated the chief, compelling him to linger. Lin Mu was taken aback, unable to believe what he had just heard. For he had discerned nothing from the chief's demeanor. It is worth noting that his keen perception had been honed through years of hardship in the apocalypse. Doubting the validity of the information, Lin Mu discreetly observed the chief for a while and soon noticed a subtle detail. Although the chief's gaze never lingered on the stone pot, the occasional twitch of his nose unmistakably indicated that he was secretly savoring the aroma wafting through the air. Observing the chief in this manner, Lin Mu glanced at the size of the pot and couldn't help but ponder how to leave a portion for Tsong if it pleased the chief. An orc, it would surely delight Tsong as well. However, by the time the dragon and phoenix stew was ready, Lin Mu had yet to devise a plan. Can we eat it now? Qingmu inquired. Yes, but not too much. It's only enough for each person to have a bowl, Lin Mu replied. That's sufficient, Qingmu responded. Having a bowl of such delicious food is quite delightful. Then could you serve me a portion of both the snake beast meat and the gugu bird meat? Lin Mu requested. Not a problem, Qingmu said as he proceeded to ladle out the soup. At that moment, Lin Mu finally relaxed, feeling the tension drain from his body as he no longer sensed the predatory gazes of the group, which had resembled hungry wolves. This unease stemmed entirely from the Chief Ying's gaze. Unlike the other sub-beasts, he felt no trepidation from their stares. For the sake of food, even the chief had lost his composure. With a silent chuckle, Lin Mu approached to relish his share. Upon reaching his bowl, he was astonished to find his portion was nearly double that of others. The other sub-beasts, despite their cravings, seemed unperturbed, as a single bowl was ample for them. Yet, Lin Mu found it curious that none of them dared to taste the food, which left him somewhat puzzled. Were they waiting for him? Lin Mu mused. The next moment, Qingmu's voice broke through his thoughts. Lin Mu, wait for it to cool down before eating. It's too hot right now. All right, I suppose I was overthinking it, Lin Mu conceded. After a brief interval, when the food had cooled sufficiently, the others began to indulge heartily. However, unlike the others who dove straight into the meat, Lin Mu opted to sip the soup first. How delectable, he thought as he savored the flavor, taking another sip before finally deciding to eat the meat. After consuming a piece, he found the soup's taste even more exquisite. Subsequently, Lin Mu stored the remaining portions in his spatial storage, intending to share it with Tsong upon his return. Observing Lin Mu's actions, Qingmu's curiosity piqued. Lin Mu, why are you saving it? Aren't you hungry? He asked with concern. Lin Mu nodded, replying, I'm not very hungry. I plan to enjoy the leftovers with Tsong later. Naturally, the primary reason was that he currently had no snake beast meat left. Otherwise, he would have surely prepared a fresh pot for Tsong. Hearing Lin Mu's words filled Qingmu with warmth, further elevating his fondness for him. For a fleeting moment, he even felt that Tsong was unworthy of Lin Mu. However, he quickly resolved to wish the two of them well instead. After sipping another mouthful of soup, Qingmu pondered whether he should save some for his own partner to taste. While contemplating, he continued to eat at a steady pace. By the time he made his decision, only a piece of meat and a spoonful of soup remained in his bowl. That's enough. After all, a taste doesn't require much, he concluded. Having witnessed Lin Mu's earlier actions, coupled with Qing Mu's current behavior, the other sub-beasts grew curious and began to inquire. Before Lin Mu could respond, Qing Mu preemptively explained the intention behind their actions. Upon hearing this, the others glanced at their own bowls and, with a heavy heart, paused their feasting, for they too cherished their partners dearly at this moment. The only one still eating was the chief, Ing. Consequently, the onlookers, unable to partake themselves, turned their attention to him. Even though Ing was the chief, he couldn't escape the slight embarrassment of being scrutinized by so many sub-beasts, prompting him to hasten his consumption. As for why he didn't take food back for his own partner, that was simply because his partner was no longer present. Bringing it back would serve no purpose. Soon, Ing finished his meal and nodded towards Qing Mu. Observing this, Qing Mu stood up to inform everyone that they could return, for it was indeed perilous for their group of sub-beasts to be out in the wild, especially with Lin Mu among them, who possessed a mindset so distinct from the others, enhancing the danger level significantly in Ying's eyes. Lin Mu's culinary creations were delightful, yet why did he possess such audacity? Ing pondered as he cast a glance at Lin Mu. Feeling the weight of Ying's gaze, Lin Mu's muscles tensed involuntarily. Why is he looking at me again? He thought, utterly perplexed. Fortunately, the chief's gaze lingered only a moment before shifting away, allowing Lin Mu to revert to his usual demeanor. Sigh, if only my strength were greater, I wouldn't feel so intimidated, Lin Mu thought to himself. He resolved to meditate and train upon returning home, as he could hardly think of anything else to occupy his time. Chapter 66. Lin Mu. Who is it? I've poisoned him. Closing my eyes, I think of Song. Opening my eyes, how dull it is. Thus, this cycle continued, rendering Lin Mu's meditative practice utterly futile. I must be afflicted with that so-called love sickness, Lin Mu murmured softly. He couldn't quite fathom what was happening. Today, his mind and heart were utterly consumed by thoughts of Song. He yearned for him, longed for him intensely. Although he recognized the abnormality of his feelings, he was certain they were not influenced by external factors. Ultimately, it could only be attributed to the pangs of longing. This state was challenging to articulate. Those who had not experienced love could hardly understand. It was akin to a single person eating dog food. Each bite held an indescribable flavor, with the evening still far off. Lin Mu grew increasingly restless. He rose and began to wander around the house, as this was the only means he could conceive to both pass the time and calm his agitated heart. Gradually, as he diverted his attention, he indeed found that his anxious heart had settled somewhat. However, when he stumbled upon a clump of dogtail grass, Song's image resurfaced in his mind. Simultaneously, his imagination vividly transformed Song's figure. Song would undoubtedly look even more charming while playing with dogtail grass, especially in the adorable pose of a large white tiger. With that thought, Lin Mu found himself a task. Indeed, he would prepare a large toy for Song. While he couldn't craft a cat wand of such size, fashioning a sizable rolling ball from bamboo strips was well within his capabilities. Once completed, he would fill it with dry grass and wrap it in bee skin. If he were to later find catnip or similar items, he could replace the dry grass inside. As he envisioned this scenario, Lin Mu's motivation surged even more. He set to work, determined to finalize the shape before Song returned home. With a spring in his step, Lin Mu set off to gather bamboo strips. The warm sun had faded, leaving behind a twilight glow that cast a faint shadow of Lin Mu, while the brilliance in his eyes illuminated the rolling ball before him. Observing the ball, approximately 1 meter in diameter, Lin Mu tested its sturdiness and found it satisfactorily solid, allowing him to relax. However, he hesitated over whether to fill it with dry grass or something else. Dry grass felt too lightweight for Song, and it wouldn't last long, as it would inevitably decay. Yet, he couldn't think of anything else to use. Never mind, I'll ask Song when he returns, Lin Mu finally conceded. Feeling a bit defeated, he had intended to prepare a surprise, but it seemed he would have to consult the very person he was trying to surprise. Nevertheless, he reasoned that the most suitable gift was indeed the best kind. After all, this ball was meant for Song to enjoy in his beast form, and Song would surely have better ideas on what would last longer. Realizing the darkness had deepened and light was nearly extinguished, Lin Mu took note of the time. With that, he activated his ability to emit light and set about gathering firewood. Just then, Song returned. Noticing the absence of a fire, he couldn't help but feel concerned. Yet, as Lin Mu illuminated the area with a soft, radiant glow, his worries dissipated, and his gaze was captured by the enchanting sight before him. In that moment, Lin Mu resembled a luminous spirit lost in the night. Unique and ethereal, the scattered glimmers of light as he moved only served to accentuate his otherworldly presence, as though he might vanish at any moment. This thought struck Song with a jolt. He could hardly fathom a life devoid of Lin Mu. Although it was merely a feeling, it frightened him enough to rush over and embrace Lin Mu tightly. "Lin Mu, please don't leave me," Song blurted out, feeling the warmth of the person in his arms. Lin Mu, taken aback, was bewildered. When had he ever mentioned leaving? Had someone spread rumors that he intended to depart? Upon reaching this realization, a palpable malice flickered in Lin Mu's eyes. He could not tolerate anyone who threatened the bond he shared with Song. The aura of hostility radiating from Lin Mu jolted Song awake, prompting him to recall the words he had just uttered. This was a disaster. Surely Lin Mu wouldn't think he believed he would consort with other beastmen, would he? Song fretted, his heart racing with anxiety. It was not mere imagination. This was a tragic tale born from the experiences of a beastman within the tribe. Although that beastman had ultimately clarified the misunderstanding, the outcome was him receiving a severe beating from the beastmen of a sub-beast family. While Lin Mu had no family within the tribe, he could assert that if his beloved Mu Mu ever cried out in distress, a horde of beastmen led by his beast father would undoubtedly descend upon him. Of course, he felt that Mu Mu would likely not resort to such pleas, and there was a greater chance he would take matters into his own hands. Recalling the scene of Lin Mu slaying a beastman, coupled with the current hostility emanating from him, Song surmised that if Lin Mu truly intervened, the consequences would be dire indeed. Mu, please listen to me, Song began, but was abruptly cut off by Lin Mu's cold, emotionless voice. Who is sowing discord between us and telling you that I would leave, Song? Just as Song was pondering the meaning behind Lin Mu's words, Lin Mu continued, if it's a beast man, you strike first, and then I will poison and silence him. If it's a sub-beast, I will incapacitate him with poison, and you can detain his beast man. How does that sound? Upon hearing these words, Song's mouth fell open in shock. His Mu Mu was truly ruthless. Yet, he found himself enamored. Lin Mu's reaction undoubtedly signified his affection. To prevent any misunderstanding, Song hastily explained the situation. After hearing his explanation, Lin Mu was left speechless and enraged. He could feel his temples throbbing with frustration. Mu, I'm sorry, it was my fault, Song said, quickly transforming his ears and tail to approach Lin Mu. Seeing this, Lin Mu, in his anger, seized Song's beast ear and declared, if you ever do that again, I will strip the fur from your tail. The terrifying implication of those words made Song instinctively hide his tail behind him. After uttering that line, Lin Mu's anger began to dissipate, and he gently rubbed the beast ear he had just grasped. Sensing the shift in Lin Mu's emotions, Song offered his tail again. As Lin Mu grasped it, Song tightly embraced him, exclaiming with joy and contentment, I was so thrilled by your reaction earlier. It's clear how much you value our relationship. Song's elation was palpable, and Lin Mu could feel it emanating from the tail he held. The suppressed urge to wag his tail was all too evident to him. However, recalling his earlier demeanor filled with malice, Lin Mu found himself even more pleased that Song enjoyed that side of him. Indeed, love flourishes when both parties are equally invested. Chapter 67. A true enchantress. Though the two basked in each other's affection, Lin Mu had yet to indulge fully in the moment. It was indeed time to release his hold. As his fire pit remained unlit, at this moment, the source of illumination was none other than Lin Mu himself. Although wielding his powers did not demand excessive energy, it did not mean he relished being a mere beacon. Furthermore, he had yet to reveal the large ball he crafted for Song. Song, today everyone went out for a picnic. I caught 2 serpentine beasts and prepared a new dish, which everyone thoroughly enjoyed. Including the chief, Lin Mu announced. Song, upon hearing this, leaned in closer to Lin Mu's neck and shoulders, saying, everyone had some, except for me. The intent behind his words was to seek a favor, ideally a fervent kiss. However, just as he finished speaking, an unfamiliar, tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Looking up, he saw Lin Mu holding a bowl of food he had never encountered before. Without needing to ponder, he understood it was the dish Lin Mu had mentioned earlier. I tasted it and found it quite delightful, So I saved some for you to enjoy together. Lin Mu smiled. Just that single statement filled Song with a profound yet unspoken affection. In that moment, he found himself deeply enamored, willingly surrendering to love. Mu Mu, you don't have to wait for me. As long as you eat well, I am content, Song replied. Lin Mu chose not to linger on the topic and instead retrieved a pair of chopsticks from his storage space. Offering a piece of meat to Song's lips, Song, upon seeing this, eagerly opened his mouth. The explosion of flavors that danced on his palate made him understand why the chief adored this dish so much. It was simply exquisite. Just the thought of Lin Mu resisting the temptation of such deliciousness to save it for him intensified the love swelling within him. The soup is even tastier, Lin Mu remarked as he prepared to feed Song. However, in their embrace, he found it impossible to serve the soup. Attempting to break free to feed him, Song held on tightly, refusing to let go. Frustrated, Lin Mu snapped, "How can I eat like this?" in a fit of annoyance. He began to drink the soup himself, as the 2 sips he had earlier had left him craving more. His resolve had been strong enough to wait for Song's return, while Lin Mu relished his meal. Song watched with satisfaction. To him, it was paramount that his Mu Mu was well fed. As for himself, he could always eat later while hunting. Just then, Song's fervent gaze, too direct and intense, caused Lin Mu to momentarily lose focus and choke on his soup. Fortunately, he had only ingested a small amount, so the choking was not severe. After coughing a few times, Lin Mu regained his composure and was about to wipe the soup from the corner of his mouth when he felt a sudden force. He found himself facing Song instead of having his back turned. As he puzzled over Song's intentions, he felt Song's handsome face draw near, accompanied by Song's voice, "How can you only focus on drinking soup and not feed me? But since Mu Mu won tea feed me, I shall take the initiative to drink instead." With those words, Song savored the remnants of soup lingering at the corner of Lin Mu's mouth. Just like the previous day, Song launched a gentle yet fervent assault on Lin Mu, whose resistance faltered swiftly. Yet, there is a saying, a warrior should be treated with respect after 3 days. Although only a day had passed since their last encounter, Lin Mu had grown far from the Na'vi individual he once was. Even if he succumbed to Song's advances quickly, his body instinctively retaliated. However, this resulted in nothing less than exhilaration for a certain great tiger. Ultimately, Lin Mu slumped against Song, his mind momentarily blank from lack of oxygen. While Song wore a triumphant grin, a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes, for Lin Mu had tightly grasped his tail. Even in his weakened state, Lin Mu's grip was strong, as if he poured all his strength into that single hand. It wasn't painful in the slightest. Yet Song felt an inexplicable sense that Lin Mu feared he might escape, leaving him to seek retribution elsewhere. Unable to leave on his own accord, Song carried Lin Mu to ignite the fire pit, where he laid eyes upon the bamboo-crafted ball. Gazing at the round, plump ball, Song felt an irresistible itch to reach out and poke it. Meanwhile, Lin Mu's mind had resumed its functions. Upon noticing Song's gaze, he spoke. "The ball is currently made of bamboo strips. It won't withstand your beast form for long. It needs to be filled with something before being wrapped in beast skin for play." Previously, he had planned to stuff it with dry grass, but that would make the ball too light and unsuitable for prolonged enjoyment. Thus, it's up to you to decide what to fill it with. Upon hearing this gift was intended for him, Song immediately felt a surge of excitement and leaned in for a closer embrace with Lin Mu. However, Lin Mu swiftly raised a hand to prevent Song from getting too close. He realized that he must be resolute in refusing at times, lest Song engage in relentless pursuit or sneaky tactics. Yet, in doing so, he inadvertently loosened his grip on Song's tail. Once Song felt his tail freed, he promptly tucked it away. As for Lin Mu's rejection of his closeness, Song paid it no mind. He had already felt satisfied from their previous encounter. Lin Mu, unaware of Song's thoughts, promptly shifted the conversation back to the ball. "Song, do you have any thoughts on what to fill it with?" Song nodded in response, saying, "I know of something that would be quite suitable. I'll pick some up tomorrow while on patrol." "What is it?" Lin Mu inquired, curiosity piqued. Song merely smiled and replied, "Never mind that. The most important thing now is to cook for Mu. I cannot let you go hungry." Since Song would be joining him for the meal, Lin Mu retrieved some chunks of meat from his storage space, saying, "This is for you." Lin Mu mused at that moment, acutely aware of his need to consume more meat to replenish his stamina. He recognized that he was indeed utterly fatigued. Otherwise, his current state felt akin to having his vitality siphoned by a mischievous sprite. Nevertheless, the ability to transform between human and animal forms rendered the notion of being a sprite quite plausible. Lost in thought, Lin Mu couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Song to glance over. Observing Lin Mu's joyful demeanor, Song, despite being unaware of the reasons behind Lin Mu's mirth, felt a surge of happiness himself and returned a warm smile. The combination of Song's handsome features and endearing smile made Lin Mu's heart race, as if he had momentarily lost his breath. Chapter 68. When a conscience-lacking client suffices as dawn broke and after a heartfelt farewell, Song departed to commence his patrol. Upon awakening, Lin Mu did not linger in bed but promptly rose to attend to his affairs. Although he labeled his activities as busy, in truth, he had little to occupy himself with, merely awaiting the arrival of Qing Mu and the others while enjoying a meal. Initially, he had planned to craft some furniture from bamboo, yet after an enthusiastic discussion with Song the previous night, a few simple remarks from Song extinguished that ambition entirely in Lin Mu's mind. He envisioned laboriously crafting a set of furniture, only to earn Song's admiration. However, he had overlooked the fact that they resided in a world of beasts, where crafting furniture was far from complicated. By merely conveying the design and purpose to the beastmen, their mighty claws could effortlessly produce pure wooden creations. Contemplating the time he would spend painstakingly making a table, while a beastman could construct an entire set of furniture in a single day, Lin Mu promptly abandoned the idea. He reasoned that he could better utilize that time for other pursuits, such as seeking advice from Xiahua on clothing creation, ensuring that the silk he had obtained would not go to waste. As he pondered this, several energy clusters appeared within his perception, signaling that Xiahua and the others had arrived. Before long, they indeed manifested within Lin Mu's line of sight. Upon their meeting, Lin Mu decided to shift the day's lesson to Xiahua's clothing-making tutorial. Xiahua readily agreed, thrilled at the opportunity to showcase his skills and bask in the spotlight he had long anticipated. Yet, while showing off was part of the experience, the lesson was rich with substance, and Lin Mu found himself learning immensely. However, understanding something intellectually did not guarantee practical proficiency, a fact that Lin Mu remained oblivious to. Before he knew it, the morning had swiftly passed, and Xiahua reluctantly concluded his teaching session. After the group dispersed, Lin Mu hastily consumed a light lunch before preparing to review the morning's lessons. Indeed, Lin Mu was determined to create clothing. Following Xiahua's instructions, he believed that by doing this and that, and finally following through with the last steps, he would successfully produce a garment. Feeling confident in the simplicity of the task, Lin Mu bypassed using animal hide and directly retrieved the silk to commence his creation. He began by cutting the silk into pieces, muttering to himself as his hands moved with unwavering resolve. Soon, after completing the preliminary preparations, Lin Mu took out the unique needle and thread of the beast world and began the final stitching. He had to admit that needlework posed a considerable challenge for men. Unless one possessed innate talent, it was nearly inevitable to suffer numerous pricks. Fortunately, the needles in this world were not excessively sharp, which somewhat reduced Lin Mu's injuries. After enduring such labor, when Lin Mu finally finished sewing, he was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. However, upon viewing the final product, his tears were abruptly stifled. I distinctly recall crafting a pair of trousers. Where did these shorts come from? And they are so baggy that one might mistake them for a skirt, he exclaimed, examining the shorts before him and realizing that 2 pieces of cut silk had gone unused. At that moment, Lin Mu found himself at a loss for excuses. I clearly remember using everything, he muttered, measuring the oversized shorts against his own frame and discovering they were far too large for him to wear. Yet, they seemed to fit Song's physique perfectly. With that thought, Lin Mu refrained from destroying the shorts, choosing instead to continue his efforts, unwilling to believe that his cleverness could not yield a proper garment. Another hour passed, and as Lin Mu assessed his latest creation, he nodded expressionlessly. He had indeed overestimated his abilities. In terms of sewing skills, he was a novice among novices. Nonetheless, he was not entirely inept, as he had successfully crafted a fitting pair of undergarments for himself. Well, at least I can make my own intimate apparel. As for everything else, I shall leave it to others. Having faced 2 disappointing outcomes, Lin Mu resolved to abandon his clothing-making endeavors. Gazing at the remaining 2 sets of silk, he set off for Xiahua's abode. Professional tasks should be entrusted to professionals, he mused, content to play the role of a heartless client. As he traversed the path, Noting the noticeably quieter tribe than usual, Lin Mu felt the weight of the beastman's concern regarding the impending rainy season. Just how torrential would the rains be? With that question lingering in his mind, Lin Mu arrived at Xia Hua's residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by a plethora of animal hides and various completed and semi-finished garments. Xia Hua, engrossed in his work, remained unaware of Lin Mu's presence. Choosing not to interrupt, Lin Mu surveyed the interior of Xia Hua's home. It was evident that Xia Hua's exceptional tailoring skills were undoubtedly linked to his relentless dedication to clothing making. As Xia Hua completed his task and looked up, his gaze fell upon Lin Mu and the silk he held. In fact, if one were to consider the order of events, the silk captured Xia Hua's attention before Lin Mu did. Mu, where did you procure this silk? He inquired, stepping closer to scrutinize the fabric. Just as Lin Mu prepared to respond, Xia Hua continued, "This is this year's new silk. It seems the trading team exchanged their stock with Tong. No wonder it was unavailable when I went to trade. Don't jump to conclusions. I obtained this silk just a couple of days ago by trading jam with others," Lin Mu clarified. Xia Hua, wanting to express how fortunate Lin Mu was, instead contemplated the deliciousness of the jam and felt that the true stroke of luck belonged to the person who had exchanged with Lin Mu. After all, that jam was simply exquisite. Mu, do tell me, do you have much jam left? Xia Hua whispered inquisitively. Surely, you haven't finished off all the jam, Lin Mu countered, though he had significantly reduced its sweetness. Even so, consuming a bowl in one sitting would undoubtedly leave one feeling unwell. Indeed, Feng also enjoys it. We devoured it directly, each taking a mouthful as if they were mere berries, Xia Hua replied. You ate it just like that, without pairing it with anything. Don't you find it overwhelming? Lin Mu asked, suddenly recalling that Xia Hua could dilute the sweetness of jam with the juice of water honey fruit, making it unlikely for him to be bothered by the sweetness of a small amount of jam. Tio Xia Hua, the pressing concern was not whether it was overwhelming, but rather what other delights could accompany the jam. Mu, what can jam be paired with? White beans, sliced after soaking, spread with a layer of jam. It tastes quite delightful, Lin Mu suggested. Then, Mu, do you still have jam? Xia Hua was eager to give it a try. Yes, if you can make 2 sets of clothing from this silk, I shall offer you a bowl of jam, Lin Mu proposed. Upon hearing this, Xia Hua readily agreed, responding, Deal, but this time, you must provide the jam up front.